both conviction and realism saved us from turning the Nazis' own racist anti-Semitism inside out into an equivalent anti-Teutonism. Even later we, certainly I, blamed not Germans as such but National Socialism, especially as the first serious description and analysis of the universe concentration ere I read, Eugen Kogon's remarkable Der SS Staat, Frankfurt, 1946, was written by a German, about a camp, Buchenwald, that dehumanized, tortured, and killed many, but did not primarily target Jews. Moreover, one look at West German cities, gigantic fields of barely cleared rubble, at the apparently total collapse of the economy in the period before the currency reform, at the yellow-faced people living on barter and camped on station platforms with sacks of potatoes, suggested that whatever ordinary Germans had done under Hitler, in 1947 they were paying for what had been done by them or in their name. As I wrote at the time, it was not hard to understand what these men and women have gone through in the past 8 years, raids, expulsions, hunger etc. Men, women, and children. Anyone who had returned from a Russian prisoner of war camp, or even had experienced the awful shocks of the behavior of the Russians in the first weeks after liberation could talk of hard times. Not because the Russians necessarily took it out on the Germans, although the rank and file of the Red Army unquestionably had reasons for doing so and did so. They showed no fear whatsoever, and their vision of the future was the rape and pillage of Berlin. 5, as one of our students, returned from captivity, who has since become one of the most eminent German historians, 6, explained to me, they did not treat us worse than themselves. It was simply that they were physically so much tougher than we were. They could stand the cold better. That scared us, when we were at the front, and we suffered from it as prisoners. They would dump us on a Central Asian plain in winter and say, build a camp. Start digging. It was not surprising that hatred and fear of Russia penetrated the atmosphere in Germany, among both the natives and the vast numbers of refugees, particularly numerous in our part of Lower Saxony, who made Russia responsible for their mass flight or mass expulsion. In 1947 it was a curious, sometimes schizophrenic, combination of feelings, repulsion, superiority, but also respect for the victor, and the contrast between the image of uncontrolled social disintegration in the West and the vague feeling that the discipline over there, in the Soviet zone, got people to do a day's work, controlled the black market, etc. The Marshall Plan and the 1948 currency reform were about to change all this, but in the summer of 1947 a sense of total impotence and blankness about the future still dominated public opinion in the British zone. There could be no German reconstruction without a Third World War, one heard in Hamburg. I felt this helplessness myself. Frankly, the more I'm here the more depressed I get, I wrote. Hope? I can't see any. This was a spectacularly wrong assessment of West German prospects, but Germany did not look encouraging in 1947. But what did it make a Western communist feel like about the Soviet Union, whose shadow so patently darkened the German scene? No illusions could survive the immediate post-war contact with the Soviet occupation, direct or indirect, just as the hopes of post-war international amity, which were not confined to communists, had a hard time surviving the post-war frictions between the Western and Eastern military and officials on the ground. The young Austrian refugees from the London wartime emigration who followed their party's instruction to return to rebuild their country amid the smell of hungry people in wintry trams and in high-ceilinged, commandeered offices had expected physical hardships, but few had anticipated the actual pervasive anti-Russian mood. For those who lived under, or even had direct contact with, the realities of Soviet-occupied Central Europe, being communist was no longer as simple as before the war. We did not lose our faith and our confidence in the eventual superiority of socialism to capitalism, nor our belief in the world-changing potential of Communist Party discipline, but our, or at least my, hopes were now edged with that sense of inevitable tragedy of Walter Benjamin's Angel of History. 7 Paradoxically, what made it easier or, for many, possible to maintain the old faith was, more than anything else, the crusading global anti-communism of the West in the Cold War. 2. But let me return to the time of the Berlin airlift. As the wartime alliance broke up, so did the fading hope of post-war cooperation between the two superpowers. In 1947 the communist ministers in Western governments began to be edged out of their offices, and so were the non-communist ministers in the countries under communist rule. For purely European purposes a new communist international, the so-called Communist Information Bureau or Cominform, was set up, to publish a journal which, even by the exacting standards of the Soviet era, must have been the all-time champion of unreadability. 8. The Eastern regimes, deliberately not set up as communist, but as pluriparty new or people's democracies with mixed economies, were now assimilated to the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. the standard Communist Party dictatorships. And for the West, as confrontation became more overt, communists became fifth columnists. In Britain things began to change, but in a relatively low-key, gentlemanly manner. There was no overt purge of party members from the civil service, though, where known, they were removed from jobs with access to sensitive information. Those in the politically sensitive administrative class were discreetly informed that there was no future for them in the service, but there would be no publicity, if they were to choose to leave of their own free will. One who chose to stay served the rest of his career in those remote corners which large bureaucracies reserve for those who can neither be sacked nor given any job of the slightest responsibility. There was no actual purge in the universities. Birkbeck College, where I had just begun teaching, was exceptional, at least until the arrival of an ambitious new master in 1951, in showing no discernible signs of anti-communism among staff or students. Its students earned their living during the day, and such political tradition as it had was on the left. The mood in the small, crowded and friendly staff common room suggested that it was overwhelmingly composed of Labour voters. Such Tories as there were, I suppose my colleague and later boss Douglas Dakin was one, were hardly typical. He had been secretary of the local branch of the Union, the Association of University Teachers, in the intervals of running the entire student side of the college as part-time registrar, with one secretary, playing cricket and teaching, and handed the union job on to me as soon as I arrived. Moreover, by far the most prestigious member of the college staff was a communist, and employer of party members in his department, a man closely identified with the USSR, J.D. Vernal, crystallographer, and so universal a genius, but for a total blank in music, that he could never concentrate on any topic long enough to win a Nobel Prize, although he was the inspirer of several. Even those who had their doubts about his loyalty to Moscow could hardly forbear to admire this short, bushy-haired man who looked like the essential scientist in a strip cartoon, walked like a sailor on shore or, as he said, the pobble who had no toes, and entertained the staff room with well-honed anecdotes about his extraordinarily distinguished time as scientific advisor to combined operations during the war. Picasso himself, prevented by the authorities from attending a Soviet-sponsored meeting in Sheffield, had drawn a spirited mural on the wall of Bernal's flat in Torrington Place, which many years later was to become a sort of logo of Birkbeck. The great artist shared not only Bernal's communism, but also his legendary polygamy, with the difference only that Bernal genuinely treated the women drawn to him as equal partners, both sexually and intellectually. This reputation for gender equality was what attracted the brilliant Rosalind Franklin to Birkbeck from King's College, London, dissatisfied with her treatment by the other, male, workers, the ones who got the Nobel Prize, on the famous double helix. Though she was notoriously, and understandably, touchy about macho assumptions in colleagues, she was, at least when we talked, full of praise for Bernal as man and scientist, even when she made fun of the party-line loyalists in his department. I was lucky to teach at a college which provided a built-in, unforced protection against the pressures of the Cold War outside. Nevertheless, the academic situation was not good. To the best of my knowledge, all communists who had been appointed to academic posts before the summer of 1948 remained in their jobs, and no attempt was made to dismiss them, unless by the non-renewal of short-term contracts, which were extremely rare in those days. On the other hand, to the best of my knowledge, no known communists were appointed to university posts for 10 years or so from 1948, nor, if already in teaching posts, were they promoted. In the course of that decade, for instance, I was turned down for several posts in economic history in Cambridge. I supervised and examined the subject in the economics tripos, and I did not get promotion to a readership in London until 1959. Even people who had had only a few months' connection with the party, such as the economic historian Sidney Pollard, were seriously held back. This was frustrating, but a long way from the American witch hunting. No British academic posts, to my knowledge, were made conditional on the formal abjuration of past sin, as happened when the University of Berkeley offered a chair to Pollard several years later, a condition which he refused to accept. Curiously, there was more of a political purge in parts of adult education, a field which attracted a substantial number of Reds and other radicals on ideological grounds, notably in the extramural delegacy of Oxford University, which had been run for some years by Thomas Hodgkin, a particularly charming member of the British intellectual aristocracy, Quaker branch, who had been expelled from Palestine for joining the Communist Party during his time as aide-de-camp to the British High Commissioner. The party was the only place where Jews and Arabs mixed as friends and equals. Unfortunately, the formidable Ernest Bevin, Foreign Secretary and still boss of the Transport and General Workers Union, had accused the delegacy of harboring Red activists who fomented strikes at what was then the major Morris car plant at Cowley. Those were the days when Oxford could be described as the Latin Quarter of Cowley. 9 However, even here there was no general purge of communists. We accepted that this tacit and often half-conscious discrimination, similar to, though less systematic than, the exclusion of Social Democrats from German university posts before 1914-10 was relatively mild and concentrated on denouncing American academic McCarthyism. Those were the days when the U.S. government refused an entry visa even to the great physicist P.A.M. Dirac, and the dangers that would follow if the American model were to spread to Britain. Nevertheless, in 1950 the historian E. H. Carr was reported as thinking, correctly, that it had become very difficult to speak dispassionately about Russia except in a very woolly Christian kind of way without endangering, if not your bread and butter, then your legitimate hopes of advancement. In any case, there is no question that the principle of freedom of expression did not apply to communist and Marxist views, at least in the official media. 11. What made communist intellectuals feel members of a harried minority was not so much official or quasi-official victimization, as exclusion. Naturally we were convinced, and sometimes had evidence, that our letters were read, our phone bugged, and that, in case of real war, we would find ourselves interned, hopefully with plenty of time to read and work, on some suitable smaller island of the British archipelago. We resented it, even as we could not deny that, given the Cold War, it was logical behavior for the government. We were the enemies of NATO, after all. What made the rhetoric of Cold War liberals so intolerable was their conviction that all communists were simply agents of the Soviet enemy and their denial that any communist could therefore possibly be a member in good standing of the intellectual community. Perhaps friendship might have survived politics. After all, I remained on good terms with Mounty Poston, even though I knew that every one of his job references was a poisoned arrow, but it requires more than the small change of social life. And even the taste of genuine friendship could have the bitter tang of Cold War distrust. When I received my first invitation to the USA, anticipating problems, I asked a colleague and friend, a moderate labor supporter at the time, whether he would be prepared to write a letter testifying to my academic standing. "Of course I will," he said. I still remember the momentary sense of abandonment as he added, "Of course it has nothing to do with it, but could you just tell me, I mean, not that it matters in the least, but are you still in the Communist Party?" That is why my most resented memory of the Cold War is not of jobs lost, or letters obviously opened, but of my first book. I had proposed it in 1953 to the publishers Hutchinson's, now long buried in some transatlantic publishing conglomerate, for their university library, a series of compact texts addressed to students, a short comparative volume on the rise of the wage worker. The proposal was accepted, but when I submitted the finished manuscript, it was turned down on the advice of an anonymous but presumably authoritative reader or readers. It was, they said, too biased and therefore unacceptable under the contract. No suggestions for modifications were made. I protested. The firm agreed that I had put in a good deal of work, and therefore offered me a goodwill payment of 25 guineas. 12 What stuck in my gullet was not only the contemptible amount of the sum, even in the mid-50s it amounted to the proceeds of 2 or 3 book reviews, but the knowledge that the book had almost certainly been turned down on the advice of some senior colleague, as like as not, given the subject, a supporter of the Labour Party. And there was nothing I could do about it? I was sufficiently furious to consult my lawyer, the astute Jack Gaster, about suing Hutchinson's. He told me not to think of it. You may find people to testify to your academic standing, but they will find more to testify that you are biased. He was right. I never published the book, though I used parts of it in other publications. What makes the incident so typical of that miserable phase of the Cold War is that some years later my then publisher George Weidenfeld, having asked my advice, published a book of the same length on precisely the same subject, and, in my view, ideologically more obviously controversial, as part of one of those global co-production series which he was then promoting. Under these circumstances, and even though by 1958 the ideological temperature of the Cold War had become a shade less icy, the decision of George, now Lord, Weidenfeld to commission me to write, for an advance on publication of £500, a volume in a gigantic and still not completed history of civilization he was then planning, was admirable and not without courage. It turned out to be The Age of Revolution 1789 to 1848, the first volume of a 4-volume history of the 19th and 20th centuries. I was quite well known for my identification with the Communist Party. He was a commercial publisher and a person not uninterested in good relations with the social and political establishment. I owe him a lasting debt of gratitude. Who recommended me to him? I can only speculate, since Lord Weidenfeld himself claims not to remember. I suspect it was J. L. Tolman, of the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, who had been his first choice for the volume in question, but who wanted to drop out. Tolman and I had found ourselves arguing about the nature of democracy and the Jacobins in the French Revolution, and respected each other, though we disagreed on most other things, notably Zionism. 3. The darkest period of public anti-communism, the years of the Korean War and, incidentally, of the opening installment of the Great Cambridge Spy serial, the defection of Burgess and Maclean in 1951, coincided with a dark moment in my own life. In the summer of 1950 my first marriage, rocky for some time, broke up in circumstances which left me wounded and for some years acutely unhappy. After I left our flat in Clapham Common, I never saw Muriel again except at the moment of our divorce. Fortunately I had won a fellowship at King's the year before, and the college, such things were then possible, at a moment's notice found me a set of rooms in the wonderful Gibbs building next to the chapel. King's was my permanent base for the next 5 years, though I continued to teach at Birkbeck, either returning to Cambridge by a late train, or staying a night or two in the room I rented in the house of friends in another part of Clapham. Those were black times, both politically and personally. What was more painful, my divorce or the execution of the Rosenbergs, which so many communists at the time felt as a personal defeat and a personal tragedy? It is difficult to separate the two strands that merged in a common mood of determination to survive them, by work, by travel, even by political defiance, as when I invited the physicist Alan Nunn May, just released from jail for nuclear espionage, to a King's feast. I may add that, as so often, King's behaved impeccably on this occasion, and so did Cambridge when a former mayor and owner of the local newspaper demanded the dismissal of the assistant school's medical officer, the Austrian refugee Hilda Broda, on the grounds that she had married Alan Nunn May since taking her job. The motion was thrown out without a division. Britain was not the USA. Looking back, I have mixed feelings about my post-war years at Cambridge. On the one hand, I did not take to village life, even in a village of dons, where the range of social relations was both constricted and, to some extent, obligatory. My instincts are and were metropolitan, and in Cambridge there was neither anonymity nor privacy, except in one's own room behind a closed outer door or sported oak. In those days all doors to students' or dons' living quarters were left unlocked, unless the inhabitant was either not in Cambridge or wished to indicate that he did not want to be disturbed. What is more, every day I spent there reminded me of the fact that the university did not want me. The posts for which I applied, then and later, went to others. I applied for them really only out of pride. Neither I nor, after I remarried, Marlene, would have wanted to live permanently in Cambridge, or in any other small university-dominated town. The only lengthy visiting posts we really enjoyed have been in capitals, Paris and, above all, Manhattan. In short, when, after 6 years of my fellowship, I moved back to London, I felt I had returned to my proper territory. On the other hand, being a single man living in college, Cambridge gave me another bite at the cherry of student life. Of course it was not the life of the 1930s, for one thing, those among my contemporaries who had become dons had changed their views, and the general depoliticization of the undergraduates was acutely depressing. The sort of political student I remembered, and felt at ease with, was now to be found only among South Asians and Chinese, who were admittedly not rare in the economics faculty, for which I supervised and examined, students such as the young A.K. Sen, who had come to Trinity as a graduate from Presidency College, Calcutta, to sit at the feet of Maurice Dobb and Piero Sraffa, his brilliance already evident. Of course, one saw student life differently as a fellow, and was treated differently by the undergraduates, even in free and easy kings. The pre-war atmosphere of cultured homosexuality was still strong in the college, although from 1952 on the turn to heterosexuality became obvious, with patently woman-oriented new arrivals on King's fashion scene, such as the future journalist and writer Neil Asterson, and the transformation of young men such as the future media designer Mark Boxer, who having established themselves in the old mode, transferred to the new. I did, however, have one asset that brought me closer to the life and mood of the 1950s male student mood than I could otherwise have been, but not, at this time, to the young women, although supervising those studying history and economics in Newnham helped. I was an apostle, and therefore on close terms with some of them. This may therefore be a suitable moment to say something about this odd Cambridge institution, still extant and flourishing, still keeping its actual active membership secret, although most of its pre-1939 history is by now a matter of public record, and few of its retired members make any secret of their apostolicity. It was and is a small community, essentially of brilliant undergraduates or early postgraduates, co-opting others to maintain itself in being, whose purpose is to read and discuss papers written by its members at weekly meetings. Undergraduates were the core of the apostles. Indeed, by definition they are the society, since those who left the real world of its meetings for the phenomenal world outside, by graduating or leaving Cambridge, taking wings and therefore being known as angels, necessarily had to defer to the active brethren. I had been elected to the Cambridge Conversazione Society in my last undergraduate term in 1939, together with another Kingsman, the later Walter Wallach of the BBC, son of the director of the Deutsche Bank and descendant of its founder who, after the Kristallnacht of 1938, having sent wife and children abroad in good time, took a train from Berlin to Cologne and jumped off the bridge into the Rhine. It was an invitation that hardly any Cambridge undergraduate was likely to refuse, since even revolutionaries like to be in a suitable tradition. Who would not wish to be associated with the names of earlier apostles, which were more or less the great names of 19th-century Cambridge, the poet Tennyson, the marvelous physicist Clerk Maxwell, the greatest of Cambridge historians, Frederick Maitland, Bertrand Russell, and the glories of Edwardian Cambridge, Keynes, Wittgenstein, and more, Whitehead and, in literature, E. M. Forster and Rupert Brooke. Only the greatest of 19th-century Cambridge names was missing, Charles Darwin of Christ's. Actually, the bulk of the Victorian and Edwardian apostles, who have been exhaustively and perceptively analyzed by an American professor 13 were by no means in that class, and, since greatness of intellectual, or other, achievement often requires running the risk of boring friends whose interests do not coincide completely with your own, and no apostle would have wanted to bore the other brethren, many of them suffered in later life from their inability to live up to the exemplars of their great tradition. It may be worth observing that communism had nothing to do with my election, although the famous photo of 6 apostles that appears in every book on the Cambridge spies contains 4 communists. It is no surprise that the party was heavily represented in the society of the Spanish Civil War years. However, neither John Cornford and James Klugman nor any of the heads of the party in my time were apostles, nor, with one exception, was any Marxist don of the 1930s. The criterion for being elected to the society was, and presumably still is, not subject or belief, or even intellectual distinction, but being apostolic, whatever that meant, and it was, and no doubt continues to be, endlessly discussed among the brethren. For that matter, neither were the Cambridge spies recruited primarily through the apostles, except via Anthony Blunt of the Cambridge 5-3 had nothing whatever to do with the society, Philby, Maclean, and Cairn Cross. The war had suspended the real world in Cambridge, although a number of senior angels continued in at least intermittent residence as dons. If I am not mistaken, only 2 pre-war active brethren returned to Cambridge as research students, myself and the late Matthew Hoggart, a black-haired, moon-faced, hard-drinking literary Scot, perhaps the most brilliant of my undergraduate friends, by then no longer a communist. We were, or rather, since he was not present, I was charged by the assembled angels at the Society's first post-war annual dinner in 1946, at Ketna's in Soho, to revive it. We did this by recruiting among pre-war friends who had returned to Cambridge, and the students sent to me for supervision by King's. When I became a fellow, I recruited a college friend, the Canadian economist Harry Johnson. Since I also supervised economics students in economic history, the post-war apostles thus found themselves continuing the tradition of Maynard Keynes. However, increasingly, the arts, i.e. history and English, tended to fill the society of the 1950s, together with the unclassified multiple brilliance of Jonathan Miller, who read natural sciences. Before the 1939 war many of them would have gone into the civil service, but now the non-economists among them flocked into 2 expanding occupations, the media and university teaching, sometimes in succession. Women began to be elected only in the 1960s. After the war the most famous surviving apostle, the novelist E. M. Forster, moved into King's College, and, loyal as ever to the society, offered his rooms for its Sunday evening meetings. Sitting quietly in the corner, he probably never said much even in his youth, listening to the young brethren speaking literally, in the society's argot, on the hearth rug, since fireplaces fed from coal scuttles were still the main Cambridge line of defense against the raw eastern climate. Never a habitual scribbler, by this time Morgan had virtually stopped writing, although he took enormous trouble to avoid the slightest hint of cliché or platitude in such few texts as he still composed. He had no family, except that of his old policeman lover. I do not think he was ever as much at ease in the post-war world as he would have liked to be, but he was consoled by the unchanging nature of the youth surrounding him. In the early 1960s I once tried to introduce him to the later 20th century by taking him to see the American soliloquist, one could hardly call him a comedian any longer, Lenny Bruce, who was briefly performing at the Establishment, a short-lived Soho club, on his way to rapid self-destruction. Morgan was, as always, courteous and endlessly considerate, but this was not his wavelength. It has been said by a perceptive observer of the Society's first century that the apostles devoted themselves to 2 things above all else, and did so with a pure intensity which to an unkind eye might look absurd, but to a kind eye absolutely admirable. These were friendship on the one hand, and intellectual honesty, on the other. 14 Both were still very central to the apostles of my time, though the dons who participated in these sessions, being older, probably injected a dose of diplomacy into the intellectual honesty they brought to their personal relations. Still, both crossed the barriers of age and temperament, and I, as well as my family, owe to the undergraduate apostles of the early 50s, and to the young men and women I met with and through them, a number of lasting friendships. 3. I cannot say that the first half of the 1950s was a happy time for me in my personal life. I filled it with work, with writing, thinking and teaching, with a lot of travel during university vacations, and, dutifully, with party work. Fortunately, moving out of London had put me out of the range of London local branch work, organization, canvassing, selling the Daily Worker, renamed Morning Star after 1956, for which I had no natural taste or suitable temperament. From then on, in effect, I operated entirely in academic or intellectual groups. Intellectually, though, those were good years. The mind of most people is at its sharpest and most adventurous in their 20s, but I returned from the army passionately determined to catch up on the ideas of the lost war years, and just young enough to do so. There is nothing for the self-education of academics like the need to prepare lectures, and, since the 4 or 5 of us in Birkbeck's history department had to cover all history since antiquity, I had to have a very wide range as a lecturer, even without the additional demands made on me as a supervisor in Cambridge. Academic careers might be blocked, but the historical world was not. What happened in the wider world of historians in those years is the subject of another chapter. For the present purposes it is enough to note that I began to publish in the professional journals from 1949, to play a part in international congresses and in the Economic History Society, to the council of which I was elected in 1952. Above all, from 1946 to 1956 we, a group of comrades and friends, conducted a continuous Marxist seminar for ourselves in the historians group of the Communist Party, by means of endless duplicated discussion papers and regular meetings, mainly in the upper room of the Garibaldi restaurant in Saffron Hill and occasionally in the then shabby premises of Mark's house on Clerkenwell Green. Those who know only the buzzing, gentrified Clerkenwell of 2000 cannot imagine the empty, cold, grey dankness of those streets at weekends 50 years ago, when the Dickensian fog, which disappeared after 1953, was still likely to fall like a vast yellow-grey blindfold on London. Perhaps this was where we really became historians. Others have spoken of the astonishing impact of this generation of Marxist historians without whom the worldwide influence of British historical scholarship, especially since the 1960s, is inconceivable. 15 Among other things it gave birth to a successful and eventually influential historical journal in 1952, but past and present was born not in Clerkenwell, but in the more agreeable ambience of University College, Gower Street. The Historians Group broke up in the year of Communist crisis, 1956. Until then we, and certainly I, had remained loyal, disciplined and politically aligned Communist Party members, helped no doubt by the wild rhetoric of crusading anti-communism of the free world. But it was far from easy. The Soviet Union, God knows, made it harder and harder. Intellectuals were, of course, under particular pressure, since from 1947 on the beliefs to which they were committed were reduced to a catechism of orthodoxies, some only faintly related to Marxism, and several, especially in the natural sciences, absurd. After the official triumph of Lysenkoism in the USSR, this was a major problem in the Cambridge graduate branch, several, perhaps most, of whose older members were natural scientists. Were they, like the great geneticist J.B.S. Haldane, quietly to withdraw from the party, unable to accept untruth? Were they, like J.D. Bernal, to ruin their public standing by trying, if not quite managing, to defend the Soviets? Were they simply to shut their eyes, say nothing, and go on with their work as before? The peculiarities of Stalinist science were not quite so damaging elsewhere. Communist psychologists, for instance, found Moscow's insistence on Pavlov, conditioned reflexes, less constricting, partly because of the experimental, positivist, behaviorist, and strongly anti-psychoanalytical slant of British psychology departments. But these were the special problems of intellectuals, and for various reasons they did not seriously affect British communist historians who kept away from Russian and Communist Party history. Obviously, none of us believed the version of Soviet Party history contained in the pedagogically brilliant text of Stalin's History of the CPSU, B short course. But there were more general problems, even if we leave aside the horrors of the Soviet camps, the extent of which communists did not then recognize. What were British, and even more Cambridge, communists, who had been deeply involved in wartime relations with the Yugoslav partisans, to think of the 1948 split between Stalin and Tito? We were close to Yugoslav communism. Young Brits by the hundred flocked into the country to build the so-called Youth Railway, including notably Edward Thompson, not yet a historian, whose brother Frank had his wartime base among the Macedonian partisans, until he went on to fight and die with the Bulgarian ones. How could one possibly believe the official Soviet line that Tito had to be excommunicated because he had long prepared to betray the interests of proletarian internationalism in the interests of foreign intelligence services? We could understand that James Klugman was forced to disavow Tito, but we did not believe him, and, since he had until recently told us the opposite, and so had the newly formed Cominform, whose headquarters were initially in Belgrade, we knew he did not believe it either. In short, we stayed loyal to Moscow because the cause of world socialism could dispense with the support of a small, if heroic and admired, country, but not with that of Stalin's superpower. Unlike what happened in the 1930s, I cannot recall any serious efforts to compel party members to justify the succession of show trials which disfigured the last years of Stalin, but this may merely mean that intellectuals like myself had given up the effort to be convinced. Few of us knew anything about Bulgaria, so the first of the trials, against Traicho Kostov, executed in 1949, left me unhappy but not unduly skeptical. The trial of Laszlo Rajk in Hungary in the autumn of 1949 was another matter. Among the agents of the British Secret Service alleged to have undermined communism, the indictment named, and suitable confessions doubtless confirmed, someone I knew personally, the journalist Basil Davidson. I simply did not believe this. A big, tough man with a sharp mind, already grizzling wiry hair, an eye for women and a very attractive wife, Basil had had what they called a good but unorthodox war. He had fought with the Yugoslav partisans in the flat, fertile Vojvodina adjoining Hungary, terrible guerrilla territory, then with the Italian partisans in the Ligurian mountains, and written a good book, Partisan Picture, about both. It gave him the necessary training for his later foot-slogging with African liberation fighters in the hinterlands of Portuguese Guinea and Angola. We became, and still remain, friends. The Hungarian accusation was not incredible in itself. In fact, though I did not then know it, Davidson had in his time, like other British journalists on the continent, been recruited by the Secret Intelligence Service and sent to Hungary. It would not have surprised me if he had known Rajk then. What made me skeptical, apart from my personal judgment of the man, was the fact that his career as a journalist had taken a sharp turn for the worse with the Cold War. After leaving the London Times he was, in effect, edged out of the New Statesman and Nation, then at its height as the organ of the respectable left, as a fellow traveler. Nobody wanted him. He was about to construct for himself a new freelance career as a highly respected pioneer historian of Africa, and an expert on the anti-imperialist liberation movements south of the Sahara. The accusation simply made no sense. The last and biggest set of East European show trials, in Czechoslovakia, sounded even less convincing, quite apart from the markedly anti-Semitic tinge which they shared with the notorious 1952 doctors' plot against Stalin in the USSR itself. My student generation knew many of the young Czech emigrants to Britain. We knew at least one of the executed traitors well, Otto Sling, married to the ever-reliable Marian Wilbraham from the pre-war youth peace movement, had returned to his country to become party chief of Brno, Czechoslovakia's second city. By this time even the expected official party defense of the Czech trial seemed to show a certain lack of conviction. Patently people like myself did not remain in the Communist Party because we had many illusions about the USSR, although undoubtedly we had some. For instance, we clearly underestimated the horrors of what had gone on in the USSR under Stalin, until it was denounced by Khrushchev in 1956. Since a good deal of information was available about the Soviet camps, which could not easily be ignored, it is no excuse to point out that even Western critics did not document the full extent of the system until 1956. 16 Moreover, after 1956 many of us did leave the party. Why, then, did we remain? Perhaps the best way to recapture the mood of the peak years of the Cold War, essentially the period from Hiroshima to Panmunjom, is by an episode from the life of Bertrand Russell, which the great philosopher did not like to have recalled in his later days as an anti-nuclear activist. Shortly after the dropping of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, Russell concluded that the American monopoly of nuclear arms would be only temporary. While it was, the USA should exploit it, if need be by a preemptive nuclear attack against Moscow. This would prevent the USSR launching on the course of imminent world conquest to which he believed it to be committed, and would it was hoped destroy a regime which he regarded as utterly appalling. In short, as far as the people of the USSR were concerned, he believed in the then familiar Western Cold War slogan "better dead than red." In practice other peoples were the only ones to whom this literally senseless slogan was applied. If it had any sense it meant, not that Cubans or Vietnamese or, if it should so happen, Italians should commit suicide rather than live under a communist government, but that they should be killed by the arms of the free world to prevent this awful contingency. No sane person seriously expected mass suicide in either Britain or the USA. Fortunately, though the possibility of American preemptive nuclear strikes worried Whitehall 17, nobody listened to Russell, who in any case changed his mind when both superpowers had the capacity to destroy one another, thus turning World War into global suicide. Yet before then people, including even some serious politicians, undoubtedly talked in terms of something like an apocalyptic global class war. The issues were enormous. Whichever side one stood on, there was no limit to the price to be paid. The war, especially since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, had got the world used to human sacrifices by the hundreds of thousands, even millions. Those who opposed nuclear arms were accused of depriving the West of a necessary, an indispensable arm. We too, I say this with retrospective regret, recognized no limit to the price we were prepared to ask others to pay. It is no mitigation to say that we were prepared to pay it ourselves. On the one hand, Communists saw the USA and its allies threatening the total destruction of a still besieged and vulnerable USSR, in order to bring to a halt the global advance of the forces of revolution since the defeat of Hitler and Hirohito. They still saw the USSR as its indispensable guarantee. On the other hand, for the USA and its allies the USSR was both the threat to the world and a system totally to be rejected. Everything would be so much simpler if it were not a superpower. Everything would be even simpler if it were not there. To us it was obvious that the USSR was not in a position to conquer the world for communism. Some of us were even disappointed because it appeared not to want to. It was, at least Western communist intellectuals thought, even if they did not say so, a system with severe defects, but with titanic achievements and still with the unlimited potential of socialism. Though it now seems incredible, in the 1950s, and not only to its sympathizers, the Soviet Union did not yet look like a foundering economic hulk but like an economy which might well outproduce the West. To most of the world, it did not seem to be the worst of all possible regimes, but an ally in the fight for emancipation from Western imperialism, old and new, and a model for non-European economic and social development. The future of both communists and the regimes and movements of the decolonized and decolonizing world depended on its existence. As far as communists were concerned, supporting and defending the Soviet Union was still the essential international priority. So we swallowed our doubts and mental reservations and defended it. Or rather, because it was easier, we attacked the capitalist camp for preferring a West Germany run by old Nazis, and soon actually to be rearmed against the USSR, to an East Germany run by old prisoners of Nazi concentration camps, for preferring the old imperialism to the movements of anti-imperial liberation, and a USA which made Franco's Spain its military base against those who had supported the Republic. Even so, it was not easy. Being a communist in the West was no problem. The trouble was the experience of communism in the East. But I was soon to see this myself. There were the first signs of some slight thawing on the fringes of the frozen ice cap of Stalin's USSR. In 1952, even before the terrible old man died, the historian E. A. Kosminski was allowed a brief visit to Britain with his wife for the first time since, long ago in the 1920s, he had worked in London on those problems of English monoreal history in the Middle Ages that had made him famous in the world of historical scholarship. I took him to the British Museum, for he wanted to use the great round reading room again. Could he have a short-term ticket? A lady librarian asked whether he had ever used the library before. He had. Ah, she said, looking his name up in the files. No, of course there will be no problem. Do you still live in Torrington Square? It was a moment of great emotion for him. A few months later, after Stalin's death but before post-Stalinism, he arranged for the Soviet Academy of Sciences to invite a group of British Marxist historians to the USSR. It was my first, but not quite my only, experience of the country of the October Revolution. I did not much want to go there again. That visit helped to prepare me for the crucial turning point in the lives of all communist intellectuals, and in the world communist movement, which is the main subject of the next chapter, the crisis of 1956. 12. Stalin and after. I am among the relatively few inhabitants of the world outside what used to be the USSR who has actually seen Stalin, admittedly no longer alive but in a glass case in the great mausoleum in Moscow's Red Square, a small man who seemed even smaller than he actually was, about 5 feet 3 in, by contrast with the awe-inspiring aura of autocratic power that surrounded him even in death. Unlike Lenin, who is still on view, having so far, 2002, resisted 11 post-Soviet years of attempts to remove him, Stalin was displayed only in the brief period between his death in 1953 and 1961. When I saw him in December 1954, he still towered over his country and the world communist movement. As yet he had no effective successor, although Nikita Khrushchev, who inaugurated de-Stalinization not many months later, was already occupying the post of General Secretary and getting ready to elbow his rivals aside. However, we knew nothing of what was happening behind the scenes in Moscow. We were 4 members of the historians group of the British Communist Party invited by the Soviet Academy of Sciences during the academic Christmas vacation of 1954-5, as part of the still painfully slow process of extricating Soviet intellectual life from its isolation. Christopher Hill, already well known as a historian of the English Revolution, the Byzantinist Robert Browning, myself and the freelance scholar Leslie A.L. Morton, whose Marxist People's History of England enjoyed the official imprimatur of the Soviet authorities. Probably only Robert Browning, a Scotsman of amazingly wide-ranging erudition and linguistic competence, who gave a paper on the recent decipherment of the Cretan Linear B inscriptions, realized quite how cut off Soviet scholars had been from literature in the English language. Contacts with France had never been quite so decayed. Since none of the visitors specialized in Russian history, where the real strength of our hosts naturally lay, on balance they probably benefited more from our conversations than we did. What did we expect to find in the USSR? We were not totally dependent on the official guides/translators provided for us by the Academy, for 2 of us knew Russian, Christopher Hill, who had spent a year in the USSR in the mid-1930s and had friends there, and the apparently almost accentless Robert Browning. Nevertheless, the USSR 2 years after Stalin's death, and indeed for several years thereafter, was not a place given to informal communication with foreigners even in Russian. Not that an official delegation invited by the Academy, a body with considerable status and clout in Soviet society at that time, left much room for informal contacts or free time. For even the program of entertainments and cultural visits was geared to the importance of the host organization and, by extrapolation, of its foreign guests. Outside buildings, our feet were barely allowed to touch the ground. In short, as intellectual VIPs, an unfamiliar role, we almost certainly were treated to more culture than other visiting foreigners, as well as an embarrassing share of products and privileges in a visibly impoverished country. We would, for instance, be whisked straight off the famous Red Arrow Moscow-Leningrad overnight train, to a matinee children's performance of Swan Lake at the Kirov, installed in the director's box, to which, after the performance, the prima ballerina, I think it was Alla Cellist, was brought straight from the stage and still sweating, to be presented to us, four foreigners of no particular importance who found themselves momentarily in the location of power. Almost half a century later, I still feel a sense of curious shame at the memory of her curtsy to us, as the children of Leningrad prepared to go home and the, overwhelmingly Jewish, musicians filed out of the orchestra pit. It was not a good advertisement for communism. But of Russia and Russian life we saw little except the middle-aged women, presumably war widows, hauling stones and clearing rubble from the wintry streets. What is more, even the intellectual's basic resource, looking it up, was not available. There were no telephone directories, no maps, no public timetables, no basic means of everyday reference. One was struck by the sheer impracticality of a society in which an almost paranoiac fear of espionage turned the information needed for everyday life into a state secret. In short, there was not much to be learned about Russia by visiting it in 1954 that could not have been learned outside. Still, there was something. There was the evident arbitrariness and unpredictability of its arrangements. There was the astonishing achievement of the Moscow Metro, built in the iron era of the 1930s under one of the legendary hard men of Stalinism, Lazar Kaganovich, a dream of a future city of palaces for a hungry and pauperized present, but a modern underground which worked, and, I am told, still does, like clockwork. There was the basic difference between the Russians who took decisions and the ones who did not. As we joked among ourselves, they could be recognized by their hair. The ones who took action had hair that stood up on their heads, or had fallen out with the effort. The ones who didn't could be recognized by the lankness above their foreheads. There was the extraordinary spectacle of an intellectual society barely a generation from the ancient peasantry. I recall the New Year's Eve party at the Scientists' Club in Moscow. Between the usual toasts to peace and friendship, someone suggested a contest in remembering proverbs, not just any old saws, but proverbs or phrases about sharp things, such as a stitch in time saves 9 needles, or burying the hatchet. The joint resources of Britain were soon exhausted, but the Russian contestants, all of them established research scientists, went on confronting each other with village wisdom about knives, axes, sickles, and sharp or cutting implements and their operations until the contest had to be stopped. That, after all, was what they brought with them from the illiterate villages in which so many of them had been born. It was an interesting but also a dispiriting trip for foreign communist intellectuals, for we met hardly anyone there like ourselves. Unlike the people's democracies and really existing socialisms of the rest of Europe, where communists fighting oppression came from persecution to power at the end of the war, in the USSR we found ourselves in a country long governed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in which having a career implied being a member of that party, or at least conforming to its requirements and official statements. Probably some we met were convinced as well as loyal communists, but theirs was an inward-looking Soviet conviction rather than an ecumenical one, although it is likely that we would have had more in common with some of those we asked to meet but who were unfortunately prevented from coming to Moscow by problems of health, temporarily absent in Gorky or not yet returned from the camps. It was much easier to sense what the Great Patriotic War meant, privately and emotionally, to the people we saw, particularly in Leningrad, survivor of the terrible wartime siege, than what communism meant to them. At all events, I am certain that, standing by the Finland station in the marvelous winter light of that miraculous city I shall never get used to calling St. Petersburg, what we thought about the October Revolution was not the same as what our guides from the Leningrad branch of the Academy of Sciences thought. I returned from Moscow politically unchanged if depressed, and without any desire to go there again. I did return, but only fleetingly, in 1970 for a World Historical Congress, and in the last years of the USSR for brief tourist excursions from Helsinki, where I spent several summers at a UN research institute. 5. The trip to the USSR in 1954-5 was my first contact with the countries of what was later called really existing socialism, for my visit to the 1947 World Youth Festival in Prague occurred before the party had taken full power in the new people's democracies. Indeed, in Czechoslovakia it had just emerged, with 40% as by far the largest party in a genuine multi-party general election. Apart from getting to know several of their historians personally, I made direct contact with the other socialist countries only after the 20th Congress of the Soviet CP, which inaugurated the global crisis of the communist movement, though in the case of my first visit to the German Democratic Republic in May 1956, before the publication of Khrushchev's public attack on Stalin. But by that time everything had changed. 2. There are 10 days that shook the world in the history of the revolutionary movement of the last century, the days of the October Revolution, described in John Reed's book of that title, and the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, 14–25 February 1956. Both divided suddenly and irrevocably into a before and after. I cannot think of any comparable event in the history of any major ideological or political movement. To put it in the simplest terms, the October Revolution created a world communist movement, the 20th Congress destroyed it. The world communist movement had been constructed, on Leninist lines, as a single disciplined army dedicated to the transformation of the world under a centralized and quasi-military command situated in the only state in which the proletariat, i.e. the Communist Party, had taken power. It became a movement of global significance only because it was linked to the USSR, which in turn became the country that tore the guts out of Nazi Germany and emerged from the war as a superpower. Bolshevism had transformed one weak regime in a vast but backward country into a superpower. The victory of the cause in other countries, the liberation of the colonial and semi-colonial world, depended on its support and on its sometimes reluctant but real protection. Whatever its weaknesses, its very existence proved that socialism was more than a dream. And the passionate anti-communism of the Cold War crusaders, which saw communists exclusively as agents of Moscow, welded them more firmly to the USSR. As time went on, and especially during the years of the battles against fascism, the effectively organized revolutionary left had become virtually identified with the communist parties. They had absorbed or eliminated other brands of social revolutionaries. While the Communist Universal Church gave rise to one set after another of schismatics and heretics, none of the rebel groups it shed, expelled, or killed had ever ceased in establishing itself more than locally as a rival, until Tito did so in 1948, but then, unlike any of the others, he was already head of a revolutionary state. As 1956 began, the joint strength of the three rival Trotskyite groups in Britain has been estimated as fewer than 100 persons. One in practice since 1933, the CPS had virtually cornered Marxist theory, largely through the Soviets' zeal for the distribution of the works of the classics. It had become increasingly clear that, for Marxists, the party, wherever they lived, and with all their possible reservations, was the only game in town. The great French classicist J.P. Vernant, a communist before the war, broke with the party by joining the Gaullist resistance from the start against the then party line, and had a most distinguished war as Colonel Berthier, and Compagnon de la Liberation, but he rejoined the party after the war, because he remained a revolutionary. Where else could he go? The late Isaac Deutscher, the biographer of Trotsky, but in his heart a frustrated political leader, said to me, when I first met him at the peak of the communist crisis of 1956-7, "Whatever you do, don't leave the Communist Party." I let myself be expelled in 1932 and have regretted it ever since. Unlike me, he never reconciled himself to the fact that he was politically significant only by having become a writer. After all, was not the business of communists changing the world and not merely interpreting it? 3. Why did Khrushchev's uncompromising denunciation of Stalin destroy the foundations of the global solidarity of communists with Moscow? After all, it continued a process of managed de-Stalinization that had been advancing steadily for more than 2 years, even though other communist parties resented the familiar Soviet habit of suddenly, and without previous information, confronting them with the need to justify some unexpected reversal of policy. In 1955, Khrushchev's reconciliation with Tito particularly exasperated comrades who, 7 years earlier, had been forced, almost certainly against their will, to hail his excommunication from the true church. Indeed, until the leaking of the Khrushchev speech to a wider public, including that of the communist parties, the 20th Congress looked simply like another, admittedly rather larger, step away from the Stalin era. I think we must distinguish here between its impact on the leadership of communist parties, especially those who already govern states, and on the communist rank and file. Naturally, both had accepted the mandatory obligations of a democratic centralism, which had quietly dropped what measure of democracy it might originally have contained. Point 2. And all of them, except perhaps the Chinese CP, which nevertheless acknowledged the primacy of Stalin, accepted Moscow as the commander of the disciplined army of world communism in the global Cold War. Both shared the extraordinary, genuine, and unforced admiration for Stalin as the leader and embodiment of the cause, and the well-attested sense of grief and personal loss which communists unquestionably felt at his death in 1953. While this was natural enough for the rank and file, for whom he was a remote image of poor people's triumph and liberation, the fellow with the big mustache who might still come one day to get rid of the rich once and for all, it was undoubtedly shared by hard-bitten leaders like Palmiro Togliatti, who knew the terrible dictator at close quarters, and even by his real or prospective victims. Molotov remained loyal to him for 33 years after his death, though in his last paranoiac years Stalin had forced him to divorce his wife, had her arrested, interrogated, and exiled, and was plainly preparing Molotov himself for a show trial. Anna Pacher, of the Comintern and Romania, wept when she heard of Stalin's death, even though she had not liked him, had indeed been afraid of him, and was at the time being prepared to be thrown to the wolves as an alleged bourgeois nationalist, agent of Truman and Zionism. "Don't cry," said her interrogator. "If Stalin were still alive you'd be dead." 3. No wonder that the impassioned attack on his record, and on the cult of personality, by Khrushchev sent shockwaves through the international communist movement. On the other hand, much as their leaders admired Stalin and accepted the guiding role of the Soviet Party, communist parties, in or outside power, were neither monolithic, in the Stalinist phrase, nor simple executive agents of CPSU policy. And since at least 1947 they had been told to do things by Moscow, often politically prejudicial, which they, or at least substantial sections of their leadership, would never have done themselves. While Stalin lived and the Moscow leadership and power remained monolithic, that was the end of it. De-Stalinization reopened closed options, especially since the men in the Kremlin patently lacked the old authority, and still faced strong opposition from the old Stalinists. Because Moscow was, briefly, no longer under monolithic rule. In short, the cracks in the structure of the region under Soviet control could now open. Within a few months of the 20th Congress they did so, visibly, in Poland and Hungary. And this in turn aggravated the crises within the non-governmental communist parties. What disturbed the mass of their members was that the brutally ruthless denunciation of Stalin's misdeeds came, not from the bourgeois press, whose stories, if read at all, could be rejected a priori as slanders and lies, but from Moscow itself. It was impossible not to take notice of it, but also impossible to know what loyal believers should make of it. Even those who had strong suspicions about the facts revealed amounting to moral certainty for years before Khrushchev spoke for were shocked at the sheer extent, hitherto not fully realized, of Stalin's mass murders of communists. The Khrushchev report said nothing about the others. And no thinking communist could escape asking himself or herself some serious questions. Nevertheless, I think it is safe to say that at the start of 1956 no leadership of any non-state communist party seriously thought that de-Stalinization implied a fundamental revision of the role, objectives, and history of such parties. Nor did they expect major troubles from their membership, since the people who remained party members were those who had resisted the propaganda of the Cold Warriors for 10 years. Yet, probably because of their very confidence, this time they failed to carry a substantial number of their members with them. In retrospect, the reason is obvious. We were not told the truth about something that had to affect the very nature of a communist's belief. Moreover, we could see that the leadership would have preferred us not to know the truth. They concealed it until Khrushchev's off-the-record speech had been leaked to the non-communist press, and they manifestly wanted to bring any discussion about it to a close as soon as possible. When the crisis broke out in Poland and Hungary, they went on concealing what our own journalists reported. One could understand why as party organizers they might find this convenient, but it was neither Marxism nor genuine politics. When the familiar call to unswerving loyalty failed, their immediate instinct was to blame the unfortunate vacillations of those well-known elements of instability and weakness, petty bourgeois intellectuals. It took the party authorities from March to November to recognize what the Committee of the Communist Party's Historians Group had seen almost immediately, namely that this was the most serious and critical situation the party was in since its foundation. 5 Indeed, after the Hungarian Revolution and Soviet armed intervention later that year, not even the most blindly loyal party members could reasonably deny it. When the leadership had re-established itself in 1957, after fending off an outburst of open opposition without precedent, the British Communist Party had lost a quarter of its members, a third of the staff of its newspaper, the Daily Worker, and probably the bulk of what remained of the generation of communist intellectuals of the 1930s and 1940s. But, though it lost several of its leading trade unionists, it rapidly regained its national industrial influence, which reached its peak in the 1970s and early 1980s. It is difficult to reconstruct not only the mood but the memory of that traumatic year, rising, through a succession of lesser crises, to the appalling climax of the Soviet Army's reconquest of Hungary, and then stumbling and wrestling to an exhausted defeat through months of doomed and feverish argument. Arnold Wesker's play Chicken Soup with Barley, about a Jewish working-class family struggling with its communist faith, gives a good idea of what has been called the pain of losing it and the pain of clinging to it. 6 Even after practically half a century my throat contracts as I recall the almost intolerable tensions under which we lived month after month, the unending moments of decision about what to say and do on which our future lives seem to depend, the friends now clinging together, or facing one another bitterly as adversaries, the sense of lurching, unwillingly but irreversibly, down the street towards the fatal rock face. And this while all of us, except a handful of full-time party workers, had to go on, as though nothing much had happened, with lives and jobs outside, which temporarily seemed unwanted distractions from the enormous thing that dominated our days and nights. God knows 1956 was a dramatic year in British politics, but in the memory of those who were then communists, everything else has faded. Of course we mobilized against Anthony Eden's lying government in the Suez Crisis together with the for once totally united Labour and Liberal left. But Suez did not keep us from sleeping. Probably the simplest way of putting it is that, for more than a year, British communists lived on the edge of the political equivalent of a collective nervous breakdown. What made things worse was that the family-sized British Communist Party was in many ways, to quote an apocryphal critique by the Comintern, a party of good friends. Unlike other parties, it had no history of clamorous expulsions and excommunications. It lacked the particular version of the Bolshevik house style of leadership which created ruthless, complacent bullies such as André Smarty in the French CP. We were likely to have met and talked to our leaders, liked most of them, and at least some of us could understand the pressures upon them. None of the critics wanted to leave the party did not want to lose us. Wherever our political future was to take us, and even those who left or were expelled from the party overwhelmingly remained on the left, all of us lived through the crisis of 1956 as convinced communists. I would have been in the thick of the crisis in any case, but I was close to the center of it, since in 1956 I was the chairman of the Communist Party's historians group, one of the few times I have been chairman of any organization, and the group emerged almost immediately as the nucleus of vocal opposition to the party line, when it was brought to us by a King Street spokesman on April 8, 1956, shortly after the Khrushchev speech, or rather after the subsequent British Party Congress, which had, vainly, tried to bypass the whole issue. We rebelled, and the group made the two most dramatic challenges to the party. In the first, one of the group's leading members, Christopher Hill, acted as spokesman for the Minority Report of the Commission on Inter-Party Democracy, i.e. virtual leader of the opposition at the Party Congress of May 1957. In mid-July, John Saville of Hull University and E.P. Thompson, then a lecturer in the extramural department of Leeds, launched an unprecedented and by party convention entirely illegitimate bulletin of opposition within the party, the Reasoner. After they left the party, it was revived as the New Reasoner in 1957, with contributions from various sympathetic hands, including myself. The Soviet intervention in the Hungarian Revolution moved several of us to a second and even more flagrant breach of party discipline, technically punishable by expulsion, a collective letter of protest, signed by most of the better-known historians, including the usually silent loyalist Maurice Daub, rejected by the Daily Worker and demonstratively published in the non-party press. 7 Only party members of that generation will appreciate how unpardonable such a breach of discipline was. A few years later, this letter allowed me, on an emotional evening in an Austrian pub, to checkmate a very drunken and ill-tempered Arthur Kestler, who wanted to know whether people like me had ever opposed the Russians over the Hungarian Revolution. The historians had been the most consistently flourishing of the party's cultural groups, and a notably loyal one politically. Why did we, more than the writers, more than the scientists, groggy from the impact of the absurdities of Lysenko and official Soviet ideology, find ourselves in the front line of opposition from the start? Essentially, because we had to confront the situation not only as private individuals and communist militants, but in our professional capacity. The issue of what had been done under Stalin, and why it had been concealed, was literally a question about history. So were the open but undiscussed questions about episodes in our own party's history which were directly linked to Moscow decisions in the Stalin era, notably the abandonment of the anti-fascist line in 1939-41. So, indeed, was our own political attitude. As someone said on the day of our first rebellion, why should we simply approve Khrushchev? We do not know, we can only endorse policy, but historians go by evidence. 8. This accounts for our only collective intervention as a group in the affairs of the party in 1956. We demanded a serious history of the CP. King Street, which, as I can now see in retrospect, was desperate to conciliate a troublesome bunch of intellectuals whom they nevertheless recognized as an asset, agreed to set up a commission to discuss the matter. Harry Pollitt, chairman and unquestioned leader of the party during our lifetime, Paul Madoud, the ideological guru, and James Klugman, represented the leadership. I as group chairman and Brian Pierce spoke for the historians. Brian, once a tutor specialist, now a superb translator from French and Russian, had long been critical of the myths and silences of CP history. He was to leave the Communist Party for one of the Trotskyite groups. I recall frustrating meetings. Not that the historians were faced with a single coordinated line. Harry had admired Stalin and, like most old-time party leaders, neither approved nor respected Khrushchev. He was a working-class leader of major stature with more charisma than any Labour Party leader except Bevan and, as an old Boilermaker, far more sense than Bevan of what the trade unions were about. His instincts and long experience made him skeptical of researchers on party history. As a politician he knew that coroners' inquests on ancient quarrels, especially among comrades still living, tended to cause trouble. As an old Comintern hand, he realized that a lot of things could not be told and some had better stay untold. None of us could have known then that in 1937 Pollitt had intervened in Moscow in defense of a former Comintern representative in Britain and his wife, who had just been arrested, possibly going up even to Stalin. This extraordinarily brave and honest step had landed him in serious trouble in those days of paranoiac terror. The Comintern considered replacing him as leader of the party, and the scenario of a possible show trial was sketched out. He had been saved from the worst, with the aid of a British passport, by Dimitrov and perhaps by the stubborn refusal under torture of the Comintern's former organizational chief Osip Biatnitsky to make the required confession implicating the designated victims. 9 Would it have done the movement any good if someone had published this episode in the party's history, even if it undoubtedly reflects credit on it and especially on Pollitt himself? He made it clear that in his view the only kind of history that helped the party was the regimental kind, a record of battles fought, heroic deeds, sacrifices for the cause, red banners waved, to fill the comrades with pride and hope. The Indo-Scandinavian intellectual Palmatude, one of those implausibly tall upper-class figures one occasionally meets among Bengalis, belonged through his mother to an eminent Swedish kindred, Olof Palme, the socialist premier assassinated in 1986, was another member. 6 Unlike Harry, Dude was a natural intellectual as well as an instinctive hardliner. Many years earlier the night he spent in my little house in Cambridge after a meeting had left me with a lasting admiration for his acute mind and a lasting conviction that he was not interested in truth, but used his intellect exclusively to justify and explicate the line of the moment, whatever it was. I now think I was unfair to the intellectual instincts still buried somewhere deeply inside him, or perhaps to his hope of posthumous recognition as something better than a gifted sophist in the service of authority. He granted that a genuine history of the Communist Party was essentially the history of its policies, that is to say of the changes in the line. And this must of course involve critical consideration, and, where necessary, negative judgment. But had the moment for this yet come? He doubted it. And our old hero James Klugman? He sat on the far right-hand corner of the table and said nothing. He knew we were right. If we did not produce a history of our party, including the problematic bits, they would not go away. The history would simply be written by anti-communist scholars, and indeed, within less than 2 years such a history was written. 10 But he lacked what the great Bismarck once called civil courage, civilian as distinct from military courage. He knew what was right, but shied away from saying it in public. In this he was like a rather different political figure, Isaiah Berlin, about the policies of the State of Israel. He said nothing, and agreed to take on himself the task of writing an acceptable official history of the CPGB, which he knew to be impossible. 12 years later he published a first volume which went up to 1924. My fairly savage demonstration that he had been wasting his time did not spoil our relations. 11 before his death he published a second volume which went up to 1927, just before he would have to face the most controversial episodes. He would never have written more. In the meanwhile he edited Marxism Today, founded as a sop to critics who stayed in the party in 1957, not exactly encouraging open discussion but not exactly discouraging it either. 4. When I consider what effect the 20th Congress had on the larger historical scene, I feel a little embarrassed to insist on the storms in our British teapot. Following strikes by Polish workers and demonstrations by Polish Catholics, a powerful combination even then, a new communist leadership took over in Poland under Władysław Gomułka, purged in 1949 and only recently let out of prison. Fortunately the Poles had evaded organizing the pre-arranged trials and executions that disfigured Bulgaria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, and could therefore rehabilitate living people rather than corpses. The Chinese, then still part of the international movement, prevailed on the Russians to avoid military action. The Hungarian Revolution which immediately followed was less lucky, almost certainly because its new leadership went beyond what the Soviets could be expected to tolerate, by leaving the Eastern Military Alliance of the Warsaw Pact and declaring their neutrality in the Cold War. None of this, least of all Khrushchev himself, impressed the Chinese, whose relations with the USSR then began to deteriorate sharply. Within a year or two the two communist giants had split. There were now two rival communist movements, though in fact almost all existing communist parties remained loyal to the Soviet center. The so-called Maoism of the 1960s created no real parties but small and squabbling activist sects. Even the most serious ostensibly pro-Chinese group, the Communist Party of India, Marxist, which seceded from the CPI, was not really Maoist. It carried with it such mass support as there was for communism in India, notably in the state of Kerala, where trucks decorated with the picture of Stalin are still to be seen on country roads, and West Bengal whose 68 million citizens the CPI-M, has now, 2002, governed with solid popular support for decades. In Britain the main effect of the great 1956 earthquake was that it made some 30,000 members of the Communist Party feel terrible, and scattered the forces of the small extreme left. Most of those who left the party probably quietly dropped out of political activism. So also did some who remained, like myself, convinced that, since the party had not reformed itself, it had no long-term political future in the country. Some joined the three main Trotskyist groups, although these grew not so much by transfers from the CP as by the general cracking of the world communist monolith and the loss of the CP's virtual monopoly in Marxism. The militant young now had the choice of lefts. Most of the critics from the historians group, which did not effectively survive the crisis, groped for, or rather tried to build, some new left undefiled by the bad memories of Stalinism. Saville and Thompson's New Reasoner, 1957-9, became the home for most of the ex-CP intellectuals. Eventually it merged with the Universities and Left Review founded by the youngest former member of the historians group, Raphael Samuel, together with another ex-communist, Gabriel Pearson, and two rather impressive unattached younger Oxford radicals, the Jamaican cultural theorist Stuart Hall and the Canadian philosopher Charles Taylor. The average age of the editors was 24. From the early 1960s this uneasily merged New Left Review was taken over by a new team of young Oxford post-CP Marxists, the core of which came from the old Anglo-Irish milieu in the Irish Republic. Its chieftain was the remarkably able Perry Anderson, aged 22, who also largely financed it. Unlike the Little Britons of the older New Lefts, its interests were distinctly international, more theoretical, and much less tied to the labor movement or socialist politics. Although it moved into the orbit of the Fourth International, it succeeded in establishing itself as the major periodical of a new generation of Anglo-Saxon Marxists. In practical terms these New Lefts, although intellectually productive, were negligible. They did not reform the Labour Party, about which they remained ambivalent, or the Communist Party, as happened in Sweden. They produced neither new parties of the left, as in Denmark, nor lasting new organizations of significance, nor even individual national leaders. Thompson himself eventually became nationally famous as a spokesman for nuclear disarmament, but although C&D, Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, by far the most important movement of the post-1945 British left, was founded about the same time, 1958, it had nothing to do with the crisis in the CP. In some ways the brief episode of the partisan coffee house symbolizes the combination of ideology, impracticality and sentimental hope of those early post-1956 New Lefts. Like so much else it was the brainchild of Raphael Samuel who, with Edward Thompson, another and greater natural romantic, emerged as the most original influence among the ex-CP intellectuals. Anyone who knew Raphael during an impassioned life cut short by cancer has exactly the same memories of him, a thin, enthusiastic face with mild, quick-wit eyes under a waterfall of eventually thinning dark hair, rushing from place to place alone, carrying with him wherever he went a vast collection of notes and files from which he struggled to retrieve the right piece of paper. All the work he ever published was part of an infinite all-embracing work in progress. He found it impossible to choose between the many marvels of the overwhelmingly British past, which is why he never got far with the doctoral thesis I was supposed to supervise. I think it was on Irish labour in Victorian London, or any other project. Not unnaturally for so ingrained an activist, he found his place in Ruskin College, where he taught trade unionists within earshot of the mostly uncaring dons of Oxford University. His history had neither structure nor limits. It was an unending and astonishingly learned perambulation round the wonderful landscapes of memory and the lives of common people, with an occasional intellectual pounce suggested by some particularly fascinating sight glimpsed on the way. This eager vagabond figure, the absolute negation of administrative and executive efficiency, carried inside him an explosive charge of energy, an endless capacity to generate ideas and initiatives, and above all a quite astonishing capacity to talk others into realizing them. The Universities and Left Review was one of them, the History Workshop movement, origin of the History Workshop Journal, the most influential meeting point of the post-Marxist historians of the left, was another. The Partisan Coffee House was a third. With 2 generations of Jewish revolutionary Marxists from Eastern Europe behind him, he dreamed of replacing the Stalinist authoritarianism of the party with a freewheeling creative mobilization of political minds, and what better center for doing so than a cafe? Not one of those neo-Baroque quick-consumption coffee bars which were then filling the side streets of the West End with the newly popular Gaggia espresso machines, but a real Soho cafe, in which people could discuss theoretical issues, play chess, consume strudel, and hold political meetings in a back room, as on the continent in the days before innocence was lost. The profits of the cafes would pay for the Review itself, whose offices would be above it. The Partisan would express both the new spirit of politics and the new spirit of the arts. It would be designed by the cutting-edge young architects of the moment, who were obviously going to be in sympathy with the project. I cannot remember whether jazz sessions were part of the dream. More likely folk sessions. To ensure its bona fides, and perhaps win the support of the older generation, some suitable left-wing personalities would preside over it. I let myself be talked into one of these directorships, against my better judgment. An eminent tweed-suited ex-CP architect with a house in Keats Grove was another. I cannot remember any of the others. Rafe took not the slightest notice of any of us. In retrospect it seems incredible that this harebrained project got beyond the initial pitch. And yet it did. Even Raphael's genius as a salesman could not have raised the very substantial amount of money needed without the prior collapse of the Communist Party's so-called business branch, which had previously provided much of the CP's income. Until 1956 they had been a solid bastion of loyal orthodoxy who asked visiting party speakers, actually, me, on the occasion I talked there, to address them on such subjects as the Paris Commune of 1871. Now prosperous, some of them even very rich, the revelation of what had been done to Soviet Jews in the last Stalin years was too much for these overwhelmingly Jewish East Enders recruited to the party during the anti-fascist era. Whoever backed the Partisan must have known that it was not a serious business proposition, but something about the youth and the sheer utopian confidence of Rafe must have appealed to middle-aged men whose moral universe lay in ruins around them. Somehow Rafe got the money, a house was bought or leased in Carlisle Street, Soho, within sight of Marx's old residence in Dean Street, and the Partisan Coffee House was installed. It was a scheme designed for disaster. The then current fashion among architects preferred austere interiors looking like station waiting rooms. These attracted the more demoralized bums and the fringe hangers-on of Soho, who were neither welcomed in nor attracted by establishments with a more elaborate decor, especially at night, as well as the Metropolitan Police in search of drug busts. The large expensive tables and square chunky seats were designed to encourage drafting thesis chapters and long debates on tactics, while minimizing the space for, and the rate of consumption of, income-generating customers. In any case, the management of the partisan was not strong on checking cash receipts and keeping accounts. In short, though Raphael attempted to explain all this away to the increasingly gloomy directors, the place went out of business within 2 years. Only nostalgia and the need to maintain contact between the pre- and post-1956 generations of the left can explain why I found myself involved in this lunatic enterprise. And yet, it was not more predictably doomed than the various other political enterprises of those who left the party in 1956-7. Like the partisan coffee house, the political projects of the New Left of 1956 are now a half-remembered footnote. Intellectually, 1956 left rather more behind, not least the remarkable impact of E.P. Thompson, who was to be recorded by the Arts and Humanities Citations Index, 1976-83, as one of the 100 most cited 20th century authors in any field covered by the index. Before 1956 he was little known outside the CP, in which he had spent the years since returning from the war as a brilliant, handsome, passionate, and oratorically gifted activist in Yorkshire, and his adult classes, whose members saw him as a tall, rangy sort of fellow overloaded with nervous energy, explicating poems by William Blake. 12 For his original passion had been for literature rather than history as such, although he was marginally involved in the historians group. It was 1956 that made him primarily into a historian. His later fame is essentially based on The Making of the English Working Class, 1963, an erupting historical volcano of 848 pages which was immediately accepted as a major work even by the world of professional historians, and which captured young radical readers on both sides of the Atlantic overnight, and continental European sociologists and social historians not long after. And this in spite of its almost aggressively brief chronological span and narrowly English, not even British, subject matter. Escaping from the cage of the old party orthodoxy, it allowed him as well to join a collective debate with other hitherto isolated thinkers of the left, old and new, also often rooted in the adult education movement, notably the other major figure of the first New Left, the literary scholar Raymond Williams. Edward was indeed a person of quite extraordinary gifts, not least the sort of palpable star quality, which led every eye to turn towards his increasingly craggy good looks whenever he was present on any scene. His work combined passion and intellect, the gifts of the poet, the narrator, and the analyst. He was the only historian I knew who had not just talent, brilliance, erudition, and the gift of writing, but genius in the traditional sense of the word, 13, and all the more obviously so since he fitted the romantic image of the genius in looks, life, and work, especially with the suitable landscape of the Welsh hills behind him. In short, he was a man showered by the fairies at birth with all possible gifts except two. Nature had omitted to provide him with an inbuilt sub-editor and an inbuilt compass. And, with all his warmth, charm, humor, and rage, it left him in some ways insecure and vulnerable. Like so many of his other works, The Making had begun as the first chapter of a short textbook on British labour history from 1790 to 1945, and had just got out of hand. Within a few years he suspended the remarkable studies of 18th-century society begun after The Making had turned him temporarily into an orthodox academic, which did not fit his style, to plunge into years of a theoretical struggle against the influence of a French Marxist, the late Louis Althusser, who inspired some of the brightest of the contemporary young leftists at that time. At the end of the 70s all his energy was diverted into the anti-nuclear movement, of which he became the national star. He never returned to history until he was too ill to complete his projects. He died in 1993 in his Worcestershire garden. One could not fault a scholar for giving up writing for anti-nuclear campaigning in the early 1980s, but the Althusserian episode had no such justification. I told him at the time that it would be criminal to turn from his potentially epoch-making historical work to contractoverting a thinker who would be dead as an influence in another 10 years' time. And indeed, Althusser was already getting close to his sell-by date in the French Marxism milieu even then. Though he helped at the time to open theoretical debate on the left, he survives today not as a philosopher but chiefly by virtue of his tragic personal trajectory. he was a manic depressive who was to kill his wife. But even this was not then predictable, although Althusser in his manic phases was already a somewhat disturbing experience. Shortly before the tragedy he came to London, officially for a seminar at University College, unofficially to mobilize support for some harebrained stratospheric initiative in which he wanted to involve Marxism Today and myself. His host handed him over to us after a night's hospitality, and Marlene looked after him for a morning, during which, inspired by our modest instrument, he insisted on ordering a grand piano from a local store for delivery to Paris. When picked up by his next caretaker, he expressed an immediate interest in a Rolls-Royce, or maybe a Jaguar, from a car showroom in Mayfair which he insisted on visiting. It seemed clear that this brilliant mind was already accelerating the ride of his mental motorbike round some wall of death to a fatal climax. The truth is that Edward suffered bitterly from the failure of the 1956 New Left. None of the ex-communist generation expected much of the Labour Party. The new generation of the intellectual young, with whom he wanted desperately not to lose touch, were moving in new and, for him, undesirable directions. Had they his, and Raymond Williams's, feeling for the moral strength of the British working class? The new theoretically minded continental Marxism was not his, and he detected an irrationalist revolting bourgeoisie behind the new international student movement. He was on the outer margin of politics. It hurt him. I think this was one reason why he threw himself into the anti-nuclear movement with such passion. Though I remained in the CP, unlike most of my friends in the historians group, my situation as a man cut loose from his political moorings was not substantially different from theirs. In any case, my relations with them remained the same. The party asked me to change them, but I refused. They sensibly chose not to expel me, but that was their choice, not mine. Party membership no longer meant to me what it had since 1933. In practice, I recycled myself from militant to sympathizer or fellow traveler, or, to put it another way, from effective membership of the British Communist Party to something like spiritual membership of the Italian CP, which fitted my ideas of communism rather better. The Italian CP returned my sympathies. In any case, the individual political activities of none of us mattered much anymore. We had influence as teachers, as scholars, as political writers, or at best public intellectuals, and for this, at least in Britain, our membership of party or organization was irrelevant, except to people who had strong a priori feelings about the CP. If we maintained or acquired influence among the left-wing young, it was because our left-wing past and our present Marxism or commitment to radical scholarship gave us what is today called street cred, because we wrote about important matters and because they liked what we wrote. From the point of view of this reading public, old or young, the political and ideological differences between Thompson, Raymond Williams and Hobsbawm were less important than that all three belonged to the small minority of names, intellectually reputable thinkers and writers, flagged as belonging to the left. Still, the question remains why, unlike many of my friends, and however much of a dissident, I stayed in the party. In the course of time I have had to answer this question a number of times. I have been asked it by almost every journalist who has ever interviewed me, for the quickest way of identifying a personality in our media-saturated society is by one or two unique peculiarities. Mine are being a professor who likes jazz and who remained in the Communist Party longer than most. I have given substantially the same answer at varying length. 14. It represents my justification in subsequent decades of remaining in the party, and not necessarily what I felt at the time. It is impossible to reconstruct those feelings now, although, then as later, I was strongly repelled by the idea of being in the company of those ex-communists who turned into fanatical anti-communists, because they could free themselves from the service of the God that failed only by turning him into Satan. There were plenty of them about in the Cold War era. In retrospect, and seeing the person I was in 1956 as a historian rather than an autobiographer, I think two things explain why I stayed in the party, though, obviously, considering leaving it. I did not come into communism as a young Briton in England, but as a Central European in the collapsing Weimar Republic. and I came into it when being a communist meant not simply fighting fascism but the world revolution. I still belong to the tail end of the first generation of communists, the ones for whom the October Revolution was the central point of reference in the political universe. The difference in background and life history was real enough. It had been obvious to me and to others even within the party. No intellectual brought up in Britain could become a communist with the same sense as a Central European of the day the heavens were falling, the hour the earth's foundations fled. Because, with all its problems, this was simply not the situation in the Britain of the 1930s. Yet in some ways, having become a communist before 1935 was even more significant. Politically, having actually joined a communist party in 1936, I belong to the era of anti-fascist unity and the Popular Front. It continues to determine my strategic thinking in politics to this day. But emotionally, as one converted as a teenager in the Berlin of 1932, I belong to the generation tied by an almost unbreakable umbilical cord to hope of the world revolution, and of its original home, the October Revolution, however skeptical or critical of the USSR. For someone who joined the movement where I came from and when I did, it was quite simply more difficult to break with the party than for those who came later and from elsewhere. In the last analysis, I suspect that this was why I allowed myself to stay. Nobody forced me out and the reasons for going were not quite strong enough. But, and here I speak as autobiographer rather than historian, let me not forget a private emotion, pride. Losing the handicap of party membership would improve my career prospects, not least in the USA. It would have been easy to slip out quietly. But I could prove myself to myself by succeeding as a known communist, whatever success meant, in spite of that handicap, and in the middle of the Cold War. I do not defend this form of egoism, but neither can I deny its force. So I stayed. 13. Watershed. Some moments in history, the outbreaks of the two world wars, for instance, are recognizably catastrophic, like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There are similar moments in private life, or at all events, as earlier chapters show, there have been such moments in mine. However, if we want to stay with geological similes, there are other moments that can best be compared with watersheds. Nothing very obvious or dramatic seems to be happening, but after you have crossed an otherwise nondescript bit of territory you notice that you have left an epoch in history, or in your own life, behind. The years on either side of 1960, my early and middle 40s, formed such a watershed in my life. Perhaps also in the social and cultural history of the Western world. Certainly of Britain. This seems to be a good moment to break my long walk through the short 20th century for a pause to view the landscape. The second half of the 1950s forms a curious interim in my life. After the end of my King's Fellowship I moved back to a permanent base in Bloomsbury, a large, partly dark flat full of books and records, overlooking Torrington Place, which, until my marriage in 1962, I successively shared with a series of communist or ex-CP friends, Louis Marx and Henry Collins of the Historians Group, the old Marxist literary critic Alick West and the Spanish refugee Vicente Gerbaugh. Since it was central and had enough spare capacity, it also attracted out-of-town and metropolitan overnight visitors and other temporary attachments. It was, to be honest, much more fun than living in a Cambridge college, even though I lived through the worst periods of the crisis of communism and the tearing of political roots there. It had the additional advantage of being so close to Birkbeck that I could, if necessary, go home between lectures. London was a good place to live in. This was the setting in which I lived through the watershed. That my personal and professional life changed in these years is obvious enough. I met a Viennese-born girl in an ocelot coat in a setting of world politics. We fell in love. She had recently returned from the United Nations' vain attempt to intervene in the Congo. I was about to go to Castro's Havana and Marlene, and I married during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. It was 3 years after publishing my first books, and a few weeks before the Age of Revolution, 1789–1848. Professionally, I was beginning to acquire some international reputation, and therefore to travel outside what had been my habitual range in the 1950s, France, the Iberian Peninsula and Italy. In the 1960s I began my academic trips to the USA and Cuba. I discovered and started to explore Latin America, found myself in Israel and India, and returned to the Middle Europa I had not seen since childhood. What is more, I had begun to notice that I no longer lived in the constant expectation of seismic catastrophe as Middle Europeans had done in the days of my youth. I began to notice, I do not recall exactly when, that I was operating in a time frame of decades rather than years or even, as before 1945, months. I did not consciously abandon the basic precautions of the potential refugee which people of my kind learned to observe, whether as Jews or as Reds, against the sudden hazards of economic and political life between the wars, a valid passport, enough immediately available money to buy a ticket to the chosen country of refuge at a moment's notice, a way of life that permitted quick departures and a rough idea of what to take, if one had to go. In fact, when, shortly after marrying Marlene, and in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, I had to go abroad, I reacted accordingly. I made some financial arrangements, fixed a provisional appointment with Marlene in Buenos Aires, where I was due to be in a week or two, in case things began to look really drastic, and left her enough money for the fare. Nevertheless, though it was quite evident that the Cuban Missile Crisis was a matter of global life and death, I cannot actually have expected nuclear world war to break out. Had I done so, I suppose I should, logically, have taken Marlene with me immediately, at least to get both of us out of the immediate firing line. If the worst came to the worst, South America was the least likely battlefield. I already found myself operating on the assumption that the danger to the world came not from the global ambitions or aggressiveness of the USA, the USSR was too weak to have them, but the risks inherent in politicians and generals on both sides playing a game with nuclear bowls which they knew it would be suicide to use, but which might easily slip out of control. In fact, we now know that this was precisely the lesson which Kennedy and Khrushchev, neither of whom wanted a war, drew from the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. In short, as far as I was concerned, from 1960 on the Cold War was not over, but it had become dramatically less dangerous. As for long-term planning, anyone who enters upon marriage can no longer avoid it even if he or she wanted to. I had already been forced to consider the problem a couple of years earlier, when a child was impending from an earlier relationship, my children's half-brother Joshua, and only the refusal of the woman concerned to leave her husband had removed him from my life into others' lives. By the middle of the 1960s I was the father of Andy and Julia, the first-time owner of a small car in which I transported them to a holiday cottage in North Wales and first-time house owner of a large house in an as yet very incompletely gentrified part of Clapham, divided in two by an austere architect friend, which Marlene and I had bought jointly with the taciturn Alan Salito and his wife, the poet Ruth Fane Light. Has he won the pools or something? The local news agent asked Marlene, since in those days of full employment he could not understand what an obviously healthy and respectable-looking youngish fellow was doing, not going out to work in the morning and coming back of an evening like other men. Though Alan was as much of a workaholic as most writers, this guess was not totally off target. He had, after all, written Saturday Night and Sunday Morning and The Loneliness of the Long-Distance Runner, which, thanks to their merits and the enormous growth of secondary education, became two of those contemporary classics which, set for O-level and A-level examinations, generate a lasting flow of royalties. He could afford to live off his books, and could avoid the treadmill of freelance journalism. I, though writing at home, did conform to type, for I went to work at Birkbeck on the Northern Line and came back from there late at night. On the other hand, I remained peculiar, inasmuch as I showed no enthusiasm for gardening, and, unlike the Caribbean electricians and transport workers in the short street that led to the Wandsworth Road outside our front door, I did not spend Sunday mornings cleaning our car. Clearly I was well on the way to the everyday life of academic and middle-class respectability. At this point, except for travel, nothing much happens any longer to the subject of autobiography except inside his or her head or in other people's heads. This is also true for that matter of the subjects of biography, as generations of the writers of intellectuals' lives have learned to their cost. However towering the achievement of Charles Darwin, once he returned from the voyage of the Beagle and married, there is not much more to be said about the material events in his life for his last 40 years than that he passed his time at Down, Kent, as a country gentleman too, and to speculate about the reasons for his poor health. The life of the respectable academic is not full of professional drama, or rather its dramas, like those of office politics, are of interest only to those directly involved in them. Again, though there is plenty of drama in family life, especially when parents and teenage children confront each other, third parties, such as the readers of biographies, are usually less gripped by the drama of life inside other families than their own. The scenario is familiar. So the years around 1960 form a watershed not only in my life, but in the shape of this autobiography. But private lives are embedded in the wider circumstances of history. The most powerful of these was the unexpected good fortune of the age. It crept up on my generation and took us unawares, especially the socialists among us who were unprepared to welcome an era of spectacular capitalist success. By the early 1960s it became hard not to notice it. I cannot say that we recognized it as what I have called the golden age in my age of extremes. That became possible only after 1973, when it was over. Like everyone else, historians are best at being wise after the event. Nevertheless, by the early 1960s it had become evident to my generation in Britain, that is to say the ordinary run of those who had come out of the war in their 20s, that we were living far better than we had ever expected to in the 1930s. If we belonged to the social strata whose male members expected to have careers rather than just go to work, at that time this was not yet a game played much by women, we discovered that we were doing rather better, sometimes considerably better, than our parents, especially if we had passed more examinations than they had. True, this did not apply to two sections of our generation, those whose careers had reached their peak during the war, and who therefore looked back with nostalgia from the comparative lowlands of post-war civilian life, and the members of the established upper strata, whose parents, as a group, already enjoyed as much wealth, privilege, power, or professional distinction as their children could expect to inherit or achieve. Indeed, they might see themselves as also rands, if they went into the fields in which their fathers had been unusually successful, politics, science, the old professions, or whatever. Who has not been sorry for the political son overshadowed by his father? Winston and Randolph Churchill are the classic example, or the decent but run-of-the-mill natural scientist sons of FRS or Nobel Prize fathers. Like any academic with a Cambridge background, I have known a few. But for most of us post-war life was an escalator which, without any special effort, took us higher than we had ever expected to be. Even people like myself, whose career progress was unusually retarded by the Cold War, moved along it. Of course this was partly due to my historical luck in entering the academic profession at a time when it was still fairly small, its status was high, and it was consequently quite well paid by the standards the Benthamite, Liberal, and Fabian reformers had established for the public service in Victorian and Edwardian days. For though, unlike in other European countries, university teachers were not civil servants, they were under the wing of the state, which provided the funds for the collective 5-year forward planning of the universities, but kept at arm's length. So long as the profession remained small, and free market ideology was held at bay, it was understood that the salary, like the status, of the averagely successful lecturer should take him or her to the level equivalent to an averagely successful civil servant in the administrative grade, not wealth beyond the dreams of avarice, but a decent middle-class existence. The costs were still modest, at least for those of progressive views who wanted to send their children to state schools, and could as yet see no reason for not doing so. The welfare state benefited the middle classes relatively more than the workers. Those were the days when, largely for reasons of principle, and not yet discouraged by the experience of the National Health Service in practice, people like me refused to take out medical insurance. The price of houses remained within reach until the boom of the early 1970s, and the rise in their value gave us a natural bonus. Just before they began their move towards the stratosphere, it was possible to buy a freehold house in Hampstead for just under £20,000 gross, or, allowing for the profit on the sale of the previous house, £7,000 net. For those who married and had children young, there were no doubt a few years of relative tightness, holidays on caravan sites and scrabbling for extra income from schools, examinations and the like, but a previously childless academic like myself, halfway up the university scale, who remarried in his 40s, had no real problem in maintaining a family. Indeed, I cannot recall a time when my bank account was overdrawn. Such problems as arose were eventually eased by rising earnings from royalties and other literary activities, but around 1960 these were still very marginal additions to my income. The generations who had become adults before the war could compare their post-war lives to those of their parents, or their own pre-war expectations. It was not so easy for them to see, especially when already facing the unchanging imperatives of bringing up a family, that their situation in the new affluent society of the West was different in kind as well as in degree from the past. After all, the permanent household chores were not fundamentally changed but only made easier by new technology. Once married, earning a living, looking after children, house and garden, the washing and washing up still filled most of a couple's time and thinking. Only the young and mobile could recognize, and utilize, all the possibilities of a society that for the first time gave them enough money to buy what they wanted, enough time to do what they wanted, or that made them independent of the family in other ways. Youth was the name of the secret ingredient that revolutionized consumer society, and Western culture. This is dramatically evident in the rise of rock and roll, a music which depends almost exclusively on customers in their teens or early 20s, or those once converted to this music at that age. U.S. record sales grew from $277 million in 1955, the birth year of rock and roll, to more than $2,000 million in 1973, of which 75 to 80% represented rock music and similar sounds. I certainly do not belong to the rock generation. Nevertheless, I was lucky enough to be present at, and to recognize, the birth of that generation in Britain. For, as it happens, in this country a form of jazz created a bridge between the older forms of youthful pop music and the rock revolution. From 1955, when my King's Fellowship ran out and I returned to live permanently in London, it happened that I found myself professionally involved in the affairs of jazz. Since I now faced paying rent in London, having lived gratis in a Cambridge college, I thought of a way of earning some extra income. It was about this time that the London cultural establishment, stung by the challenge of the so-called angry young men of the 1950s, thought it advisable to pay attention to jazz, for which they advertised their passion. The Observer had hired one of them, Kingsley Amis, as a jazz critic. He was already on the way from left-wing youth to conservative old age, but still quite far from the role of reactionary club bar buffer into which he was later to settle. Having felt inferior to erudite jazz experts since the early 1930s, I knew very well that I was quite unqualified to be one, but it seemed to me that I understood at least as much about the subject as Kingsley Amis and had been familiar with it much longer. I therefore suggested to Norman Mackenzie, an ex-comrade from LSE days, then working on the New Statesman and Nation, that they also needed a jazz critic. The journal was in its glory days under its great editor Kingsley Martin, who neither knew nor cared about jazz, but could see that one had to keep up with this new cultural fashion, at least by a monthly column. He explained to me that in writing for the paper I should bear in mind its ideal typical reader, a male civil servant in his 40s, and handed me over to the then commander of the cultural half of the mag, the admirable Janet Adam Smith, who knew almost everything about literature and mountain climbing, and a very great deal about the rest of the arts, but not about jazz. Because I wanted to keep the personalities of the university teacher and the jazz critic apart, for the next 10 years or so I wrote under the pseudonym Francis Newton, after Frankie Newton, one of the few jazz players known to have been a communist, an excellent but not superstar trumpeter who played with Billie Holiday on the great Commodore Records session that produced Strange Fruit. Jazz is not just a certain type of music but a remarkable aspect of the society in which we live, not to mention a part of the entertainment industry. Besides, relatively few readers of the New Statesman were likely to go to jazz gigs or buy Thelonious Monk, although I discovered, to my intense pleasure, that the second half of the 50s was a new golden age for the music, whose American stars were now coming to Britain, after being kept out of our island for 20 years by a union dispute. I therefore wrote not only as a reviewer of concerts, records, and books but as a historian and reporter. What is more, pretty soon I found myself in contact, probably through my cousin Dennis, with the small but culturally hip publishing house of McGibbon and Key, then financed by a moody millionaire supporter of the Labour Party, Howard Samuel, which had already published books by what was probably the only old Etonian jazz band leader, Humphrey Lyttelton, and by the difficult, lonely and haunted social explorer of 1950s London, Colin MacInnes, connoisseur of, and guide to, the new black London, and the beginnings of the music-saturated teenage culture. They wanted me to write a book about jazz. It appeared as The Jazz Scene in 1959, the same year as my first history book, and was well received, though it did not make much money, for it encouraged me to explore the scene more systematically. This was not hard, for at least some of the jazz aficionados of the early 1930s had gone into the music business as agents or promoters, not least cousin Dennis, who was establishing himself as probably the leading British record producer in the field of indigenous jazz and ethnic music. Indeed, his fortunes rose with those of the artists he recorded, such as Lonnie Donegan, whose Rock Island Line, a jailhouse song originally recorded by the great Lead Belly, exploded into the big time in the spring of 1956. Fortunately also I was at the time unmarried and, teaching in an evening college which did not lecture until 6 p.m., I could adapt to the rhythm of life of the late sleeping night people who make up the entertainment scene. Also I lived in Bloomsbury, within 10 minutes walk of any action anywhere in the West End. So I found myself dropping without difficulty into my habitual role of participant observer or kibitzer. The jazz people were by no means teenagers. And yet both my contemporary sketch of the public for trad jazz and skiffle and Roger Main's photographs for the first edition of The Jazz Scene show clearly that what the music they made inspired was essentially a somewhat older children's crusade. They were part of the youth culture that was by then becoming sufficiently visible for those of us who roamed on its outskirts for whatever reason to recognize its existence, although only someone like Colin MacInnes with a special private affinity for adolescent rebellion and independence, could tune in on its wavelength. Nevertheless, apart from a distinct relaxation of female sexual conventions in the vicinity of musicians and singers, it had not yet become married to a counterculture. That did not happen, at least in Britain, until the 1960s. Much of what symbolized the youth counterculture of the 1960s was nevertheless to be taken over from the old jazz scene, notably drugs and the patterns of life of what I once described as the floating, nomadic community of professional black and white musicians living on the self-contained and self-sufficient little islands of the popular entertainers and other night people, the places where the day people got rid of their inhibitions after dark. This was not necessarily a counterculture in the later sense, for jazz musicians had an almost limitless toleration for any variant of human behavior, but did not usually make a manifesto of it. The nearest thing to a counterculture around the jazz scene was to be found on its fringes and among its hangers-on or outside admirers, as among the musicians' girlfriends on the game who could earn a few £100 in a few hours on the street, good money in the 1950s, and take off for a quick holiday in Morocco, among the conscious rejectors of traditional middle-class conventions, such as Ken Tynan, or among the middle-aged bourgeois insiders asserting outsider status by drinking. Sessions in the watering hole of the painter Francis Bacon, Muriel Belcher's Colony Club in Frith Street, Soho. Not that Muriel's mostly homosexual crowd was particularly jazz-oriented, although I was introduced into this shabby first-floor room by an admiring reviewer of the jazz scene, and was quite likely to meet Colin MacInnes there, who praised jazz but did not understand it, and George Melly, who sang it and did. Melly was part of a fringe of the British jazz scene made up of refugees from middle-class respectability or people who combined their music with activities in the world of words and images. To the fans he was known as a self-parodying blues singer close to a music hall act, as Wally Fox was known as a clarinet player. In the straight world both were much better known as the joint creators of a highly popular strip cartoon which gently satirized the recognizable members of what was not yet known as the media world. The third change, this one more readily recognized, was the change in the political or ideological mood after 1956. I can now see that the new factor that brought it about was the end of empires, but in Britain this did not become clear until the 1960s. The Cold War remained, but, outside Western governments, the public's commitment to an emotional anti-communism began to decline. However much it was denounced, from 1960 the Berlin Wall stabilized the frontier between superpower empires in Europe, neither of which was seriously expected to cross it. We still lived under the black cloud of nuclear apocalypse. It came close in the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, and in 1963 Stanley Kubrick produced its definitive version, the film Dr. Strangelove, but by then it could already be played for laughs, however black. But CND, the new campaign for unilateral British nuclear disarmament, 1959, by far the largest public mobilization of the British left, was not intended to, and plainly could not, affect the USA's and the USSR's nuclear arms race, although many Britons were sincerely moved by the idea of setting a good moral example to the world. It was about keeping out of the Cold War, or, perhaps more exactly, about getting Britain used to no longer being a great power and a global empire. The argument that Britain's own nuclear capability was necessary to deter a Soviet attack made no sense, especially as we now know that the bomb had originally been constructed by British governments to maintain their status and independence against the USA rather than to frighten Moscow. However, looking back, it is clear that what increasingly shaped the post-1956 politics of the left was a byproduct of decolonization and, certainly in Britain, of the mass immigration from the Caribbean parts of the old empire. The crisis of the Fourth Republic in France had little to do with the Cold War, and everything to do with the liberation struggle of the Algerians. I still recall a 1958 mass meeting in Friend's house to protest against the military coup which ended it, addressed by the red-haired and impassioned journalist Paul Johnson, then a maverick left-wing Catholic, who denounced General de Gaulle as the next fascist dictator. It was largely the shocking and widely publicized French use of torture in Algeria that turned Amnesty International, 1961, into a Western international campaigning body not primarily directed against Eastern abuses of human rights. With the American civil rights movements and the influx of colored immigrants to Britain, racism became a far more central theme on the left than it had been. Through jazz I found myself associated with an early anti-racist campaign in Britain after the so-called Notting Hill, actually Notting Dale, race riots of 1958, the so-called STARS campaign for interracial friendship, SCIF, which was not so much a real political operation, though Colin MacInnes went about the area, a favorite stamping ground of his, posting its news sheet through letter boxes, as an example of the modern media operation which, like others of its kind, fizzled out after a few months of rather successful publicity. It did indeed mobilize the stars, mainly of jazz. Most of the big British names were there, Johnny Dankworth and Cleo Lane, Humphrey Lyttelton and Chris Barber, as well as some pop stars, but its strength lay in the operators who could get stories into the press and programs onto television, and produced newsworthy ideas such as the televised interracial children's Christmas party of 1958. While it lasted, it enjoyed the invaluable help of the remarkably able and admirable Claudia Jones, a U.S. Communist Party functionary born in the West Indies and expelled as a non-citizen from the USA in the witch hunt days, who did her best, with indifferent success, to bring some party efficiency and some political structure into the Caribbean immigration in West London and to get adequate backing for her efforts from the British CP. An impressive woman, she has been unjustly forgotten, except perhaps as one of the inspirations behind what has become the annual, and no longer political, Notting Hill Carnival. Third World passions did not become a major inspiration for the left until the 1960s, and, incidentally, weakened the hold of the Cold War crusading ideologists on Western liberals and social democrats. Yet by the end of the 1950s the Cuban Revolution was already in power, about to add a new image to the iconography of world revolution, and to turn the USA into a highly visible Goliath facing the defiance of a bearded young David. In 1961 the reaction to the attempted Bay of Pigs invasion was immediate as the reaction to the Soviet invasion of Hungary had been in 1956, and it extended far beyond the usual parties, signers of petitions, and indeed the usual range of protesters. Ken Tynan telephoned me desperately the morning the news came through, something must be done. As soon as possible. How could we set about it? Though a genuine man of the left, whose political sincerity both Marlene and I always defended against those who accused him of posing, he was far from the usual member of the stage army of the good. Had he been, he would have known what to do himself. When we had set up the usual committee, rounded up the usual suspects for letters of protest, and organized a march to Hyde Park, I cannot for the life of me remember whom we had as speakers. I recall noting with agreeable surprise how unlike the usual left-wing demo this one was, at least in appearance. The call to defend Fidel Castro, through Tynan, or perhaps more likely Tynan's man Friday Clive Goodwin, actor, agent and activist, had mobilized a remarkable mass of younger theatrical males and females, and young women from the fashion agencies. It was the best-looking political occasion I can remember, a wonderful sight, and all the happier since we knew by then that the American invasion had been defeated. So, almost without noticing, I found myself, and the world, slipping into a new mood as the 1950s turned into the 1960s. Even politically, although after 1956 I had neither decided to leave the CP nor been expelled, I no longer found myself as isolated as party members had once been. Party labels were no longer decisive for those who supported the new political campaigns, anti-nuclear, anti-imperial, anti-racist, or whatever. When some communist historians founded a new historical journal, Past and Present, in 1952, about as bad a time in the Cold War as can be imagined, we deliberately planned it not as a Marxist journal, but as a common platform for a popular front of historians, to be judged not by the badge in the author's ideological buttonhole, but by the contents of their articles. We desperately wanted to broaden the base of our editorial board, which at the start was naturally dominated by party members, since only the rare, usually indigenous, radical historian with a safe academic base, such as A.H.M. Jones, the ancient historian from Cambridge, had the courage to sit at the same table as the Bolsheviks. The eminent art historian Rudolf Wittkower was actually warned not to accept our invitation, and it was another 10 years before Moses Finley, the victim of U.S. McCarthyism welcomed in Cambridge, was prepared to write for us. We were equally keen to extend the range of our contributors. For several years we failed in the first task, although, thanks to our excellent reputation among younger academics, we soon did better on the second. In 1958 we succeeded. A group of non-Marxist historians of subsequent eminence, led by Lawrence Stone, shortly about to go to Princeton, and the present Sir John Eliot, later Regius Professor at Oxford, who had sympathized with our objectives but until then had found it impossible formally to join the former Red establishment, offered to join us collectively on condition that we dropped the ideologically suspect phrase "a journal of scientific history" from our masthead. It was a cheap price to pay. They did not ask us about our political opinions. Actually, orthodox communists were no longer easy to find on the board. We did not inquire into theirs, and no ideological problems have ever arisen on its board since then. Even the Institute of Historical Research, which had steadfastly refused to include the journal in its library, relented. So both my personal life became in some sense normal and, in spite of the rhetoric to the contrary, the world I lived in was, or at least looked like, a less insecure and provisional place, and was certainly a more prosperous one. The first observation was undeniable, even though my academic career was still taking its time to develop. I was not to get my chair, or the usual marks of official recognition, academies, the first honorary degrees, until the 1970s, when I was well into my 50s. In retrospect, I can see this was a stroke of luck, for nothing is worse for a career than to reach the peak too soon and face the long march along the flat plateau of the establishment, or, even worse, the lengthening distance between present achievement and the work that once made one's reputation. Just because I had started late, and been held up for so many years, I continued to have better things to look forward to at an age when others could expect only to postpone decline. As for the world, we knew quite well that its stability was only apparent, even though its extraordinary economic and technological leap forward was plain. Nevertheless, for those of us lucky enough to live in Central and Western Europe, it was not an illusion. We may not have fully recognized our good fortune yet, but we lived in the lands of the blessed, a region without war, without the prospect or fear of social upheaval, in which most people enjoyed a life of wealth, a range of choices in life and leisure, and a degree of social security beyond the reach of all but the very rich in our parents' generation, and beyond even the dreams of the poor. Ours was a better place to live in than any other part of the world. I was soon to discover that this could not be said of other parts of the globe. Nor, as the 1960s were soon to show, did it satisfy the inhabitants of the lands of the blessed. 14. Underniched. In 1961, shortly after sitting down with Bertrand Russell and perhaps 12,000 others, on a famous anti-nuclear occasion in Trafalgar Square, fortunately unarrested by the police, I was told by my friend and brother Apostle Robin Gandy that I looked a bit stressed, and that he thought a few days with him in North Wales would do me good. He had a small, almost aggressively primitive cottage there, next to a dying chapel, where, between hill walks and rock scrambles, he pondered the problems of mathematical logic. In those days, before the wonderful network of small rural railway lines in Britain had been destroyed, it was still possible to travel gently between trees through the heartlands of central Wales and, once the coast was reached, by a not entirely misnamed Cambrian coast express to Penrhyndraeth in what was still for Anglophones the county of Merioneth, the last area in the British Isles that still voted to ban the sale or public consumption of alcohol on the Lord's Day. There Robin met me on his motorbike, in his habitual black leather gear, to save me a few miles trudge across the coastal ridge and the table-flat plain, the Twentieth, that had been a sea inlet until it was drained in the early 19th century by the seawall built by a Mr. Maddox, after whom the new port of Port Maddox was to be named. The enterprise had been much admired by progressive visitors, among them the poet Shelley. Before that, ships had been able to sail to the foot of the mountains, using the dramatic and unmistakable triangle of Niched, the night, as a landmark. The name suggests that it reminded them of a medieval helmet. Where the road left the Twentieth and started to climb gently to the high Crosier Valley just below Niched was the frontier of Clough's kingdom. There I and, when I remarried, Marlene and the children, would spend most of our holidays for the next quarter of a century. The ruler, indeed the maker, of this kingdom, Clough Williams Ellis, was a tall, straight, affable, Roman-nosed figure, invariably in a tweed jacket, breeches, and yellow stockings. He was the only man to wear this gear on his visits to the Athenaeum, by then in his later 70s. The best way to introduce him to a generation for whom the Britain he came from is as alien as Tolstoy's Russia, is to say that when he married during the First World War, his fellow officers asked him what he wanted for a wedding present. He wanted to build a folly, a fragment of a mock medieval fortress with a view of the sea. It was built. One got to it through an iron gate, painted in Clough's green, the unmistakable color of iron and woodwork in Clough's kingdom, opposite the main entrance to his house, Place Brandon, a small ancient pile with a wonderful formal garden opening on a vista of the peak of Snowdon framed by Clough's characteristic urns and arches. From the gate one strolled a couple of 100 yards along a gently rising avenue whose trees he had also planted. Trees were one of his many passions. He was so outraged at the proposal to sell off for property development the wonderful grand avenue of trees which led to the great house of Stowe, which he was engaged in turning into a public school, that he bought it himself and saw to it that it was preserved. It was perhaps his major contribution to the project. Our children loved to play in the tower, climbing the stairs that went nowhere except to a view over the sea and a damp stretch of moorland beyond which, a few miles away, one saw the Big and Little Moelwyn, the other two mountains of the kingdom, after which Clough had named his son, who had not returned from the war. It had once served as a set for a movie about China. Clough was enormously pleased about this. It was not romantic absurdity as such that he loved, but play, not to mention celebrities. Besides, it is almost certain that the film company had come to Marianeth not because a small piece of it could be made to look more Chinese than any other part of Great Britain, but because star and crew could stay at the best known of Clough's creations, the greatest of his follies, Port Mirion. This was and remains a life-size quasi-Baroque toy town pretending to be on the Italian Riviera, colors and all, which suddenly emerges from rhododendron-covered rocks across the grey waters of the wide shallow estuary that leads into Cardigan Bay. He paid for its constant extension by turning part of it into the sort of hotel and holiday village which slightly bohemian show business people found irresistible, with fireworks rather than golf courses, and eventually, perhaps more reluctantly, with the money spent by day trippers. Friends of the family were let in free. Nothing about Port Mirion was or is quite real, although it was filled with authentic statues and bits of architectural decor saved by Clough from destruction, but everything represented daydreams, not, however, without the potential for nightmares. It was later chosen as the setting for a cult British television series, The Prisoner, in which a Kafkaesque victim found he could not escape from an environment full equally of charm and menace. Neither could the makers of the series, which therefore came to a sudden stop after 17 episodes. It is still repeated from time to time for a large community of aficionados. In some ways Clough, proud of his standing as a professional architect, also became the victim of the environment he had created and could not escape. As the younger son of a landowning family, he had to earn a living, and architecture, his passion from childhood, fitted both his background and his inclinations. He had only one term's formal training. What he lacked in professional qualifications, he made up for in country roots, informed enthusiasm, and the sort of contacts a handsome and charming young man of good family could easily make in the weekend party environment of Edwardian Britain, which was, after all, his own. Friends, or friends of friends, gave him the chance to build stables, then estate cottages, then wings of country houses, and public schools, even a complete and massive Edwardian pile, Langgood Hall, on the Breconshire banks of the Wye, which survives as a hotel. Actually the great majority of his buildings were of modest size. And yet Port Mirion typecast him as not a serious architect by the standards of the highly developed professional puritanism of the era of Le Corbusier and Mies van der Rohe. He got the official recognition of a knighthood as Sir Bertram Clough Williams Ellis only at the age of 87. This was a complete misunderstanding of the man. For him buildings without trees, walls, views, roads leading to farmyards, cottages, or water, had no real meaning. What he wanted to create or shape was not buildings but small worlds in which people lived and worked in a unity of masonry, landscape wild and tame, vistas, symbols and memorials, no doubt also to be admired as an ensemble by visiting travelers. Because it was not a place in which people went about their usual business, but a fun place, a jeu d'esprit, or, more seriously, a momentary dream of utopia, Port Mirion was not typical of what he was about. His ideal was not Lutyens but Squire Headlong, the lord and enthusiastic shaper of, and guide to, a wild Welsh estate in Thomas Love Peacock's Headlong Hall. The novels, or rather conversation pieces, of Peacock, friend of Shelley and amused admirer of Wales, were required reading in Clough's kingdom. And the essence of such an estate must be the characteristic combination of wild natural beauty, poverty, and the inhabitants' indifference to visual aesthetics, so surprising in a people as receptive to music and words as the Welsh. Though he thought it essential to embellish them with suitably symbolic masonry and metal work, and to draw attention to their romantic potential, his environments were not supposed to be beautiful but to be themselves. And, above all, to remain themselves. His campaigns for the conservation of rural landscape against the octopus of unplanned development went back to the 1920s. Largely to preserve them as they were, he had between the wars bought up the bare hillsides, moors, and mountains that constituted his kingdom. Fortunately, for he was comfortably off rather than rich, they had virtually no market value at that time. A 10-guinea fee earned in London paid for many acres of hill land won. And indeed, though it contained marvelous things, Clough's kingdom was not conventionally beautiful. How could it be? Much of it consisted of a spectral, twice destroyed stony country, always poor, and laid waste by the decline of small uneconomic hill farms and the final collapse of the great slate quarries which, supplying the builders and real estate developers of Victorian Britain with their roofing, had for a while lifted a barren mountain region out of bare subsistence. It was, literally, a landscape of post-industrial ruins. One could climb from the giant dead quarries of Blaenau-Festiniog up to the lunar landscape of the abandoned quarry and workers' barracks below the Choughs at Cwmmerden, then down again along the abandoned railway track that led through the bare Cwm Croeser. Serving also the abandoned quarry of Croeser, one of whose former cottages was ours for some years, it led to the abandoned long incline down which the full trucks ran by gravity to the Twentieth and eventually across it to be loaded at Portmaddock. It was also a landscape of post-agricultural ruins, such as the one the great poet of the region, R.S. Thomas, speaks of in his The Welsh Hill Country. The moss and the mould on the cold chimneys, the nettles growing through the cracked doors, the houses stand empty at Nantyrira, there are holes in the roofs that are thatched with sunlight, the fields are reverting to the bare moor. Even in the 1960s tourism was only slowly beginning to fill the gap, for, though Snowdon dominated the view, the major beauty spots, and mountain climbing centres, of Snowdonia were a few miles away. The ruined Festiniog Railway, the narrow gauge line on which 200 men from Llanfrothin and Penrhyndraeth had once travelled daily to the great quarries at Blaenau-Festiniog, was just beginning to be restored by passionate amateurs for the benefit of grateful tourist parents wondering what to do with their children. For most of our years in North Wales it still stopped dead on an overgrown mountainside before returning to Portmaddock. Much of Clough's work as ruler of his kingdom was literally making ruins habitable and filling empty walls on still depopulating hillsides. Our first cottage was one of a windswept row of 4, built somewhere in the scooped-out bare mountain valley outside the quarry village of Croeser for the local quarry. Its only permanent inhabitant by then was our cherished Nellie Jones, who brought up 3 children by various fathers, and a dog, in an approximate kitchen, and acted as caretaker for some almost equally rackety English visitors. The village, or rather hamlet, of Croeser itself was just about to lose its shop-cum-sub-post office, and only a constant battle against the authorities, assisted by Clough's policy of letting empty cottages to unmarried or abandoned mothers, kept its tiny schoolhouse from closing. Our second was a 16th-century ruin, once part of the complex of buildings that formed the seat of the Anwell family, fallen on bad times after the 18th century, which Clough had transformed into a habitable house for Londoners who did not mind living in extreme discomfort, but in romantic surroundings. Typically, he had left part of a projecting wall of 3 feet stone blocks out of which, in the centuries of ruin, a tree had grown so vast and tall that we insisted on a clause in our lease to protect us in case it was toppled by some storm, destroying most of the house. I doubt whether a single inhabited building on his estate was not either first built, restored, or made fit for human occupation by him. But the inhabitants belonged to at least 2 entirely different and barely overlapping species, the second homers or incomers and the native Welsh. The incomers were a network of middle-class British intellectuals and a scattering of attached bohemians. In some ways most of them were linked directly or indirectly with the Williams Ellises. Most of their connections came through Cambridge, which had also been Clough's own university, and that of his dead son Kitto, whose friends from King's became part of the Brondon scene as regular visitors and, in one case, son-in-law. That is how Robin Gandhi had first come to the valley. Each of the initial settlers in turn tended to attract their friends, contemporaries, teachers, and students, who also came, saw, and were conquered, the Hobsbawms, one by one, plus 2 children, followed by Marlene's brother, Walter Swartz, plus wife, and 5 offspring, the historians E.P. and Dorothy Thompson, from the lower slopes of the Moelwins, and various sons and daughters of the Bennet family whose parents, both English dons, were pillars of Cambridge academic society. In one way or another a substantial set of Cambridge names was already linked with Clough's kingdom, the philosopher Bertrand Russell on the Port Meirion Peninsula, the Nobel Prize physicist Patrick Blackett, settled in retirement in what had been a holiday cottage just above Brondon, not far from his daughter's house in Crocer. Joseph Needham, the great historian of Chinese science, spent regular holidays at Port Meirion with one of his 2 ladies, his wife presumably remaining at home in Cambridge. John Maddox, for many years the editor of Nature, had a spell as a tenant in one of Clough's cottages on the Twentieth, and my teacher, the economic historian Mounia Poston, and his wife Lady Cynthia Keppel, had a house, once a school, on the outskirts of Festiniog. To talk of a Welsh Bloomsbury set, the phrase comes from Rupert Crawshay Williams, a locally resident charming and sad philosopher who brought Bertrand Russell into the area, is pushing it a bit. However, an intensive social life flourished among the Anglophones of the Port Meirion Peninsula, the Crocer Valley and Festiniog. One of the most characteristic sounds of holidays in North Wales was that of guests shaking the rain off their waterproofs and dumping wet Wellingtons in lobbies as they got ready to entertain and be entertained under some low-slung rural ceiling. And as so many of them lived by the word, there is at least poetic truth in the joke that in the Crocer Valley on windless nights one was never out of earshot of some typewriter. Though science and Cambridge went together, I suspect that it was Clough's wife, the writer Amabel Williams Ellis, who got much the greatest satisfaction out of the accumulation of great brains in the local hinterland. A Strachey from a landed and intellectual family with long Indian links, her family connection, both Oxford and Cambridge, was, if anything, with politics. Her journalist father, St. Lou Strachey, had carried considerable political weight, and her brother, John Strachey, broke away, first to follow the, then, hope of radical Labour, the dashing womanizer Sir Oswald, Tom, Mosley, until he became the leader of British fascism, then to become the most widely known Communist Party intellectual of the 1930s. He turned away from communism in 1940 and became a prominent, though not notably successful, minister in the Labour governments after 1945. Amabel herself had joined the Communist Party unofficially, and remained a little homesick for the days when the party was a semi-conspiratorial embattled band of brothers and sisters. She welcomed me as a reminder of those times, someone with whom she could gossip about the comrades, but perhaps chiefly as a reliable conversationalist on intellectual themes. For this purpose she would drive up to our cottage, full of memories, with the excessive care and dangerous slowness of the very aged motorist. Since few except the locals used the Crocer Road, traffic made the necessary allowances for her. Amabel, far more than Clough, had a passion for the intellect. As a girl she had dreamed of becoming a scientist, but that is not what gels in her type of family did. Indeed, she was not sent to school at all. She became a writer, in the end best known as a children's writer, while as was usual in her generation her considerable contribution to Clough's own writing and thinking was subsumed under his. Amabel was not the tragic kind, indeed, she enjoyed the sweetnesses of life and the new emancipation of women, including, it would seem, a fairly freewheeling approach to marital fidelity, but, had she not been brought to keep the stiff upper lip of her class, she might have shown some bitterness. She would have made a very professional scientist, and she saw to it that at least one of her daughters became a marine biologist. I grew very fond of the old lady, even though sometimes taking avoiding action against her expeditions in search of intellectual enlightenment. We talked a great deal, especially in her last years, after Clough's death, when she waited for visitors, wanting to die. She did not complain, but made no secret of wanting an end to lying alone bedridden and in pain behind thick stone walls in a damp old house. She had lived enough. However, even political solidarity could never move her to tell me how to find the entrance of the underground workings, somewhere under Clough's kingdom, where the treasures of the National Gallery had been stored during the Second World War. A communist past was one thing, state secrets quite another. Apart from the minority who came to do some serious climbing, what brought the rest of us outsiders to the Welsh mountains? Certainly not the search for comfort. In our Welsh cottages we voluntarily lived under the sort of conditions we condemned capitalism for imposing on its exploited toilers. None of us, even given the Spartan middle-class styles of the 1950s, would have dreamed of accepting such standards in our everyday lives in London or Cambridge, not even my brother-in-law Walter Swartz, with his boundless enthusiasm for primitive discomfort as indicating environmentally sound living close to nature. Even so, the only people we could rely on regularly to share the discomforts and the marvels of life in Park Farm were close and weatherproof friends such as Dorothy Wedderburn. To guarantee even approximate dryness on our first night, we had to pack all blankets and bedclothes into vast airtight plastic bags every time we left Park. It took 2 or 3 days after arrival to dry the house out enough to make it roughly habitable, and even then it was almost impossible to keep warm except in odd corners, in spite of paraffin heaters, basic equipment, though not much good for outdoor toilets, and the fuel for our fireplaces which metropolitan intellectuals, dressed in the local style like tramps, could be seen chopping in the drizzle outside their back doors. Perhaps the sheer physical discomfort of life in Wales was part of its attraction. It made us feel closer to nature, or at least to that constant struggle against the forces of climate and geology which gives such satisfaction. My most vivid memories of North Wales are of these confrontations, taking our 2 small children along stony, snow-covered tracks to shelter and giving them chocolate in a mountainside cave, returning from a long hike with Robin in persistent, drenching rain, scrambling along sheep tracks on steep hillsides. If a sheep could do it, why not a middle-aged historian? Above all, walking, balancing and clambering round the steep rocky sanctuary of the Ardee, west of the ridge of Neist, rewarded by the familiar but always unexpected sight of the cold lakes hidden in its folds. But these were visitors' pleasures. Our part of North Wales also attracted a curious population of permanent or semi-permanent settlers, or rather refugees, from outside, freelance writers, displaced bohemians from Soho, searchers for spiritual salvation on low or irregular incomes, and the odd anarchist intellectual. The presence of Bertrand Russell, the aged guru of anti-nuclear militancy, in Clough's kingdom brought a number of them into the area, not counting members of his own dysfunctional family. Ralph Schoenman, the young American militant who acquired such remarkable influence over the ancient philosopher at this time, never became part of the local scene. He was too busy whizzing round claiming to save the world, ostensibly in the name of Russell. However, after retiring from this battle, Pat Podol, secretary of the Activist Committee of 100, and co-liberator of the Soviet spy George Blake from Brixton Jail, settled down in Crocer, attracted by his fellow anti-nuclear activist and revolutionary, the painter Tom Kinsey, later the only known anarchist master of foxhounds, but, Snowdonia being what it is, on foot rather than horseback. After the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 he had organized a demonstration in Port Miriam of thanks to Russell for saving the peace of the world, for it was in a telegram to Russell, in answer to one which Kinsey claimed he had drafted, that Khrushchev had actually made the official public announcement that the crisis was over. This community of incomers lived side by side with the indigenous Welsh, but divided from them, not only by language but, perhaps even more, by class, lifestyle and the growing separatism of the locals. Sex apart, there were really very few close friendships across the interracial divide, and little of that easy neighborliness and village spirit that made coming to our present, equally remote and even more agricultural community in Anglophone Mid-Wales such a relief, especially to that spontaneous socializer, Marlene, after the growing tensions of Crocer. Unlike the passionately Welsh but 100%er Anglophone native gentry, e.g. the Williams Ellises, by the 1970s permanent settlers from outside began to learn the language themselves, not to communicate, but in deference to the increasingly obvious nationalistic feeling in the region. By the 1960s all except the very oldest and isolated locals were bilingual, bilinguality being essential to any Welsh person, even in the most Cymric village, who expected to watch television and have dealings with people from outside the neighborhood, including the 80%er of his her country's non-Welsh speaking inhabitants. That, indeed, was the fundamental problem for Welsh-speaking areas like ours, and the basis of their increasingly strident nationalism. Even the full linguistic assimilation of a few score foreigners was as nothing compared to the irresistible Anglophone flood of modern civilization. For most of the mountain people the Welsh language was chiefly a Noah's Ark in which they could survive the flood as a community. They did not so much want to convert and converse, people looked down on visiting South Walians with their school Welsh. Unlike Noah, they did not expect the flood to end. They turned inwards because they felt themselves to be in that most desperate of situations, that of a beleaguered, hopeless and permanent minority. But for some there was a solution: compulsory Cymricization, imposed by nationalist political rule. In the meantime the incoming invaders could be discouraged by burning down their second homes. Those who claimed to know said that some of the activists came from Clough's kingdom, though it was not a center of cottage burning. People distinguished between the neighboring summer visitors they knew and the English in general. And although nothing can be kept secret in the countryside, unlike in the big city, no case of terrorist cottage burning was ever solved by the police. In some respects the indigenous inhabitants of Clough's kingdom, and of the mountains of North Wales in general, were therefore as uprooted as the seasonal or even most of the permanent English immigrants, who moved into the farms and cottages abandoned by the natives. Like a house built on subsiding land, the foundations of their society were breaking. Unlike such a house, they could not be shored up. Isolation had kept the society together in the past, along with poetry, Puritanism, and the general poverty of an essentially rural society. All this was now going. The chapels stood empty. I cannot recall meeting any ministers of religion in our years in the Crocer Valley, except the highly anomalous, because Anglican, R.S. Thomas, who came to bury our neighbor and his fellow poet, in English, Thomas Blackburn, in a steeply sloped graveyard with an unforgettable view of Snowdon. Total abstinence from alcohol, which had to be the defining criterion of Puritan Protestantism in a population so energetically interested in, officially non-existent, non-marital sex, was in retreat. The locus for the new culture of militant Welsh nationalism was not the chapel but the pub. Clough had built one, the Brondon Arms, with a beautifully wrought metal wreath as the inn sign, but this motif meant nothing to the inhabitants of Garreg and Llanfrothin, who called it, and the pub, simply the Ring. Only a tolerant silence about illegitimate babies remained, even the ones that could not be quietly disguised as unexpected younger siblings of their mothers. The hillsides were abandoned for lowland council housing with central heating. Even money now divided communities more, for within the Welsh language community, wealth had not been decisive in the past, since the really rich and powerful were or became anglicized, that is to say they were outside it. If anything, the hierarchy of status had been spiritual or intellectual, that of minister of religion, that is to say orator, poet, and scholar, who might be anyone, a postman with a gift for improvising the complex meters of Welsh verse or, like the great antiquarian and scholar Bob Owen, the pride of Crocer, whose library now forms part of the National Library of Wales in Aberystwyth, a clerk at the quarry. His son and his family, Tudor, Gaynor, and their children Bob, Hilary and the baby Dayan, were and remained our friends in the village. A less cultural, but still locally recognized male status also came with distinction as a poacher, a widely practiced and universally approved sport. Even in our times, when a Welsh friend from an old quarry village wanted to give us salmon for dinner and asked the weekly itinerant fish seller for the price, the response naturally was, "Are you buying or selling?" R.S. Thomas's great poems should not mislead us into thinking of most North Wales hill farmers as unintellectual hulks. A lot of Welsh reading and thinking went on under those low roofs, ancestrally designed to combine a maximum view of approaching strangers with maximum shelter from rain and storm. In many ways our neighbor Edgar from Croesrycoff, explaining the regular collective pre-shearing roundup by the local farmers and their dogs of all the sheep running free on the mountain, was as knowledgeable about the ecology of the terrain as the college-trained and sullenly nationalist nature warden who had moved into the former village post office, and at least as articulate. Whether Clough's kingdom was typical of mountain Wales, I cannot tell, but it was an unstable and unhappy place full of underlying tension. It found expression in a growing, resentful and sometimes rancorous, anti-English feeling, a withdrawal from personal relations which came more naturally to adults than to children. Point 2 There were also other signs of social malaise. When what were locally called the Orange people, the Sannyasins or followers of the Indian guru Sri Bhagwan, came into the valley in the early 1980s, they won converts among the native Welsh as well as, less surprisingly, in the English Bohemian diaspora. And clearly not only because their way to salvation encouraged a lot of free sex. Croeser was a marvelous place for family holidays, but it was not a happy valley. By the time I retired from Birkbeck in 1982 we had spent time in Clough's Kingdom every year for almost 2 decades. Bryn Hyfryd, and even more Park Farm, flanked by the old manor house, Big Park, with its visitors and the tiny gateway bursting with Swart's cousins, was part of our, and even more of our children's, lives and friendships. Just because it was not blanketed by the permanent routines of everyday and professional life, the memories associated with North Wales, even the domestic and family rows, stand out with special vividness. The terrible news of the Russian invasion of Prague in 1968, news of the death of my Aunt Mimi brought by telegram, there were still such things, to a phoneless cottage, the car door torn from its hinges by the storm as we got out to make our way to Edward Thompson's New Year's Eve party. Down the torchlit path, our drive with Dorothy Wedderburn to picnic past Aberdaron on the far point of the Leen Peninsula on a sunny Christmas day, the ancient well in Park that went on supplying us with water even in the great drought of 1976. Except for the landscape, it was not perfect. Living in Boy Scout discomfort became less attractive, it had never appealed to Marlene, and the growth of nationalism soured relations with the Welsh. But, though I was now about to spend 4 months a year in New York, we would probably have stayed in the Croeser Valley to the end of our lives. But after Clough died in 1978 and Amable in 1984 things changed. Clough's grandson, who took over the estate, his parents were busy running the factory and the marketing of Port Meirion pottery, was a passionate Welsh nationalist, who showed no interest in his grandparents' collection of Cambridge antiques, occupying houses which ought to be re-echoing to the Welsh language of their restored Cymric families. In short, the leases of the outsiders were not renewed. The official reason was that leases would henceforth be given only for permanent residents. We were allowed to stay on year by year until a suitable Welsh tenant could be found, or the estate could raise the money to make the premises of Park Farm habitable for anyone except a romantic second homer. We stayed on those terms for a year or two while we looked for another home in Wales, but no longer in North Wales. In any case our friends were also losing their cottages and, by the time I got into my 70s, clambering up Neist was no longer so attractive. We found it in the milder landscape and political climate of Powys, from whose hills I can see Cadair Idris on a clear day. My daughter still goes to the valley from time to time. Neither Marlene nor I have been there since we moved away in 1991. I have not the heart to see the place again. But I cannot forget it. 15. The 60s. Sometime in early May 1968 I found myself in Paris, where one of the offshoots of UNESCO had organized a giant conference on Marx and contemporary scientific thought to commemorate the 150th anniversary of his birth. Like most such gatherings, its obvious function was to give a number of academics a free trip to an agreeable tourist center, and, like most conferences on Marx, especially those to which a platoon of ideological bureaucrats from the USSR contributed extremely boring papers of no interest, it encouraged participants to get out of the conference hall and into the streets. But on 8, 9, and 10 May the streets of Paris, at least those of the 5th and 6th arrondissements, were full of demonstrating students. By sheer chance, the commemoration of Marx's anniversary coincided with the climax of the Great Paris Student Rebellion. Within a day or two it was to become more than a student rebellion, namely a nationwide workers' strike and a major political crisis of the regime of General de Gaulle. 1 Within a few months the events of May were recognized as the epic entree of a bicontinental outburst of student rebellion, crossing political and ideological frontiers from Berkeley and Mexico City in the west to Warsaw, Prague, and Belgrade in the east. As I write this, I look at the pictures of those Paris days in the anthology of 1968 photographs, published as a volume 30 years later. Several of the most impressive were taken on the final day of the Marx conference. I can still recall the sting of tear gas after the burning of the Latin Quarter, but my most lasting memory is captured in Henri Cartier-Bresson's undated picture of a massive student march of protest, a vast, overwhelmingly male, tie-less, clenched fist concourse of juveniles, still, almost without exception, with the respectable short bourgeois haircuts of the pre-hippie age, almost concealing the presence of an occasional adult face. Yet these occasional adult faces are what I remember most vividly, because they represent both the unity and the incompatibility of the old generation of the left, my own, with the new. I remember my old friend and comrade Albert, Marius, Sobol, holder of the chair in the history of the French Revolution at the Sorbonne, upright, solemn-faced, dressed in the dark suit and tie of an academic grandee, marching abreast of men young enough to be his children who shouted slogans of which he profoundly disapproved as a loyal member of the French Communist Party. But how could a man in the tradition of revolution and republic not descendre dans la rue on such an occasion? I remember Jean Pronto, still a senior party member at that time, who had commanded the 1944 Paris insurrection against the Germans in the Latin Quarter, telling me how moved he was by the sight of barricades going up, spontaneously, at the exact corner of the Rue Gay-Lussac where they had been built in 1944, and no doubt where they had been during the revolutions of 1830, 1848 and the Paris Commune of 1871. If noblesse oblige, then so, surely, does a revolutionary tradition. And indeed, nothing shocked me more at the time than the meeting to which I and several other visiting Marxists from the UNESCO Jamboree were invited by, was it the Institut Maurice Thorez or some other academic adjunct to the French Communist Party, at which points of Marxist interpretation were to be discussed, while the students marched. Nobody appeared to take cognizance of what was happening outside. I caused a few moments of awkwardness by pointing this out. Did we have nothing to say, I asked, about what was happening on the very streets through which we had passed on our way to the meeting? Could we not at least declare our general support? Alas, 34 years later I cannot for the life of me remember whether those of us who felt as I did managed to shame the gathering into making such a declaration. It seems unlikely. The Magnum 1968 collection includes another picture that encapsulates at least part of my feelings at the time. It is also, I need hardly add, by Henri Cartier-Bresson, that genius at catching the historic moment. An elderly member of the middle class stands, with arms folded behind his back, looking reflectively at a poster-covered Parisian wall and a rough wooden door, presumably to some yard or building site. The top layer of posters has been half stripped from the wall, leaving breeze blocks and older movie posters half visible. On the door there is an accumulation of political posters, a Communist Party poster on top of some text about student power, a half-torn sheet calling for struggle for a democratic society opening the way to socialism, and on top of it all a large graffito written with the basic armament of the 1968 revolutionary, the spray paint can. It reads Joursay sans entraves, which the editors have translated bashfully as let it all hang out. It really means, let nothing stop orgasms. We cannot tell what Cartier-Bresson's elderly citizen made of the walls of Paris, which were the chief victims and public witnesses of the student revolt. My own reaction was skeptical. As every historian knows, revolutions can be recognized by the vast floods of words they generate, spoken words, but in literate societies words written in enormous quantities by men and women who do not usually express themselves in writing. By this criterion May 1968 was something like a student revolution, but its words record an odd kind of revolution, as anyone could see who watched the walls of Paris at the time. The truth is that the characteristic posters and graffiti of 1968 were not really political in the traditional sense of the word, except for the recurring denunciations of the Communist Party, presumably by the militants of the various left-wing groups and factions, almost invariably descended from some Leninist schism. And yet, how rare were the references to the great names of that ideology, Marx, Lenin, Mao, even Che Guevara, on the walls of Paris. They would later appear on badges and T-shirts, as icons symbolizing the overthrow of systems. The student rebels reminded theorists of a long-forgotten Bakuninist anarchism, but if anything they were closest to the situationists, who had anticipated a revolution of everyday life through the transformation of personal relations. That, and their very Gallic brilliance in devising memorable slogans, is why they became the mouthpieces of an otherwise inchoate movement, although it is almost certain that hardly anyone until then had heard of them, outside a small circle of left-wing painters. I certainly had not. On the other hand, the 1968 slogans were not simply the expressions of a dropout counterculture, in spite of an obvious interest in shocking the bourgeoisie, LSD tout de suite. They wanted society overthrown and not simply sidestepped. For middle-aged left-wingers like me, May 1968 and indeed the 1960s as a whole were both enormously welcome and enormously puzzling. We seemed to be using the same vocabulary, but we did not appear to speak the same language. What is more, even when we participated in the same events, those of us old enough to be the parents of the youthful militants patently did not experience them as they did. 20 post-war years had taught those of us who lived in the states of capitalist democracy that social revolution in these countries was not on the political agenda. In any case, when one is past 50, one does not expect the revolution behind every mass demonstration, however impressive and exciting. Hence, incidentally, our, and everyone's, surprise at the disproportionate political effectiveness of the 1968 student movements which, after all, overthrew the presidents of the USA and, after a decent face-saving interval, of France. Moreover, for us brought up on the history of 1776, 1789 and 1917, and old enough to have lived through the transformations since 1933, revolution, however intense an emotional experience, had a political objective. Revolutionaries wanted to overthrow old political regimes, domestic or foreign, with the aim of substituting new political regimes which would then institute or lay the foundations of a new and better society. Yet, whatever drove most of these youngsters onto the street, it was not this. Unsympathetic observers, such as Raymond Aron, seeing himself in the role of de Tocqueville commenting on the Paris of 1848, concluded that they had no objective at all. 1968 was simply to be understood as collective street theater, psychodrama, or verbal delirium, because it was merely a colossal release of suppressed feeling. For sympathetic ones, such as the sociologist Alain Touraine, author of one of the first and still one of the most illuminating books written about those extraordinary weeks, thought their implicit aim was a reversion to the pre-1848 utopian ideologies. But one could not really read utopia into the general antinomianism of slogans such as "it is forbidden to forbid," which probably came as close to expressing what the young rebels felt, whether about government, teachers, parents, or the universe. In fact, they did not seem to be much interested in a social ideal, communist or otherwise, as distinct from the individualist ideal of getting rid of anything that claimed the right and power to stop you doing whatever your ego and ID felt like doing. And yet, insofar as they found public badges to pin on private lapels, they were the badges of the revolutionary left, if only because they were by tradition associated with opposition. The natural reaction of old lefties to the new movement was, these people have not yet learned how to achieve their political objectives. That is presumably why, referring to the French title of my book Primitive Rebels, then recently published in Paris, 6 Alain Touraine, who had every sympathy with the 1968 rebels, wrote on the flyleaf of my copy of his book, "Here are the primitives of a new rebellion." For the purpose of my book had indeed been to do historic justice to social struggles, banditry, millennial sex, pre-industrial city rioters, that had been overlooked or even dismissed just because they tried to come to grips with the problems of the poor in a new capitalist society with historically obsolete or inadequate equipment. But supposing the new primitives were not pursuing our ends at all, but quite different ones? Because it was so clearly and passionately on the side of the eternal losers I wrote about, my own book, available in English since 1959, had given me more street credibility among the Anglophone New Lefts than party members usually enjoyed. Nevertheless, I was astonished and a little baffled to be told by a colleague from the University of California, Berkeley, the epicenter of the U.S. student eruption, that the more intellectual young rebels there read the book with great enthusiasm because they identified themselves and their movement with my rebels. Having both taught in the USA at the peak of the anti-Vietnam movement in 1967 and watched the Paris events in 1968, I wrote an equally uncomprehending article on revolution and sex in 1969. If there was any correlation between the two, I pointed out, it was negative. Rulers kept slaves and the poor quiet by encouraging sexual freedom among them and, I might have added, remembering Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, drugs. As a historian I knew that all revolutions have their free-for-all libertarian aspect, but taken by themselves cultural revolt and cultural dissidence are symptoms, not revolutionary forces. The more prominent such things are, as obviously in the USA, the more confident can we be that the big things are not happening. 7 But what if the big things were to be not the overthrow of capitalism, or even of some oppressive or corrupt political regimes, but precisely the destruction of traditional patterns of relations between people and personal behavior within existing society? What if we were just wrong in seeing the rebels of the 1960s as another phase or variant of the left? In that case it was not a botched attempt at one kind of revolution, but the effective ratification of another, the one that abolished traditional politics, and in the end the politics of the traditional left, by the slogan "The personal is political." Looking back after 30-odd years it is easy to see that I misunderstood the historic significance of the 1960s. One reason for this was that I had been immersed since 1955 in the small and mostly nocturnal universe of jazz musicians. The world I lived in after hours in the second half of the 50s had already seemed to anticipate much of the spirit of the 1960s. This was an error. It was quite different. If there is anything that symbolizes the 1960s it is rock music, which began its world conquest in the second half of the 1950s and immediately opened a profound gap between the pre- and post-1955 generations. It was impossible not to be aware of this gap, as when my wife and I, in Berkeley and San Francisco for a few days at the height of the flower power year of 1967, visited a former au pair of Andy and Julia in Haight-Ashbury, where she was then discovering herself. It was obviously marvelous for the girl, usually as level-headed a Netherlander as you could hope for, and fun to watch, but how could it be our scene? We were taken to the Fillmore, the giant ballroom throbbing with strobe lights and excessive amplification. I cannot even remember what Bay Area groups we heard. The only act that made any sense to me that night was one of the Motown girl groups. Was it the Marvelettes or the Supremes? Which swung in the familiar way of black R&B. Perhaps this is not surprising. To enjoy that year in San Francisco one really had to be permanently high on something, preferably acid, and we were not. Indeed, by virtue of our age, we were a textbook illustration of the phrase "if you can remember anything of the 1960s, you were not part of them." Nor could the jazz world, with the rarest exceptions, understand rock. It reacted to rock music with the same sort of contempt as it had traditionally reacted to the Mickey Mouse music of the old pit and commercial bands. Perhaps even with greater contempt, since the men who played the most boring of bar mitzvah gigs were at least professionals. Conversely, within a few years rock almost killed jazz. The generational gap between those for whom the Rolling Stones were gods and those for whom they were just a creditable imitation of black blues singing was virtually unbridgeable, even when both sides might from time to time find themselves in agreement on some talent. As it happens, I rather admired the Beatles and recognized the fragments of genius in Bob Dylan, a potential major poet too idle or self-absorbed to keep the muse's attention for more than 2 or 3 lines at a time. Whatever the appearances, my generation would remain strangers in the 1960s. And this despite the fact that for a few years in the 1960s the language, culture, and lifestyle of the new rock generations became politicized. They spoke dialects recognizable as deriving from the old language of the revolutionary left, though not, of course, of orthodox Moscow communism, discredited both by the record of the Stalin era and the political moderation of the communist parties. Anyone who reads the best book on the 1960s written in Britain, Promise of a Dream, by my friend and former student Sheila Robotham, will realize that for some years it really was almost impossible for someone of her generation, born 1943, to distinguish between what was personal and what was political. It was the left-wing Alexis Korner, I remember him, dark and quiet in Bayswater, who inspired the clear-cut throbbing sexuality of the blues bands 8 such as the Rolling Stones, whose Mick Jagger wrote Street Fighting Men after a dramatic Vietnam solidarity demonstration in 1968 and published it in the flamboyant Pakistani Trotskyite Tariq Ali's new radical paper, The Black Dwarf, Paris, London, Rome, Berlin. We will fight. We shall win. Pink Floyd, The Dialectics of Liberation, Che Guevara, Middle Earth, and Acid belong together. Not that the line was totally erased. A subsequent holder of a Cambridge economics chair proposed that principled socialist men should protest publicly against the spread of Soho strip clubs, e.g. by stripping outside them. The New Left Review men had told him he was being puritanical and old-fashioned in his attitude to socialism. Wearers of the somber struggle gear, increasingly worn, on the left shook their heads over an equally devoted militant who came to an occupation of the London School of Economics in an olive green bell-bottom trouser suit, bought in my September spending spree. 9 Most of this passed the older left by, even though the young British radicals, perhaps thanks to my generation of red historians, were probably more deeply impregnated with history, especially labor history, than any other. We knew most of the chief activists as fellow protesters, pupils, or friends. I did not bother to read The Black Dwarf, although I was asked to write an article for it and naturally did so. People like me were mobilized by the young for such things as Vietnam teach-ins. I was put up against the spectacularly ill-chosen Henry Cabot Lodge, former American Big Brother in Saigon, in the Oxford Union teach-in of 1965 organized by Tariq Ali. Fortunately in my own college I did not face the bruising experience of a student occupation, a considerable strain on intergenerational relations, although I was invited to address a crowd of occupying forces in the Cambridge Old Schools by one of their leaders, the son of old friends. I think my suggestion that even the history of eras lost in the mists of antiquity such as the 19th century could be relevant, the buzzword of the moment, disappointed them. We did not understand how deeply even the unquestionably political ultra-left, the armed revolutionaries and neo-terrorists who emerged from the 1960s, were influenced by, indeed were part of, the counterculture. The Weathermen in the USA took their name from a song by Bob Dylan. The Red Army faction, better known as the Baader-Meinhof Gang, lived in the German version of a counterculture of outsiders by choice and behavior. My age group did not understand that the student generations of the West in the 1960s believed, as we had once done, though in a manner far less easy to specify as politics, that they lived in an era when all would be changed, because around them everything was already being changed, by revolution. We, or at least congenitally pessimistic middle-aged Reds such as myself, already bearing the scars of half a lifetime of disappointment, could not share the almost cosmic optimism of the young, as they felt themselves to be caught in that maelstrom of international rebellion. 10. One of its byproducts was the fashion for global revolutionary tourism, which was to see Italian, French, and British left-wing intellectuals simultaneously converging on Bolivia in 1967 at the death of Guevara and for the trial of Regis Debray. Of course all of us were caught up in these great global struggles. The Third World had indeed brought the hope of revolution back to the first in the 1960s. The two great international inspirations were Cuba and Vietnam, triumphs not only of revolution, but of Davids against Goliaths, of the weak against the all-powerful. The guerrilla, an emblematic word of the era, became the quintessential key to changing the world. Fidel Castro's revolutionaries, recognizable by their youth, long hair, beards, and rhetoric as heirs of 1848, think of the famous image of Che Guevara, could almost have been designed to be world symbols of a new age of political romantics. It is difficult to recall, and to understand even now, the almost immediate global repercussions of what in January 1959 was after all a not unusual event in the history of one Latin American island of modest size. Small, scrawny Vietnamese on jungle trails and in paddy fields checkmated the giant destructive force of the USA. From the moment in 1965 that President Johnson sent in his troops, even middle-aged non-utopians such as myself had not the slightest doubt about who would win. More than anything else in the 1960s, it was the grandeur, heroism, and tragedy of the Vietnamese struggle which moved and mobilized the English-speaking left and linked both its generations and almost all its usually feuding sects. I met contemporaries and pupils in Grosvenor Square, demonstrating in front of the American Embassy. I went on marches with Marlene and our small children, chanting Ho 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 Chi Minh, like the rest. I was a declared skeptic about the Guevarist guerrilla strategy, which in any case proved uniformly disastrous, see Chapter 21, but Vietnam remains engraved on both our hearts. Even at the very end of the century, the emotion was still there, and palpable in Hanoi, as Marlene and I watched a party of tiny, hard-bitten elderly men in formal suits, wearing their campaign medals, make their way under the trees to visit Ho Chi Minh's home. They had fought for us, instead of us. Apart from sharing in the campaigning for it, I had no particular connection with Vietnam during the war, nor did I visit it until a quarter of a century after victory, and then purely on holiday. On the other hand, like so many left-wingers who were inspired by the Cuban Revolution, I visited Cuba several times in the 1960s, and thus, incidentally, saw a good cross-section of the world's itinerant left. My first trip there was in 1960, the irresistible honeymoon period of the young revolution. I found myself coinciding and joining forces with two economist friends who represented that rare phenomenon. The old U.S. Marxist left identified neither with the CP nor with its opponents, the tall Paul Sweezy, all slow-speaking New England Yankee, and Paul Barron. Since their embattled little journal, the Monthly Review, had kept the red flag flying in Cold War USA, they were welcomed by Castro and the ex-guerrillas of the Sierra Maestra. My own contacts came rather through a formidable CP leader with an exceptional gift for political adaptation, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, whose insistence on making common cause with Fidel while he was in the Sierra Maestra paid off after the victory. Havana was still sufficiently close to the free-swinging paradise for shady tourists of the musical Guys and Dolls to radiate rumba and cultural tolerance, and the island looked sufficiently fertile to give the revolutionary regime what looked like an easy future. We agreed that it ought to have no difficulty in feeding its 10 million inhabitants, with enough left over for Cuba Libres, rum and Coca-Cola, cigars, and those wonderful tiny street corner coffees which disappeared as the economy foundered. 18 months after victory, the honeymoon between people and revolutionary government was still tangible. Dodging radical young Americans with movie cameras, we toured the country in an optimistic haze. My second visit, in 1962, via Prague, Shannon and Gander, was with a British left-wing delegation of the usual composition, a left-wing Labour MP, unilateral nuclear disarmers, a hard-nosed, usually party-line union leader, not without an interest in foreign nookie, the odd radical conspirator, CP functionaries and the like. A young, fast-talking African had somehow attached himself to us, claiming to represent an undefined youth movement in a vaguely defined region of West Africa, whose first action on arriving in Prague was to make tracks for the foreign ministry, where he hoped to find somebody to fund Third World Revolution through him. The Cubans refused to have anything to do with him. At the time I saw him as that curious byproduct of that age, a black confidence man exploiting the ignorance or anti-imperialist reflexes of white progressives, one of the good soldier Schwechks or picaros of the Cold War. The liberal left became familiar with, and sometimes let itself be exploited by, such figures, in Britain the highly ungenial Michael X, halfway between a bad beginning as a West London hustler and a grim end on the scaffold in Trinidad and on the pages of V.S. Naipaul's harsh novel, was at one time familiar at London parties. Certainly these examples of the flotsam and jetsam of a disintegrating empire were less impressive than the black militants from the USA who were soon to look to Cuba for aid, but behind the unpersuasive scams of people such as the young African there was a tragedy of uprooted lives among white aliens which I did not sufficiently appreciate. As for the delegation itself, all I can remember about it is that I found myself translating for Che who, in Fidel's place, received us for lunch in the former Hilton Hotel. He was indeed as fine a figure of a man as he looks on the famous photo, though he said nothing of interest. However, thanks to the invaluable Argeliers Leon, expert in the affairs of Afro-Cuban secret societies and cults and director of the Institute of Ethnology and Folklore which the new regime had just established, I was able to listen to some wonderful music in the black barrios of Havana. My third visit was to a somewhat extravagant gathering, the Havana Cultural Congress, the last episode in Fidel Castro's affair with the European intelligentsia, in January 1968, to which Fidel, at that point on cool terms with Moscow, had pointedly omitted to invite cultural figures from the Soviet bloc or, except in Italy, where culture and the PCI still went together, orthodox CP intellectuals. Instead, he brought in an impressive range of independent, dissident, and heterodox leftists from various cultural scenes, including most of the older generation of the Parisian avant-garde political outgroups. Their most memorable contribution to the Congress was to produce a politico-artistic incident, when old surrealists physically attacked the Mexican artist Siqueiros, who had once been associated with the plans to assassinate Trotsky, at the opening of an art show, though it was not clear how far this was on grounds of artistic or political disagreement. Yet the curious thing about this invasion of the past from the Latin Quarter is how little it had in common with, or anticipated, the student rebellion that was about to sweep through Paris. Nevertheless, it was an exciting occasion, though a somewhat depressing one, considering the evident mess Cuba had made of its economy. At all events it gave me the opportunity to get to know the remarkable Hans Magnus Enzensberger in his flighty Lista phase, with his Russian wife, the enchanting Masha, a lost soul whose life was to end tragically in London, child of the dark night of the Stalinist Soviet Union. For her father had been Alexander Fedyaev, General Secretary of the Writers' Union in the years of the Great Terror, that is to say a state bureaucrat drinking his way through the task of administering his friends' lives and deaths before committing suicide in 1955. I do not know what Fidel made of this strange influx of Europeans. He was presumably more at ease with Giangiacomo Feltrinelli, a mustached outdoor-looking figure recently expelled from both Bolivia and for good measure Peru, who was telling the Cubans in a Spanish comprehensible only to an Italian that his function as a European publisher was at an end, and he now saw himself wholly as an anti-imperialist combatant. 11 Fortunately the publishing house he had founded in 1955, equally distinguished in politics and literature, first to publish both Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago and Lampedusa's The Leopard, still flourishes. I cannot remember whether I met him on that occasion, though I had known this intense young multimillionaire slightly since the early 1950s when he was an impassioned Communist Party activist and financier of CP culture. I remember a summary conversation with him in his office in Milan in the nerve-wracking period of the international communist crisis of 1956-7, about where the movement could or should go, between phone calls arranging a weekend with a girl in some castle on the Adriatic coast. It must have been just when he was leaving the party. His dissidence was to take him into the underworld of armed revolutionary struggle. As a teenager he had fought with the communist partisans for revolution, against fascism, and against all his family and the super-rich Milan bourgeoisie stood for. The spirit of Che Guevara revived these memories. Soon after 1968 he went underground, or as far underground as a rich and socially prominent international headline maker can go, and was killed in 1972, in obscure circumstances while attempting to blow up a high-tension pylon in Segregate, in the Milan hinterland. Whether Fidel himself knew the charming young French-Canadian intellectuals who failed to convince me that their plan to create a new Sierra Maestra in the forests of Quebec would advance the cause of world revolution, I do not know. I suspect that someone in Cuba did. I tried to phone the most intelligent and agreeable of them repeatedly a couple of years later when I found myself in Montreal. There was no answer. Such was my lack of rapport with the spirit of the times that it only struck me much later that he must have been one of the terrorists of the Nationalist Front de la Libération du Québec who kidnapped the British Trade Commissioner and strangled a Quebec minister, perhaps one of those allowed a safe exit to Cuba in return for the British diplomat. But those were the days when even the ultras of ethno-linguistic nationalism, such as the early Basque EDA, presented themselves in the garb of international revolution. 2. For a moment in the late 1960s the young, or at least the children of the old middle classes and the new masses rising to middle-class status through the explosion in higher education, felt they were living the revolution, whether by a simple collective private exit from the world of power, parents, and past or by the constant, accumulating, almost orgasmic excitement of political or apparently political action, or gestures that took the place of action. The mood of the political young during that hectic spring and summer of 1968 was recognizably revolutionary, but incomprehensible to old lefties of my generation, and not only because the situation was plainly not revolutionary in any realistic sense. Let me quote Sheila Robotham, who has described it with wonderful perception. Personal feelings removed themselves from the foreground. My sexual encounters were snatched in between meetings and somehow the customary emotions didn't settle upon them. It was as if intimacy had acquired an almost random quality. The energy of the external collective became so intense, it seemed the boundaries of closeness, of ecstatic inwardness, had spilled over onto the streets. I thus caught a glimpse of the peculiar annihilation of the personal in the midst of dramatic events like revolution. In retrospect, revolutions seem puritanical, but that is not how they are experienced at the time. Caught in that maelstrom of international rebellion, it felt as if we were being carried to the edge of the known world. 12. Nevertheless, as soon as the dense clouds of maximalist rhetoric and cosmic expectation turned into the rain of every day, the distinction between ecstasy and politics, real power and flower power, between voice and action, became visible once more. Jericho had not fallen to the sound of Joshua's collective trumpets. The political young had to consider what action was needed to capture it. Since both the older and the younger generation of revolutionaries spoke the same language, mainly in one or another Marxist dialect, a semblance of communication became possible again, especially since the activist groups broke with the vague belief in spontaneous inspiration and often returned to the tradition of disciplined vanguard organizations. In fact, however, there was still a vast gap between the old and the young left. Revolution was not on the agenda in our countries. For revolutionaries of my generation, the central problem remained what Marxist parties should do, indeed what their function could be, in non-revolutionary countries. And elsewhere? Where successful insurrection or guerrilla conquest was realistically on the agenda, we, at least I, were still in favor of it. The old instinct to be on the side of any insurrectionaries and guerrillas who talked the language of the left, however stupid and pointless, died hard. It was not until the 1980s that, confronted with the phenomenon of the Peruvian Shining Path guerrillas, admittedly based on an ideology eccentric even on the lunatic fringes of Marxism-Leninism, I frankly admitted to myself that this was a left-wing revolutionary movement I simply did not want to win. Fortunately, good Vietnamese communists had put a stop to Pol Pot's killing fields. Perhaps sympathy for the rebels was no more than the intellectuals' version of the age-old omerta of the poor, the reflex of not telling on those harried by the state and its men in uniforms. Perhaps this came naturally to the author of Primitive Rebels and Bandits, who still finds it hard to withhold admiration from embattled, even if plainly mistaken, losers. In the USA, my own sympathies were with the Black Panthers. I admired their courage and self-respect. I was touched by the simple-minded Leninism of their publications, but it was plain to me that they had not the slightest chance of achieving their objectives. With most of the organizations of insurrectionists, or rather small armed action groups which emerged in Europe from the debris of the Great Rebellion of 1968, I found myself entirely out of sympathy. There was room for reasoned disagreement with their opposite numbers in the very different political situation of Latin America, see Chapter 21, but in Europe their activities were either pointless or counterproductive. The only operations of this kind which might claim some political feasibility were those of separatist nationalists, Quebecois, Basque, or Irish, to whose political project I was strongly opposed. Marxists are not separatist nationalists. Point 13. In any case, one of the two most lasting separatist movements of the kind born in this period, the Provisional IRA, did not claim to be on the left at all, but, on the contrary, broke away in 1969 from the old established, official, IRA which had turned left. So I found myself both out of sympathy and out of contact, if only by virtue of age, with these new practical revolutionaries. Not that there were all that many. In Britain there were none, except the short-lived, ineffective anarchist Angry Brigade. In West Germany the armed action people amounted to a few dozen at most, probably relying for support on 1,500 or so sympathizers, plus perhaps another handful who moved from action in their own country to international action in anti-imperialist solidarity with some body of Third World rebels, usually the Palestinians. It was a world I did not know, unless one or other of the often very radical young West German historians of those years had some connections with them. I had no contact with the Red Brigades and their like in Italy, much the most formidable of the armed action groups in Europe other than the Basque ETA. I doubt whether the active members of these groups numbered more than 100 or two. For reasons I have never understood, no significant armed revolutionary groups of the left seem to have emerged from the ruins of 1968 in France, although a small but quite effective terrorist group operated for a number of years in Belgium. On the other hand, had I been in touch with such groups, I would not have asked them what they did, and they would not have told me, even if they thought I was politically with them. And where did it all lead to? In politics, nowhere much. Since a revolution was not on the cards, the European revolutionaries of 1968 had to join the political mainstream of the left, unless, being very bright young intellectuals, as so many of them were, they escaped from real politics into the academy, where revolutionary ideas could survive without much political practice. Politically, the 1968 generation has done well enough, especially if one includes those recruited into civil services and think tanks and the burgeoning numbers of advisors in politicians' private offices. As I write, the French Prime Minister, Lionel Jospin, is an ex-Trotskyist, the German Foreign Secretary, Joschka Fischer, is an ex-street-fighting man, and even the new Labour government of Tony Blair contains, among its lesser members, more than one firebrand of those days. Only in Italy, where the extreme left retained a strong independent presence, has the mainstream left not been rejuvenated by the young 68 radicals. Is this any more or any less than the inevitable seepage of former revolutionaries from radicalism to moderation in every intellectual generation since 1848? What has really transformed the Western world is the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. The year 1968 may prove to be less of a turning point in 20th century history than 1965, which has no political significance whatever, but was the year in which the French clothing industry for the first time produced more women's trousers than skirts, and when numbers training for the Roman Catholic priesthood began visibly to collapse. I always taught the students in my labor history courses that the Great Dockers' Strike of 1889, which is prominent in every textbook, may be less significant than the silent adoption by masses of Britain's industrial workers, sometime between 1880 and 1905, of a form of headgear recognizable as a badge of belonging to their class, the familiar peaked cap. It may be argued that the really significant index of the history of the second half of the 20th century is not ideology or student occupations, but the forward march of blue jeans. But, alas, I am not part of that history. For Levis triumphed, like rock music, as the badge of youth. By then I was no longer young. I had no great sympathy for the contemporary equivalent of Peter Pan, the adult who wants to stay an adolescent forever, nor could I see myself as credibly performing the role of oldest teenager on the scene. I therefore decided, almost as a matter of principle, never to wear this gear, and I have never done so. This handicaps me as a historian of the 1960s. I stood outside them. What I have written about the 1960s is what an autobiographer can write who never wore jeans. 16. A watcher in politics. Looking back, I am surprised how little direct political activity there was in my life after 1956, considering my reputation as a committed Marxist. I did not become a figure in the nuclear disarmament movement, addressing vast crowds in Hyde Park like Edward Thompson. I did not march at the head of public demonstrations like Pierre Bourdieu in Paris. I did not save from jail a Turkish editor who had published one of my articles by offering to stand trial myself by his side, as Noam Chomsky did in 2002. True, I cannot compare with the eminence or the star quality of these friends, but even at the level of lesser celebrity, there was plenty to be done. I did not even take any active part after 1968 in the bitter political struggle within the small Communist Party between the Soviet hardliners and the Euro-communists, which finally killed the party in 1991, though, obviously, indicating where I stood. Essentially, apart from a lecture here and there, my political activity consisted of writing books and articles, notably for that most original of editors, Paul Barker, in his days at New Society, as a historian or a historically minded journalist, a Marxist one, which obviously gave my writings a political dimension, as did my special field of labor history. Even my most political writings of the 1960s and 1970s were only obliquely tied to current matters. So I was not really prepared for the moment when, for the first and only time in my life, I found myself with a brief cameo part on the national scene of British politics. For about 10 years from the late 70s I was deeply involved in the public debates about the future of the Labour Party and, after the beginning of what turned out to be 18 unbroken years of Conservative government, the nature of the new Thatcherism. Most of my contributions were republished in 2 volumes of political writing. It grew from a seed unintentionally planted in September 1978 in the pages of the Communist Party's theoretical and discussion journal, Marxism Today, which was to play an unexpectedly important part in political debate in the 1980s under the recently appointed editor, a brilliant, bald, jogging, motor race watcher, politico-intellectual entrepreneur and former university lecturer, my friend Martin Jacques. It published a lecture I had given in the annual series of Marx Memorial Lectures under the title The Forward March of Labor Halted. It was not intended as a political intervention, but as a Marxist historian's survey of what had happened to the British working class over the past century. I argued that the apparently irresistible though not continuous rise of the British labour movement in the first half of the century seemed to have come to a halt. It could not now necessarily be expected to realize the historic destiny once predicted for it, if only because the modern economy had changed, relatively diminished, and divided the industrial proletariat. If my lecture had a political edge, it was turned against the Labour Party leadership under Harold Wilson, Prime Minister from 1964 to 1970 and again in 1974-6, who presided over a brief moment of Labour revival in 1966, and did not recognize it. Nevertheless, the forward march halted, amounted to a public warning that in the late 1970s the movement was heading for serious trouble. One part of my presentation was immediately singled out for irritated criticism by Ken Gill, a member of the TUC General Council and perhaps the leading CP trade union leader, namely my comments on the sharp increase of sectionalism in the industrial movement. I had pointed out that the trade unions' militancy, so plain in the 1970s, was essentially for their members' narrow economic benefits, and that even under left leadership this did not necessarily indicate a resumption of the forward march of labor. On the contrary, it seems to me that we now see a growing division of workers into sections and groups, each pursuing its own economic interest irrespective of the rest. Given the new mixed economy, the group relied not on the potential loss strikes caused to employers, but on the inconvenience they might cause to the public, that is on putting pressure on the government to settle. In the nature of things this not only increased potential friction between groups of workers, but risked weakening the hold of the labor movement as a whole. Nobody could live through the strike-happy 1970s in Britain without being aware of union militancy and the tensions between unions and governments. It reached its peak in the autumn and winter of 1978-9. However, I was sufficiently remote from the political scene on the industrial labor left to be surprised to find that my lecture led to an intense and politically charged controversy in Marxism Today over the next year. Without particularly intending to, I had touched several very raw nerves. The fact that within a few months of my article the weak and struggling Labour government had been comprehensively defeated in a general election by the Conservatives under their new militantly class warrior leader, Margaret Thatcher, made the pain even more intolerable. By the time the last criticism of my paper appeared in Marxism Today the Thatcher era had already begun. By the time the post-electoral debate on my paper was added to the pre-electoral, and both were published in 1981 in a book jointly sponsored by Marxism Today and Verso Editions the Labour Party itself had been split by the secession of the so-called Social Democrats, and the remaining rump of the party was struggling to survive. In retrospect, the illusions of the mixed coalition of lefts which almost destroyed the Labour Party between 1978 and 1981 are harder to understand than the trade union leaders' illusions of power which had undermined it since the late 1960s. Since the general strike of 1926 the British ruling class had been careful not to seek a head-on confrontation with the unions, i.e. with the 70% or so of Britons who saw themselves as workers. The golden age of the post-1945 economy had even taken the edge off the built-in anti-unionism of industrialists. For 20 years giving in to union demands had not put pressure on profits. The 70s had begun to worry both politicians and economists, but they were a triumphant period for trade union leaders, who had blocked a Labour government's plans to limit their power, and who had twice defeated a Conservative government by national miners' strikes. Even those union leaders who realized that there had to be some limit on uncontrolled free market bargaining, saw themselves as negotiating a wages policy with governments from a position of impressive strength. As it happened, the glory years of 70s unionism were also those of the trade union left. For though the CP was small, declining, politically divided between Moscow hardliners and a Euro-communist leadership, and harassed on the left by younger Trotskyist militants, it probably played a larger part on the national trade union scene in the 1970s than ever before, under the leadership of its formidably able industrial organizer, Bert Ramilson, whose remarkable wife Marion, a Yorkshire textile worker, had been an amateur historian herself and an active supporter of the historians' group. The CP was not merely part of the 1970s militancy. With the blessing, not unqualified, of the two figures closest to national godfathers in the TUC, Hugh Scanlon, of the Engineering Union, and Jack Jones, the former International Brigadier, of the Transport and General Workers, the TUC left, largely marshalled by Ramilson and Ken Gill, coordinated the Union's fight against the two Wilson government's attempts to clip their wings. Moreover, the long-hoped-for shift in the balance of the, still, great National Mine Workers' Union had happened in the 1960s. Yorkshire had swung left, bringing to national prominence a, then, CP protégé, the young Arthur Scargill. Together with the always solid and party-led bastions of Wales and Scotland, the left now outvoted the equally reliable moderate bastions of northeast England. The 15 years after 1970 were the era of the great national miners' strikes, victorious in 1972 and 1974, disastrous in 1984-5, thanks to the combination of Mrs. Thatcher's determination to destroy the Union and the delusions of the Union's by then national leader, Arthur Scargill. By chance my lecture in the autumn of 1978 coincided with the tensest moment in relations between the Unions and the Labour Party. The illusion of trade union power under left-wing leaders and activists fueled the even greater illusion of a conquest of the Labour Party, and hence of future Labour governments, by the socialist left. A mixed coalition of lefts within the Labour Party and entryist revolutionaries who had joined it, had increasingly come together behind the project of winning control of the party under the banner of the increasingly radical ex-minister Tony Benn. Unlike the industrial militancy, which had substantial backing from the members of the unions, then at the peak of their numbers, the political militants reflected the decline in the political interest, votes, and party membership among workers. In fact, their strategy relied on the ability of small groups of militants among a largely inactive membership to capture Labour Party branches and, reinforced by the politically decisive bloc vote of left-led unions at party conferences, to impose a more radical leadership and policy on the party. This was an entirely practicable strategy. Indeed, it almost succeeded. The illusion lay in the belief that the Labour Party, thus captured by a mixed minority of sectarian left-wingers, would somehow remain united, gain in electoral force, and would have a policy capable of standing up to the attack of Mrs. Thatcher's class warriors, whose force they systematically failed to grasp. Consequently, this illusion led to disaster. Many traditional voters, one-third of the actual self-described working-class electors, were in any case abandoning Labour and voting for the Conservatives. The party split, and for some years the alliance between the new Social Democratic Party and the Liberals actually came close to gaining more votes than the Labour Party. 2.5 years after the victory of Mrs. Thatcher's Conservatives, Labour had lost another 1 in 5 of its voters and no longer had majority support in any group of the working class, even the unskilled and unemployed. And this at a time when the Conservative government itself had lost votes since the election of 1979. As I wrote at the time, the triumph of Thatcher is a byproduct of the defeat of Labour. What made things worse was what I then described as the sheer refusal of some of the left to look unwelcome facts in the face. Point 2. In short, the future, perhaps the very existence, of the Labour Party was at stake in the years following the victory of Mrs. Thatcher's Conservatives in 1979. The new Social Democrats had written it off, and aimed to replace it by an alliance, eventually a merger between themselves and the Liberals. I remember the occasion, a dinner in the house of Amartya Sen and his wife Eva Kulkarni, to which one of their Kentish town neighbours came late, with apologies. Bill Rogers had just been meeting with the rest of the so-called Gang of Four, Roy Jenkins, David Owen, and Shirley Williams, all eventually in the House of Lords, to draft the declaration establishing what became, a few weeks later, the Social Democratic Party. It was joined by a substantial number of the Labour middle and professional classes, some of whom were to return to the party when it stopped pursuing its visibly suicidal course. On the other hand, the militant left, and many socialist intellectuals such as my old friend Ralph Miliband, whose sons were to become important figures in the offices of Prime Minister Tony Blair and Chancellor Gordon Brown, also wrote off the Labour Party until the moment when it had been captured and was ready to become a real socialist party, whatever that meant. I outraged some of my friends by pointing out that they were not seriously trying to defeat Mrs. Thatcher. Whatever they thought, they acted as though another Labour government like the ones we have had before from time to time since 1945 were not just unsatisfactory, but worse than no Labour government. I.e., worse than the only alternative government on offer, namely Mrs. Thatcher's. Point 3. The question was, could the Labour Party be saved? In the end it was saved, but only just. At the Labour conference in 1981, when Tony Benn stood for the deputy leadership of the party and was defeated in a photo finish by Denis Healey. The future of the party was not certain until after the disastrous election of 1983, when Michael Foot, who had been elected leader in 1980, as the candidate of the left, also against Healey, was succeeded by Neil Kinnock. On the eve of his election I spoke at a fringe meeting on that occasion, organized either by the Fabian Society or by Marxism Today. Kinnock himself made a point of being there, and signing a copy of my book with warm thanks, so, if I recall, were David Blunkett and Robin Cook, then also on the non-Bennite Labour left. At the time I write Pillars of the Labour Government since 1997. Whatever his limitations, Neil Kinnock, whose candidature I had strongly supported, was the leader who saved the Labour Party from the sectarians. After 1985, when he secured the expulsion of the Trotskyite militant tendency from the party, its future was safe. This was the only occasion on which I actually met Neil Kinnock, apart from the time when I interviewed him for Marxism Today a little later, returning rather depressed about his potential as a future Prime Minister. Hence the absurdity of the habit of some political journalists for the next year or two of linking my name with his, Kinnock's guru. Nevertheless, there was a sound political reason why the name of a Marxist intellectual who was not even in the Labour Party should, at a few moments of the battle for the survival of that party, have been useful for those who wanted to save it. I had been among the very few who predicted serious trouble for Labour, which gave me some standing in the controversy. I was among the few known socialist intellectuals who were openly skeptical of the project of taking over the party and argued against its proponents with passion and, I hope, some effectiveness. Point 7. But in those difficult times it was particularly useful for the opponents of the sectarians to be able to cite support from someone known to most activists in the party, at least to those who read books and periodicals, and with a long and incontrovertible track record on the far left as a Marxist. For in 1980 and 1981 constitutional changes had given the sectarian leftists what looked like a built-in majority within the party and thus virtually handed its fortunes over to them. The future of the party depended essentially on detaching enough activists of the Labour left from the sectarians to offset this, at least at crucial moments. The case for doing so had to be made from the left, all the more so since until 1983 the chief alternative candidate for the Labour leadership was Denis Healey, formerly Minister of Defence and Chancellor of the Exchequer, who represented everything the left disliked, who did not try to conceal his contempt for most of them, and who had established a justified reputation as a political bully boy. The Labour Party under Tony Blair has moved so far to the right of its traditional position that there is probably less ideological difference between Healey and myself when we meet today, old men looking back on a better past, than there has been since we first met in the student CP, but by the standards of the 1970s he was the man of the Labour right. In private life he was and is a person of charm, high intelligence and culture, underneath the battlements of his trademark eyebrows, and the author of one of the few British politicians' memoirs that can be read with enjoyment as a book. However, the public Healey was easier to respect than to love. He would certainly have made a far better political leader than any of the other candidates, although the sectarians would have done their best to destroy him. The situation at the time was such that probably only a leader with left-wing credentials could have got the party out of its crisis. Michael Foot, who beat him, was not constructed to be a party leader or potential prime minister, and should not have been elected to the leadership. He was and is a marvelous man. For years he and I used to meet at the Hampstead bus stop from which we travelled together, I to the university, he to the House of Commons or the office of the Journal Tribune, an increasingly stooped, casually dressed old man with a limp and a fine profile, shaking his white head of hair with passion. Walking, he belonged to the generation of the great hiking British intellectuals, and public transport were his forms of locomotion. Since he became a government minister only briefly in the 1970s, the official car was not part of his ego. He was and is a Labour politician who attracts genuine love, as well as admiration for patent moral integrity and for his considerable talents and literary culture. He had eloquence of the kind that belonged to the era of mass meetings and great House of Commons occasions, before the days of the small TV screen, the oratory of the flashing eye, the gesture, the elocution reaching to the last row. He was a highly professional journalist of great rhetorical power, superb at denouncing injustice and reaction. He was a voracious reader and easy writer of some style, never tired of singing the praises of those he admired most, Jonathan Swift and William Hazlitt. Perhaps his capacity for enthusiasm, or his unwillingness to hurt, made him too uncritical. His Life of Aneurin Bevan, the great leader of the Labour left, whose parliamentary seat in the South Wales valleys he inherited and in due course passed on to Neil Kinnock, was too hagiographical, his numerous book reviews, including those of my own books, not critical enough. I cannot think of anyone who actually disliked him. He seemed, even to his contemporaries and colleagues, to belong to an older, almost a pre-1914 generation, the first from the old dissenting provincial middle class to abandon their traditional loyalty to the Liberal Party for the cause of the workers. He was not built for authority but for opposition, a tribune of the people who defended it against the presumption of its rulers. For almost all his career in the Labour Party he was the spokesman of the left against the leadership, although they could always rely on his utter loyalty to the movement, notably in 1964, when the left had Harold Wilson's first Labour government with a tiny majority of 3 at its mercy. He was not an organisation man. He lacked the unfortunately useful gifts of intrigue and horse trading that give the term politician a bad name, and the sense of egoism and personal ambition that drives so many of the most formidable of them. The 3 years of his leadership were a disaster. Tony Benn, a good and honest man who almost brought the party to ruin, lacked neither ego nor ambition. After all, he had spent a great deal of time and energy fighting for the right to disclaim his title as a hereditary peer, to win the right to shorten his name and to enter the real politics of the House of Commons. In some ways he was extremely well fitted to be what he plainly wanted to be more than anything else, namely leader of the party and, in due course, Prime Minister. Handsome, looking remarkably young, physically robust, politics is an exhausting game like rugby or chess, and eloquent, he was and remains one of the few faces and voices almost immediately recognizable by the general public. Even his air of eagerness, like a Boy Scout looking for an occasion to do a good turn, his trademark pipe, his proletarian preference for mugs of tea, were assets. Though he had no great political profile in the past, he was moving left in the 1970s. Had he wanted to, he would almost certainly have been able to hold the Labour Party together and see it through difficult times. He looked like winning the leadership sooner or later, and, like many others, I thought he was probably the best man for the job, until he threw it away. I interviewed him at some length for Marxism Today in October 1980, and was impressed, if not completely reassured, by his insistence that in his view the Labour Party should remain a very broad church. Yet a few months later it became entirely clear that Ben was totally unsuited for the job. He had put his money entirely on the sectarians. In January 1981 a special conference of the party in effect handed over its fortunes to the left. The details do not matter. It was now evident that only his own political stupidity could stop Ben from becoming the leader of the Labour Party fairly soon. At this point anyone with minimal political sense, knowing how deeply the party was split, would have played the card of generosity, reconciliation, and unity. Instead of this, Ben issued a triumphant call for the victorious left to take over and to demonstrate its power by electing him against Healey for the deputy leadership. Whether a more conciliatory approach would have prevented the secession of the future Social Democrats, no one can tell. However, Ben's total identification with the left sectarians made it evident to anyone who did not want the Labour Party to be reduced to a marginalized socialist chapel that its future required him to be defeated. And this was achieved, if only just. Tony Benn himself retreated to an honorable position as a backbench defender of the Constitution, democracy, and civil liberties and a propagandist for socialism, but his career as a serious politician was at an end. 2. Such as they were, my interventions in the political debate were almost entirely through Marxism Today. One would not have expected this modest monthly to become, in the course of the 1980s, and in spite of its association with the CP, essential reading in the media and political world, and not merely among the left. Even some eminent conservative politicians, Edward Heath, Michael Heseltine, Christopher Patten, wrote for it or allowed themselves to be interviewed for it. A young Labour politician of no left-wing sympathies whatever, elected to Parliament in 1983, claimed he was a regular reader and allowed himself to be interviewed for it, Tony Blair. Most of the already established names who were to become major personalities of the future Labour government had their say in it: Gordon Brown, Robin Cook, David Blunkett, Michael Meacher. The journal was bitterly attacked by the hardliners within the Communist Party, which was about to be destroyed by its own internal battles and the collapse of the communist regimes, but its political leadership, firm supporters of the Prague Spring and the Italian kind of communism, gave it solid political and, of course, financial support as long as it could. It went out of existence at the end of 1991 with the party and the USSR. In an era of crisis for the Labour Party, the ideas for its future came from a communist journal. Its success was overwhelmingly due to the combination of political nous and journalistic flair of Martin Jacques, and not least to the decision to open its pages to writers far from the party line, and the orthodoxies of the old socialists. Nevertheless, we also benefited by the almost total disarray of the traditional politico-intellectual universe in Britain in the Thatcher era. This chiefly affected the sectors left of centre, but even the Conservatives were exploring an unknown new territory. What must or could be done in the new era? How, even where, was it to be discussed? Marxism Today provided a space where these questions could be considered outside the established frameworks, above all because it insisted that with the arrival of Mrs. Thatcher, the great moving right show, as the cultural theorist Stuart Hall called it in an article in 1979 which coined the term Thatcherism, all bets were off. The game was new. And Marxism Today said so, before the rest. In retrospect, nothing is more obvious. The Thatcher era was the nearest thing in the 20th century to a political, social, and cultural revolution, and not one for the better. Armed with the most uncontrolled and centralized power available to government in any electoral democracy, it set out to destroy everything in Britain that stood in the way of an unholy combination of unrestricted profit-maximizing private enterprise and national self-assertion, in other words greed and jingoism. It was moved not only by the justified belief that the British economy needed a kick in the pants but by class feeling, by what I called the anarchism of the lower middle class. It was directed equally against the traditional ruling classes and their mode of rule, in practice including the monarchy, the country's established institutions, and the labor movement. In the course of this largely successful endeavor, it obliterated most of the traditional British values and made the country unrecognizable. Most of my generation probably feel like an American friend who decided to settle in England in the new century after retiring from an academic career in Massachusetts, and who was asked whether he missed the USA. He answered, "Nowhere near as much as I miss the Britain I knew when I first came here." This, at bottom, was the reason for the overwhelming dissidence of, even the widespread visceral hatred of Thatcher, felt in intellectual and cultural Britain, and the increasing dissidence of the bulk of the college-educated middle class, symbolized by the spectacular refusal of Oxford University to grant her an honorary degree. Not that this prevented the ideological advance of the Thatcherite belief that the only way to run the public and private affairs of a nation was by businessmen with business expectations using business methods. What made the triumph of Thatcherism so bitter was that, after 1979, it was not based on any massive conversion of opinion in the country, but primarily, though not exclusively, on the deep division of its opponents. There was no wave of Thatcherite voting in the 1980s like that which lifted Ronald Reagan in the USA. it consistently remained a minority of the electorate. My own calls for some electoral arrangement between Labour and the Liberal, Social Democratic Alliance or, at the very least, systematic tactical voting aid by anti-conservative electors, were, naturally, dismissed by both, although in the end the voters had more sense than the parties and voted tactically in large numbers and to good effect. What made the situation so frustrating was that neither Labour nor the Liberal, Social Democratic Alliance had an alternative to offer. Thatcherism remained the only strategy in town. In the end all we had to rely on was that it would eventually become so unpopular that it would lose against any opposition, which is indeed what happened, but only after 18 years. We warned that much of the Thatcherite revolution might prove irreversible. In this also we were right. On paper it was easy to analyze the situation realistically, dismissing the cries of betrayal against those who insist on looking at the world the way it is. For in practice it was hard, since many of those against whom I wrote were comrades, or at least former comrades, and friends. Apart from myself and Stuart Hall, Marxism today could not rely on the steady support of any established intellectuals of the old and the original, post-1956, New Left. Most of the socialist and Marxist intellectuals outside the Marxism Today milieu were hostile, including such prestigious figures as Raymond Williams, Ralph Miliband, and the eminences of the New Left Review. I was denounced at trade union meetings. This is not surprising. For many of them the line of Marxism Today meant the betrayal of the traditional hopes and policies of socialists, not to mention of the proletarian revolution which the Trotskyites still looked forward to. It could even look like disloyalty to the organized working class, battered with the full force of state power by a government waging class war, especially during the great national coal miners' strike of 1984-5, which mobilized the full force of the left's, and not only the left's, emotional sympathy. Mine too, although it was patent that the delusions of an extremist leadership of the Union, relying on the rhetoric of militancy and the traditional unionist refusal to break ranks in the middle of battle, were leading the Union and the coalfield communities to certain disaster. Even we were not immune to the sheer force of the movement's rhetorical self-delusion. Marxism Today, surveying the wreckage after the strike with a degree of realism, could not bring itself to admit the scale of the defeat. 5. This, indeed, was the general predicament of socialists in Britain from the middle 1970s on. Things fell apart for moderate reformist social democrats as well as for communists and other revolutionaries. For Marxists and non-Marxists, revolutionaries and reformists, we had in the last analysis believed that capitalism could not produce the conditions of a good life for humanity. It was neither just nor in the long run viable. An alternative socialist economic system, or at least its forerunner, a society dedicated to social justice and universal welfare, could take its place, if not now then at some future time, and the movement of history was plainly bringing this nearer through the agency of state or public action in the interest of the mass of the wage-earning classes, implicitly or explicitly anti-capitalist. Probably never did this look more plausible than in the years immediately following the Second World War, when even European conservative parties were careful to declare themselves anti-capitalist and U.S. statesmen praised public planning. None of these assumptions looked convincing in the 1970s. After the 1980s the defeat of the traditional left, both political and intellectual, was undeniable. Its literature was dominated by variations on the theme "What's left?" I contributed to it myself. Paradoxically, the problem was far more urgent in the non-communist countries. In almost all the communist regimes the collapse of a widely discredited really existing socialism, the only socialism officially extant, had eliminated any other kind from the political scene. Moreover, it was reasonable enough for people there to place their hopes, even sometimes their utopian hopes, in an unknown Western capitalism, so obviously more prosperous and efficient than their own broken-down systems. It was in the West and South that the case against capitalism remained convincing, especially that against the increasingly dominant ultra-laissez-faire capitalism favored by transnational corporations, backed by economic theologians and governments. Marxism today could see that the simple refusal to acknowledge that things had changed dramatically, let cowards flinch and traitors sneer, will keep the red flag flying here, however emotionally attractive, was not on the cards. Indeed, that is why the traditional labor left, always present and significant in the party's history, though rarely decisive, disappeared from sight after 1983. It no longer exists. On the other hand, we could not accept, until Tony Blair became leader in 1994 we could barely even envisage, the alternative of New Labour, which accepted the logic as well as the practical results of Thatcherism, and deliberately abandoned everything that might remind the decisive middle-class voters of workers, trade unions, publicly owned industries, social justice, equality, let alone socialism. We wanted a reformed Labour, not Thatcher in trousers. The narrow failure of Labour to win the 1992 election eliminated this prospect. I am not alone in recalling that election night as the saddest and most desperate in my political experience. The logic of electoral politics as perceived by politicians whose program consisted of permanent re-election, and after 1997 the logic of government, drove us out of real politics. Some of the young Turks of Marxism today went where the power was. When, 18 months after Labour had returned to power, Martin Jacques revived the journal for a single issue to survey the new era of Blair, one of them looked down on us, myself and Stuart Hall specifically, from the heights of 10 Downing Street as people viewing society from the seminar room, as if from the outside, without any sense of membership or responsibility, unlike intellectuals who are able to combine critique, vision, and practical policy. In short, academic or not, critique was no longer enough. 6 The time had come for the political realists and the technicians of government. And both must operate in a market economy and fit in with its requirements. True enough. But our point, certainly mine, was and is that if critique is no longer enough, it is more essential than ever. We criticized New Labour not because it had accepted the realities of living in a capitalist society, but for accepting too much of the ideological assumptions of the prevailing free market economic theology. Not least the assumption which destroys the foundations of all political movements for improving the condition of the people, and with them therefore the justification of labor governments, namely that the efficient conduct of a society's affairs can only be by the search for personal advantage, i.e. by behaving like businessmen. Indeed, the critique of neoliberalism was all the more necessary, since it not only appealed to businessmen and to governments who wanted to remove their traditional suspicion of labor, and needed a justification for appealing to middle-class swing voters, but because neoliberalism claimed the authority of a science increasingly identified with the interests of global capitalism, namely economics, as consecrated for almost a quarter of a century by its highest authority, the Nobel Prize for Economics. Not until the very end of the century, when it was finally awarded to Amartya Sen, and then to a vocal critic of the Washington Consensus, Joseph Stiglitz, was it given again to economists known to be outside the prevailing orthodoxy, and not until, so it is understood, the electors for the Nobel Prizes in the natural sciences had expressed dissatisfaction at the consistent ideological bias of what was intended to be a scientific distinction. Perhaps the bursting of the great speculative bubbles of the fin de siècle, 1997 to 2001 have finally broken the spell of market fundamentalism. The end of the hegemony of global neoliberalism has been predicted and indeed announced long enough. I have done so myself more than once. It has already done more than enough harm. 3. In the meantime Soviet socialism was dying. Unlike the end of the Cold War and the implosion of the Soviet Empire, the end of the USSR took place in comparative slow motion, between the time Gorbachev came to power in 1985 and its formal death in late 1991. It had its moments of headline drama, Yeltsin on the tank in Moscow resisting the attempted coup of August 1991, but its basic action took place in the darkness of the Soviet corridors of power, such as the unpublicized but fundamental decision in 1989 to abandon the last of the 5-year plans, 1986 to 92, in mid-course. As it happens, I was working on the Soviet economy at the UN University's World Institute of Development and Economic Research, WIDER, and watched the process in the agreeable and acutely Russia-watching city of Helsinki, a few hours by land, a few minutes by air from the Soviets, where I spent some summers during those final years. If it did nothing else, it gave me an insight into the disastrous blindness of the Western economists who passed through there, moving comfortably between airport, transnational hotel chain and limo, preparing to put the Russian economy to rights by the untrammeled operations of the free market, as certain of the possession of eternal truth as any Islamic theologian. By the 1980s, the idea that the socialism of the USSR or its followers was what those of us inspired by the October Revolution had in mind was dead. A case could still be made for it as the necessary counterweight to the other superpower, and with greater moral conviction as the supporter of the liberation of oppressed peoples, notably in South Africa. The Moscow regime supported the ANC struggle, financed and armed it for decades when there was no foreseeable prospect of its success or of Soviet benefit. A devotion to colonial liberation was probably the last relic of the spirit of world revolution. Indeed, what had kept me immune to the appeal of Maoism was that, in spite of its internationalist rhetoric in the days of the Sino-Soviet split, Chinese communism and Maoist ideology seemed to me essentially national if not nationalist, an impression not weakened by a few weeks' visit to that impressive country in 1985. Unlike the USSR, which would never have backed a movement as remote from social revolution as the thuggish UNITA in Angola, Maoist China, which advertised its vocation as the center of global armed struggle, actually supported guerrilla movements very selectively, and almost entirely on anti-Soviet and anti-Vietnamese grounds. We, or at least I, no longer had many hopes. My friend George Easler recalls how, returning from Cuba in the 1960s, I wondered how long it would take before Havana became assimilated to Sofia. The Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, which I remember as vividly as others do the death of Kennedy, made it unthinkable even to visit Prague again, but would one want to retire from the West even to a relatively liberal country like Hungary? The answer was no, even though, for an old Central European, it was intellectually and culturally far more lively and less provincial than its radiantly prosperous neighbor, Austria. What did old communists and the general left expect from the USSR in the 1980s except that it should be a counterweight to the USA and by its very existence frighten the rich and the rulers of the world into taking some notice of the needs of the poor? Nothing, any longer. And yet we felt a strange sense of relief, even a glimmer of hope, when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in 1985. In spite of everything, he seemed to represent our kind of socialism, indeed, to judge by early statements, the sort of communism represented by the Italians or the socialism with a human face of the Prague Spring, which we had thought almost extinct there. Curiously, our admiration was not to be significantly diminished by the tragedy of his dramatic failure inside the Soviet Union, which was almost total. More than any other single man, he became responsible for destroying it. But he had also been, one might say, almost single-handedly responsible for ending half a century's nightmare of nuclear world war and, in Eastern Europe, for the decision to let go of the USSR's satellite states. It was he who, in effect, tore down the Berlin Wall. Like so many in the West, I shall go on thinking of him with unalloyed gratitude and moral approval. If there is one image from the 1980s that has stayed with me, it is the multiple face of Mikhail Gorbachev on the display screens in a TV shop which suddenly stopped me in my tracks somewhere on West 57th Street in New York. I listened to him addressing the United Nations with a sense of wonder and relief. That he would fail at home was, alas, soon obvious, perhaps even that he and his fellow reformers were too foolhardy or, if one prefers, neither big nor knowledgeable enough about the nature of the world they were ruling, to know quite what they were doing. Perhaps nobody was, and the best thing for the Soviet Union and its peoples would have been to continue its slow descent, hoping for piecemeal improvement under a less ambitious and more realistic reformer. So, as I wrote from Helsinki in a commentary on the 1991 failed coup that ended the Gorbachev era, He chose glasnost in order to force perestroika. It should have been the other way round. And neither Marxism nor Western economists had either experience or theory that helped. 7. Like a crippled giant tanker moving toward the reefs, a rudderless Soviet Union therefore drifted towards disintegration. 8. Finally it foundered. And the losers, in the short and medium term, were not only the peoples of the former USSR, but the poor of the world. Capitalism and the rich have, for the time being, stopped being scared, I wrote in 1990. Why should the rich, especially in countries like ours where they now glory in injustice and inequality, bother about anyone except themselves? What political penalties do they need to fear if they allow welfare to erode and the protection of those who need it to atrophy? This is the chief effect of the disappearance of even a very bad socialist region from the globe. 9. 10 years after the end of the USSR, it is possible that fear has returned. The rich and the governments whom they have convinced of their indispensability may once again discover that the poor require concessions rather than contempt. But, thanks to the weakening of the fabric of social democracy and the disintegration of communism, the danger today comes from the enemies of reason, religious and ethno-tribal fundamentalists, xenophobes, among them the heirs of fascism or parties inspired by fascism, who sit in the governments of India, Israel, and Italy. It is one of the many ironies of history that, after half a century of anti-communist Cold War, the only enemies of the Washington government who have actually killed its citizens on the territory of the USA are its own ultra-right zealots and fundamentalist Sunni Muslim militants once deliberately financed by the free world against the Soviets. The world may yet regret that, faced with Rosa Luxemburg's alternative of socialism or barbarism, it decided against socialism. 17. Among the historians. What has happened to the writing of history in my lifetime? Readers not interested in this somewhat specialized subject may skip this chapter, although it is unfortunately not as academic as it seems at first sight. There is no getting away from the past, i.e. from those who record, interpret, argue about and construct it. Our everyday lives, the states we live in, the governments we live under, are surrounded by, drenched in, the products of my profession. What goes into school textbooks and politicians' speeches about the past, the material for writers of fiction, makers of TV programs and videos, comes ultimately from historians. What is more, most historians, including all good ones, know that in investigating the past, even the remote past, they are also thinking and expressing opinions in terms of and about the present and its concerns. Understanding history is as important for citizens as for experts, and Britain is lucky in having a powerful tradition of serious but accessible writing by experts for a wider public: Adam Smith, Edward Gibbon, Charles Darwin, Maynard Keynes. Historians should not write only for other historians. In my generation, what Mark Bloch called the trade of the historian was not taught in any systematic way in Britain. We picked it up as best we could. Very much depended on whom we encountered as undergraduate students. In my days at Cambridge there was only one teacher whose lectures, though given at 9 o'clock in the morning, I attended regularly, in common with most of the bright young radical history students of that time. 1. The astonishing M.M. Mounia, Poston, recently arrived in Cambridge from the London School of Economics, was a red-haired man who looked like a lively ape or Neanderthal survivor, which did not stand in the way of his impressive appeal to women, and he lectured in a heavy Russian accent on economic history. Economic history was the only branch of the subject then on the Cambridge program which was relevant to the interests of Marxists, but the Poston lectures, with their air of intellectual revivalism, attracted even some such as the young Arthur M. Schlesinger, who made no bones about his lack of skill and interest in economic history, not to mention his lack of interest in Marxism. Every one of those lectures, intellectual rhetorical dramas in which a historical thesis was first expounded, then utterly dismantled and finally replaced by Poston's own version, was a holiday from interwar British insularity, of which the Cambridge history faculty provided a particularly self-satisfied example. What other Don would have told us in 1936 to read the recent French Annales d'Histoire économique et sociale, not yet famous even in its own country, to invite the great Marc Bloch to lecture in Cambridge, presenting him to us, justifiably, as the greatest living medievalist? Alas, I can remember nothing of his lecture except the image of a small pudgy man. Though passionately anti-communist, Poston was the only man in Cambridge who knew Marx, Weber, Sombart, and the rest of the great Central and East Europeans, and took their work sufficiently seriously to expound and criticize it. He knew nevertheless that he attracted the young Marxists, and, though denouncing their belief in Russian Bolshevism, welcomed them as allies in the fight against historical conservatism. Too, during the Cold War, when I depended on his references as my doctoral supervisor, he also helped to keep me out of jobs by pointing out to anyone concerned that I was a communist. I cannot exactly say that he was my teacher, or indeed anyone's teacher. He formed no school and had no disciples, but he was my bridge to the wider world of history. And he was certainly the most surprising figure to be found in a senior history chair in Britain, or probably anywhere, between the wars, impressive, charming, and absurd. For Mounia Poston, somewhat improbably for a historian, was a lifelong fantasist and romancer. Without corroboration you could not believe a word of what he said. If he did not know the answer to a question, about the Middle Ages or the love affairs of his students, he invented one. Since he was also very obviously an outsider in interwar Britain, whose highest ambition was to be an insider, the scope for fantasy was vast. Moreover, he lied with an utterly disarming shamelessness or chutzpah. Many years later, when he was due to retire from his Cambridge chair but did not want to, he told the university that he was 1 year younger than his documented age, claiming that his birth record in what had then been Russia and was now Romania, no longer existed. As usual, he did not convince. As usual, people shook their heads, smiled, and said, "That's Mounia." In some ways the greatest of his fantasies was the construction of a new identity in Britain, where he arrived from Soviet Russia via Romania in 1921. His early history was very much what one might have expected of a middle-class Jewish youth from the southwestern borders of Tsarist Russia. He had studied at Odessa University until the revolution, which he welcomed, joining a radical Marxist Zionist group, divided only between those who wanted to go to Palestine to build a socialist society immediately, and those who wanted to organize the world revolution first. Mounia belonged to the second tendency. When Soviet power, distrustful of Zionism, was firmly institutionalized in the Ukraine after the Civil War, he found himself imprisoned, he claimed for a few months, and then released. During the Second World War this made him unacceptable to the Soviet authorities as a representative of the British Ministry of Economic Warfare. He then came to England where, beginning as a part-time student, he made his career in the London School of Economics as a medieval agrarian historian. He did not so much conceal his background as allow the world to choose between an assortment of stories of varied continental adventure, mostly implying non-Jewishness, although no Jew who met him, and even in interwar England few non-Jews, could have been deceived for a moment. And yet, he succeeded by sheer brilliance, absurd charm, immigrant determination, and not least the help of his teacher and first wife, the medieval economic historian Eileen Power, 1889 to 1940, in climbing the peaks of his new environment, ending his life as Sir Michael Poston, married to Lady Cynthia Keppel, sister of the Earl of Albemarle. In this he was more successful than the other implausible and intellectually brilliant historiographic import from Eastern Europe, the very consciously Jewish L.B. Sir Louis Namier, who got his knighthood but failed to get a chair in his cherished Oxford. One obvious difference between the two was that one was an international figure engaged in a global field, while the other's main historical interests were insular. At one of our first meetings Fernand Braudel asked me, "I understand in England there is much talk about a historian called Namier and his school. Can you tell me something about him?" Neither he nor any other economic historian would have asked this question about Poston, if only because from 1934 on he had edited the internationally known journal in the field, Economic History Review. Moreover, while nobody outside England except a few specialists cared much that Namir had, it was then thought, revolutionized the approach to the esoteric subject of English 18th century parliamentary history. All economic historians in the effective academic universe recognized Poston's topics in medieval agrarian history as important, cared about them and were prepared to engage in debate on them across the borders of state and ideology, from Harvard to Tokyo. Unlike research on national politics of the past, economic history in those days had an accepted universe of discourse, even an accepted framework by which to judge the interest of the questions asked, whatever the disagreement about the answers. In some ways the contrast between Poston and Namir symbolized the major conflict that divided the profession of history, and the major tendency of its development from the 1890s to the 1970s. This was the battle between the conventional assumption that history is past politics, either within nation-states or in their relations to each other, and a history of the structures and changes of societies and cultures, between history as narrative and history as analysis and synthesis, between those who thought it impossible to generalize about human affairs in the past and those who thought it essential. The battle had begun in Germany in the 1890s, but in my student days the most prominent champions of rebellion, apart from the Marxists, were in France, Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre through their review annals. Paradoxically, Bloch and Poston's field of medieval history, which one might have expected to appeal to conservatives, actually encouraged original thinking about the past. Even the most conventional historian found it impossible to cut medieval life into neat and separable slices, political, economic, religious, or whatever. It almost demanded comparisons and a rethinking of contemporary assumptions and, incidentally, cut across the borders of modern states, nations, and cultures. Like ancient history, and perhaps for similar reasons, medieval history is a subject which has attracted some of the best as well as the most stuffy historical minds in my lifetime, though fewer brilliant Marxist scholars than antiquity. On the other hand, it was a field which contained a large number of figures such as my boss at Birkbeck College, the late R.R. Darlington, whose dream in life was to produce an exhaustive edition of a minor 12th century chronicler, and who appeared genuinely appalled when I, a young lecturer, suggested that a seminar by a South African social anthropologist then attached to the college might be of interest to students of his special paper on Anglo-Saxon England. What archives had he worked in? Into this battle between the old and the new history young Marxists like myself at the start of their professional careers as historians, now found themselves precipitated as they joined what was still a small field, measured both in the number of its practitioners and in their output. The enormous expansion of universities old and new, and the stratospheric rise in the literature, did not get underway until the 1960s. Even in countries like Britain and France, or in fairly broad academic fields such as economic history worldwide, virtually everyone knew of, and could get to know, everyone else. Fortunately, the first International Congress of Historical Sciences after the Second World War was held in Paris in 1950. Before the war the historical establishment had ruled supreme, for by driving the best of their social sciences into emigration fascism if anything reinforced it. The innovators had at best managed to establish a foothold in a broadly defined zone of economic and social history, as in France and Britain. However, the war had so disrupted the old structures that for a brief moment the rebels had actually taken charge. The Congress, organized by an annals man, Charles Moraes, shortly but politely to be eliminated from power in the review by the rising star Fernand Braudel, was planned on heterodox lines, essentially by the French, with some input by the Italians and some from the Low Countries and Scandinavia, plus by some very uncharacteristic Anglo-Saxons, Poston himself, the Australian historical statistician Colin Clark, and a Marxist ancient historian. The Germans were, of course, virtually absent, even though it was not known at the time quite how much their eminent historians had been involved in the Nazi system. The historians of the USA attended the Congress in droves. When have Americans not been keen on visiting Paris? But they had plainly not been much consulted about the planning. Apart from one report on ancient history, and a last-minute Texan disquisition on world history as frontier history, they were kept outside the main planned sections. The Soviet Union and all its dependencies were absent, with the one exception of Poland. They all turned up in full force in 1955 after Stalin's death, at the next International Congress in Rome. Times were tense in those months immediately after the outbreak of the Korean War, when the French president of the International Committee said gloomily that the Congress would provide future historians of historiography with an important record of the mentality of historians after the crisis of the Second World War, while they waited for the third. 3. One innovation in which I found myself involved directly was a section on social history, probably the first in any historical congress. In fact, there was as yet very little of it, at all events for the 19th and 20th centuries, nor was it at all clear in the minds of the planners what the term implied. It was obviously more than the somewhat narrow study of labor and socialist organizations which had previously had first claim on the name, that is the Amsterdam International Institute for Social History, holder of the Marx, Engels manuscripts. Equally obviously it should be concerned with labor, with social classes and social movements, and with the relations between economic and social phenomena, not to mention the reciprocal influences between economic facts and political, juridical, religious, etc. phenomena. 4. To my surprise, since I had barely published my first article in a learned journal, I found myself nominated as the official chairman of the contemporary session, presiding over a splendid report by a crippled Marxist scholar on 15th to 16th century Poland. I assume Poston must have proposed me, since nobody else could have. My session was attended by an odd collection of anomalies and the unstablished, soon due to move closer to the center of the historical world. There was J. Vicens Vives, a lone visitor from Franco's Barcelona in search of intellectual contact, who was to become the inspirer of his country's historians. There was Paul Leylot, secretary of the Annals, who saw himself as spokesman for Marc Bloch and Fernand Braudel, as well as myself, about to become co-founder of Past and Present. There were the often brilliant French researchers with uncompleted but vast theses, such as Pierre Villard and Jean Mouveret, and therefore not yet integrated into the university system, who would shortly be fitted into Braudel's new rival to the Sorbonne, the sixth section of the École pratique de hautes études, now École de hautes études and sciences sociales. There were the Marxists and their critics. In short, the face of historiography in the 1950s and 1960s was becoming visible. The crucial point to note is that, in spite of patent ideological differences and Cold War polarization, the various schools of historiographic modernizers were going the same way and fighting the same adversaries, and they knew it. Essentially, they were against positivism, the belief that if you got the facts right, the conclusions would take care of themselves, and against the traditional bias of conventional historians in favor of kings, ministers, battles and treaties, i.e. top-level decision-makers both political and military. In other words, they wanted a much broadened or democratized as well as methodologically sophisticated field of history. They were in favor of a history fertilized by the social sciences, including notably social anthropology, which is why the Annals broadened out from economic and social history to the subtitle Economies, Sociétés, Civilizations. When, 15 years after the end of Hitler, a post-war generation of modernizers began to make its mark on German history, in the German Federal Republic it chose the banner of historical social science. As I have already hinted, the historical modernizers, though united against historical conservatives, were neither ideologically nor politically homogeneous. The inspiration of the French was in no way Marxist, except for the historiography of the French Revolution, which, being safely anchored in the harbor of the Sorbonne, had nothing to do with the Annals school. Braudel once told me regretfully that the trouble with French history in his lifetime was that its two major figures, he and Ernest Labrousse of the Sorbonne, were brothers who could not get on. In Britain, on the other hand, the Marxists were unusually prominent, and the journal Past and Present, which emerged from the discussions of the Communist Party Historians Group, became the modernizer's chief medium. 31 An old historian. The rebel Germans, a post-war generation, were largely formed by their studies in Britain and the USA, and tended to Max Weber rather than Marx, as against the homegrown Marxism of the British Communist Party historians group. Yet we all recognized each other as allies. Past and present acknowledged the inspiration of Annals in the first paragraph of its first issue. For Annals, Jacques L. E. Goff, a reader from the beginning, an admirer, a friend, almost, if I may say so, a secret lover. 5, compared past and present with his journal, while the chief of the New Germans appears to regard the astonishing effect of the Marxist historian's generation as the main factor behind the global impact of English historiography since the 1960s. 6. At this stage, history in the USA, as distinct from the U.S. social sciences, still played a relatively minor international role. In fact, there was little real contact between it and the Old World, except in fields of traditional interest to U.S. Europeanists, such as the French Revolution, and in the fields brought with them from Europe by the German exiles after 1933. But Europeanists were a minority, distrusted as cosmopolitan Ivy Leaguers by the great bulk of generally monoglot historians whose subject was the history of the USA, a subject which, as treated by most of them, had very little in common with what historians elsewhere were doing. Only slavery was a subject that aroused international interest, but the younger historians of this subject who were to make a mark abroad were very untypical of the profession in the 50s and 60s. They included several young post-war members of the American Communist Party, Herb Gutman, the brilliant Jean Genovese, and the former National Secretary of the Young Communist League and subsequent Nobel Prize laureate, the endlessly ingenious Bob Fogel. Curiously enough, this was true even of so patently global a subject as economic history, which may explain why, when an international association was founded in this field, it was basically run as an Anglo-French condominium of Broadel and Poston. Stateside historical innovations, economic history in terms of businessmen, entrepreneurial history, in the 1950s, psychohistory, that is Freudian interpretations of historical figures, and the much more dramatic cliometrics, history as retrospective and often imaginary econometrics, in the 1960s, found it hard to cross the Atlantic. Not until 1975 was the quinquennial World Congress of Historical Sciences held in the USA, presumably on diplomatic grounds, to balance the Moscow session of 1970. On the whole, in the 30 years following the Second World War, the historical traditionalists were fighting a rearguard engagement in a losing battle against the advancing modernists in most Western countries where history flourished freely. Perhaps they would have defended themselves more effectively if the garrison of the central stronghold of traditional historical scholarship, Germany, had not been put out of action by its association with National Socialism. The situation of historians in communist countries was not comparable to the West, but, as it happened, the Marxism to which they were officially and sometimes genuinely committed fitted in with the Western modernizers more than with traditionalist, mainly nationalist, history in their own countries. In 1970 a rather optimistic, not to say triumphalist, meeting was organized by the American journal Daedalus to survey the state of history. Except for the defensive spokesman for political and military history, the gathering was dominated by the modernizers, British, French and, among the under 40s, American. 7 By that time a common flag had been found for the far from homogeneous popular front of the innovators, social history. It fitted in with the political radicalization of the dramatically expanding student population of the 1960s. The term was vague, sometimes misleading, but as I wrote at the time, noting the remarkably flourishing state of the field, it is a good moment to be a social historian. Even those of us who never set out to call ourselves by this name will not want to disclaim it. There was some cause for satisfaction. Not least because, somewhat unexpectedly, the Cold War had not substantially interfered with developments in history. Indeed, it is surprising how little it penetrated the world of historiography, except, obviously, on such matters as the history of Russia and the USSR. Capitalism and the Historians, a volume published in the 1940s under the auspices of Friedrich von Hayek, argued that historians who pointed out the negative effects of the Industrial Revolution on the poor were systematically biased against the benefits of the free enterprise system. This led to a lively polemic which entertained students, the so-called standard of living debate, when the left, i.e. myself, speaking for the communist historians, responded, but it cannot be said that this debate, which has continued at intervals ever since, was subsequently conducted on ideological lines. Explosive subjects such as Russia, especially in the 20th century, and the history of communism were, of course, ideological battlefields, although the debate was one-sided, since the orthodoxies enforced in the Soviet Empire crippled both their historians and their interpretations. If one was a serious Soviet historian, the best thing was to stick to the history of the ancient East and the Middle Ages, although it was touching to see how the modernists rushed to say, within the constraints of the permissible, what they knew to be true every time the window seemed to be slightly opened, as in 1956 and in the early 1960s. I myself became essentially a 19th century historian, because I soon discovered, actually in the course of an aborted project of the CP Historians Group to write a history of the British Labour movement, that, given the strong official party and Soviet views about the 20th century, one could not write about anything later than 1917 without the likelihood of being denounced as a political heretic. I was ready to write about the century in a political or public capacity, but not as a professional historian. My history finished at Sarajevo in June 1914. Luckily I abstained from 20th century history until it was almost over, but it went against the grain of the historiographical movement, which was away from the remote past and towards the present. Until well past 1945 real history finished, at the latest, in 1914, after which the immediate past reverted to chronicle, journalism or contemporary commentary. Indeed, since the archives remained closed in Britain for several decades, it simply could not be written to the standards of traditional historians. In most countries, even the 19th century had not yet been fully absorbed by academic history departments, except by the economic historians. The great historiographical debates had not been about it, although political radicalism, not least in the form of a new passion for labor history, now drew attention to an era which had been seriously neglected by historians in a number of countries. Even in Britain, until the 1960s, politicians, serious journalists, relatives, and essayists wrote the biographies of the great figures of Victorian Britain, not professors. Nevertheless, the gap between past and present narrowed, perhaps because so many professional historians had actually been involved in the Second World War. At the same time, academic history in the Western sense was still largely confined to the First and Second Worlds and Japan. Broadly speaking, outside these regions it did not exist, did not flourish, or continued along traditional lines, except for minorities of Marxists and, as in parts of Latin America, patches of modernist Parisian influence. Moreover, most academic history was overwhelmingly Eurocentric, or, in the term preferred in the USA, concerned with Western civilization. The globe entered Cambridge history only as the expansion of Europe. With rare exceptions such as Charles Boxer, it was not historians but geographers, anthropologists, and language specialists, as well naturally as imperial administrators, who occupied themselves with non-Western affairs. Before the war, extra-European history as such interested few historians except, by reason of their anti-imperialism, the Marxists and non-European historians such as the Japanese, who were then also under strong Marxist influence. In Cambridge, a succession of historians convened the so-called colonial group of the Student Communist Party, overwhelmingly South Asians. The Canadian E. H. Norman, later a diplomat and pioneer historian of modern Japan who committed suicide in 1957 under pressure from the U.S. witch hunters, was followed by my old friend V.G. Victor Kiernan, a man of disarming charm and universal, elegant erudition about all continents, who also wrote on the poet Horace and translated Urdu poetry, by the Canadian Harry Ferns, whose field was Argentina and who became extremely conservative in later years, and by the brilliant, original, and self-destructive Jack Gallagher, who never got up before midday and later occupied the chairs of imperial history in both Oxford and Cambridge. My own interest in extra-European history also derives from my association with that group. Extra-Western history came into its own with the decolonization of the old empires and the simultaneous rise of the USA as a world power. World history as the history of the globe emerged in the 1960s, with the obvious progress of globalization. Historians from the Third World, notably a group of brilliant Indians, spun off from the local schools of Marxist debate, gained worldwide recognition only in the 1990s. The interests of world empire as well as the extraordinary resources available to U.S. universities made the USA the center of the new post-Eurocentric world history and, incidentally, transformed its history textbooks and journals. How could historical perspectives remain the same? Fidel Castro brought about the systematic development of Latin American studies in Britain in the early 1960s. Indeed, we understood at the time that it was influenced by suggestions from President Kennedy's Washington that it would be convenient to supplement locally distrusted North American experts on this region with the more acceptable Europeans. If so, the project misfired. Latin American history overwhelmingly attracted young radicals. However, the histories of Europe, the USA, and the rest of the world remained separate from each other, their publics coexisting but barely touching. History remains, alas, primarily a series of niche markets for both writers and readers. In my generation only a handful of historians has tried to integrate them in a comprehensive world history. This was partly because of the almost total failure, largely for institutional and linguistic reasons, of history to emancipate itself from the framework of the nation-state. Looking back, this provincialism was probably the major weakness of the subject in my lifetime. Nevertheless, around 1970 it seemed reasonable to suppose that the war for the modernization of historiography that had begun in the 1890s had been won. The main railway network along which the trains of historiography would roll had been built. Not that the modernizers, at least outside the French enemies of the history of events, necessarily proposed a hegemony of economic and social history, or even a relegation of political history, let alone the history of ideas and culture. The modernizers were far from reductionists. Though they believed that history must explain and generalize, they knew it was not like the natural sciences. However, they believed that history had a comprehensive project, whether it was Braudel's total or global history, integrating the contributions of all the sciences of man, or, if I may quote my own definition, of what history in the broadest sense is about, how and why Homo sapiens got from the Paleolithic to the nuclear era. 9 Yet within a few years the scene had changed utterly. As Braudel himself complained about the annals he no longer directed in the 1970s, the sense of priorities, the distinction between significance and triviality, which was essential to the old project, had gone. Just so old hands from past and present complained about Raphael Samuel's new history workshop journal, the last remote offspring of the old CP historians group, that it discovered all sorts of corners of the past interesting to enthusiasts, but showed no sign of wanting to ask questions about them. History as the exploration of an objectively recoverable past had not yet been challenged. That only came with the fashion for postmodernism, a term which was virtually unknown in Britain before the 1980s, and which, fortunately, had made only marginal inroads into the field of serious historical writing by the start of the new century. Nevertheless, sometime in the early 70s the historiographical tide turned. Those who thought they had won most of the battles from the 1930s on, now found it running against them. Structure was on the way down, culture was on the way up. Perhaps the best way of summarizing the change is to say that the young historians after 1945 found their inspiration in Braudel's Mediterranean, 1949, the young historians after 1968 in the anthropologist Clifford Geertz's brilliant tour de force of thick description, deep play, notes on the Balinese cockfight, 1973, point 10. There was a shift away from historical models or the large why questions, a shift from the analytical to the descriptive mode, 11 from economic and social structure to culture, from recovering fact to recovering feeling, from telescope to microscope, as in the enormously influential little monograph on the worldview of one 16th-century eccentric Friulian Miller by the young Italian historian Carlo Ginzburg. 12 Perhaps there was also an element of that curious intellectual distrust for the rationalism of the natural sciences which was to become much more fashionable as the century drew to its end. Not that one can see much of a return from structural to narrative history among academics, or to old-style political history. At any rate, as far as I know, historians of younger generations in the past 30 years have so far produced no masterpiece of non-analytic narrative history to be compared to that acknowledged triumph of traditional scholarship in this genre, Stephen Runciman's The Crusades, 1951-4. However, the sheer extent to which patently important matters had been concealed or passed in silence in the half-century since 1945 left a vast scope for straight, archive-based filling of gaps, or the history of events. One has only to think of the hidden continent of Soviet archives which came into public view in the 1990s, the history of the Cold War, or the long official silences or public myths about France under German occupation, or about the foundation and early years of Israel. Although the historiographical moderns who had battled so successfully against the ancients until the late 1960s were an alliance which contained the Marxists, the challenge to their supremacy did not come from the ideological right. If my generations of Marxist historians formed in the years from 1933 to 1956 had no real successors, it was not because the Cold Warriors gained ground in schools and history faculties, probably the opposite was the case, but because the generations of the post-1960s left mostly wanted something else. But once again, this was not a specific reaction against Marxism. In France, the virtual hegemony of Braudelian history and the annals came to an end after 1968, and the international influence of the journal dropped steeply. At least some of the change in history echoed the extraordinary cultural revolution of the late 1960s, which had its epic entree in the universities, and more particularly in the arts and humanities. It was not so much an intellectual challenge as a change of mood. In Britain, the history workshop movement was the most characteristic expression of the new post-1968 historical left. Its object was not so much historical discovery, explanation, or even exposition, as inspiration, empathy and democratization. It also reflected the remarkable and unexpected growth of a mass public interest in the past which has given history a surprising prominence in print and on screen. History workshop meetings, which brought together amateurs and professionals, intellectuals and workers, and vast numbers of the young in jeans, flanked by sleeping bags and improvised creches, resembled gospel sessions, especially when addressed with the required HWYL by star performers such as the wonderful historian of Wales, Gwyn Alf Williams, a low-slung dark man whose superb management of his stammer served to underline his platform eloquence. It is typical that the first Women's Liberation Conference in Britain, to which Marlene was taken by the females of our New Left friends, grew out of a proposed history workshop at the end of the 1960s. Sheila Rowbotham's historical manifesto of feminism which followed was characteristically called Hidden from History. These were people for whom history was not so much a way of interpreting the world, but a means of collective self-discovery, or at best, of winning collective recognition. The danger of this position was, and is, that it undermines the universality of the universe of discourse that is the essence of all history as a scholarly and intellectual discipline, a Wissenschaft in both the German and the narrower English sense. 13 It also undermines what both the ancients and the moderns had in common, namely the belief that historians' investigations, by means of generally accepted rules of logic and evidence, distinguish between fact and fiction, between what can be established and what cannot, what is the case and what we would like to be so. But this has become increasingly dangerous. Political pressures on history, by old and new states and regimes, identity groups, and forces long concealed under the frozen ice cap of the Cold War, are greater than ever before in my lifetime, and modern media society has given the past unprecedented prominence and marketing potential. More history than ever is today being revised or invented by people who do not want the real past, but only a past that suits their purpose. Today is the great age of historical mythology. The defense of history by its professionals is today more urgent in politics than ever. We are needed. We also have much to do. While the actual affairs of humanity are now conducted mainly by the criteria of problem-solving technologists, to which it is almost irrelevant, history has become more central to our understanding of the world than ever before. Quietly, amid the arguments about the objective existence of the past, historical change has become a central component of the natural sciences, from cosmogony to revived Darwinism. Indeed, through molecular and evolutionary biology, paleontology, and archaeology, human history itself is being transformed. It has been reinserted into the framework of global, indeed of cosmic, evolution. DNA has revolutionized it. Thus we now know how extraordinarily young Homo sapiens is as a species. We left Africa 100,000 years ago. The whole of what is usually described as history since the invention of agriculture and cities consists of hardly more than 400 human generations or 10,000 years, a blink of the eye in geological time. Given the dramatic acceleration of the pace of humanity's control over nature in this brief period, especially in the last 10 or 20 generations, the whole of history so far can be seen to be something like an explosion of our species, a sort of biosocial supernova, into an unknown future. Let us hope it is not a catastrophic one. In the meanwhile, and for the first time, we have an adequate framework for a genuinely global history, and one restored to its proper central place, neither within the humanities nor the natural and mathematical sciences, nor separated from them, but essential to both. I wish I were young enough to take part in writing it. Still, it was good to be a historian even in my generation. Above all, it was enjoyable. In a conversation on his intellectual development, my friend, the late Pierre Bourdieu, once said, "I see intellectual life as something closer to the artist's life than to the routine of the academy. Of all the forms of intellectual work, the trade of sociologist is without doubt the one the practice of which has given me happiness, in every sense of the word." 14. Substitute historian for sociologist, and I say amen to that. 18. In the global village. How can the autobiographer who has been a lifelong academic and author write about his professional life? What happens in writing occurs essentially in solitude on screens or pieces of paper. When writers are engaged in any other action, they are not writing, though they may be accumulating material for it. This is true even of the literary activity of men, or women, of action, such as Julius Caesar. There is plenty to be said about conquering Gaul, and, as secondary schoolboys used to know, Caesar said it very well, but there is little to be said about the process of writing on the Gallic War except, presumably, that the great Julius dictated it to some slave secretary in the intervals of doing more important things. Again, academics spend most of their working time on the routines of teaching, research, meetings, and examining. These are unadventurous and lacking in unpredictability by the standards of more high-profile living. They spend much of their leisure time in the society of other academics, a species which, however interesting as individuals, is not thrilling company en masse. Half a century ago it could be plausibly argued that an assembly of historians, such as could be seen at the annual meetings of their societies, was even less distinguishable from an assembly of insurance company executives than collections of other university teachers, but since the generation of 1968 has entered the academy, this may no longer be so. As for students, en masse they are certainly more interesting for anyone who likes being a teacher, but mainly by virtue of their youth and all the things that go with it, such as enthusiasm, passion, hope, ignorance and immaturity, rather than because much is to be expected by facing crowds of them. Admittedly, this is not strictly true of the two institutions in which I spent most of my teaching career, Birkbeck College in the University of London and the graduate faculty of the New School for Social Research, now New School University, in New York. Both, being somewhat anomalous parts of academia, have singular student bodies. Birkbeck, the successor of the London Mechanics Institution of 1825, remains an evening college, teaching those who earn their living during the day. One of the reasons why I spent my entire British career there, was the pleasure of teaching extraordinarily motivated men and women, usually older and hence more mature than the normal post-school student. They faced their teachers weekly with the acid test of the profession, how to keep a bunch of people interested in what is being said to them between 8 and 9 p.m., knowing that they have come to college after a full day's work, swallowed a quick meal in the cafeteria, sat through one or two earlier lectures, and face maybe an hour's journey home after I get through. Birkbeck was a good school, not least of learning how to communicate. The peculiarity of the new school's graduate faculty was its combination of heterodoxy and internationalism. The New School for Social Research itself had been founded after the Great War by educational and ideological and politically radical reformers rebelling against what they regarded as the tyranny of examinations. It found first-class people, of whom there was no shortage in New York City, to teach anything for which there was a demand, from classical philosophy to yoga. The graduate faculty had been set up in 1933 to provide for the academic refugees from Hitler's Germany, followed by those from the rest of occupied Europe. It is on record as the first academic institution to give lectures on jazz and almost certainly the first to give a seminar on structuralism, by Claude Lévi-Strauss and Roman Jakobson, both during the Second World War. Its reputation for heterodoxy and radicalism attracted unusual students from the USA, and even more interesting and able ones from Western and Latin American countries. In the 1980s it developed a relationship with the countries about to shake off their communist regimes. The Poles, Russians, Bulgarians, and Chinese joined the Brazilians, Spaniards and Turks in our classes. I once counted 20 nationalities in my own. Since they knew more about their own countries and special fields than I did, I learned at least as much from them as they did from me. There was almost certainly no more varied and stimulating a body of students anywhere. Communication is the essence both of teaching and of writing. Fortunate the author who likes both, for it rescues him or her from the desert island on which we usually sit, writing messages for unknown recipients in unknown destinations to be launched across the oceans in bottles shaped like books. But the teacher, author speaks directly to the potential readers. Lecturing was probably still the major form of teaching in my academic generation, and in many ways lecturers relate to any room full of students as actors relate to the faces before them in the theater, except that their house lights don't go out. We are both performers, they are what we perform for. There is nothing like lecturing to tell us when we are losing the attention of the audience. Nevertheless, the lecturer's task is harder, for he or she expects the audience to carry away a load of specific information and ideas which they should remember and digest, and not only the emotional satisfaction of the occasion. Even a good lecturer communicates only what radiates from any other performer with stage presence, namely the projection of a personality, a temperament, an image, a mind at work, and, with a bit of luck, he or she may strike a corresponding spark in the imagination of some people out there. It is through class discussion that we establish whether we have actually communicated what we wanted to. That is one reason why, during my whole career as a university teacher, I prefer general to specialist courses. Indeed, my books on general historical subjects either grew out of student lectures or, after more specialized origins, were tested in student lectures. The satisfaction of a teacher's job comes essentially from relations with individuals, but these form only a small part of the very large body of men and women with notebooks in lecture theaters, the vast pile of examination scripts or term papers that fill a university teacher's working life in the course of his or her career. And even they are part of a pretty unchanging routine. Experienced from inside, a research seminar may be unforgettable, but seen from the outside it merely looks like, and I am thinking of my own at the Institute of Historical Research in London in the 1970s and 1980, a couple of dozen people in the late afternoon, surrounded by books, sitting along a table discussing a paper read by one of them or an outside visitor, and then going a couple of 100 yards to a pub for a drink or two. Considered as a potential movie, it is not even art house material. In memory, the academic autobiographer's years stretch back like the wagons on those endless freight trains, observed from some hill as they carry containers across the American landscape. Seen in retrospect, the succession of trucks is less interesting than the changing territory through which they pass. In my case, they have passed through cities and campuses in 3 continents, 4, if the Americas count as 2, though before retirement mostly on relatively brief visits, except for a semester as a visiting professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, 1967, and a half years teaching and research in Latin America, 1971, both with my family. However, a peripatetic life with small children is not ideal for academics, and eventually their schooling made it impossible. I never tested the anti-communism of the U.S. authorities by accepting a permanent appointment in their country. If I was tempted by visiting spells at one or another of the great North American universities, Marlene's veto stood in the way. Small-town academic life was not for her. Only one such place broke her resistance, the Getty Center, then still at Santa Monica, the nearest thing to paradise for scholars, where we spent some time in 1989. However, Los Angeles can hardly be regarded as the sticks. I too had been immunized against the campus life by my own brief experience in the summer quarter at Stanford, then as now a superb university, one of the half-dozen finest in the world, but embedded in Palo Alto, sensationally boring as a community for living in. For many years afterwards I could not even bring myself to revisit this nowhere space of empty streets in which cars visited each other's owners in beautiful homes. The ideal arrangement for both of us was a stable metropolitan base varied by the increasingly available academic trips abroad, which the revolution in air transport made easy from the 1960s. They have taken us from Finland to Naples, from Canada to Peru, from Japan to Brazil. Our times have added the roving professor to the other profession which likes to recall the pleasures, embarrassments, and absurdities of a life of changing places, but which still remains essentially the same, namely the foreign correspondent. I have had the luck to teach and live for most of my professional life in or near the center of the 2 major cultural cities of the late 20th century world, within a stone's throw of the British Museum in one, in a Greenwich Village office above Bradley's, the quintessential jazz location of Manhattan, in the other. Alas, Bradley's folded in 1996 and New York has not been the same for me since. Nevertheless, careers and freight trains do not roll across the land at an absolutely steady rate. The war had delayed the start of my own career, and the Cold War had slowed it down considerably. It continued in the doldrums, but by the middle 1960s, when other offers in Britain and abroad began to come in, this was so eccentric as to be widely regarded as scandalous. One still, I had begun to publish books only in my 40s, and by the time I could actually call myself professor in Britain, I was in my middle 50s, a time of life when most professionals have got as far as they, and the world, expects them to get in their career. At that stage for most of us the promise is in the past, and so is such achievement as it has produced. Professionally speaking, people in this position are left to face half a lifetime of endless tomorrows no better than today, apart from the gowns and ribbons, professional and maybe public honors, which, at least in the humanities, usually signify that the honorand's future will add nothing to his or her past, except the slow decline of age. World War and Cold War saved me from all this. By an unexpected twist of fortune, they prolonged the period of youth and promise into middle age. At the same time, remarriage and children gave a new start to my private life. In fact, only the war had genuinely delayed my career, but probably no more than that of most men in my age group. In Britain it had actually advanced the prospects of women graduates. The Cold War of the 1950s blocked jobs and publishers' contracts, but on the street, as the fin de siècle phrase has it, that is to say among the working historians, my reputation was serious from the start, certainly in the unofficial world of the younger historians. I was clearly a rising star in the rather narrower community of the Marxist ones. Pride and intellectual vanity made me worry whether my reputation was carried only by the sympathies of the left, or rested only on the relative scarcity of Marxists to fill the niche which, since the Second World War, even conventional history reserved for this version of a recognized opposition. It is not that I minded then or mind now being identified as Hobsbawm the Marxist historian, the label which I still carry round my neck to this day, like the decanters circulating after dinner in combination rooms to prevent dons from confusing their port with their sherry. Young historians need to have their attention drawn to the materialist interpretation of history as much, perhaps even more, today, when even left-wing academic fashions dismiss it as in the days when it was being damned as totalitarian propaganda. After all, I have been trying to persuade people for over half a century that there is more to Marxist history than they have hitherto thought, and if the association of one historian's name with it helps to do so, so much the better. What troubled my vanity was rather the fear of a mere ghetto reputation, such as that from which figures prominent inside another characteristic 20th century cultural ghetto, the Roman Catholic community in Britain, have so often found it difficult, even impossible, to escape. G.K. Chesterton, the dimensions of whose talent have been concealed from non-Catholics by the very closeness of his association with the Church, is a good example. No British writer would dream of thinking about him like Italo Calvino, who once said it was one of his ambitions to become the Chesterton of the communists. Getting good reviews from friendly critics was not the problem. The test of success was to get them from the neutral and hostile ones. From about 1960 on, it became increasingly evident that I was getting beyond a ghetto reputation. My first book, Primitive Rebels, 1959, was well received in the USA, both among the historians and the social scientists. Within a few years it had been translated into German, French and Italian. My second book, The Age of Revolution 1789-1848, 1962, aimed at a broader public, was a success. At least it impressed an established literary agent, the bulky, white-haired and mustached bon vivant David Hyam, enough to ask me whether I wanted to join his stable and to offer me periodic lunches at his window table in the Etoile restaurant in Charlotte Street. As I write this, both the Etoile, with much the same menu, and the table are still there, under the supervision of another protector of agents and authors, Elena, whose reputation as the Queen Mother of literary restaurants had been acquired earlier in Soho, and I am still under the wing of old Hyam's successor in the firm still named after him, my friend Bruce Hunter. History may move at the speed of a missile, but some continuities remain. Since The Age of Revolution was part of an international co-production series organized by George Weidenfeld, it would have been translated very quickly anyway, whatever its merits. Nevertheless, the 7 translations and foreign editions that appeared in the 1960s were helpful, and the book was well received everywhere. I later discovered that a notoriously poor Spanish translation in 1964 was welcomed by the rapidly growing anti-Franco movement in the Spanish universities, since, unlike most Marxist publications, it was legally available. I published a good deal in the 1960s, a collection of earlier pieces on the history of labor, laboring men, 1964, a text on British economic history since the 18th century, Industry and Empire, 1968, a small study of the myth and reality of the world's Robin Hoods, written in Wales as the Russians put an end to the Prague Spring, Bandits, 1969, and in the same year, jointly with my friend George Rood, a rather larger research monograph on the English farm labourers' rising of 1830. Captain Swing, 1969. By 1971, when I finally got the official professorial title in the University of London, I was already entering the zone of academies, at least in the USA, and honorary degrees, at least in Sweden. So by the 1970s I was an academically, if not politically, respectable and recognized figure. That decade reinforced this situation. My membership of the Communist Party of Great Britain was by then seen as little more than the personal peculiarity of a well-known historian, one of that new species, the jet plane academic. Only America refused to forget about Hobsbawm the subversive, for, until the abrogation of the Smith Act in the late 1980s, I remained ineligible for a visa to enter the USA and required a waiver of this ineligibility every time I went there, which was more or less every year. I was a founder and active member of the editorial board of one of the most prestigious English-language historical journals, a member of the councils and committees of learned historical societies. Seminars and graduate courses in London, doctoral students, national and international, kept the new professor busy. The invitations to lectures and appointments elsewhere continued and multiplied. In my last year at Birkbeck I was simultaneously attached to establishments in London, Paris, at the Collège de France and the École de Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales, and the USA, as professor at large of Cornell University. It was all the more enjoyable, even if slightly absurd, since this take-off in my professional fortunes was something I had neither looked for nor expected. One way or another, we had a splendid, if occasionally surrealist, time in the 1970s, not least, with a young family, in Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru and, without family, in Japan. It is not every academic wife who finds herself traveling 30 miles with small children and recorders on a chicken-filled bus in the Peruvian Central Sierra to a joint music lesson with the children of a British anthropologist, while her husband, very slowly, for the buildings are above 4,000 meters, inspects the records of a recently nationalized hacienda shortly to go to the country's newly established agrarian archive. Perhaps this explains why, though producing learned articles, I wrote fewer academic books in this decade, effectively only The Age of Capital, 1974, which made me aware that, without having meant to, I was engaged in writing a wildly ambitious general history of the 19th century. Actually, much of the most intensive work I did during that decade, planning and writing for an equally ambitious history of Marxism, which was published by Einaudi in Turin in 1978-82, never reached the public entirely in languages other than Italian, since the public interest in these matters dropped precipitately at the end of the 1970s. However, in the 1980s my production speeded up again, largely thanks to the wonderful conditions available in New York and Los Angeles. I published a new collection of papers on labor history, Worlds of Labor, in the USA Workers, in 1984, the third volume on the 19th century in 1987, The Age of Empire 1875-1914, and two books based on invited lectures, Nations and Nationalism since the 1780s, What Other Subject Was There to Lecture On in Belfast in 1985, and Echoes of the Marseillaise, 2 centuries look back on the French Revolution, both in 1990. I also co-edited and contributed to a volume based on a past and present conference I had organized a few years earlier, and which proved to be unusually influential, The Invention of Tradition, 1983. My image as I went into my 8th decade was that of an eccentric elderly grandee of the historical profession, who happened to insist that he was a Marxist, but who continued in full production. Indeed, the history of the 20th century I wrote in the happy conditions of the New School, where I had been teaching for a semester a year since 1984, The Age of Extremes 1914 to 1991, 1994, was my most successful book, both in sales and critical reception. It was well received across the entire ideological spectrum of the globe, with the single exception of France, winning prizes in Canada as well as Taiwan, being translated both into Hebrew and Arabic, into Taiwan and mainland Mandarin, into Croatian and Serbian editions of what my generation still thinks of as the Serbo-Croat language, and into both Albanian and Macedonian. By the second year of the new century it had been or was about to be published in 37 languages. And yet, in a field as steeped in politics, its own and the world's, as the writing of history, it would be quite unrealistic to separate the two. Much as someone in my position resented being placed into a Marxist ghetto, my reputation as a historian, and certainly in the 1960s and 1970s my sales, undoubtedly benefited from my reputation as a Marxist. Paradoxically, it was in the world of really existing socialism that my books were not published, outside Hungary and Slovenia. The local theologians did not know what to do about a historian who could not be published as an unbeliever, not of course, a Marxist, but worth consulting in certain respects, nor as a Marxist, since the only Marxist interpretation they recognized was a restatement of the officially recognized orthodoxy. In the West, and even more in what was then called the Third World, the 1960s were a good time for my kind of history, or more exactly, for the alliance of historical modernizers whose fortunes I have discussed in the last chapter. Consider the 3-volume Economic History of Britain which Penguin Books commissioned at that time, on the advice of Jack, later Sir John, Plum, perhaps no longer the young radical of 1930s Cambridge, but not without memories of that era. The authors were M. Poston, Christopher Hill, and myself. Marxists, no longer in the ghetto unless they wanted to be, were, for the time being, part of the historical mainstream. At the same time a new politico-intellectual left was emerging in the universities and schools of Europe and the USA, which actively sought out people with radical credentials. That is why E. P. Thompson's marvelous making of the English working class triumphed in the middle 60s, lifting its author, deservedly but to everyone's surprise, to international fame practically overnight. For a while older teachers complained that the students read virtually no other book. I had neither Edwards' genius and charisma nor his sales, but I also wrote on the subjects, and with the sentiments, which attracted radicalized young student readers. Nowhere were scholarship and politics more closely linked than in the so-called Third World, where, of course, Marxism, being anti-imperialist, was not just the label for a small academic minority, but the prevailing ideology among the younger intellectuals. Brazil may serve as an example. Even during the military regime, 1964–85, which had forced out of public life virtually everyone known to have associations with the left who was not in jail or driven into emigration, people like me were consulted on the staffing of a new university. And, indeed, invited to lecture, as I was in 1975 at a vaguely defined conference on history and society at the new university about which I had been consulted, whose student body, perhaps not surprisingly, was passionately hostile to the regime. This was no accident. The press, which devoted quite disproportionate space to a provincial academic occasion, though otherwise approximate, the Estado de São Paulo described me as Irish by birth, went out of its way to stress my Marxist formation. In fact, as I was told by friendly journalists, by the middle 70s the regime was beginning to relax a little, and the entire Campinas conference was part of an operation to test how much liberalization it was willing to tolerate. What more effective test than to announce the invitation of a known Marxist, and one whose non-academic ideas were likely to be loudly applauded by the students, as indeed they were too, and to give plenty of publicity to the occasion. This was a characteristic example of the admirable Brazilian combination of civic courage and intelligence, never accepting the dictatorship, never ceasing to press just beyond the limits of its tolerance. True, the Brazilian generals were not quite so murderous as some others in Latin America, but the regime was blood-stained enough, and the risks of jail and torture were real. As it happens, the opposition had calculated right, the regime was ready to cede. It is perhaps no surprise that I may have subsequently benefited as a writer from my minimal and unconscious part in the struggle against the Brazilian military dictatorship. And indeed from the extraordinary fact, not commonly noticed by Western liberals, that between 1960 and the mid-1980s, what the USA called the Free World passed through the most widespread phase of non-democratic government since the fall of fascism, typically in the form of military regimes. Intellectuals, and certainly students, were heavily in opposition to these, though sometimes silenced by sheer terror, whether in Greece, Spain, Turkey, among the usual suspects in Latin America, or in countries such as South Korea. Making available and reading oppositional literature was the obvious first step towards political democratization, as soon as these regimes gave even the slightest ground. Since the universities were the places where the non-business elite of these countries was educated, outside the USA the triumph of business schools and MBAs was still in the future. In those decades a very high proportion of those destined to go into politics, public service, academic life, journalism, and the other media were made familiar with the names that stood for left-wing social and historical thought. Since the number of contemporaries with this reputation was small, our names became quite well known in reading circles, even though the actual circulation of our writings, legal or pirated, was modest. Naturally, after democratization it could become much larger, though nowhere else quite as large as in Brazil, where more copies of the first edition of my History of the 20th Century were to be sold than in any other single country, though much of this was due to the help of a quite exceptional publisher, Luis Schwartz. In this way the professional career of one author during and after the rise, slackening and fall of governments of the hard-line right in the West may throw light on the wider intellectual history of the free world in the second half of the 20th century, that is to say on the rise of the new generations of educated elites since the 1960s, brought up in the spirit of rebellion, even when they were soon to be co-opted by, as the phrase then went, or co-opt themselves into the establishment. That is not to overestimate the significance of reading these authors. Some were merely badges of temporary political or ideological fashion. For instance, in the years of the great student revolts of the late 60s the writings of the political philosopher Herbert Marcuse were displayed in every university bookshop of the Western world, at least I saw them on the east and west coasts of the USA, in Paris, Stockholm, Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. Marcuse himself, a tanned outdoor type who might have been a retired ski instructor, did not look the part when I met him in the House of Friends in Cambridge, Massachusetts at the time. Yet within a few years his writings had returned to the underworld in which aspiring PhD candidates desperately seek thesis subjects. Whether the authors who thus became political badges in a country were aware of what was happening to their names was largely irrelevant. There are countries in which I did not even know I had readers until I discovered, as on visiting South Korea in 1987, that 5 of my titles were in print in, pirated, local translations. But for an Iranian friend at the new school, I would not know at all that one Ali Akbar Murdian, not otherwise known, had translated and published The Age of Revolution in Tehran in the spring of 1995, adding Europe to 1789 to 1848, probably to be able to get permission for publication. In Brazil and to a lesser extent in Argentina, countries I knew and where I had friends, I had a shrewd idea of how such names could become familiar, though, until much later, not of the extent of this potential readership. This takes a Marxist autobiographer into the welcome territory of technology and culture, namely the explosion of photocopiers that accompanied the enormous expansion of higher education in the West since the 1960s. This gave the new masses of teachers and students access, mostly unpaid, to fiendishly expensive imported academic texts otherwise far beyond their modest budgets and the sparse resources of their libraries. It was the Buenos Aires office of my admirable Spanish publisher, Gonzalo Ponton of Critica, which consequently guessed that there was scope for a special local edition of my work, and I discovered the extent of my youthful readership, or at least of those who had a positive reaction to my name, on a 1998 visit to Buenos Aires to promote it. Conversely, it was the systematic absence of such devices in the communist world that long limited its dissident literature to what could be laboriously typed and copied with carbon paper, or learned by heart. No doubt there are authors, I am plainly not among them, who may trace the intellectual dimensions of the decline and collapse of communism and its consequences in a similar manner, through the fortunes of their works. It is obviously far harder to do so for 2 reasons. Before the fall of these regimes, dissident or even heterodox literature was barely allowed above ground. There is no way to measure the impact of writings which were inaccessible in print to most readers, though this does not mean that such works might not become known in other ways. Since the end of communism, the publication of serious writing about history and politics has depended on the subsidies of well-wishers such as the admirable George Soros. This tells the author little about his or her intended, potential or actual readers.
Thanks to Soros, whose foundations and other benefactions have almost single-handedly kept intellectual and scientific activities in the ex-USSR and much of Eastern Europe from being swept away by the forest fire of the so-called free market, at least 2 of my books, The Age of Extremes and Nations and Nationalism, have been published in a variety of the lesser East European languages, whose tiny public could never possibly have justified the enormous costs of translation. Moreover, one of them, Nations and Nationalism, is a critique of the very ethno-linguistic nationalism on which the small successor states are based, so that it is extremely unlikely that there was much pent-up demand for such critiques in the relevant bookshops of Tirana, Pristina, and Skopje. However, since the world still lives in the shadow of the Tower of Babel, how could I tell? Nevertheless, I have probably coped better with the Babel problem than most of my English-speaking colleagues, not least because my professional life has not only been peripatetic but multilingual. Historians, of course, need languages more than any scholars other than linguists and students of comparative literature, as very little except purely local history can be seriously studied entirely in a single language, even within most single states. Thanks to the advantage of a bilingual upbringing, a certain gift for picking up languages by talking rather than formal instruction, and the ancestral Jewish experience of moving from place to place among strangers, I have conducted my teaching, and to a modest extent my writing and radio or TV work, in various, not always well mastered, languages. This has given my professional career a more cosmopolitan tinge than is common, not to mention a more recognized presence in countries whose radio and TV journalists can rely on a few words in their public's language spoken into their outstretched microphone, or even a public lecture or TV conversation. Over the years the departmental office in Birkbeck grew accustomed to the multiple accents of foreigners asking for Professor Hobsbawm's room, the non-Anglo-Saxon sounds round my table in the cafeteria, and the gradual adjustment of Peruvian, Mexican, Uruguayan, Bengali or Middle Eastern research students to London life. Not all these students were bona fide academics. In the past 40 years English has become so much the universal idiom of global communication, and knowledge of French, the other international language, has declined so fast, that scholars like myself have lost much of their earlier function as interpreters and intellectual brokers. Yet that role remained important in Europe, at least during the lifetime of the generation of great monoglot French intellectuals who, with the rarest exceptions such as the brilliant and unhappy Raymond Aron, could neither speak nor understand English. I acted as translator for the great historian Ernest Labrousse at the early post-war conferences of the Economic History Society. He warned me firmly against having anything to do with white Bordeaux, unworthy, he thought, of any self-respecting French drinker. Except in French, I could not have established any relationship with Fernand Braudel. Even in the mid-1960s, when the next, less monoglot, generation reached maturity, it was far from fluent, as France's premier historian, Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie, will confirm, if he recalls his first visit to London. Scholars from Eastern Europe once relied on French. In the 1990s their pupils at the new school had no difficulty in writing their term papers in English. And yet, even today the global village in which academics live must continue to rely on multilinguality, as any Western intellectual can verify if he or she finds him or herself guideless on a street in Nanjing, Nagoya or Seoul, that is to say functionally deaf, dumb, and illiterate. Someone there has to speak at least 2 languages. Nevertheless, the global village is real, and since the limits of time and space have been virtually eliminated, the academic profession, having once again become what it was in the European Middle Ages, namely one of wandering, or rather nowadays airborne, scholars, lives in it. I suppose I have now lived in it for something like 40 years. It is at this point that the line between professional career and private life becomes hazy, or disappears altogether. In memory the dinners for some visitor from abroad in the seasons of academic migration, as after the end of the summer term, merge with the memories of the Christmas dinners where the family was usually joined by friends, local or foreign, temporarily unattached or hostile to the seasonal spirit, Francis and Larissa Haskell, Arnaldo Momigliano, Yolanda Sonnabend. Not that professors have friends only among other academics, though in the nature of things many of their friends are. Indeed, one reason why Marlene and I have chosen to live in metropolitan milieus is that no university community is big enough in London or New York to dominate social life there. On the other hand, whether among academics, media people, or in business, the global village is a place not so much of lives as of encounters. Each of its inhabitants has roots and most have permanence, either here, wherever this may be, London, Cambridge, Manhattan, or elsewhere. Often, and this is new, they have multiple roots or at least multiple attachments, domestic or professional. My seasonal commute from London to Manhattan, the professional couples whose working weeks are separated by continents and oceans, united only at weekends or even more rarely. The global village is the set of points of encounter of these entities in constant Brownian movement across the contemporary globe, expected, as in conferences and symposia, or casual and unexpected, at work or on holiday. It is the question, "What are you doing here?" which has punctuated my life in Santiago de Chile, Seoul, and Mysore. But this is only one kind of encounter in the global village. Impermanence, isolation, unforeseen contingency in rental car, bar, and hotel room with CNN are its dimensions. Even the highly organized circuits of what might be called business or professional tourism, the academic symposia in beautiful places, the Villa Serbelloni on Lake Como, the Fondazione Chini in the waters of Venice, the luxury business get-togethers within reach of beach and golf, are not the real locus of the global village. It really takes shape in the local network of human communications which fits together indigenous families, peripatetics and foreigners, arrivals, projects, and departures. In short, it operates primarily through global circuits of domestic hospitality. For that is the basic pattern of life of most married academics, as of other settled professionals. The men and women who come into our houses are not family, but they are as familiar as if they were, whether they happen to come from New Delhi or Florence or whether they do so in Helsinki or Manhattan. They are part of our small everyday world. Very likely we have heard about them, they about us, even when friends bring us together for the first time, which will generally not be the last. We have the same points of reference and share the same news and gossip. We may well arrive with them from somewhere else to establish a new, permanent, or semi-permanent existence in a new environment, as happened to us in my early years in the new school in the 1980s. We live among them, they among us, as neighbors. In my case it has been an extraordinarily enjoyable life, comfortable, varied by travels, increasingly accompanied by Marlene, combining work, discovery, and holiday, novelty and old friendships. Only the knowledge that people who live in poverty, the constant presence of disaster and death can also laugh, or at least tell good jokes, gives me the courage to say, it has been a lot of fun. It has not been a professional life of dramatic action, hardship or, except in the mind, of danger and fear. Like others in the small favored minority to which I belong, I am amazed at the patent contradiction between one's own life experience, and the facts of the 20th century, the terrible events which humanity has lived through. Point 3 By the criteria of professional success, it has not been unsatisfactory. It has given me more private happiness than I ever expected. Has it been the life I had in mind when I was young? No. It would be pointless, even stupid, to regret that it has turned out this way, but somewhere inside me there is a small ghost who whispers, one should not be at ease in a world such as ours. As the man said when I read him in my youth, the point is to change it. 19. Marseillaise. I have gone to France almost every year since 1933, except during the Second World War. The country has been part of my life for almost 70 years, indeed for longer, because my mother had begun to teach her children French at home from the elder Dumas's Les Trois Mousquetaires, an enormous stiff-bound volume which we never finished. She and her sisters had been sent as teenagers to perfect their French at a pensionnat in Belgium. I belong to the last European generation for which French was still the universal second language. Even after a long traveling life, I have probably gone to Paris more often than to any other foreign city, and for all of us Paris was and remained the core of our experience of France. I had first encountered it physically during a brief stopover on the way from Berlin to England in the spring of 1933. I traveled with my uncle, who presumably still had some final arrangements to make in Berlin, and must have had some business in Paris, for that city was certainly a detour from the direct route to London. I assume it must have been film business, for his later activities in Paris were based on an extensive network in the French movie scene, no doubt derived from his days at Universal, reinforced by his acquaintance with the emigrant film technicians he had known in Berlin. As boys from families such as mine expected to go to Paris sooner or later, I was excited, but not surprised. Indeed, excited not only by Paris but also by the prospect of passing Nazi frontier controls in the company of a young and well-dressed middle-class communist called, I think, Hirsch, also going to France for undisclosed reasons, with whom I struck up an acquaintance in the train corridor and who taught me my first phrase of colloquial French, merde alors. My uncle had booked us into the Hotel Montpensier in the Rue de Richelieu, between the Comédie Française and the Bibliothèque Nationale, of whose existence I was then unaware, a building which introduced me to the basic pattern of French lifts in the 1930s, apparently unchanged since the early days of the Third Republic. On his later business trips to Paris my uncle stayed in somewhat less basic establishments, during his most sanguine era, the Georges V. That evening, and perhaps the next, he took me for a stroll along the Grands Boulevards, the long stretch of café-lined avenues from the Republic in the east to the Madeleine in the west, which in those days were still the main promenade of Paris, as they had been from the days of Haussmann, pointing out the whores, who were then called Greuze, Cranes, and the red light district around the Boulevard Sebastopol, one of whose brothels is now being preserved as a historic monument from the ravages of property development. However, I did not enter any of them until some years later, when, in the course of a night on the town with a Hungarian communist, I lost my virginity in an establishment, I can no longer recall its address, with an orchestra of naked ladies, and in a bed surrounded on all sides by mirrors. The Hungarian, György Adam, strongly urged me to visit Hungary, where the married middle-class ladies summering on Lake Balaton were, he assured me, only waiting for fellows like us. He was subsequently jailed in the days of the Stalinist purges, but remained a convinced Marxist. The only married lady with whom I ever tested his hypothesis on Lake Balaton, many years later, was my wife, with whom I spent a short vacation there in the guest house of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, a rather charming family-type establishment in which visitors kept their own bottle of wine from one meal to the next. The next day, alone, I went to the nearby Louvre, then still flanked by the gigantic wedding cake of the monument to Gambetta, which did not survive the Holocaust of, mainly Republican, statuary during the German occupation and since the war. I was impressed by the size of the Venus de Milo and, more sincerely, by the victory of Samothrace, and doubtless stopped before the Mona Lisa. But she did not speak my language. Another picture did, Manet's Olympia. Perhaps it was natural that a virgin boy of 15 should be transfixed by the cool, adult gaze of that astonishing image of a naked woman, glorying in looks and calm, and for the moment visibly uninterested in volupte. And yet, what made my first encounter with this masterpiece so unforgettable was not the sensuality. After all, the Louvre is full of sexy nudes, but the sense that this wonderful painter was not interested in the incidental emotion but in the truth, in the stumbling words of a later generation of adolescents in telling it like it is. The Olympia is what I remember from my first visit to Paris. If I needed converting to France, Manet was the right missionary. I was in need of information rather than conversion. For the next 3 years, obliged to pass examinations in French for the first time, it came from books and schoolmasters, including a French intellectual preparing aggregation or these, who naturally assumed he was at the cutting edge of French culture. He assured me that there were only 3 serious contemporary writers, namely the 3 Gs, André Gide, Jean Genot and Jean Giraudoux.
I do not know why he favored this selection rather than, say, Gide, Céline and Malraux. I tried them all conscientiously, and found Gide boring as, I confess, I still do. I already knew about Jean Genot, from the Vossische Zeitung in Berlin, which had published in installments a translation of one of his rhapsodies of peasant life in Upper Provence. I was so deeply moved by his casserole of sun, soil, passion, and rural brutalism, that some years later on a hitchhike to the Mediterranean I made a special detour to visit Manosque in the Basses Alpes, where he lived, to pay my homage to the author, he was not there, and to dip briefly into the rushing icy waters of the river Durance, witness to his human dramas. I found that at least one other admirer had made the same pilgrimage, a not very attractive young woman of Polish immigrant parents, equally knocked out by his searing eloquence, and we compared notes chastely in the Provençal night. I still have the cheap editions of his novels of the period, but I have not had the courage to reread them since. On the other hand, even today I find myself from time to time rereading the elegant Jean Giraudoux, who was then known to a wider French public chiefly as a very successful playwright of intellectual inclinations, performed by the great actor-manager Louis Jouvet. His La Guerre de Troie n'aura pas lieu, The Trojan War Will Not Take Place, which demonstrated a melancholy conviction that another world war was utterly inevitable, remains a major text for students of the French establishment in the 1930s. I admired him for his soliloquies in the form of novels, especially the wonderful fireworks display of Siegfried et Limousin, written shortly after the First World War and devoted to demonstrating both the utter incompatibility between what France meant to the French and Germany to the Germans and the complementarity of the two civilizations. Perhaps this explains why its author disappeared from French intellectual sight after liberation, though not an unduly prominent Vichyite or collaborator. Suspended between languages and cultures like a lover between the competing objects of desire, I warmed to Giraudouz's ability to be passionately, viscerally, and intellectually French while loving Germany, especially as he made fun of both. I did not need him to tell me about the Germans, but in Giraudouz I encountered and recognized for the first time the kind of France of which my friend the historian Richard Cobb has written better than anyone, the France of the Third Republic in which Giraudouz was rooted. The France to which I was introduced through the implausible medium of his novels was not the France of high intellectuals, confident in their superiority as only Eton-ians are in Britain, although as a product of the Paris École Normale Supérieure he was himself a very good specimen. It was the Jacobin France I shortly discovered for myself through its very own mouthpiece, and which became the France of my 1930s, the Republic of the Canard and Chain. That grey 4 or exceptionally 6-page broadsheet of comments, jokes and cartoons, unsponsored, unsubsidized, refusing all advertisements, describing itself simply as a satirical journal appearing on Wednesday and bought weekly by 500,000 frequenters of the Café Stu Sport and the Café Stu Commerce from Dunkirk to Perpignan, was perhaps the only national expression of the Third Republic. Indeed, its language, conventions, terms of reference and assumptions were so esoteric as to be largely incomprehensible to anyone not born and bred within it, at least without extensive commentary. Since General de Gaulle, whom it was to send up in a weekly court bulletin in the classical style of the Duke of St. Simon's Memoirs of Louis XIV, it has perhaps appealed more to graduates and the political ingroupies than to its original readers, the radical socialist or even communist electors of Clochemerle, the archetypical community of the Third Republic, no longer recognizable in a country which is to abolish rural public telephones because of the spread of mobile phones. In La France Profonde, point 9 for it was an article of its and their basic faith that the Republic had no enemies on the left. The other articles were a belief in liberty, equality, fraternity, and reason, anti-clericalism, an abhorrence of war and militarism, and in the virtues of good wine. It was utterly skeptical of governments. Its readers in the 1930s liked to think they had no illusions about the rich, who exploited them and corrupted both the government, which overtaxed them, and most of the politicians and the journalists who tried to stuff our brains, bourrage de cranes. The Canard confirmed their convictions, though, like its readers,
It did not actually denounce the system. As in Marcel Pagnol's then famous comedy Topaz, in which an idealistic schoolmaster learns that careers and wealth are not achieved by republican virtue, not even the state's recognition of educational merit, the order of the Palmas academics for which he thirsts. 10. Corruption was not for crusading but for disenchanted laughs. Nothing could have been further from the world of the canard than my instructor in the ways of another France, Madame Humblin Crescent, in whose apartment by the Porte de Versailles I lived during the summer of 1936. I was on a grant from the London County Council while waiting to go up to Cambridge. Madame Crescent, a grey-haired lady of Norman origin, played the harp, took the ancient and conservative Revue de Deux Mondes, and disapproved, among many other matters, of my reading of Proust, whom I brought into her salon from the Gallimard lending library on the Boulevard Raspail, which I visited almost as regularly as the Dôme in Montparnasse. The Gallimard bookshop is still on the same block today. In her view Proust wrote bad French. On the other hand, she taught me the firm truths of the French table, such as that meat and vegetables must not be placed hugger-mugger on the same plate but eaten separately, and that fish requires wine, le poisson sans poison est poison. Her social life was restricted and formal. Marvelous though her cuisine was, I fear each of us was a disappointment to the other. Her France was not mine. Young intellectual males of my generation were lucky to encounter France in the 1930s. The scope it provided for young women of that generation was distinctly narrower. Historians are unenthusiastic about the France on which I first set foot in the spring of 1933 and in which I passed most of my summers between then and the Second World War. Politically, the Third Republic was on its way to the grave. Culturally, France lived on capital accumulated before the Great War, to which Frenchmen added little after 1918. Most of the great names of the interwar École de Paris, native or immigrant, belonged to artists who had reached maturity and established their reputation before 1914. As A.J. Liebling, the finest American writer on boxing, New Orleans, politics, and gastronomy, has pointed out, between the wars even French haute cuisine, like Paris courtesans, was past its golden age. And yet, this is not how it looked to us. After all, Matisse and Picasso were still in full spate, and Renoir's son, the finest talent in French movies, was producing a masterpiece every other year. What we saw was not a country in decline, let alone on the verge of the miserable and shameful episode of the Second World War, with which the French have difficulty coming to terms even half a century later, but the France whose image had been imprinted on the educated Western world since the 18th century Enlightenment as the quintessence of civilization and the good life. The famous joke that when good Americans die they go to Paris, it first occurs in print in the extraordinary compendium of French intellectual distinction, the Paris Guide of 1867, still carried full conviction. Indeed, Americans, North, Central, and South, were to maintain their belief in Paris as paradise longer than most other foreigners. Even Nazi Germany could not free itself from this belief. The wartime memoirs of German sophisticates, civil and military, in occupied France, however convinced of the inferior moral fiber of the defeated, suggest that the conquerors still saw themselves in some ways as Romans among Athenians. Francophile foreigners accepted the patent and still unshaken conviction of the French that their country was indeed the center of world civilization, a middle kingdom of the mind like China, the only other culture which shared this conviction of its own unquestioned superiority. What was it that made us take France at its own valuation? What made us think that Paris was still in some sense the capital of the 20th century, as it had patently been that of the 19th? Except for painting and sculpture, and the extraordinary tradition of the French novel, nothing in French high culture and intellectual life was, or seemed, obviously the best in the world. The literatures of other leading European languages did not feel inferior to the French. Even passionate Francophiles did not argue the superiority of Rabelais or Racine to Shakespeare, Goethe, Dante, or Pushkin. French music, however original, ran second to the Austrians. French philosophy plainly seemed inferior to German, For young people of Central European background, contemporary French science lacked the sheer mass of top-class achievement of Britain and pre-1933 Germany. French technology seemed to be stuck in the era of the Eiffel Tower and the Art Nouveau metro, and as for the modern conveniences of life, apart from the bidet, as yet unknown to Anglo-Saxon culture, it was surely not the state of French toilet facilities that attracted young Americans and Britons to the sort of hotels most of them could afford to live in. At a somewhat less rarefied level, the superiority of French civilization was taken for granted. Ever since Voltaire, French wit had been the model for the Western world. Nobody doubted that French women's couture and cosmetics, French wine and food, were the best in the world. French, heterosexual, sex was considered the most sophisticated and adventurous. French style and taste in all these and other matters was something to which my generation inclined to defer. Even this rested on the long-established habit of turning selected superiorities of France into a general superiority supposed to be inherent in that country. We knew very well that there were a lot of things in which France was not superior. Yet our admiration for France was quite unaffected by the fact, which young men and women of my generation from North America, Central and Northern Europe could hardly fail to notice, that the French way of life between the wars as yet had virtually nothing to say about outdoor activities. It was not much into communing with nature. It showed no great interest in hiking, singly or in groups, mountaineering, skiing, practicing, or even watching team games, not even football. In the 1930s, an ideological interest in the open air still seemed to be confined to conservatives, ranging from social Catholics to the frankly reactionary. In return, its only national grassroots sporting passion, the Tour de France of the cyclists, aroused no interest outside France except in a few bordering countries. 11. On the other hand, France had one major asset. It appeared to offer its civilization to any foreigner who wanted it. It was ours to share, and we accepted it, and this not just because Mussolini and Hitler had soiled German and Italian culture. My generation would not have dreamed of vacations in fascist Venice or Rome, because British culture was too insular, and US culture visibly belonged to a different tribe from ours. The French Revolution, the starting point of modern world history for every person on the globe with a Western education, had democratized the most prestigious and exclusive of the great court cultures, and had opened the gates of a notoriously chauvinist nation to all who accepted the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity and the French language one and indivisible. In the 19th century, France became not only the major immigrant-absorbing country in Europe, but also, especially between the 1830 and 1848 revolutions, the welcoming refuge for international political and cultural dissidents from all of Europe. Paris was the center of international culture, the place to be or to have been. How else could the École de Paris of the early 20th century have become possible, in which Spanish, Bulgarian, German, Dutch, Italian, and Russian artists rubbed shoulders with Latin Americans, Norwegians and, of course, the native French? In no other country was the wartime resistance movement to rely so heavily on resident foreigners, refugee Spanish Republicans, assorted Poles, Italians, Central Europeans, Armenians, and Jews of the Communist parties main d'oeuvre immigré, immigrant labor. My own memories of Paris before going to Cambridge are of Americans in left bank art galleries, German surrealists in attics, the tables of the Dome Café in Montparnasse crowded with impecunious artistic geniuses from Russia and Central Europe waiting for recognition. My memories after I went to Cambridge and joined the Communist Party are of meetings with anti-fascist Central Europeans in the Restaurant de Balkans in the Rue de la Harpe, of the international conferences, filled with Italian, German, and eventually Spanish refugees, persecuted Yugoslavs, Hungarians and assorted Asian revolutionaries, for which James Klugman mobilized his young Cambridge loyalists. For Hitler not only made France more than ever into an international center, but, between 1933 and 1939, into the last major refuge for European civilization and, as fascism advanced, the only surviving headquarters of the European left. Though it did not welcome refugees and asylum seekers, being used to mass immigration unlike Britain before Munich, France made no systematic effort to keep them out. There were other places of refuge, the little Benelux countries, Czechoslovakia, until Munich, reluctant Switzerland, Denmark, where Brecht went, even, for very non-political Jews, Italy, until Mussolini introduced racism in 1938. But not, from the time of the Great Terror, Stalin's Russia. They were only bolt holes for the persecuted. France was different. In better times even the exiles would have gone there voluntarily. It seemed, and still seems, natural that the last great occasion before the descent into hell, when the entirety of Arrivan Europe still went on show, the International Exposition of 1937, should have been held in Paris. Where else? Almost certainly I am not alone in remembering it as both international and French, not only for Picasso's Guernica and the giant German and Soviet pavilions glowering at each other, but also for the wonderful and luminous exhibition of French art, the finest I have ever seen. And then, for a brief moment, France became not only the refuge of civilization, but the place of hope. In 1934 the native instincts of popular republican politics, union in defense of the republic, no enemies on the left, combined with the unusually realistic sense of the passionately Francophile Central European Comintern representative with the French CP, Comrade Clement, to devise the best strategy for fighting the apparently irresistible advance of fascism, the Popular Front. 1 A Popular Front won the elections in Spain in February 1936. In May it won the elections in France. It brought into office the first government in French history to be headed by a socialist. The communists could not bring themselves actually to enter the cabinet, and an extraordinary, spontaneous outburst of working-class hope and joy, the wave of sit-in strikes, or more exactly factory occupations, of June 1936. I arrived in Paris at the tail end of this extraordinary and remarkably good-tempered victory celebration, but enough was still there a few weeks later to make that year's 14th of July unforgettable. I was lucky to see it in the best possible way, driving round Paris on a truck with a newsreel team of the French Socialist Party, photographing the great day, doubtless on film stock sold to them by my uncle. For young revolutionaries of my generation mass demonstrations were the equivalent of papal masses for devout Catholics. But in 1936 the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille, east of the Place de la République, was more than the greatest of mass demonstrations of the French left. Nobody that year paid much attention to the military parade and other official government celebrations of the national holiday in the bourgeois part of the city. The whole of popular Paris was on the street to march, or rather to perambulate between endless waits, or to watch and cheer the march, as families might cheer departing newlyweds after the marriage ceremony. The red flags and tricolores, the leaders, the contingents of workers from the victorious male strikers of Renault and the female strikers of Printemps and Galeries Lafayette, the emancipated Bretons marching under their banners, the green flags of the Star of North Africa passed before the serried masses on the pavement, the crowded windows, the hospitably waving café proprietors, waiters, and clients, the even more hospitable enthusiasm of the assembled and applauding brothel staffs. It was one of the rare days when my mind was on autopilot. I only felt and experienced. That night we watched the fireworks over the city from Montmartre and, after I left the party, I walked back slowly across Paris as though floating on clouds, stopping to drink and dance at I do not know how many street corner bals. I reached my lodgings at dawn. Indeed, the Popular Front was almost designed for the young, for, through the agency of a new law under a new Undersecretary of Sport and Leisure, Léo Lagrange, it introduced both the first national paid holidays and cheap rail fares. On the strength of the only money I was ever to win in the national lottery, 165 francs, or about £2 to £3 at the 1936 rate of exchange, I bought myself a fortnight's backpacking in the Pyrenees and Languedoc, joining the first beneficiaries of the Léo Lagrange on the night train from the Gare d'Orsay to Lechon. The trip was to bring my first and only direct contact with the weeks-old Spanish Civil War, which is described elsewhere, Chapter 20. It also introduced me, through a young Czech I met on the road, to hitchhiking, a practice then still virtually unknown in Europe, except to a minority of young footloose Central European tippler, hitchhiker. It was therefore very easy, especially after I discovered that middle-class French car drivers could be kept from expressing their detestation of Léon Blum and the communists by well-timed inquiries about what they thought about Napoleon, a subject which kept them talking for up to 200 kilometers. From then on I extended my knowledge of France every year through long backpacking hitchhikes. By the time the war broke out I, like so many others of my generation, thought I knew Paris pretty well, in some ways better than London. I was probably more at ease between Montparnasse, the Pantheon, the Pont Saint-Michel and the long stretch of the Boulevard Raspail and the Rue de Rennes than in any equally large chunk of central London. I could speak French sufficiently well to be beyond the stage when Frenchmen politely congratulate one on how well one speaks their language. I knew, or thought I knew, as much about the politics of France as about those of Britain, knew who were supposed to be in theatrical companies, Jouvet, Dulin, the Pitoffs, had seen Renoir's La Règle du Jeu when it first came out, smoked Gauloises at the corner of my mouth like Jean Gabin, and had bought both the works of Saint-Just and the speeches of Robespierre. In fact, we knew and understood very much less than we thought we did, but considering that most of us had no special academic, professional, or family interest in French affairs, we felt at home in Paris. We were comfortable in France and with France. However, there was one curious thing about the relationship with France. French people, the indigenous French rather than immigrants and more or less permanently resident foreigners, were virtually absent from it. For most of the foreigners in the 1930s, the French were physically present mainly as service providers or extras on the permanent film set of their country. It was not till the 1950s that my Paris became a city in which I had French friends and habitually spent my time with French people, as well as with the usual cosmopolitan community of visiting foreigners or immigrants. The French were, indeed they still are, a remarkably formal people and their society a theater with clearly prescribed roles and procedures. I cannot think of another country in which a notoriously womanizing, admittedly middle-aged philosopher in the 1950s still had as his stock in trade falling on his knees and presenting the lady with a rose. Unless officially committed to intimacy, Frenchmen still tend to sign everyday correspondence in the carefully graded flourishes of traditional deference, kindly accept, monsieur, the expression of my distinguished/most distinguished/most devoted sentiments. To be elected to the French Academy or the Collège de France, which still requires the formal declaration of one's candidature, followed by the candidate's ritual canvassing visits to all the electors, is a far more ceremonious affair than elsewhere. It is an honor and a recognized social obligation for those who have contributed to the successful academician's outfit to attend the occasion when they are summoned to admire his ceremonial sword. Even informality is not without its obligations. When intellectuals were on the left, they believed that their status as such committed them to talking to each other in the vocabulary of Belleville. Nevertheless, it was then, perhaps it still is, difficult to enter their lives without some form of presentation. Only in France would one, calling on the great historian Ernest Labrousse at home, we knew each other quite well from economic history conferences in Britain, be kept waiting in the vestibule for the statutory 10 minutes before being asked into his study and greeted affably as cher ami, cher collègue. A professor at the Sorbonne and former chef de cabinet to Léon Blum knew what was his due. Jean-Paul Sartre was the only ex officio great French intellectual I ever met who seemed totally lacking in this sense of public status. Equality itself was formalized. I knew I was accepted as an intellectual who belonged when somewhat younger French colleagues automatically addressed me as one does old boys and fellow graduates of the École Normale Supérieure or similar elite educational establishments. Of course communists of whatever status and country, except perhaps from the German Democratic Republic, also did so automatically, but most formerly communist French historians had ceased to be in the party by the time I got to know them well. Not that this implied personal intimacy. Because I could not detach it from intimacy, My personal relations with Fernand Braudel were crippled forever after the great man, very much my senior in age as well as eminence, formally suggested that we should say tu to one another. Conversation became too difficult, rather like writing a novel without the letter E, in the manner of Georges Perec, if one could use neither the old formal vous nor the tu which resisted crossing one's lips. I simply could not bring myself to treat him as an ordinary informal friend, rather than a graciously condescending patron, which was the role in which I had learned to admire and like him. He played it to perfection. In such a country, however easy the entry to the geographical space, entry to the human space was difficult without personal introductions, or tacit recognition signals rather like those codes which, now that the traditional concierge no longer watches over the comings and goings after dark and at weekends, are necessary to visit Parisian friends in their apartment buildings. My own codes of entry were the Communist Party and association with one clan of French historians. The doors opened for me at, and through, the Paris International Congress of Historical Sciences in 1950. At this Congress, described in Chapter 17, I met the sort of people out of whom Braudel, the great academic entrepreneur, with his wonderful chief of staff, Clemens Heller, was soon to fashion the counter-establishment to the Sorbonne, the sixth section of the École pratique des hautes études. Today it operates as the High School for Social Sciences in the black glass building of the Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, which Braudel and Heller managed to erect on the site of the former Church Midi prison, facing the comforts of the Hotel Lutetia, where the Gestapo had tortured its prisoner not long before. And the great innovation of the Maison as an official institution was not only that, thanks to Braudel, but particularly to Heller, it systematically tried to bring French and foreigners together, but above all that it recognized the importance of informality and personal talk. It naturally helped personal relations to be on easy terms with the group of historians round Braudel and the Annals, all the more so as with the exception of the great chieftain himself, whom I got to know in the middle 50s, they were not yet great, or even significant, names with major works to their credit. In a sense our careers advanced together, and so did our social relations, at least until the curious posthumous reversion to Cold War anti-communism among French intellectuals in the 1990s. However, the academically mediated friendships did not develop fully until the 1960s, and my closer connections with the Maison, the École, where I later taught for a month a year, and the Collège de France not until the 1970s. This was primarily due to the remarkable Clemens Heller. Clemens, a large, shambling, distracted-looking man who disliked phone conversations of more than 50 seconds, apt to lapse into a macaronic mixture of languages, may best be described as the most original intellectual impresario of post-war Europe. The theatrical metaphor is suitable. Son of Hugo Heller, a Viennese bookseller and cultural entrepreneur who had the bad luck to attract the sarcasm of Karl Kraus, he began his career as a pupil in the Max Reinhardt Theater School, before being sent to the USA after Hitler came to Austria. He returned as a U.S. officer to launch the celebrated Salzburg seminars, was extruded from them by the U.S. witch hunt, and established himself in Paris. There he and Braudel formed their extraordinarily successful partnership, to which Heller brought the profoundly cosmopolitan culture of expatriate Central Europe, a smell for intellectually interesting and promising people and ideas, an international network and the ability to mobilize American Foundation money for his academic projects. France being what it is, this led him to be denounced as an agent of the CIA in due course, fortunately in vain. Music and the intellect were the guiding passions of this man of extraordinary warmth and generosity. One of the rewards of a long life has been to be his friend. Although my friendships in the 1950s came through the Historical Congress, they were mediated through the politics of intellectuals. They did not actually come through the Communist Party, although most of the people I met were at that time still in the party. The French CP, an organization apparently run by political sergeant majors, had a quite extraordinary knack of bullying and then antagonizing the intellectuals its resistance record had attracted in such quantities, which astonished those of us used to the more relaxed ways of the British and Italian Communist parties, but then, as my friend Antonin Lim has pointed out, being a genuine mass party between the wars, it had, like the Czech CP, Stalinized itself, rather than had Bolshevization imposed on it from outside. On the defensive after 1947 it retreated into a private cultural and political universe, fortified against the temptations of the outside world in a manner which reminded me of Roman Catholic minorities in the era of Vatican I, at all events in Britain. Having been brought up in a Catholic country, French communist intellectuals were, of course, keenly aware of the structural similarities between the party and the church. It had a proletarian distrust of intellectuals. When the British Communist Historians Group looked for opposite numbers in France, we got no help from the PCF. The pre-war party wanted militants, not academics. Hence the 1950 Historical Congress, though attracting young Marxists, was not attended by several of the subsequently eminent and eventually anti-communist historians who were hardline young CP activists at the time, François Furet, Annie Kriegel, Alain Besançon, Leroy Lagerie. I did not get to know them until their post-communist days. In fact, looking back, it now seems clear to me that the foundation of my network of friends was not so much communism as the common experience of an identification with the resistance. For all this decade and until the tragic breakup of their marriage, my Paris base was to be the rather basic working-class flat on the Boulevard Kellerman of Henry Raymond and the enchanting Helene Berghauer. To the Raymonds I went most of my vacations, and with them I spent most of my free time. For some years after the breakup of my first marriage they were the closest thing to a family I had. When they left Paris I would travel with them in their small car to wherever we agreed to go, to the Loire Valley, to Italy, wherever. When they were in town I shared it with them, going round in their company, observing the passing scene from the approved cafes such as the Flore or the Rue Mary, watching out for, and passing the time of day with, acquaintances among the intelligentsia, Lucien Goldman, Roland Barthes, Edgar Morin. When they were absent, I stayed there alone, using it as a private desert island. The flat made up for the austerity of its equipment by the sheer sparkling high spirits of Helene, and a spectacular Lurkat tapestry that had later to be sold at a moment of financial stringency. Like Henry's friendship with the libertine novelist Roger Vailland and the Marxist philosopher and sociologist Henry Lefebvre, it was a relic of the resistance, which he had joined as a very young man. It was to get an introduction to Lefebvre that I had first been brought to the Raymonds' flat by a young woman, also of resistance background, whom I had met at the Congress. A few years my junior, Henry came from what he described as a peasant family in the Orléanais, published his own and his friends' poetry in small plaquettes or pamphlets with drawings by Helene, for which he also made me write a piece on jazz, and at that time worked for the nationalized railways. He followed Lefebvre in studying sociology and urbanism and eventually taught at the Beaux-Arts, thus catching up to some extent with his older brother André, a bona fide thesis-producing academic from the start who was to become the world expert on Islamic guilds and a pillar of French Oriental scholarship. Helene, both more cosmopolitan and dramatically Parisian, who had spent the war with her family in Brazil, worked hard to make herself a painter. Frankly, she was never much good, but although people did not like to say so to a charming and extremely attractive young woman, I suspect that she was too intelligent not to be aware of her limitations, and suffered accordingly. Meanwhile she earned her living by working at the Brazilian consulate. Her Polish father, with whom relations were tense, was in business, her brother was something in couture, or at least the friend of one of the first of the beautiful Japanese models who anticipated erotic multiculturalism. Perhaps this helps to explain how she managed to wear Balmain at a time when haute couture labels had not yet been licensed to every department store. Like Henry she was a communist, in a cellule in the proletarian 13th arrondissement, but she had begun on the periphery of the Palestine Jewish terrorist organization known as the Stern Gang, or at least the extreme left-wing part of it. She retained an affinity for direct action. During the period of Algerian OAS terrorism she visited me in London,
while she was making purchases of timers on behalf of what she said was a left-wing anti-OAS bombing campaign. I asked where she would get them. At Harrods, naturally, she said. Of course, where else? Though some of the people in the Raymond's network were to become well known in their fields, essentially it operated on the lower slopes of the Parisian left-wing intelligentsia, although Helene plausibly claimed to be au fait with the scandals on the more elevated peaks, the gossip about literary prizes and who was on the skids in the CP leadership. It read Le Monde and sometimes still El Humanite, but most of the people we knew, as distinct from gossiping about them, were not likely to be asked to sign those manifestos of intellectuals on public issues which were so characteristic of the times before the eminent media intellectuals had their own regular columns in the dailies and weeklies. It was very much a pre-1968 milieu, and the 1950s and 1960s saw it gradually crumble as the old left splintered and shifted over Stalin and Algeria, and the old guard of the French CP increasingly found anyone suggesting change ungenial, especially intellectuals. My communist friends tended to move from the party to a smaller body, the Party of Socialist Unity, PSU, and when that proved unviable, into full-time research, writing or, if they wanted to remain in politics, the old Socialist Party. Since I did not then know some of the ex-communists who were to move directly into a passionate anti-communism, or had met them only casually, I was unable to follow the tracks of their political travels. Inevitably the breakdown of the Raymonds' marriage changed the pattern of my visits to Paris. In any case, from 1961 on my life was transformed by the partnership of Marlene. However permanent the passion, like jazz, Paris could no longer be the same for a then middle-aged man with wife and, eventually, children. And in any case she had, and made, her own friends in France, quite apart from the ones we had, or from then on acquired together. Moreover, since 1957 I had acquired another couple of close Parisian friends who remain our friends to this day, Richard and Elise Marines-Traz. The Raymonds and I had decided to travel to a small seaside town in the Gargano Peninsula of Italy, the spur that sticks out of the boot of Italy into the Adriatic, on the strength of a novel set there, La Loi, recently published by the then still communist or recently communist writer Roger Vaillant, whom Henry had known since resistance days. There on the beach were the Marines-Trazes, he a tall broad-chested blonde, she tiny, thin and dark, en route for a spell as secondary school teachers in Tunisia, by then independent but still educationally linked with the French school system. Never were French intellectuals more involved in North Africa than in the 1950s, when Tunisia and Morocco won their freedom and the Algerians were fighting for theirs. So we had plenty to talk about. In any case, ever since the early 19th century the Maghreb has played a major role in the imagination of French painters and writers, but equally so as an intellectual stimulus to the young egregies who went there as teachers, that is to say as future academics, Fernand Braudel among historians and Pierre Bourdieu among sociologists, to name but two. The Marines-Trazes' academic interests were not Mediterranean or Oriental, but Anglo-Saxon, which provided another link. Richard was to become the major French authority on Shakespeare, and Elise was to establish a reputation as a historian of the USA. Both were from Polish Jewish families, fortunate to survive in the unoccupied zone of wartime France. Richard had joined the armed resistance in the southeastern hills at the age of 16, an experience he recalled as the only time in his life when nobody cared, or even asked, whether he was Jewish. Many years later he was deeply moved when, being the only intellectual among his surviving and now aging resistance comrades, he was asked to make the commemorative speech at their 50th anniversary dinner somewhere in the Rhone Valley. Though they were naturally on the left, Marxism did not attract the Marines-Trazes, but proud of secular, emancipated, diaspora Judaism, neither did Zionism. Theirs was, or perhaps increasingly became, a minority position among French Jewry which in their lifetime, thanks mainly to the massive exodus from formerly French North Africa, became the largest Jewish community in Europe and, since the end of the USSR, in any country of the Old World. There was a third, more academic,
reason why my relationship with Paris changed in the 1960s. The convergence between what the French historians were doing in annals and we in past and present was becoming obvious. From about 1960 I was increasingly drawn into Parisian academic life, and especially towards the new academic empire of Fernand Braudel. Indeed, in the 1970s I joined it for a while officially as an associate directeur de recherche for part of the year at the new École de Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales. In short, from 1960 on academic engagements increasingly set the rhythm of my, or rather our, visits to Paris. In a way these changes went together. When I first went to Paris after marrying Marlene, whose knowledge of the academic world was negligible, the Braudels, justifiably charmed by her, invited us to lunch at their apartment and Fernand won her permanent goodwill by assuring her that being a good husband was an essential element of being a good historian. On such occasions grandees of French intellectual life are not on oath, but since they know how to make the statements proper to the occasion in a manner suggesting sincerity without condescension, all of us were satisfied. Conversely, she was the hostess in London both to Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie when he stayed with us after I had invited him to a seminar in London and, many years later, to the philosopher Louis Althusser in one of his manic phases, not long before he killed his wife in one of the subsequent depressions. As in other academic households, personal and professional relations were not clearly separable. Unlike in the France of the Third and even the Fourth Republics, I no longer felt at ease in the France of de Gaulle and his Gaullist successors, or in the France of Mitterrand, the France that developed a new kind of public rhetorical jargon where politicians called their country the Hexagon, talked of La France profonde and showed their energy by forging ahead two azimuths, in which Paris became one gigantic gentrified bourgeois ghetto, the largest in Europe, where the street corner bars were shut at weekends because the old people of Paris could no longer afford to live there, although they worked there on weekdays. Except for the great hole in the center left by the emigration of the markets and filled by Richard Rogers's Beaubourg, the city remained more or less recognizable until President Mitterrand filled and surrounded it with his architectural dinosaurs. The general, knowing that his place in history was secure, had disdained trying to preserve his memory by monumental architecture. Paris remains as wonderful a city as ever for the tourist, but it is hard for a historian to get used to the fact that the left can no longer elect more than the odd councillor in the home of the Paris Commune, unless the corruption of the right-wing municipal administrations has temporarily become too scandalous. On the other hand, nobody living in Britain could fail to appreciate the advantages of French post-war modernization, which supplemented the unchanging quality and variety of French food markets and cooking with the TGV and a superb system of public urban and suburban transport. I learned, at first reluctantly, to appreciate the greatness of the general and to develop a taste for his style. I learned, with even greater reluctance, to respect Mitterrand. Neither could have flourished in the Third Republic. Both came out of the milieu of what the Third Republic would have, rightly, called reaction. De Gaulle was a man of the right, but one for whom the Republic, including its left, was an essential part of that certain idea of France which he recreated after the war. He was the first French politician since 1793 whose France had a place both for the monarchy and the revolution. Indeed, he was presumably not entirely displeased to be compared with Louis XIV, who would have addressed his servants much as de Gaulle addressed the publisher who edited his memoirs, when the man admitted to a rather un-Gaullist past between 1940 and 1944. "I take it," said the great man, who may well have had the relevant files looked up, "that you have been inside one of my prisons." Both the personal pronoun and the plural are very much de Gaulle. 12. Since his death there has been much criticism of the ambiguities and complexities of François Mitterrand's career. Yet it cannot be denied that it moved leftwards with surprisingly little discontinuity, from the pre-war ultra-right through Vichy and the resistance to a political progress that turned him into the builder and chief of a reconstructed socialist party which recaptured control of the left not by isolating the communists in the usual Cold War manner, but by bringing him to power in alliance with them. In both Third and Fourth Republics politicians would have moved in the opposite direction. He and de Gaulle belong to an era, No, both were architects of the era, when French politics ceased to be essentially a battle about the Great Revolution whose memory divided the left from the right, though both men knew in their bones that the revolution was as central to the France they ruled as the American Constitution was to the USA. In this they were more realistic than the ideologists of moderate liberalism, immoderate anti-communism, and market society, always an untypical minority in France, who came to dominate Parisian intellectual fashions in the late 1980s and early 1990s. And yet, if I did not feel at ease in Gaullist and Mitterrandist France, I could understand its continuity with my own France, the blue, white and red tricolored remembered hills of the past. In one way or another, the France of the canard and chain was not yet dead. Indeed, the scandals and the growing corruption in the later Gaullist and the later Mitterrand eras revived the fortunes of this publication. Nor did I feel at ease with the intellectual mood of the time. Like everyone on the global left, I was excited by the rebellion of 1968, but I remained skeptical. True, I was in much closer touch with French historians, who formed the core discipline of the French social sciences until the 1970s, and who supplied so many of Hamann and Rotman's Parisian intellocrats too. Nevertheless, in some ways I had lost touch with many of the currents of French culture and theoretical discussion after the 1960s, and, although any admirer of Queneau and Perique cannot but be sympathetic to the French intellectual tradition of playing games with language, as French thinkers increasingly moved into the territory of postmodernism, I found them uninteresting, incomprehensible, and in any case of not much use to historians. Even their puns failed to grip. After the brief 1968 surge, in the 1970s and 1980s the left, both old and new, was clearly on the retreat in France. My opinion of the French Communist Party since 1945 had never been high, and I had long regarded its leadership under Georges Marchais as a disaster, yet it would be dishonest of me not to admit that its decline from the great mass party of the French working class to a rump of less than 4% of voters caused an old communist pain. And it would be equally dishonest not to admit that most of what has remained under the label Marxism in France is unimpressive. On the other hand, particularly in the 1980s and 1990s, the increasingly militant and ill-tempered anti-communism of so many of the formerly left-wing intellocrats began to complicate my relations with some of them. Though we respected and sometimes liked each other, some of those with whom I had dealings in Paris, intellectual or social, were politically uneasy in my company, and I in theirs. Since I remained what I had been since 1956, a known, though heterodox communist whose work had never been published in the USSR, some, who might have been more Stalinist or even Maoist in their youth than I ever was, resented what they regarded as a willful refusal to take the same road. I, in turn, found myself more repelled by the Cold War rhetoric and free market liberalism to which some of the ablest and most prestigious were drawn in the 1980s than by the straightforward return of a man like Leroy Lagerie, a major historian by any standards, to the traditional conservatism of his Norman ancestry. Paradoxically, as communist parties declined, the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union and its empire collapsed, the tone of anti-communist and anti-Marxist polemic became more embittered, not to say hysterical. The late François Furet, a historian and publicist of great intelligence and influence, perhaps the nearest thing to a chef d'école of the tendency, did his best to turn the second centenary of the French Revolution into an intellectual assault on it. A few years later his Le Passé d'une Illusion presented the history of the 20th century as that of the process of liberation from the dangerous dream of communism. Not surprisingly, I criticized his views. Point 3 As a by now quite well-known Marxist historian, I found myself for a while a champion of the embattled and besieged French intellectual left. This complicated relations further, especially since, by chance, my own history of the 20th century, The Age of Extremes, appeared just before Furet's book. While it was accepted on its merits and received calmly even by notably conservative reviewers in other countries, in France it was seen, at least by an influential part of the intellocrats, essentially as a work of political ideological polemics directed against anti-communist liberals. Though discussed, in its English version, In intellectual journals, it was not translated, on the ostensible grounds that it was too expensive to translate for its necessarily small market. The argument was implausible, since the book had already sold well in every other Western language. Indeed, such was the curious self-absorption of the French intellectual scene in those years that French was for several years the only language of the member states of the European Union, and indeed the only global culture language, including Chinese and Arabic, in which the book was not published or contracted to be published. It finally came out in France in 1999, thanks to the initiative of a Belgian publisher and the active help of one of the few unrepentant publications of the left, Le Monde Diplomatique. Perhaps the ideological mood had changed since Lionel Jospin, who put less strain on the conscience of the French left than the dying Mitterrand, took over as Prime Minister in 1997. It was received well enough by the critics. The potential reviewers of the early 90s kept silent or had buried their hatchets. It sold rather satisfactorily, at least for a while. It brought me more personal letters from unknown readers scattered across the map of France than any of the other translations of this much translated work. And it enabled an ancient Francophile, whose love affair with the tradition of the French left began on a newsreel truck on Bastille Day 1936, to round it off 63 years later with another suitably symbolic experience in the Grand Amphitheatre of the Sorbonne, once the only university of Paris, now the parent of a family, packed with Parisians who had been invited to listen to a debate on my newly published book. Very few of the people who came in sufficient numbers to crowd the enormous auditorium had read any of my books which, as the publishers who refused me always reminded me, had only had a success d'estime in the hexagonal market. What brought them there was the fact that someone, it happened to be me, spoke frankly, critically, sceptically, but impenitently, and not without pride for those who stood for a left in which the old distinctions of party and orthodoxy no longer counted. I like to think that on this occasion I was present at a sort of re-emergence, however brief, of a Parisian intellectual left from a period of siege. It is a suitable episode with which to end this chapter of a lifetime affair. For my generation France remains special. I can sympathize with the French sense of loss at the defeat of the language of Voltaire by the world triumph of the language of Benjamin Franklin. It is not only a linguistic but a cultural transformation, for it marks the end of the minority cultures in which only the elites needed international communication, and it hardly mattered that the idiom in which it took place was not widely spoken on the globe, or even, as in the classical dead languages, that it was not spoken at all. I can understand the retreat of a once hegemonic French culture into an hexagonal ghetto, only slightly mitigated by the popularity of postmodern French ideologues among American graduate students, who do not always understand them. It is not that this is what Paris wants, but simply that it cannot get used to a state of affairs in which the rest of the world no longer looks to Paris and follows its lead. It is a hard fate to go from global hegemony to regionalism in 2 generations. It is hardest of all to discover that for most of the world none of this matters. But it matters for my generation of Europeans, Latin Americans, and Middle Easterners. And it should matter to younger generations. The stubborn rearguard action of France in defense of the global role of her language and culture may be doomed, but it is also a necessary defense, by no means predestined to failure, of every language, and national and cultural specificity against the homogenization of an essentially plural humanity by the processes of globalization. 20. From Franco to Berlusconi. Aspiring novelists are never short of a subject. When all else fails, there's family and autobiography. Aspiring professional historians have no built-in guide to what part of the past they want to explore, and therefore in most cases what their reputation will rest on, the Tudors, the English Revolution, 17th century Spain, or whatever. Usually they acquire a subject at university, give it a title to get a doctorate, or, in my day, when Oxbridge looked down on such titles, a fellowship dissertation, and in most cases stick to their field or period thereafter. The war had blocked my own attempts to follow this path. So it happened that my first book as a historian, Primitive Rebels, was in a field I had not previously thought much about, and indeed a field nobody else had thought about at all. Point 1 Essentially, it is a book based on my frequent travels in Spain and Italy in the 1950s, two countries to which my life and the fortunes of my writings have been linked ever since. Unlike Italy, what anti-fascist would go there? Spain, where I began to travel in 1951, had been part of my life for a long time, even before the Spanish Civil War, which made it part of everyone's life in my generation. In spite of everything, after 1945 it was still a strange country for other Europeans. In the minds of most of us it still belonged to a curious realm where the images of revolution, war, and defeat in arid landscapes were superimposed on the images of exoticism, flamenco, castanets, bullfights, Carmen, Don Jose, Escamillo, and those of a generic Spanishness, Don Quixote, honor, pride, and silence. My uncle had been there and had got to know people there in his time with Universal Films. The relics of his visits filled odd corners of our house, a banderilla soaked in dry blood, a book on bullfighting, a signed photo of an elderly, military-looking Catalan autonomist leader and the like. After the 1934 insurrection in Asturias, a friend sent him copies of the Spanish illustrated papers, I imagine the monarchist ABC with dramatic pictures. And then, in the summer of 1936, in the first weeks after the general's rising, thanks to a curious combination of historical circumstances, for a brief moment I saw it myself. I was then living in Paris for 3 months before going up to Cambridge, on a grant from the London County Council to improve my French. One day at the end of July I discovered to my agreeable surprise that I had bought a winning lottery ticket. It did not amount to much, I remember it as 165 francs or about 2 to 3 pounds. Fortunately the new Popular Front government of France had shortly before introduced one of its rare lasting innovations, les congés, holidays with pay, and, thanks to another innovation, an undersecretaryship of sports and leisure, ultra-cheap rail travel to enable the population to enjoy them. I therefore used my lottery winnings to take the train from Orsay station, still half a century away from being turned into a museum of 19th century French art, to the Pyrenees for a fortnight of walking, youth hosteling, and camping. Halfway through this superb excursion I was introduced to a more expeditious form of cheap movement by one of those peripatetic young Central Europeans who in those days pioneered hitchhiking, tip-helm, auto-stop, on this side of the Atlantic. And so I found myself, carried from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean side of the Pyrenees, in a youth hostel close to the Spanish border near the town of Puigcerdà. The occasion was too tempting. I went to the frontier, and was turned back by the young militia man who guarded it. I did not have the right papers. I walked a mile or so to the next crossing, where they let me pass without problems, and I spent the day looking round Puigcerdà, then for all practical purposes an independent revolutionary commune, dominated by the anarchists, with an admixture of members of POUM, Workers' Party of Marxist Unification. I could see no sign of the communists or the socialists, merged by then into a single party, the PSUC Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia. I don't remember how exactly I communicated with the locals, who were naturally interested in an unannounced, indeed in any, stranger, but this is a corner where Spain and France are very mixed up, and Catalan is in any case as close to one language as to the other. I recall no problems. My most lasting image of this memorable day is of a few trucks parked on the main square. Whenever someone felt like going to the war, he went to the trucks, and whenever one filled up with enough volunteers, I was told, it went off to the front. As I wrote about this experience many years later, the phrase "c'est magnifique, mais c'est pas la guerre" should have been invented for such a situation. It was marvelous, but the main effect of this experience on me was, that it took me 20 years before I was prepared to see Spanish anarchism as anything but a tragic farce. 2. In fact, Puigcerdà did not give the impression of a community geared for war, nor do I recall it as a place full of armed young men in militia outfits, in the manner of later revolutions. No sign in the Spanish provinces of 1936, for example, of uniformed young women. If anything, it seemed a town full of politics, talk, and arguments, of people standing in groups or sitting at cafe tables with newspapers. Unfortunately, the day ended badly. The young anarchist frontier guard who had turned me back at my first crossing point came off duty that evening, saw me eating and chatting on the plaza, and immediately reported me to his commissar. I was interrogated, politely enough but firmly, by an unsmiling man in something like military gear. I am sure that he did not know what to make of my presence there. I did not know what to make of it myself, but clearly, the power of the workers could not be treated so lightly, even if the young Englishman who crossed the frontier not only irregularly, but in flat defiance of the decision to keep him out, had shown no signs of wanting to be a danger to the revolution. To be grilled by trigger-happy amateurs on the lookout for counter-revolutionaries is never relaxing. I confess that I was nervous, late that evening, when I was told to walk along the dark road back to the French frontier, the gun barrel of an armed militiaman aimed at my back. So my fleeting contact with the Spanish Civil War ended with expulsion from the Spanish Republic. What was I doing that day in Puigcerda? This is where the historian throws up his hands, faced with the autobiographer. It is not simply that my memory of that day has almost certainly been corrupted by 60-odd years of mental redrafting, but that even on the day itself my purpose, if that is the right word, in crossing the frontier, cannot have been clear. What would I have done, if my stay there had not been cut short so suddenly? Given the common memory of the Spanish Civil War, I should have been considering joining the forces of the Republic in the war against fascism, as several other young English people did in the first weeks of the Civil War. Almost certainly nothing like this was in my mind as I went to have a look at what a revolution was like, in spite of the passionate identification I, like others of my generation on the left, immediately felt with the fight of the Spanish Popular Front government. Did it enter my mind during that day? I cannot say, or if I could reconstruct my feelings perhaps I would want to take refuge behind the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, because in the light of the subsequent establishment of International Brigades 13 any answer might be discreditable. If I did not consider it, then why not? And if I did, why did I nevertheless not join up? Supposing there were any sources other than my personal memory, what conclusion might another historian, less personally biased in the matter, come to about the strange case of young EJH in the Spanish Revolution? Such are the problems of writing history as biography, or perhaps the wider problems of understanding human nature. At all events, my day in Puigcerda demonstrates the pointlessness of the what-if exercises in history which now carry the jargon title of counterfactuals. There is no way we can choose between the countless hypotheses about how my subsequent life might or might not have been affected, if that young anarchist border guard had not refused me entry at that first frontier crossing. And it also demonstrates that nothing serves the historian better than keeping his eyes and ears open, especially if he or she has the luck to be in the right place at the right time. Puigcerda gave me my first introduction to, and a permanent fascination with, that quintessential breeding ground for primitive rebels, namely Spanish anarchism. In the 1950s I found myself pursuing it in the field, largely inspired by that remarkable work of Gerald Brennan, The Spanish Labyrinth, which I must have read soon after its second edition came out in 1950. I can no longer remember whether I read it before or, more likely, after my first real acquaintance with Spain, which left behind the deep and lasting impression which Spain makes on those who know her. 3 At least two of my visits to Spain were essentially explorations of the anarchist tradition. In 1956, when I found my way to Casas Viejas, the village which had once upon a time, in 1933, tried to make the world revolution on its own, and in 1960, when, deeply moved, I followed the traces of a recently fallen anarchist guerrillero Francisco Sabate. 4. I am no longer sure why I decided in the Easter vacation of 1951 to travel to Spain. It was a country of whose language I was ignorant, give or take the texts of Civil War slogans and songs and the ideological vocabulary which was international anyway. As later in Italy, I had to pick it up in conversation, with occasional reference to a small pocket dictionary, easier in Italy, where talk was mainly in educated Italian, than in Spain, where my informants were hardly ever intellectuals. If they had been, we would probably have communicated in French. One way or another, I was to pick up some spoken if ungrammatical fluency in both languages fairly quickly, beginning immediately after my arrival in Barcelona with an evening at the Café Nuevo on the Paralelo, coffee and show, 5 pesetas, where my neighbor, a mason just arrived from Murcia looking for work, taught me the words for beautiful, ugly, fat, thin, blonde, brunette, and other relevant terms by pointing to the corresponding features of the mediocre artistes on the tiny stage. My contemporary notes 5 suggest I was attracted by the news of the great and successful tramway boycott against higher fares of early March in Barcelona, followed by a general strike, about which I wrote a piece when I returned. I thought, with excessive anticipation, that it broke that crust of passivity and attentisme which, with the lack of effective illegal organizations, is Franco's greatest asset today. 6. This was an over-optimistic assessment, although the first cracks in the regime appeared in the second half of that decade. The anti-Franco exiles I came to know then were not only from Republican backgrounds, such as the historian, and eventual head of the post-Franco Spanish Cultural Services, Nicolas Sanchez Albornoz, son of the man still recognized by the émigrés as the nominal president of a ghost republic, but children from the families that made up the Franco establishment. One of them, my dear friend Vicente Gerbalion, had gone to a Franco jail directly from a post in the General's Foreign Service. He later shared my flat in Bloomsbury, before helping to establish the publishing house Ruido Iberico in Paris, whose contraband titles, including Hugh Thomas's pioneering book on the Civil War, were to be influential inside Spain in the 60s among the rapidly growing movement of young dissidents. It was he who later put me in touch with the anarchists. At all events, in 1951 I had my first experience of a Barcelona still filled with the field grey teams of the armed police, with rifles and submachine guns sticking out like bristles, every 100-odd yards in the town centre, and by the factory gates and guarding the characteristically palatial banks, symbol of the downtown street scene of Franco Spain, like fortresses of the rulers who dominated a hungry people. After a few days in Barcelona I made my way by a mixture of trains and hitchhiking down the coast to Valencia, then to Murcia, Madrid, Guadalajara, Zaragoza, and back to Barcelona. Spain was poor and hungry in the early 1950s, perhaps hungrier than at any time in living memory. People seemed to live on potatoes, cauliflower, and oranges. Had Tarragona ever been so badly off in its entire history, I asked myself as I looked at that wonderful gold-blonde cathedral among the ruins of the Roman Empire. Spain had no public voices. The news from Barcelona reached the rest of Spain through rumor, travelers such as myself, hawkers, truck drivers, occasional listeners to foreign radio. There were only obscure allusions in the press. Intellectually, the country, most of its talent in emigration, seemed strangled. Few Spanish works in the serious bookshop, translations and even Spanish classics mainly in Latin American editions. Spain was unhappy. Time and again, in cafes, in the cabs of trucks, or on the unspeakably awful correos, the slow but cheap trains stopping at all stations, people would say things like, "This is the worst country in the world," or "People in this country are poorer than anywhere else." "Everything in this country has gone to pot since Primo de Rivera 1923-30, said the matriarch of a family of cheap jack traders from Madrid who took me under their wing. Spain had not forgotten the Civil War, and the vanquished, though powerless and hopeless, had not changed their mind about it. And yet, time and again, when the subject came up, someone would say, "Civil War, nothing is worse. Father against son, brother against brother." Franco Spain in the early 1950s was a regime sustained by the argument of Thomas Hobbes that any effective political order is better than no order. The regime survived, in spite of its perceived injustice and massive unpopularity, at all events in the eastern parts of the country, where I traveled, not so much because of its power and readiness to terrorize, but because nobody wanted another civil war. Perhaps Franco might not have survived if, at the end of the Second World War, the Americans and British had decided that he should not, and allowed the armed resistance units from southern France, largely composed of Spanish Republicans, to invade the country. But they did not. Above all, Spain was isolated. Its blood-soaked regime was still enclosed in the carapace of anti-modernity, traditionalist Catholicism and self-contained autarky. The extraordinary industrialization of the country, which was to make it unrecognizable, and even to change the very physical appearance of Spaniards in the next 30 or 40 years, had hardly begun. Where else in Europe, except the equally self-sealed Portugal, could one still have found a place like Murcia, indistinguishable from a Habsburg provincial city before 1914, nannies in black and white uniforms by the dozen supervising their children along the river promenade, eyed by soldiers from the local barracks, middle-class young women with chaperones, farmers and pig dealers settling bargains in market cafes. Tourists were counted in hundreds, not in tens of millions. The Mediterranean coasts were still empty. When I recall the costas of Andalusia in the early 1950s, what comes into my mind is a dusty, white-hot, empty road between stones and sea with a view of vultures descending from all parts of the sky to join the mob already eviscerating the cadaver of a mule or donkey. Perhaps it was the absence of that great corrupter of morals, the mass tourism of the rich in the territories of the poor, which allowed the Spaniards of the time to keep their traditional pride. Nothing struck me more in those days than the insistence of poor men and women on maintaining relations of reciprocity, not accepting a cigarette without offering one in return, or refusing a brandy from an evidently better-off Englishman, which was not compatible with equivalence, but accepting a coffee, which was. In my experience, foreigners had not yet become essentially sources of income for poor natives, not even when, as in 1952, they arrived in Seville, as I did with some student friends, in an evidently British yacht and moored in town, just opposite the as yet ungentrified bars of Triana. Because Spain seemed to be, and likely to remain, frozen in its history, it was unusually dangerous ground for outside observers and analysts. The overpowering presence of an apparently unchanging past, including the recent past, concealed the forces, internal and external, that were about to transform the country more dramatically and irreversibly than almost any other in Europe within the next few decades. I tried to understand its history, but apart from recognizing that Francoism would not last, I clearly had no clue where it was going. As late as 1966 I found myself writing, "Capitalism has persistently failed in that country and so has social revolution, in spite of its constant imminence and occasional eruption." It was not yet obvious to me how anachronistic that sentence had by then become. Would closer contact with the anti-Franco opposition or Spanish intellectuals in the 1950s have given me a greater sense of realities? I doubt it, for the only effective opposition party, the Communist Party, was then still resisting the information brought out of the country by its illegal cotters, that there was no prospect of a sudden overthrow of the regime. The anarchists, once so powerful in the Spanish labor movement, had not survived the Civil War as a serious force. Nevertheless, on looking back, I am astonished at how little contact I had in the 1950s with intellectual and politically hip persons in Spain, or, before the 1960s, with the new generation of younger Spanish students and ex-students who came to me in London as someone they had heard of on the left, or as readers of my books, which began to be issued by publishers unknown to me, sometimes in rather bad translations, from 1964 on, a symptom of the slow weakening of the regime faced with the massive cultural and political dissidence of its educated young. The 1960s in Spain were the first of several historic moments when the fading of authoritarian regimes proved beneficial to this author. 2. My discovery of Italy in 1952 differed from that of Spain in almost every respect. For one thing, Italy was neither hungry nor stagnant. Even getting around cheaply, and in the 1950s I usually budgeted for the equivalent of £1 a day all in, I would not expect to find, as in Spain, would be middle-class travelers with patched clothes? Though the days of the economic miracle did not transform the lives of ordinary Italians until the 1960s, even in the north, the early signs of dynamism were already visible. Colorful modern roadside stations, already more than mere dispensers of petrol, the universal high-tech espresso machines which were about to conquer the world, the crowds of motor scooters anticipating the eruption of cheap cars. Not that Italy was entirely on the way to Western modernity, especially not in the south and the islands. Indeed, if primitive rebels has any single origin, it lies in a dinner in the house of Professor Ambrogio Donini in Rome in 1952, or rather conversations after dinner, since, by the egalitarian convictions of the Doninis, family, servants, and guests took their meals together. My host told me something about the Tuscan Lazaretists and the sectarians of southern Italy. 7 For he was both a member of the Italian Communist Party's Central Committee, indeed a rather hard-line Stalinist, and an expert in the history of religions. He therefore noted with approval that the followers of a Tuscan rural messiah killed in 1878 had quietly survived to have another try at the millennium by rising in 1948 after the attempted assassination of the Italian CP leader, Palmiro Togliatti. He also told me about the problems arising for the party leadership from the insistence of several rural party branches. 1949 to 50 was a great era of radicalization in the South, on electing as branch secretaries members of the Seventh-day Adventists or similar sects, who would not normally have been regarded as obvious material for the cadres of a Marxist party. Who were these people, who brought ways of thinking which would have been quite usual in the Middle Ages into mid-20th century political movements? Who treated the era of Lenin and Stalin as though it were also the era of Martin Luther? What went on in their minds? How did they, as distinct from the political movements which drew strength from their support, see the world? Why was so little attention paid to them, except by Italian thinkers such as the extraordinary Antonio Gramsci? Italy, it seemed, was full of their traces. Fascinated and moved, I tried to discover them by traveling along Mediterranean back roads for the next few years. Luckily, some anthropologists were developing an interest in similar problems they encountered in their inquiries into the anti-colonial movements in Africa. Max Gluckman of Manchester, a man of great originality and a formidable academic chieftain who took his department every week to support Manchester United in the proper anthropological manner, arranged for me to give 3 lecture seminars, in the course of which, also followed by his tribe, he gave me my first sight of Marilyn Monroe in the 7-year itch and decided I should expand my lectures into a book. I recall my first visit to Sicily in 1953, where I was taken under the wing of Michel Sala, mayor and deputy of Piana degli Albanese, a red stronghold since 1893 when the noble Dr. Nicola Barbato had preached the gospel of socialism to the inhabitants of what was then Piana dei Greci from the rock in the remote mountain pass of Portella della Ginestra, still known as the Barbato Stone. In his youth Michel Sala, born in the neighborhood, had himself heard the good word from the apostles' lips, 8 rain or shine, war, peace or fascism. Some Piansi had never since then failed on the 1st of May to send a demonstration to this place. The occasion in 1947 when the bandit Giuliano massacred this May Day meeting has been wonderfully reconstructed in Francesco Rossi's superb film Salvatore Giuliano. Shortly after this the party had sent Sala to take charge of this complicated part of Sicily. He had the Sicilian sense of realism. In his youth he had signed up, among others, Giuseppe Berti, a leading communist in the Comintern era, and then a student in Palermo, because having carefully situated the socialist office strategically in an apartment facing the exit to a brothel, he could rely on meeting potential recruits ready for red propaganda in a relaxed mood. He had combined this with the hard-nosed political experience of Brooklyn, where he spent 20 years of political emigration and learned enough English to show me the masses of masonry with which he was filling the outskirts of town. Lotta guys need jobs, as we crisscrossed it in his mayoral car, greeting citizens to the right and left. In this town I know who I gotta say hello to. I was shown the cemetery, or rather the necropolis of the Matrangas, Skyros, Barbatos, Loyakinos, and the rest of the Albanian Christian families who had emigrated to southern Italy and Sicily in the 15th and 16th centuries. Every modern gravestone, large or small, had the photograph of the departed. Death, respected and unforgotten, was always present in Piana. I saw what was still taken for granted, the silent black-clad women sitting in the street, but always facing indoors. We were walking along one side of the piazza, the anti-communists and mafiosi walked on the other side, when he stopped me for a moment. "Don't tell anyone here you are English," he warned. "There are people here, they don't like it if they see you with me. I tell them you are from Bologna." It was logical enough, even in Sicily they knew that Bologna was red, and it was therefore natural that one communist should visit another. There was only one flaw. We had been together all day audibly speaking English. Sala, who knew his people, dismissed this problem. What do these guys know how they talk in Bologna? Indeed, 90-odd years before, shortly after the unification of Italy, this had been literally true. In 1865 the first schoolmasters sent by the new kingdom to teach the Sicilian children Dante's Italian language were taken for Englishmen. In this respect nothing fundamental changed in inland Sicily until national television programming. But even less backward parts of Italy still had something of the Third World about them. For the bulk of its inhabitants, even the bilingual ones who spoke it instead of Sicilian, Calabrian, or Piedmontese, Italian consisted of two languages, the spoken daily language and the formal language still rooted in Baroque usage, in which newspapers and books were written and official speeches were made. It remained a relic of the past even in its public respect for, and reliance on, intellectuals as such. I cannot think of another European country in which an unconcealed intellectual such as Bruno Trentin, child of a family of anti-fascist academic emigrants, would have been acceptable as the leader of a major industrial trade union, and later of the major national organization of labor unions. Learning about Italy was different in another respect. After 1945 tourism without a bad conscience once again became possible, for art and fun, in a country that had so clamorously broken with its fascist past. I was lucky to have the best possible guides, Francis Haskell, who planned, and Enzo Crea, with his encyclopedic knowledge of all the arts, who revealed the remotest corners and the most celebrated treasures of Italy to his friends with equal enthusiasm. What is more, I rarely went to Italy alone, or, when I arrived there, I was rarely without Italian friends. After I married again, they included the friends of Marlene, who had lived in Rome for several years before we met. Moreover, I had the enormous advantage of introductions by a man whose name opened all doors on the Italian left and a good many others besides, Piero Sraffa. Long established in Cambridge in a wonderful set of rooms in Trinity, opposite the rooms of Maurice Daub, with whom he was producing a monumental edition of the works of the economist David Ricardo, this small, courteous and grizzled man who avoided loquacity and wrote little, was known as an intellect of formidable critical power. His natural habitat was behind the scenes. Though he was taciturn about his political views, as about everything else, it was known that he had been a close friend of Antonio Gramsci and from 1926 until Gramsci's death in 1937 the chief contact of the jailed communist leader with the outside world. He had been the conduit through which Gramsci's prison writings were preserved after his death, with the help of another influential friend in banking. What was not known was the fact that without him Gramsci's remarkable manuscripts could probably not have been written at all, for, after the arrest, Sraffa, from a well-to-do Turinese family, had immediately opened an unlimited account for the prisoner at a Milanese bookshop. He had been a trusted friend of the current leader of the party, Togliatti, since their university days. It is said that he had considered returning to Italy after the war, but abandoned the idea after the result of the 1948 election, disastrous for the Socialist-Communist alliance. As he knew everybody on the anti-fascist scene, after all, Turin had been the capital of both liberal and communist anti-fascism, Sraffa's name made me immediately accepted among the party's intellectuals. In those days a foreign communist was automatically a member of the Brotherhood, a compagno addressed as tu and not lei. Indeed, the first name on Sraffa's list I telephoned in Rome, the most senior communist historian at the time, Delio Cantimori, a slow-moving, stout expert on the heretics of the 16th century, who had a wicked wit and looked older than his age, immediately invited me to stay with him and his Marx translating wife, Emma, in their apartment in Trastevere. From there, with his help, I made contact with the Rome-based anti-fascist intellectuals, at that time overwhelmingly communist or party sympathizing. One way or another, most of what I learned about Italy, landscape and art history apart, came to me via Italian communists or those Italians still close to them in the early 1950s. It was my luck that my friends among Italian left-wing intellectuals, and especially historians, combining practice with theory, often doubled as observant and analytical journalists. However, almost anyone who traveled in the remote rural parts of Italy in the 1950s found people ready to ask and answer questions from foreigners. This was, after all, still a country of oral communication, face to face. In places like Spezzano Albanese, Cosenza, Calabria, such few papers as reached the place still had to be read aloud to the illiterates in cafes, artisan workshops, and the PCI Sicilian. In 1955 the telephone had reached San Giovanni in Fiore, the home of the great medieval millennial theorist, Abbot Joachim of Flora, only a few months ago. Strangers, Italian or foreign, brought news, even to people who whether they liked it or not knew that new times were inevitably coming. Things are changing, I was told more than once in 1955 Sicily. Our customs are getting like those of the North, for instance women going out. In the end I expect we'll be like the Northerners. At that time the PCI seemed the main gateway into these new times. It had a membership of about 2 million, about 1/4 of the national electorate, which continued to rise with every election until at its peak in the later 1970s it more or less equaled, enthusiasts claimed it was about to pass, the 34%er of the Party of Permanent Government, the Christian Democrats. Socially the PCI was a cross-section of Italian society as much as a class party, especially in its massive strongholds in North, Central Italy, Emilia-Romagna, Tuscany, Umbria, regions of culture, prosperity, technological and business dynamism, and honest administration. Italian communism was not the whole of Italy, but a central and a wonderfully civilizing element of it. But, like nonconformity in Britain, it was and remained a minority. Nevertheless, it was a huge and deeply rooted movement. The Popolo Comunista, communist people, as the Cotters called it, was more than merely a collection of crosses on ballot papers or annually renewed membership cards. Its major regular manifestation, nominally a way of organizing financial support for the party's daily newspaper, L'Unità, which the vast majority of communists read no more than most Italians read any daily paper, was a pyramid of regular popular festivals with its base in every village or city district, which culminated in the annual Festa Nazionale dell'Unità in some major center. My connection with Italian politics began when I was described as a fraternal delegate and had to address such an occasion, God knows how, in 1953 in a village near the Po. The festa was essentially a collective national family holiday excursion to spend money for the cause and to have a collective good time with wives, children, friends, and trusted leaders. It is said that, on the first occasion it was held in Naples, the population of that great city, conscious that the influx of visitors was not tourists to be fleeced, but plain folks and compagni, listened to the appeal of its leaders and for 24 hours abstained from its proverbial activities. The festa was, of course, also a political rally, for in the days before television, political oratory by a visiting star, its merit proportionate to its length, and its technique based on that of open-air thespians, was also the biggest public entertainment likely to be seen by the faithful. Since the communist people were also the only part of non-middle class Italy given to self-improvement and reading, Progressive publishers relied on these occasions, especially the National Festa, for a major part of their annual sales, particularly for the multi-volume series of encyclopedias, histories, and other intellectual consumer durables. With his usual sense of the national market, my publisher Giulio Einaudi chose to launch the multi-volume Storia del Marxismo, which I co-edited with others, at what was both the peak of the PCI under Enrico Berlinguer and the start of its unforeseen decline, the Great Genoa Festa of 1978. Unfortunately, like the PCI, the popular interest in Marxism was also about to dwindle, though the first volume of the Storia still sold well. It was the only one translated into English. Nevertheless, this was an unforgettable occasion of oratory in the vast amphitheater above the blue sea, food-loaded tables in great marquees full of family parties and the greetings of friends, and hopeful communist leaders, except for the quiet Berlinguer, chatting and joking in the hotel lounge. I was lucky to be guided into Italy by a strikingly impressive group of pre-war and resistance communists. The full-time politicians among those I knew tended to maintain their standing as intellectuals and writers: Giorgio Napolitano, Bruno Trentin, the large Giorgio Amendola, and the small, chubby, and universally erudite Emilio Sereni, from one of the most ancient Jewish families of Rome, jailed by the Germans in wartime Rome, who wrote with equal originality about the history of the Italian landscape and the prehistory of Liguria. The academics among them tended also to double as politicians. Several were on the Central Committee. Renato Zangheri, an economic historian, was brilliantly successful as mayor of the wonderfully preserved yet modern medieval city of Bologna, Italy's greatest red metropolis. Giuliano Procacci and Rosario Villari, with his wife, Anna Rosa, our closest friends, had spells in the Italian parliament. From the start I found myself getting on exceptionally well with Italian communists, possibly because so many were intellectuals, but also because they were disarmingly kind. Not every national leader would have quietly visited Cambridge, as Giorgio Napolitano did, simply to hold hands with the dying Piero Sraffa, desperately fighting senility, or, for that matter, would have interrupted his work as the country's Minister of the Interior for a few hours, to take part in a public celebration of my 80th birthday in Genoa. Within a few years of first arriving I found myself drawn into the penumbra of the PCI establishment as an official patron of, and the only person from Britain present at, the Congress of Gramsci Studies in January 1958, the occasion for the first formal recognition of the Italian communist theorist by the watchdogs of ideological orthodoxy in Moscow. It was also the only occasion on which I met the party's leader, Palmiro Togliatti, himself. In turn, I took to Italian communism, found its dead guru Gramsci marvelously stimulating, and after 1956 its political position welcome. Unlike in Britain, in Italy it was still worth joining the party after 1956. Why was it so easy to get on with the Italians? Unlike the French or the English, Italians are charmed, flattered, and even encouraged by foreigners' interest in their affairs, even or perhaps especially when these outsiders are visibly unlike themselves, or, as in my case, when their knowledge of the Italian language is shaky and that of the country superficial. It is, I think, partly due to a lengthy history of belonging to a country treated by the outside world as enchanting but not totally serious, a country united since 1860 but underperforming in peace and war. I think this led to an ingrained feeling of marginality and provincialism. Italians had reconciled themselves to the belief that the real historical action, the centers of civilization and intellectual authorities were elsewhere. Since the 17th century nobody had actually looked to Italy for models of cultural and intellectual achievement and example outside music, since the 19th century not even in opera. Fascism, though in some sense strengthening a feeling of national identity, had tried and failed to cure the Italian sense of political and military inferiority, and certainly did nothing to deprovincialize Italian culture. Post-fascist Italy, it was felt, had an enormous amount of cultural catching up to do, and, one way or another, the place to look for it was abroad. Translations of foreign authors still remain more prominent on the Italian book market than in any other country of comparable size. And almost any foreign recognition of Italian achievement was welcomed. Giulio Einaudi knew very well what he was doing even as late as 1979, when he launched the publication of Garitana's superb critical edition of Gramsci's Prison Notebooks, not in Rome but in Paris, as he had launched his great multi-volume Storia d'Italia, History of Italy, in Oxford. The stamp of Paris approval or Oxford prestige was still the way to market them in Italy. And of course after the 18th century Italian culture was largely provincial, as is evident from Gramsci's own reading and writing. Even at its best, leaving aside mathematics, opera, and a temporary interest in futurism, nobody had taken much notice of Italian productions outside. Perhaps the most impressive and unexpected achievement of the Italian Republic born of the anti-fascist resistance was to change all this, and in doing so to demonstrate what was always evident to any unprejudiced foreigner, namely that Italians had not lost any of the intellectual, artistic, and entrepreneurial gifts that had produced such amazing and universally admired achievements between the 14th and 17th centuries. In some ways the post-war paths of French and Italian culture have followed opposite directions. While France after 1945 lost the cultural hegemony it had so long taken for granted, and retreated into what was, in effect, a francophone ghetto, the prestige of Italian art, science, industry, design, and lifestyle was rising, the image of Italy was moving from the margins to the center of Western culture. Even the talents that had flourished or been tolerated under fascism, such major figures of Italian cinema as Rossellini, Visconti, and De Sica were in action well before Mussolini fell, were liberated by resistance. In the 1950s it would have been inconceivable that the international high fashion industry would one day look to Milan and Florence rather than to Paris. Nevertheless, except in completely transnational fields such as the mathematical and natural sciences, Italian thinking found it hard to shake off the provincialism of the past, not least because of the long resistance of the Italian university system, with its deeply ingrained combination of control by national bureaucrats and politicians and the maneuvers of its own barons with their powerful patronage system. Hence the exceptional importance in the Italian intellectual life of the first 3 or 4 post-war decades of commercial publishing houses such as Laterza, Einaudi, and Feltrinelli. In fact, as in post-war federal Germany, they largely substituted for the unreconstructed universities as intellectual and cultural powerhouses or, if one prefers the fashionable post-1989 jargon, organs of civil society. The prince of these cultural architects of post-fascist Italy was Giulio Einaudi, 1912–99, my friend and publisher, son of Italy's most eminent free market economist and later the country's first president, who had founded his publishing house at the age of 21 in 1933 and led it for 50 years thereafter. Paradoxically, he was not himself a very intellectual figure, but he headed a team of advisors that combined exceptional intelligence, learning, wit, cosmopolitan culture and literary creativity. All were united by anti-fascism and the active resistance, either in the communist or the liberal socialist tradition of Giustizia e Libertà, most by the severe and independent intellectual milieu of Turin, and they created what was almost certainly the finest publishing house in the world in the 15 years after 1945. The word prince is chosen deliberately, for in spite of his communist sympathies, Giulio's style, his magnificent bella figura in town or country, was royal, or at least feudal. Even as a guest in a Hampstead sitting room, he radiated a seigneurial affability. Even in bathing trunks on a Havana beach, he was recognizable as a patron. The feudal spirit extended to his approach to business debts, including those to his authors, which eventually bankrupted him. On the other hand, authors were likely to receive as a New Year's gift cases of Barolo wine from the Einaudi vineyards, a wine so serious that the Einaudi sellers recommended letting it breathe for at least 8 hours before drinking. Like absolute monarchs, he thought of his kingdom as an extension of himself, and in the end it was his refusal to listen to financial advice, or even to consider the post-Giulio future of the house, that broke him. Such was the prestige of the firm that he was more than once saved from bankruptcy as a national treasure by a conjunction of the Italian anti-fascist establishment, coordinated by the great banker Raffaele Mattioli, the one who, in 1937, had hidden the dead Gramsci's manuscripts in the bank safe until they could be passed, via Piero Sraffa, to the foreign HQ of the PCI. In the 80s he finally lost control, and in 1991 Giulio Einaudi editor was sold to Silvio Berlusconi's media empire. I cannot remember when I saw Giulio last. Probably at the 80th birthday party which was organized for me in 1997 by the city of Genoa, old, sad and no longer quite upright, in an Italy very different from the one of his days of glory. Once he and Italo Calvino had formed part of the guard of honor at the coffin of Togliatti, who had recognized both his prestige and his political sympathies by granting to the house of Einaudi the rights to publish the works of Antonio Gramsci himself. Alas, by then what had once been Togliatti's PCI was also in decline. Italy between 1952 and 1997 combined dramatic social and cultural change with frozen politics. By the end of the Cold War, the inhabitants of a traditionally poor country owned more cars per head of population than practically any other state in the world. The Pope's country legalized birth control and divorce, taking to the first with enthusiasm, though notably abstaining from the second. It was a different country. But from the start of the East-West confrontation in 1947 it was clear that the USA would under no circumstances allow the Communists to come to power in Italy, or even to elected government office. This remained Washington's basic principle, one might say its default position, so long as there was a USSR and a PCI, and for a few years thereafter. But it also became equally clear that a mass communist party could not be eliminated either by police repression or by constitutional finagling, although the great rural revolt in the Italian South, whose byproducts attracted my attention to primitive rebellion, faded away by the mid-1950s. As realists, Christian Democrats accepted this, allowing the PCI political space in its regions, in culture, and the media. After all, they had founded the Republic jointly with the Communists. Inside Italy the Cold War was not a zero-sum game. The Italy into which I came had therefore begun to settle down for the foreseeable future, rather like Japan, as a spectacularly corrupt political dependency of the USA, under a single party, the Christian Democrats, maintained in permanent government power by the US veto. When I first arrived in Italy I noted that the modest post-war Sicilian mafia was still virtually undocumented and undescribed, while the Neapolitan Camorra, perhaps even more powerful today, then appeared to be extinct. 9 Both are products of the Cold War political system. In the course of the decades after 1950 the Italian Republic became a strange, labyrinthine, often absurd, and sometimes dangerous institution, increasingly distant from the actual reality of life of its inhabitants. The joke that Italy showed a country could do without a state, thus proving Bakunin right against Marx, is not strictly true, since Italians spent much of their time sidestepping what was on paper a strong, all-embracing and interventionist state. Italians were and had to be good at this game, since the massive transformation of public power, resources, and employment into a nationwide patronage system and protection racket made it increasingly necessary to find ways of circulating the blood of the body politic by a million capillaries bypassing its increasingly clogged arteries. Fixing it, by relations rather than simple bribery, became the Italian national motto. Somewhere between a thriving and ever more confident civil society and the esoteric activities of the state, and covered by layers of silence and obfuscation, lay the field of power. It had no constitution and no formal structure. It was an acephalous complex of power centers which had to come to terms with each other locally or nationally, private, public, legal, clandestine, formal, informal. Everyone knew, for instance, that the avvocato, Johnny Agnelli, head of the family that owned Fiat and a lot else, was a national power center, just as he knew that, while no Italian government could fail to come to terms with him, he in turn had to deal with whoever pushed the buttons in Rome. Part of this field of power was subterranean and secret, half emerging only in periods of crisis such as the 1970s and 1980s. In those periods Italian politics returned to the operatic or Borgia mode, amid endless arguments not so much about who the assassins of the Cadaveri Ecclenti 14 or illustrious corpses were, but who was behind them, how they were linked to discreet but influential Masonic lodges and the obscure projects to prevent the PCI from entering the ring of political power, if need be by military coups. In the 1990s the system collapsed. The end of the Cold War deprived the Italian regime of its only justification, and a genuine revolt of public opinion against the really spectacular greed of the socialist prime minister and his party broke its back. All the parties of post-war Italy were wiped out at the 1994 elections except the PCI, whose relatively deserved reputation for honesty saved them, and the neo-fascists, who had also been in permanent opposition. Alas, there as elsewhere the 1990s proved that destroying a bad old regime was possible, but did not necessarily produce the conditions for creating a better one. 3. What is the autobiographer to say about a country that has been part of his and his wife's life for half a century? Some of the people closest to us are or were Italians. We spoke Italian at home when we did not want the children to understand. Italy has been good to us, giving us friendship in beautiful places, the endless discovery of its capacity for creation, past and present, and more of those rare moments of pure satisfaction at being alive than human beings can reasonably expect past their youth. It has given me my themes as a historian. Its readers have been generous to me as a writer. Yet as I believe that being a historian helps to understand a country, I must ask myself why the Italy of Signor Berlusconi in 2002 is not one I expected 50 years ago. How far did I fail to see where Italy was going because my observation was deficient, or biased? How far because twists in the road were not yet visible? Was it the democratization of consumer society that widened the gap between the minority of the educated and intellectual whose company elderly historians keep, and the rest of a people who read few newspapers and spent less money on books per head than all but the two poorest members of the European Union? Did the sheer speed of economic and hence social and cultural transformation defeat foresight, in Italy as elsewhere? Certainly few read the signs right in that coup-threatened period of fear and tension, the 1970s, the peak of the PCI's electoral support nationally and in the big cities. We did not see that dramatic industrial transformation was fatally weakening the PCI's political influence in the economic core of Italy, the north. The Fiat assembly line building in Turin now houses the annual book fair. The party did not recognize that after 1968 it had lost its major political asset, namely the accepted hegemony over the Italian left, and indeed over all forces of opposition other than the remainders of fascism. The small instant book I did at the time with Giorgio Napolitano, then on the secretariat of the PCI, shows no sign of having been written in the decade that culminated in the kidnapping and murder of the Italian premier Aldo Moro by the Red Brigades, the most formidable European terrorist movement of the left. 10 Perhaps, worst of all, the party, like working-class movements elsewhere, was beginning to lose touch with its Popolo Comunista, for whom it had been the party of resistance. Liberation and social hope, the defender of the poor. As early as the 70s friends from Turin told me, we are no longer a movement, we are becoming a party of opinion like the others. How could one talk politics in the same way to the sharp, media-wise youngish journalists who telephoned from the, now struggling, party daily El Unita as to the journalist generation of partisans and liberation? Rejuvenating its cadres, the party found it had changed their character. As it slowly declined, abandoning too much of a great tradition with its name, it prepared to make its way through the 1990s in the uncertain shadow of its newly improvised botanical logos, the oak and the olive tree. Within 5 years of Berlinguer's death the Berlin Wall had fallen, and the PCI, dropping its symbols and traditions, reconstructed and renamed itself vaguely as the Democratic Left, the usual fallback label of the old Moscow communist parties, against bitter internal opposition and the secession of a new party of refounded communism. So in the long run enjoying Italy proved easier than understanding it. Paradoxically, that was easier to do in the era of the Republic's crisis. Seen from the private watchtower, Italy in the 1980s was a succession of public occasions and academic conversations in places whose familiarity did not diminish their beauty, of days with friends mostly in or around Rosario and Anna Rosa Villari's farmhouse in Tuscany. It was an unreal country, in which one stretched out with friends on the terrace overlooking the Val di Orcia after lunch, listening to the voice of Callas singing Casta Diva from a record player in an upstairs room. Meanwhile, the collective Italy of the 1980s was a sort of reductio ad absurdum of public life, an era of moderately blood-stained Marx Brothers politics. While Craxi's men bought up former progressive intellectuals, high-living socialist ministers stepped out with starlets in nightclubs, their bills paid by managements anxious to attract their entourage, enormous government grants after enormous earthquakes disappeared into thin air. The Vatican's finances were in disarray because of financial speculations by mafia-connected bankers, one of them recently discovered hanged under London's Blackfriars Bridge, and a Neapolitan professor succeeded in building himself an academic empire in a municipal palace on the strength of his research, refereed by eminent colleagues who failed to notice that every one of his books had been carefully translated word for word from German PhD theses. My most vivid memory of those years is of a brief overnight trip to Rome, Marxian in both senses. Italian television invited me to take part in a program on the great man's centenary under the title An Evening with Karl Marx. The occasion was surreal, though I unfortunately never saw the program, thus missing the performance of the Internationale by the celebrated classical avant-garde singer Kathy Berberian. Inside a vast Italian television hangar, an elaborate set had been constructed round a giant papier-mâché head of Karl Marx, the top of which was removable. From it the presenter, a well-known comedian, would from time to time withdraw large cards marked class struggle, dialectics, and the like. Something looking like a dacha on some Chekhovian country estate had also been constructed, on whose veranda I sat with the late Lucio Colletti, a brilliant ex-communist academic, with whom I was supposed to expound a labor theory of value for not more than 5 minutes, when it emerged from Marx's head. He subsequently supported Silvio Berlusconi, but even he could not yet have known or perhaps imagined this in 1983. I do not know what happened on the rest of that evening with Karl Marx, but I left to collect my fee, offered in cash, from a young representative of the Italian state's public service. She gave me the following advice: you know, you're not supposed to take so much money out of the country. The best thing, I suggest, is that you pack it between the shirts in your suitcase. They'll never bother to look. I should recall the 1990s with pleasure. Il Secolo Breve, The Age of Extremes, was a considerable success in Italy. In its public mode, the Italian people threw out the most corrupt regime in Europe, utterly destroying the parties of the Cold War Republic. We were in Italy ourselves at the time of the elections of 1994, which reduced those fighting it under the name Christian Democrats and Socialists to 32 and 15 seats respectively in a Chamber of Deputies of 630, a triumph already tarnished by the victory, shaky as it then was, of Berlusconi's right-wing coalition. And yet, what was particularly disappointing for its old admirers, though no longer unexpected, was the failure of what had once been the PCI. Finally in a position to take its place at the head of a progressive democratic government, it was unequal to the task. As Britain, France, and Germany were ruled by governments of the left, Italy entered the new millennium by getting ready for the first government clearly of the right since the fall of fascism. For most Italians, life went on, probably more satisfactorily than ever after the most miraculous half-century of improvement in their history. And yet, would one guess so from what is, at least in my opinion, perhaps the greatest book produced by an Italian in my lifetime, Italo Calvino's wonderful Invisible Cities? I recall him still, shortly before his untimely death, on his green roof terrace above the Campo Marzio in Rome, with a sceptical half-smile on his dark face, full of wit and tactful learning. It is about the stories told to Kublai Khan, the Emperor of China, of cities, real, imagined or both, encountered by Marco Polo on his travels.
It is about Irene, the city which can be seen only from outside. What is it like seen from within? It does not matter. Irene is the name of a distant city. Once you get closer, it is no longer the same. It is also about the promised but undiscovered cities whose names are already in Kubla's Atlas, Utopia, the city of the sun. But we do not know how to reach or enter them. And what, asks the emperor at the end, of the nightmare cities, whose names we also know? Polo, the inferno of the living is not something that will be, if it exists, it is already here, the hell of our daily life, formed by living together. There are two ways of enduring it. The first is what many find easy, accept hell and become part of it, until you no longer see that it is there. The second is risky and needs constant attention and learning, in the midst of hell to look for, and to know how to recognize what is not hell, to make it last, to give it space. That was not the spirit in which my generation, including Calvino, saw the Italy that had just liberated itself from fascism. 21. Third World. In 1962 I persuaded the Rockefeller Foundation to give me a travel grant to South America, in order to inquire into the subject matter of my recent book, Primitive Rebels, in a continent where it could be expected to play a more prominent part in contemporary history than in mid-20th century Europe. Those were the days when foundations still sent their air travelers by first class, by airlines whose names record a vanished past, Pan American, Panair do Brazil, Panagra, TWA, though, except for Peru, the old national flag carriers still seem to survive. For about 3 months in 1962-3 I made the circuit of South America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, in this luxurious style, implausible for an inquirer into peasant rebellion. It was the first of numerous visits to continental Latin America in subsequent years, both to Mexico and to various parts of South America, indeed to all countries in that continent bar the Guianas and Venezuela. Probably the longest unbroken period I have ever spent outside the United Kingdom since 1933 is the half year or so I spent with my family teaching, researching, and writing from Mexico to Peru in 1971. It is a continent on which I have many friends and pupils, with which I have been associated for 40 years, and which, I do not quite know why, has been remarkably good to me. It is the only part of the world where I have found myself not surprised to meet presidents, past, present, and future. Indeed, the first one I met in office, the canny Victor Paz Estensaro of Bolivia, showed me the lamppost on the square outside his balcony in La Paz from which his predecessor Guilberto Villarroel had been hanged by a rioting crowd of Indians in 1946. After the triumph of Fidel Castro, and even more after the defeat of the U.S. attempt to overthrow him at the Bay of Pigs in 1961, there was not an intellectual in Europe or the USA who was not under the spell of Latin America, a continent apparently bubbling with the lava of social revolutions. Though this also drew me there, my chief reason was practical, namely linguistic. Historians who deal with the activities of ordinary people must be able to communicate with them by mouth, and Latin America was the only part of what was known as the Third World where large numbers of them spoke languages within my reach. For I was not concerned simply with a geographical region, but with a much larger unknown, that is to say the 80% of men, women, and children who live outside the zone inhabited until the last third of the 20th century primarily by people with, notion ally, white skin. For the first half of my life these 80% knew nothing of the world and, give or take a few thousand individuals, the world knew practically nothing about them. Nothing is more impressive to someone of my age than the extraordinary discovery, since 1970, of the First World by the peoples of the Third World or, since these terms themselves belong to the era of the Cold War, of the possibility that poor people from anywhere can change their lives for the better by moving to the rich countries. Of course, with the rarest exceptions, such as the USA since the 1960s, we do not want them to come, even when we need them.
A world dedicated to the free global movement of all profit-making factors of production is also a world dedicated to stop the one form of globalization that is unquestionably desired by the poor, namely finding better paid work in rich countries. We have come to be so familiar with the centuries in humanity that we no longer distinguish between refugees and the Afghan and Kurd emigrants transported in coffin ships by emigration contractors, like the Italians and Russian Jews of the 1880s, who had just discovered that they did not have to live and die in the PC and shtetls of their birth. For the first 40 years of my life it was simply not so. Language, not the national languages but what illiterates really spoke, the dense localized dialects or patois almost incomprehensible 50 kilometers away, isolated people from each other. Illiteracy, but even more, the absence of accessible radio and television, isolated them from what we think of as news, though not from one or two major world events. Where is England? A Mexican farmer asked me, even in the 1970s, when I told him that was where I came from. The first question to strangers in all societies that live by oral communication, including armies, is always where are you from? My explanations did not help. He had probably never thought about the Atlantic either. Finally he narrowed me down to something he had heard of, is it near Russia? I said, not too far. That satisfied him. Then non-white skins were exceptionally rare in Caucasian countries, except for the anomaly of the African Americans in the USA. Latin American immigration was so small that before 1960 the U.S. Census counted South and Central Americans together, without distinguishing between separate countries of origin. So, apart from European settlers such as the French Algerians, actually largely of Spanish stock, and the Jewish colonists in Palestine, were whites who lived in countries with large indigenous populations. Ordinary whites were very unlikely in the course of normal life to encounter the pluriracial street scene of today's large western cities. Except for small and untypical minorities, very few whites not resident overseas were likely to know, and even fewer to be on terms of friendship with, people of other skin colors. Before the 1960s they belonged primarily to two groups, Christians, assuming the label stretches to include Quakers, and Communists, both committed, in different ways, to a general emancipatory and egalitarian hatred for racism. And both, but especially the Marxists, on grounds both of practical anti-imperialism and the potential of Eastern Revolution, had a special interest in the history of non-white humanity. That is what had brought me into the colonial group of the party as a student and drew me into exploring North Africa, and eventually Latin America. And our colonial friends, in my case mostly from South Asia, were our first windows into these worlds. Until much later I did not realize how untypical they were of their societies. Those who got to Cambridge, Oxford, and the London School of Economics were the elite of elites of the native colonial populations, as soon became evident after decolonization. They also tended to be rather better heeled than us. They were family friends of the Nehrus, like P. N. Haxor of the LSE, who provided cover in Primrose Hill for the courtship of Indira Nehru with Feroz Gandhi and, as civil servant, was the most powerful man in independent India when I visited him in New Delhi in 1968. The man who came to meet my plane on the tarmac was my old friend from King's Mohan Kumar Mangalam, until recently a communist, then in charge of Indian Airlines, soon to be the minister perhaps closest of all to Mrs. Gandhi until he died tragically in an air crash in 1973. His younger sister, Parvati, who visited Mohan in Cambridge, had now let her hair grow again, had married the General Secretary of the Communist Party and sat in Parliament. Another brother, an Etonian like his siblings but this time non-communist, had become the Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army. The Kumar Mangalams of Madras were that sort of family. So, in a different way, were the Sarabhais of Ahmedabad, strict Jains who abstained from killing any animal however tiny, whom I came to know through Manorama, a close friend from LSE days of my first wife, who had Le Corbusier build her a house. They were one of the great Congress-supporting Gujarati business dynasties, textiles diversifying into higher technologies. Culture was probably their most visible public activity, but a Sarabhai was to be in charge of the Indian nuclear program. For the first generation of independence, the affairs of an India of several hundred millions, public and private, government and opposition, were run by an extraordinary anglicized, modern-minded establishment of perhaps 100,000 people drawn from highly educated, that is, mainly wealthy, families, those who had served the Raj as well as those who had built the freedom movement. The bizarrerie of this combination came out at a Christmas dinner in the house of the doe-eyed Renu Chakravarti, by then a communist MP. The Communist Party had not yet split, and powerhouse in Calcutta. After ham and turkey, provided by Renu's cousin, secretary of the Calcutta Club, which clearly had not abandoned the menu of the days when no Indian would have been allowed into the building except as a servant, came biryani and finally Christmas pudding, also provided by the club, and chewing pan, betel nut. They were anglicized even in the language some of them spoke at home and wrote or read most easily, for I had the impression that only the Bengalis among them, and perhaps some of the more traditional Muslim families whose radical young read the progressive poets in Urdu, admired by my old friends and comrades Victor Kiernan and Ralph Russell, lived their mental lives fully in a vernacular. There is only so much, actually not very much, that one can learn about a society through personal friendship. Friends may be too deeply rooted in it to recognize its peculiarities, and in any case class is at least as great a segregator of experiences as distance, culture, or language. When the party put him in charge of leading the Tramwaymen's Union in Calcutta, and later the Jute workers of West Bengal, my admirable friend and comrade from Kings, the late Indrajit Sunny Gupta, subsequently General Secretary of the Communist Party and briefly Minister of the Interior, had as much to learn about the Calcutta working class as any foreigner. What I hope I owe to such friendships, based on the anti-racist comradeship of student communism, is the separation of the sense of equality from the consciousness of skin or hair color, physical appearance and culture. The global village of business, science, technology, and universities of the 21st century is so multicolored that this may no longer be a problem, although I suspect it is. Before 1960 or so, the sense of racial superiority among Western whites was reinforced by the sheer weight of Western power and achievement in all fields except some of the arts, and the sheer bodily superiority of races commonly regarded as inferior, and so psychologically resented, repressed, and overcompensated, especially by white males. The Israeli Jews made no secret of their contempt for the Arabs, especially before 1987, when their intifadas had not yet broken the passive acceptance of Israeli occupation of the Palestinians' territories. It was a strange but instructive experience to be treated as one of them on my visit to the West Bank in 1984, the only time I have found myself living under the rule of a foreign military. The enormous advantage of communism, especially when reinforced by friendship, was that one could simply not treat a comrade other than as an equal. The patent self-confidence of the favored few from the colored colonial elites who made it into pre-war British universities helped. Just as horses sense fear in their riders, so humans sense the expectation of being treated as inferiors in their respondents. Ruling classes and conquerors have always exploited this expectation of superiority. My pre-war colonial friends did not expect to be treated as inferiors. Nevertheless, until I was awarded a traveling grant from the university to go to French North Africa in 1938, I had not been to what was not yet known as the Third World since I left Egypt as a baby. I traveled in Tunisia and east-central Algeria, from sea to Sahara, but never got to western Algeria and Morocco, and I acquired a lifelong skepticism about rural statistics in such places from a lonely French administrator in the field, ready to talk to any educated visitor. When the government asks me for a livestock census, I make very casual inquiries, because the flocks would vanish into the hills otherwise. Then I look up what we said last time round, and put in a figure that looks plausible. I also acquired respect for the mountains and people of Kabylia and for the intelligence and erudition of the French macrobists and Islamic experts, even though most of them, like British African anthropology in those days, served the relevant empire.
I met the leader of the small Algerian Communist Party, exiled into the Sahara after 1939 and killed, but not the then most important revolutionary, Messali Hadji. I have sometimes wondered whether I would have become a better historian if, after the war, I had returned to the research theme of the agrarian problem in French North Africa, which I brought back from my travels. People I admire, the great historian Braudel, my friend Pierre Bourdieu and the late Ernest Gellner, have been inspired by working in the Maghreb, and I can understand why. However, if I had, few would have noticed. Except, curiously enough, in sub-Saharan Africa, the end of empires led to a generation of amnesia about their history. Besides, the bloody Algerian War of the 1950s and the bitterly disappointing record of independent Algeria since would have rather marginalized the field. I note in passing that, while the future of Tunisia under its eventual president Habib Bourguiba was already identifiable in 1938, absolutely nothing discoverable about Algeria in that year would have led anyone to predict, or even to envisage, the force that eventually liberated the country, the FLN, National Liberation Front. 2. Fidel Castro's revolution in 1959 led to a sudden upsurge of interest in everything to do with Latin America, a region about which there was much rumor, but at that time little knowledge outside the Americas. With rare exceptions, the locally resident Europeans, other than the Spanish War refugees and North Americans, lived in their own worlds like my non-intermarrying Chilean relatives, who still saw themselves as English expatriates or at least European refugees. I think all my 5 cousins spent the Second World War serving their country in British uniforms. Since the continent had been decolonized, it lacked the large, intelligent, and documented literature provided by imperial administrators whose business it was to understand countries in order to rule them efficiently. Communities of expatriate businessmen, as the record shows, are almost completely useless as sources of information about the countries they operate in, although the British ones in their time founded the football clubs in which South American patriotism has found its most intense expression. Latin America was then remoter from the Old World than any other part of the globe, though not, of course, from the imperial power in the north, overseeing its technically independent satellites. It experienced the 2 world wars only as bringers of prosperity. It passed through the most murderous of centuries without more than a single brief international war on its territory, the Chaco War of 1932-5 between Bolivia and Paraguay, though not, alas, without considerable domestic bloodshed. A continent of a single religion, it has so far escaped the world epidemic of linguistic, ethnic, and confessional nationalism. Latin America was not easy to come to grips with. When I first went there in 1962, the continent was in one of its periodic moods of expansive economic confidence, articulated by the Economic Commission for Latin America of the UN, an all-continental brains trust located in Santiago de Chile under an Argentine banker, which recommended a policy of planned, state-sponsored and largely state-owned industrialization and economic growth through import substitution. It seemed to work, at least for giant, inflation-plagued but booming Brazil. This was the time when Juscelino Kubitschek, a president of Czech origin, launched the conquest of Brazil's vast interior by building a new capital in it, designed largely by the country's most eminent architect, Oscar Niemeyer, a known member of the powerful but illegal Communist Party who, he told me, designed it with Engels in mind. Its main countries were also in one of the continent's occasional phases of constitutional civilian government which was soon to end. However, the caudillo or personal chieftain of the old type was already on the way out, at least outside the Caribbean. The regimes of the torturers were to be collectives of faceless and mostly colorless officers. In South America, the only country under military dictatorship at that time was the unusually old-fashioned Paraguay under the eternal General Stroessner, a nasty regime, kind to expatriate Nazis, in a disarmingly attractive and charming country, which lived largely by smuggling. Graham Greene's Touching the Honorary Consul is an excellent introduction to it. I am, perhaps, inclined to excessive kindness, for it was the only Latin state officially recognizing an Indian language,
Guarani, and, when I visited it some years later, I discovered that my name was familiar to the editor of the somewhat unexpected Revista Paraguaya de Sociologia published there, as the author of Rebeldes Primitivos. What scholar can resist fame in Paraguay? Nobody who discovers South America can resist the region, least of all if one's first contact is with the Brazilians. Nevertheless, what was most immediately obvious about its countries was not so much its spectacular economic inequality, which has not ceased to increase since, as the enormous gap between its ruling and intellectual classes with which visiting academics had contact, and the common people. The intellectuals, mostly from comfortable or good, overwhelmingly white, families, were sophisticated, widely traveled, and spoke English and, still, French. As so often in the Third World, to which the Argentines vociferously refused to belong, they formed the thinnest continent-wide social layer, for in their minds, unlike the artificial concept of Europe in the minds of the old continent, Latin America was a constant reality. If they were in politics, they almost certainly had a spell as exiles in another Latin American country or a common trip to Castro's Cuba; if academics, a spell as members of some multinational establishment in Santiago, Rio, or Mexico City. Since they were thin on the ground, they knew each other or knew about each other. That is how in 1962, from the start, being passed from one contact to another, a visitor like myself could quickly find his bearings from people whose names meant nothing in Europe, but who turned out to be key intellectual or public figures. But the very fact that such people moved in a world equally familiar with Paris, New York and 5 or 6 Latin capitals separated them from the world in which most darker-skinned and less well-connected Latin Americans lived. Outside the already urbanized southern cone, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile, these people were flooding from the countryside into the shanty towns of the exploding cities, bringing their rural ways with them. Sao Paulo had doubled in size in the 10 years before I got there. They squatted on city hillsides as in the country. They had dug up unoccupied corners of the big estates and built shelters and shacks, eventually to become proper houses, the way it was done in the village, by mutual help of neighbors and kin, rewarded with a party. On the street markets of Sao Paulo, overshadowed by the new high-rise buildings, the masses from the parched hinterlands of the Northeast bought shirts and jeans on installment payments and the cheap illustrated booklets of verse ballads about the great bandits of their region. I still have the copies I bought then. In Lima, Peru, there were already radio stations broadcasting in Quechua, in the early morning hours when the whites were still in bed, to the Indian immigrants from the mountains, now numerous enough to constitute a market, in spite of their poverty. The great writer, folklorist, and Indianist José Maria Argudas took me to one of the music halls where, on Sunday mornings, the Highland people came to listen to songs and jokes about down home. Anyone here from Ancash? Let's hear it for the lads and lasses from Huánuco. In 1962 it seemed almost unthinkable that 30 years later I would supervise the son of one of them for a doctorate at the New School in New York. It is an extraordinary experience to have lived with the first generation in recorded history in which a poor boy with an illiterate wife from a Quechua-speaking village in the high Andes could become a unionized hospital driver by picking up the skills of driving a truck and thus open the globe to his children. I have his long letter still, written in the deliberate handwriting and careful Castilian orthography of the autodidact. Though his life was hard by our standards, by those of the masses of day laborers, street sellers, casual and miscellaneous poor, he was at the top. The people who came to the city were at least visible on the streets. The people in the countryside were doubly remote from the middle classes, including their revolutionaries such as Che Guevara, by geographical and social distance. Even those with the greatest interest in having the closest contacts with them found the differences in lifestyle, not to mention expected living standards, a forbidding obstacle. Few outside experts actually lived among the peasantry, though many had fairly good contacts in the countryside, including, as usual, the omnipresent researchers of various international organizations connected with the United Nations. Most remote of all were those foreigners who relied for their knowledge of the Latin American countryside on the local intellectual left or the international press. The one, as so often, tended to confuse political agitation and fide-lista hope with information, the other relied on what reached its bureau chiefs in the capital city. Thus, when I first went to South America, the major peasant story, insofar as there was one, was about the peasant leagues in Brazil, a movement established in 1955 under the leadership of Francisco Julião, a lawyer and local politician from the Northeast, who had attracted the attention of U.S. journalists by expressions of support for Fidel Castro and Mao. I met him 10 years later, a small, sad, disoriented exile from the Brazilian military regime, living under the protection of the dramatic Central European ideologue Ivan Illich in Cuernavaca, Mexico. A few hours at their offices in Rio in late 1962 showed that the movement had little national presence, and that it was clearly already past its peak. On the other hand, the two major South American peasant or rural upheavals which no observer with open eyes could fail to discover within a few days of arriving in their countries were virtually undocumented, and indeed virtually unknown to the outside world at the end of 1962. These were the great peasant movements in highland and frontier Peru and the state of disorganization, civil war, and local anarchy into which Colombia had fallen since the implosion of what had been, in effect, a potential social revolution by spontaneous combustion set off, in 1948, by the assassination of a nationally famous tribune of the people, Jorge Eliezer Gaitan. 1. And yet, these things were not always utterly remote from the outside world. The vast movement of peasant land occupations was at its height in Cuzco, where even tourists who did not read local newspapers could, when walking round the Inca blocks in the cold thin air of the highland evenings, observe the endless, silent columns of Indian men and women outside the offices of the Peasant Federation. The most dramatic case of a successful peasant revolt at the time, in the valleys of La Convención, occurred downriver from the marvels of Machu Picchu, known to all tourists in South America even then. Only a few dozen kilometers train ride from the great Inca site to the end of the railway line, and a few more hours on the back of a truck took one to the provincial capital, Quillabamba. I wrote one of the first outside accounts of it. For a historian who kept his eyes open, especially a social historian, even these first, almost casual impressions were a sudden revelation, rather like the sight of the treasure room in the Bogotá Gold Museum for my 8-year-old son, when I took him there several years later. How could one not explore this unknown but historically familiar planet? My conversion was completed, a week or two later, among the endless slopes of stalls manned by squat, heavy-braided, bowler hat Aymara peasant women in the enormous street markets of Bolivia. Unable to go to Potosí, I spent Christmas with another temporary loaner, a French UN expert on village development, mainly in a hotel bar in La Paz. We drank and he talked, endlessly, passionately, the way a man back from a spell in the cold villages of the Altiplano unloads his experience on the only available willing listener. It was an intellectually and alcoholically rewarding Christmas, though otherwise short on the holiday spirit. The new year of 1963 after that Christmas I spent in Bogotá. Colombia was a country of whose very existence hardly anyone outside Latin America seemed to be aware. This was my second great discovery. On paper a model of representative two-party constitutional democracy, almost completely immune to military coups and dictatorship in practice, after 1948 it became the killing field of South America. At this period Colombia reached a crude rate of homicide of over 50 per 100,000, although even this pales beside the Colombian zeal for killing at the end of the 20th century. The Browning press cuttings I collected from the local newspapers then are before me as I write. They familiarized me with the term genocidio, genocide, which Colombian journalists used to describe the small massacres in farm settlements and of bus passengers, 16 dead here, 18 there, 24 somewhere else. Who were the killers and the killed? A spokesman of the War Ministry said, no categorical information about the perpetrators could be given, because the districts, veredas, of that zone of Santander were pretty regularly affected by a series of vendettas between the partisans of traditional political affiliations, namely the liberal and conservative parties, into one of which, as readers of Garcia Marquez know, every Colombian baby belonged by family and local loyalty. The wave of civil war known as La Violencia that had begun in 1948, long officially ended, had still killed almost 19,000 persons in that quiet year. Colombia was, and continues to be, proof that gradual reform in the framework of liberal democracy is not the only, or even the most plausible, alternative to social and political revolutions, including the ones that fail or are aborted. I discovered a country in which the failure to make a social revolution had made violence the constant, universal, omnipresent core of public life. What exactly the violencia was or had been about was far from clear, although I was lucky enough to arrive just at the time when the first major study of it was coming out, to one of whose authors, my friend the sociologist Orlando Falls Borda, I owe my first introduction to Colombian problems. 3 I might have paid more attention at the time to the fact that the chief student of the violencia was a Catholic Monsignor, and that some pioneer research on its social fallout had just been published by a spectacularly handsome young priest from one of the country's founding clans, a great breaker of hearts, it was said, among young women of the oligarchy, Father Camilo Torres. It was not an accident that the Conference of Latin American Bishops, which initiated the socially radical theology of liberation a few years later, was held in the hilly Colombian city of Medellin, then still known for entrepreneurs in textiles and not yet in drugs. I had some conversations with Camilo and, to judge by my notes at the time, took his arguments very seriously, but he was still a long way from the social radicalism that led him 3 years later to join the new Fidelista guerrillas of the Army of National Liberation, which still survives. Amid the violencia, the Communist Party had formed armed self-defense zones or independent republics, as places of refuge for peasants who wanted or had to stay out of the way of the conservative, or sometimes also the liberal bands of killers. Eventually they became the bases of the formidable guerrilla movement of the FARC, Armed Forces of the Colombian Revolution. The best-known liberated areas of this kind, Tequendama and Sumapaz, were surprisingly close to Bogotá as the crow flies, but, being mountain country, a long and difficult way by horse and mule. Villota, a district of coffee haciendas expropriated by the peasants in the reforming 1930s, and from which the landowners had withdrawn, did not need to fight at all. Even the soldiers kept away, while it ran all its affairs under the eye of the political cotter sent there by the party, a former brewery worker, and sold its coffee peacefully on the world market through the usual traders. The mountains of Sumapaz, frontier terrain for free men and women, were under the rule of a homegrown rural leader, one of those rare peasant talents who escaped the fate patronized by the poet Gray in his famous elegy, that of being some mute inglorious Milton. Some Cromwell guiltless of his country's blood. For Juan de la Cruz Varela was far from mute or peaceable. In the course of his varied career as chief of Sumapaz, he was prominent as a liberal, follower of Gaitan, communist, head of his own agrarian movement and revolutionary liberal, but always firmly on the side of the people. Discovered by one of those wonderful village teachers who were the real agents of emancipation for most of the human race in the 19th and 20th centuries, he had become both a reader and practical thinker. He acquired his political education from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, which he carried with him everywhere, marking the passages which seemed to him particularly apposite to his own or the political situation of the time. My friend Rocio Londino, who worked on his biography during her spell of research at Birkbeck College, inherited his copy of the book from him with the rest of his papers. He acquired his Marxism, or what there was of it, rather later via the writings of a now forgotten English clerical enthusiast for the USSR, the late Hewlett Johnson, Dean of Canterbury, inevitably confused by everyone abroad with the Archbishop, which he appears to have got from Colombian communists, whose belief in agrarian revolution appealed to him. Long accepted as a person of power and influence, whose region was beyond the reach of government troops, he sat for it in Congress. Sumapaz remained beyond the reach of the capital even after his death, honored,
according to Rossio, who attended the funeral, by a display of his armed horsemen. The first negotiations for an armistice between the Colombian government and the FARC were to be held on the hinterland of his territory. The FARC itself, which was to become the most formidable and long-lasting of the Latin American guerrilla movements, had not yet been founded when I first came to Colombia, although its longtime military leader Pedro Antonio Manuel Marulanda, another homegrown countryman, was already active in the mountains adjoining the old stronghold of communist agrarian agitation and self-defense in South Tolima, for it was only born when the Colombian government, trying out against the communists. The new anti-guerrilla techniques pioneered by the U.S. military experts, drove the fighters out of their stronghold in Marktalia. Several years later, in the mid-80s, I was to spend some days in the birthplace of communist guerrilla activity in the coffee-growing municipio of Chaparral, in the house of my friend Pierre Gilhodes, who had married into the locality. The FARC, stronger than ever, were still in the mountains above the township, which was now easily accessible by car from Bogotá, and sufficiently in touch with the outside world and prosperous to sell Vogue in the news kiosk on the main plaza. The mule tracks and footpaths still led into the mountains up steep gullies. It was a quiet landscape, in which not surprisingly discretion was the golden rule. Chaparral farmers were about to discover the potential of poppy cultivation, but had not, I think, yet done so. Colombia, as I wrote after my return, was experiencing the greatest mobilization of armed peasants, whether as guerrillas, bandits, or self-defense groups, in the contemporary history of the Western Hemisphere, except, possibly, for some moments of the Mexican Revolution. 5 Curiously, this fact was either unnoticed or played down by the contemporary ultra-left in and outside South America, all of whose Guevarist attempts at guerrilla insurrection were spectacular failures, on the ostensible grounds that it was linked to an orthodox communist party, but in fact because those inspired by the Cuban Revolution neither understood nor wanted to understand what actually might move Latin American peasants to take up arms. 3. It was not hard to become a Latin American expert in the early 1960s. Fidel's triumph created enormous interest in the region, which was poorly covered by press and universities outside the USA. I had not intended to take a specialist interest in the region, although I also found myself lecturing and writing about it in the 1960s and early 1970s in the New York Review of Books and elsewhere, adding appendices on the Peruvian peasant movement and the Colombian violencia to the first, Spanish edition of Primitive Rebels, and in 1971 spending a sabbatical en famille doing more serious research on peasants in Mexico and Peru. I continued to go there several times in each decade, mainly to Peru, Mexico, and Colombia, but also on occasion to Chile, before and during the Allende period and after the end of the Pinochet era. And, of course, I did not even try to resist the sheer drama and color of the more glamorous parts of that continent, even though it also contains some of the most anti-human environments on the globe, the high Andean altiplano on the limits of cultivability, the cactus spike semi-desert of northern Mexico, and some of the world's most uninhabitable giant cities, Mexico City and Sao Paulo. Over the years, I acquired dear friends such as the Gasparians in Brazil, Pablo Massera in Peru and Carlos Fuentes in Mexico, and students or colleagues who became friends. In short, I was permanently converted to Latin America. Nevertheless, I never tried to become or saw myself as a Latin Americanist. As for the biologist Darwin, for me as a historian the revelation of Latin America was not regional but general. It was a laboratory of historical change, mostly different from what might have been expected, a continent made to undermine conventional truths. It was a region where historical evolution occurred at express speed and could actually be observed happening within half a lifetime of a single person, from the first clearing of forests for farm or ranch to the death of the peasantry, from the rise and fall of export crops for the world market to the explosion of giant supercities such as the megalopolis of Sao Paulo, where one could find a mixture of immigrant populations more implausible even than in New York, Japanese and Okinawans.
Calabrians, Syrians, Argentine psychoanalysts, and a restaurant proudly labeled Churrasco Típico Norcoreano, typical North Korean barbecue. It was a place where 10 years doubled the size of Mexico City, and transformed the street scene of Cuzco from one dominated by Indians in traditional costume to people wearing modern, cholo, clothes. Inevitably it changed my perspective on the history of the rest of the globe, if only by dissolving the border between the developed and the third worlds, the present and the historic past. As in Garcia Marquez's great 100 Years of Solitude, in which everyone who knows Colombia recognizes both the magic and the realism, it forced one to make sense of what was at first sight implausible. It provided what counterfactual speculations can never do, namely a genuine range of alternative outcomes to historical situations, right-wing chieftains who become the inspiration of labor movements, Argentina, Brazil, fascist ideologists who join with a left-wing miners' union to make a revolution that gives the land to the peasants, Bolivia, the only state in the world that has actually abolished its army, Costa Rica, a single-party state of notorious corruption whose institutional Party of the Revolution recruits its personnel systematically from the most revolutionary among its university students, Mexico, a region where first-generation immigrants from the Third World can become presidents, and Arabs, Turcos, tended to be more successful than Jews. What made this extraordinary continent so much more accessible for Europeans was an unexpected air of familiarity, like the wild strawberries to be found on the path behind Machu Picchu. It was not simply that anyone of my age who knew the Mediterranean could recognize the populations round the limitless dun-colored surface of the River Plate estuary as Italians fed for 2 or 3 generations on huge pieces of beef, and was familiar from Europe with the prevailing Creole values of macho honor, shame, courage, and loyalty to friends, as well as with oligarchic societies. Not until the battles between young elite revolutionaries and military governments in the 1970s was the basic social distinction, so clearly formulated in Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana, abandoned, at least in several countries, namely that between the torturable lower and the non-torturable upper classes. For Europeans, those aspects of the continent most remote from our own experience were embedded in, and interwoven with, institutions familiar to historians, such as the Catholic Church, the Spanish colonial system, or such 19th-century ideologies as utopian socialism and Auguste Comte's religion of humanity. This somehow emphasized, even dramatized, both the peculiarity of their Latin American transmutations and what they had in common with other parts of the world. Latin America was a dream for comparative historians. When I first discovered the continent, it was about to enter the darkest period of its 20th century history, the era of military dictatorship, state terror, and torture. In the 1970s there was more of it in what was described as the free world than there had ever been since Hitler occupied Europe. The generals took over in Brazil in 1964, and by the mid-70s the military ruled all over South America, except for the states bordering the Caribbean. The Central American republics, apart from Mexico and Cuba, had been kept safe from democracy by the CIA and the threat or reality of U.S. intervention ever since the 1950s. A diaspora of Latin American political refugees concentrated in the few countries of the hemisphere providing refuge, Mexico and, until 1973, Chile, and scattered across North America and Europe, the Brazilians to France and Britain, the Argentinians to Spain, the Chileans everywhere. Although many Latin American intellectuals continued to visit Cuba, very few actually chose it as their place of exile. Essentially the era of the guerrillas, to use the Argentine phrase, was the product of a triple encounter. The local ruling oligarchies did not know what to do about the threat from their increasingly mobilized lower orders in town and country and the populist radical politicians who appealed to them with evident success. The young middle class left, inspired by the example of Fidel Castro, thought the continent was ripe for revolution precipitated by armed guerrilla action. And Washington's obsessive fear of communism, confirmed by the Cuban Revolution, was intensified by the international setbacks of the USA in the 70s, the Vietnam defeat, the oil crises, the African revolutions that turned towards the USSR. I found myself involved in these affairs as an intermittent Marxist visitor to the continent, sympathetic to its revolutionaries. After all, unlike in Europe, revolutions were both needed and possible, but critical of much of its ultra-left. Utterly critical of the hopeless Cuban-inspired guerrilla dreams of 1960, 67,6 I found myself defending the second best against the criticisms of campus insurrectionaries. As I wrote at the time, the history of Latin America is full of substitutes for the genuinely popular social revolutionary left that has so rarely been strong enough to determine the shape of its country's histories. The history of the Latin American left is, with rare exceptions, one of having to choose between an ineffective sectarian purity and making the best of various kinds of bad jobs, civilian or military populists, national bourgeoisies, or whatever else. It is also, quite often, the history of the left regretting its failure to come to terms with such governments and movements before they were replaced by something worse. I was thinking of the junta of reformist militarists under General Velasco Alvarado in Peru, 1969–76, who proclaimed the Peruvian Revolution, on which I reported sympathetically but sceptically. 7 It nationalized the country's great haciendas and was also the first Peruvian regime to recognize the mass of Peruvians, the Quechua-speaking Indians from the high Andes now flooding into coast, city, and modernity, as potential citizens. Everyone else in that pitifully poor and helpless country had failed, not least the peasants themselves, whose massive land occupation in 1958–63 had dug the grave of the oligarchy of landowners. They had not known how to bury them. The Peruvian generals acted because nobody else wanted to or could. I am bound to add, they also failed, though their successors have been worse. It was not a popular note to strike, inside or outside Latin America, at a time when the suicidal Guevara dream of bringing about the revolution by the action of small groups in tropical frontier areas was still very much alive. It may help to explain why my appearance before the students of San Marcos University in Lima, horrible Lima as the poet rightly calls it, did not go down at all well. For Maoism in one or other of its numerous subvarieties was the ideology of the sons and daughters of the new Cholo, Hispanist Indian, middle class of highland immigrants, at least until they graduated. Their Maoism, like military service for the peasants, and the gap year of European students, was a social rite of passage. But was there not hope in Chile, the country with the strongest communist party and with which I had both personal and political connections? Indeed, my father's brother Burke, Ike or Don Isidro, a mining expert based in Chile since the First World War, and founder with his wife, a Miss Bridget George from Lanrethal in Powys, of the largest extant branch of the family bearing the name Hobsbawm, had had a connection with the ephemeral Chilean Socialist Republic of 1932, led by the splendidly named Colonel Marmaduke Grove. More recently, through Claudio Velez, then at Chatham House in London, who gave me most of my original introductions for the continent, I had met a patently very intelligent as well as good-looking lady, wife of a prominent Chilean socialist, whom I took round Cambridge, England, Hortensia Allende. On my first visit to Santiago I had lunch at the Allende house, coming to the conclusion that her unsparkling husband Salvador was the less impressive partner of the couple. That, as it turned out, was to underestimate the stature and the sense of democracy of a brave and honorable man who died defending his office. Others remember where they were when President Kennedy died. I remember where I was when I was rung up by some radio program with the news that President Allende was dead, at an international conference on labor history, looking down on Linz and the Danube. I had last been in Chile in 1971, on a side trip from Peru to report on the first year of the first socialist government democratically elected to everyone's surprise, including Allende's. 8 Nevertheless, in spite of my passionate wish that it might succeed, I had not been able to conceal from myself that the odds were against it. Keeping my sympathies entirely out of the transaction, I had put them at 2 to 1 against. I did not visit Chile again until 1998 when I shared with Tencha Allende and other friends and comrades watching Santiago television the wonderful moment when the British law lords announced their epoch-making judgment against the former Chilean dictator General Pinochet on Santiago television. I did not share this joy with my Chilean relatives, who, at least those continuing to live in Santiago, had been supporters of his regime. Debates about the Latin American left became academic in the 1970s with the triumph of the torturers, even more academic in the 1980s with the era of US-backed civil war in Central America and the retreat of army rule in South America, and entirely unrealistic with the decline of the communist parties and the end of the USSR. Probably the only significant attempt at old-style armed guerrilla revolution was the Shining Path, brainchild of a fringe Maoist lecturer at the University of Ayacucho, who had not yet taken to arms when I visited that city in the late 1970s. It demonstrated what the Cuban dreamers of the 1960s had spectacularly failed to show, namely that serious armed politics were possible in the Peruvian countryside, but also, at least to some of us, that this was a cause that ought not to succeed. In fact, it was suppressed by the army in the usual brutal fashion, with the help of those parts of the peasantry whom the Senderistas had antagonized. However, the most formidable and indestructible of the rural guerrillas, the Colombian FARC, flourished and grew, though in that blood-soaked country it had to deal not only with the official forces of the state but with the well-armed gunmen of the drugs industry and the landlord's savage paramilitaries. President Belisario Betancur, 1982-6, a socially minded and civilized conservative intellectual not in the pockets of the USA, at least in conversation he gave me that impression, initiated the policy of negotiating peace with the guerrillas, which has continued at intervals ever since. His intentions were good, and he succeeded in pacifying at least one of the guerrilla movements, the so-called M19, favorite of the intellectuals. There was a time when every party in Bogotá was likely to contain one or two young professionals who had spent a season in the hills with them. Indeed, the FARC itself was prepared to play the constitutional game by creating a patriotic union intended to function as that electoral party of the left which had never quite managed to emerge in the space between the liberals and the conservatives. It had little success in the big cities, and after about 2,500 of its local mayors, councillors, and activists, having laid aside their arms, had been murdered in the countryside, the FARC developed an understandable reluctance to exchange the gun for the ballot box. I was host to one of the militants, en route to or from an international gathering, in the cafeteria of Birkbeck College, far from the wild frontier of banana plantations, battles between FARC and Maoist guerrillas and the local paramilitaries in Urubá, near the Isthmus of Panama, where he practiced his legal politics. When I next asked friends for news of him, he was already dead. 4. What has happened to Latin America in the 40 or so years since I first landed on its airfields? The expected and in so many countries necessary revolution has not happened, strangled by the indigenous military and the USA, but not least by domestic weakness, division, and incapacity. It will not happen now. None of the political experiments I have watched from near or far since the Cuban Revolution has made much lasting difference. Only two have looked as though they might, but both are too recent for judgment. The first, which must warm the cockles of all old red hearts, is the national rise, since its foundation in 1980, of the Workers' Party, Partido dos Trabalhadores or PT, in Brazil, whose leader and presidential candidate Lula, Luiz Inácio da Silva, is probably the only industrial worker at the head of any labor party anywhere. It is a late example of a classic mass socialist labor party and movement, such as emerged in Europe before 1914. I carry its plaque on my keyring to remind me of ancient and contemporary sympathies, and memories of my times with the PT and with Lula, often touching, sometimes moving, like the stories of the party's grassroots activists from the São Paulo car factories and the remote inland townships. And as tribute to the democratic and educational zeal of the PT's prize city, Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, honest, prosperous and anti-globalist, which moved its council to organize and its mayor to preside over an open-air question-and-answer session for the citizenry with a visiting British historian on the main square, amid the noise of the municipality's efficient trams. The other, more dramatic, landmark was the end in 2000 of Mexico's 70 years of unshakable one-party rule by the PRI, the Institutional Revolutionary Party. Alas, one doubts whether this will produce a better political alternative, any more than the revolt of the Italian and Japanese voters in the early 1990s against the frozen Cold War regimes of their countries. So the politics of Latin America remain recognizably what they have long been, as does its cultural life, except for the vast global explosion in higher education in which its republics have shared. On the world economic scene, even when not shaken by the great crises of the past 20 years, Latin America plays only a bit part. Politically, it has remained as far from God and as near to the USA as ever, and consequently less inclined than any other part of the globe to believe that the USA is liked because it does a lot of good round the world. 9 For half a century journalists and academics have read secular transformations into temporary political trends, but the region remains what it has been for most of a century, full of constitutions and jurists but unstable in its political practice. Historically, its national governments have found it hard to control what happens on their territory, and still do. Its rulers have tried to avoid the logic of electoral democracy among populations which cannot be guaranteed to vote the way their betters would want them to, by a variety of methods ranging from control by local grandees, patronage, general corruption, and occasional demagogic fathers of the people to military rule. All of these still remain available. And yet, during these past 40 years I have observed a society being utterly transformed. The population of Latin America has just about tripled, an essentially agrarian and still largely empty continent has lost most of its peasants, who have moved into giant cities and from Central America to the USA, on a scale comparable only with the Irish and Scandinavian migrations in the 19th century, or even, like the Ecuadorians working on the Andalusian harvests, across the ocean. Emigrant remittances have replaced the great hopes of modernization. Cheap air travel and phone communication have abolished localization. Life patterns I observed in the 1990s were unimagined in 1960, the New York taxi driver from Guayaquil who lived half in the USA and half in Ecuador, where his wife ran a local print shop, the loaded pickup trucks of immigrant Mexicans, legal or clandestine, returning from California or Texas for the holiday to Jalisco or Oaxaca, Los Angeles turning into a town of Central American immigrant politicos and union leaders. True, most Latin Americans remain poor. In fact, in 2001 they were almost certainly relatively poorer than in the early 1960s, even if we set aside the ravages of the economic crises of the past 20 years, for not only has inequality within these countries soared, but the continent itself has lost ground internationally. Brazil may be the 8th economy of the world by the size of its GDP, Mexico the 16th, but per capita they rank respectively 52nd and 60th. In the world's league table of social injustice, Brazil remains at the top. And yet, if one were to ask the Latin American poor to compare their life at the start of the new millennium with their parents', let alone their grandparents', outside a few black spots most would probably say, it is better. But in most countries they might also say, it is more unpredictable and more dangerous. It is not for me to agree or disagree with them. After all, they are the Latin America that I went to look for, and discovered, 40 years ago, the one Pablo Neruda wrote about in the marvelous Baroque poem of poems about his continent, the section The Heights of Machu Picchu in his Canto General. It ends with the invocation of the unknown builders of that dead green Inca city, through whose dead mouth the poet wants to speak. Juan Corte Pedras, hijo de Huiracacha Juan Cumfrio, hijo de la Estrella Verde Juan Pidescalzos, nieto de la Taquesa. John Stonecutter, son of Huiracacha, John Cold Meals, son of the Green Star, John Barefoot, grandson of the Turquoise. If you want to understand South America, they told me before I left Britain, you must go to Machu Picchu and read the poem there. I had not met the great poet then,
a plump man whose natural element was not the mountains but the sea, on which his wonderful house still looks out, and who, asked what he wanted to see in London, had only one wish, the Cutty Sark sailing ship at Greenwich. He died of a broken heart a few days after the overthrow of Salvador Allende. I did read his poem in Machu Picchu in 1962, on one of the steep-stepped hills, as the sun went down, in an Argentine paperback bought in a Chilean bookshop. Whether it helped me to understand it as a historian, I do not know, but I know what the poet wanted to say, and the big-chested, coca-chewing, brown, quiet men and women whom he had in mind, who scrabbled a living in the thin air of the Andean high country, where it is harder to be a human being than almost anywhere else between Arctic and Antarctic. When I think of Latin America, these are the people who come into my mind. Not only the poet but the historian should give them their due. 22. From FDR to Bush. If all intellectuals of my generation had two countries, their own and France, then in the 20th century all inhabitants of the Western world, and eventually all city dwellers anywhere on the globe, lived mentally in two countries, their own and the USA. After the First World War, no literate person anywhere failed to recognize the words Hollywood and Coca-Cola, and very few illiterates could fail to make some contact with their products. America did not have to be discovered, it was part of our existence. And yet, what most people knew of America was not the country itself, but a set of images mediated essentially by its arts. Until well after the Second World War, relatively few people from outside the USA actually traveled there, unless as immigrants, and from the early 1920s to the 1970s US government policy made immigration extremely difficult. I did not step on its shores myself until 1960. We met North Americans elsewhere. I suppose my first real contact with what was not yet called Middle America was when the Rotarians chose to hold their international convention in Vienna in 1928, and I, as a bilingual boy, was mobilized as an interpreter. I remember nothing about it, except the lobby of a hotel on the ring containing herds of men dressed in brighter shirts than Vienna was used to, a kind anesthetist from somewhere in the Midwest who subsequently sent me stamps for my collection, and puzzling about what exactly Rotary was supposed to be for. The official explanation, service, seemed to me to be short of content. I find it hard to reconstruct the image of the USA formed by an Anglophone continental boy before the 1930s. Oddly enough, for my uncle actually worked for a Hollywood company, for me it did not come from Hollywood films. The sort of Tom Mix westerns we saw hardly counted, since it seemed obvious even to children that life in America was not quite like that. This showed that we knew little of the US. The Hollywood films set in America were not intended to be about life stateside but about a never-never land of moviegoers' dreams. If our view of America came from anywhere, it was from technology and music, the one as an idea, the other as an experience. For we also got the technology at second hand. Most of us were unlikely ever to see an assembly line, but we knew that is how Ford cars were made. On the other hand, the arts reached us directly. My mother and aunts shimmied and foxtrotted, and we listened to recognizably American music even when produced by English bands and vocalists. Radio and gramophone brought us Jerome Kern and Gershwin. Jazz, as then commonly understood, syncopated rhythmic music with saxophones and lacking bowed strings, was already the sound of urban middle-class leisure in the 20s. It meant America, and because of what the USA symbolized, it meant modernity, short hair for women and the age of machines. The staff of the Bauhaus had itself photographed with a saxophone. And so, when I came to England and was converted to jazz by my cousin Dennis, this time to the real thing, the gates opened not only on a new aesthetic experience, but on a new world. Like Alistair Cooke, one of my predecessors as editor of Granta, who was then beginning his career as a lifetime commentator on the US with the radio series I Hear America Singing, I also discovered America by ear. Jazz was as good an introduction to the USA as any, because in Britain at least the sound and its social significance, a very 1930s phrase, went together. To be a jazz fan was not only,
and for obvious reasons, to be against racism and for the Negroes. This was the era before they wanted to be described as black and then African American, but to gobble up all information about the USA even faintly relevant to jazz, and very little about the country was not relevant in some way. So all fans collected an endlessly fascinating bric-a-brac of facts about the USA, from the names of American cities, rivers, and railroads, Milwaukee, the wide Missouri, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, to the names of gangsters and senators. In the 1930s, reputations could be made simply by knowing facts about the USA. Dennis Brogan, a hard-drinking and eventually not quite so hard-working Glaswegian, teaching politics in Cambridge, was an expert on two countries, but he made his radio reputation, and he was one of the first media dons in Europe, not as a very knowledgeable historian and observer of France, but as the sort of man who could name all the state capitals of the United States and the title of every song by Irving Berlin. The image of America is so powerful and all-embracing that it is easy to suppose that it has barely changed over what we now know to have been the American century. But for those of us who became conscious of it in the 1930s, especially if we were on the left, it was in some respects quite different. For one thing, it was not dominated by envy. We began thinking about America at the only moment when the U.S. economy was not a triumphant model of wealth and productive potential for the rest of the world. In the decade of the Great Depression, we no longer saw the world of Gatsby but that of the grapes of wrath. In the 1920s and early 1930s, America was a byword for the hard-faced pursuit of profit, for injustice, for ruthless, unscrupulous and brutal repression. But F.D. Roosevelt's USA not only disclaimed this reputation, it turned it sharply to the left. It visibly became a government for the poor and the unions. What is more, Roosevelt was passionately loathed and denounced by American big business, that is to say by the very people who more than any others represented the evils of capitalism to us. It is true that, as usual, the Communist International, stuck in its ultra-sectarian phase, took its time to recognize what was obvious to everyone else and denounced the New Deal, but by 1935 even it had come round. In short, in the 1930s it was possible to approve of both the USA and the USSR, and most youthful communists did both, as did a very large number of socialists and liberals. Franklin D. Roosevelt was certainly not Comrade Stalin, and yet, if we had been Americans, we would have voted for him with genuine enthusiasm. I cannot think of any other bourgeois politician in any country about whom we felt that way. During the more than 60 years since I got to know Arthur Schlesinger Jr. in Cambridge, England, we have probably never agreed on any political issue except this one. I shared, and still share, his admiration for FDR. Although crossing the Atlantic from Cambridge was common enough, I never had the chance to do so before the war, and after 1945 the Cold War seemed to make it impossible. For the United States did not want communists on its soil. It certainly wanted no foreign ones. As a party member I was automatically debarred from a visa, except by a special waiver of my ineligibility, which I was unlikely to get, unless by meeting the indispensable condition for being received, however temporarily, into the community of the free, confessing and abjuring sin in public, although I do not think denouncing other communists was mandatory for foreigners. These were not formalities. I recall a long talk with Joe Losey, the film director, a victim of the Hollywood witch hunt, with whom I had struck up a friendship, which did not survive this conversation, on the basis of a common passion for Billie Holiday. For several years he had scuffled round Europe, making movies under pseudonyms or as best he could. At last, in the 1960s, he had broken through. Not only his talent, but his box office value were about to be recognized. The notorious question, "Are you now or have you ever been?" stood in his way. Friends and entrepreneurs suggested that no harm would now be done if he answered it. Should he? He asked me, a question which I took to mean that he was close to doing so. I could not blame him, but was too honest, or too sanctimonious, simply to give him the answer he wanted. Probably I should have. It is not a small thing for a man to consider whether the chance to realize a great talent is worth the sacrifice of his pride and self-esteem. I can still feel the anguish behind his question. Fortunately, I myself did not face any such dilemma. If the US asked me the question and would not admit me when I answered it honestly, then I would just not go there. Of course I wanted to. What is more, the reasons for going there multiplied, if only because the American academic community was even then far quicker to recognize the heterodox than the rather hidebound British. Just then the opportunity arose to visit the country I had hitherto known only, as it were, as a virtual reality. At one of the early post-war international congresses of sociology, in Amsterdam in 1956 or, more likely, Stresa in 1959, I had got to know the economist Paul Baran, a 1930s refugee from Germany, who claimed to be the only overt Marxist with academic tenure in the USA. 1 I must have got on well with this big, passionate, shambling, soft-eyed man, because he invited me to stay with him and teach for a summer quarter at Stanford University in 1960. We planned to write a paper together attacking Walt Rostow's recently published The Stages of Economic Growth, a self-described anti-communist manifesto which was then much talked about. We did so later in a cabin on Lake Tahoe. 2. On this occasion the problem of my visa was finessed, thanks to the lack of bureaucratic experience of the U.S. consulate in London. They forgot to ask me the question. My status as a visitor to the USA was not permanently settled until 1967, when I was invited to take a visiting chair at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Fortunately, MIT was used both to dealing with visa applications from backgrounds suspect to FBI and CIA, and to the political operations of Washington. The prestige of the institution and its president, as also the knowledge that it was doing the state substantial service, gave it enough leverage to insist that it must be allowed to judge what foreigners were or were not worth inviting. The office politics of power thus drove MIT to mobilize all its resources to get a visa waiver for an otherwise unimportant British communist academic. I got my waiver, although on condition that I reported to the friendly but determined lady who looked after foreigners at MIT every time I proposed to leave the Boston area. "You mean I can't spend the night in New York without your okay?" I asked. She recognized the absurdity of the situation and did not insist. Nobody subsequently interfered with my freedom of movement in the USA. I did not realize until very late just how difficult the US authorities must have found the problem of my visa. Like all bureaucracies, they reacted in the first instance by silence and evasion. However, in the course of a series of increasingly frantic transatlantic telephone conversations, I discovered some of what made my case so tricky. "Do you mind," said my sponsor in the course of one of them, "if I ask you a question, which, I can assure you, does not affect our invitation to you? Are you or have you ever been the chairman of the British Communist Party?" It was a typical intelligence file entry, combining laziness, for the names of all the party's chairmen were certainly within easy reach of the spooks, and confusion. Since 1939 I had, as far as I can recall, never occupied any political function in the party, not even at branch level. Someone had clearly been unable to distinguish the only thing I had ever been chairman of, in or outside the party, namely the historians group of the CP, see Chapter 12, from the chairmanship of the Communist Party. Anyway, MIT won out against immigration. I got my waiver. From that moment my troubles were almost over. Once there is a precedent, bureaucracies know what to do, the same as last time. From then on I went to the States without real trouble, though initially I was interviewed once or twice by the consular officer in charge of waivers, who might look at my file, say casually, "I see you've been to Cuba again," to prove that Uncle Sam had his eye on me, and arrange for the waiver. I still could not, of course, land in America without a visa, even in air transit, but eventually my applications were routinely made and granted within days, until the a priori ineligibility of communists was finally abolished and British visitors no longer net visas. 2. So in 1960 the USA as virtual reality turned into the USA as a real country. How? Here, at least initially, my jazz identity proved far more relevant than either my Marxist or my academic contacts. For the truth is that by 1960 the American Marxists of my generation were largely isolated from the world in which they lived, and the American academic historians I knew did not know a lot about it in the first place. In New York I could discuss the problems of capital accumulation and the transition from feudalism to capitalism with my friends from Science and Society, the oldest Anglophone journal of intellectual Marxism, for which I wrote, but they taught me no more about New York than any other Manhattan lower-middle-class Jews would have taught a visitor from outer space, where the good dairy delicatessens and second-hand bookshops were, not yet reduced to the Strand bookshop on Broadway and 12th. What Dr. Brown's celery tonic was, and that in the USA pastrami was not what Englishmen called salt beef. I got rather more through Paul Barron on the West Coast, chiefly because, I think via his then lover, a Californian Japanese lady, he knew the intellectuals who worked with Harry Bridges' International Longshore and Warehousemen's Union, foundation stone of the Bay Area left. It organized all Pacific ports from Portland to San Diego and, for good measure, everything that could be organized in Hawaii. To my intense satisfaction I was introduced to Bridges himself, a lanky hook-nosed hero, who had imposed exclusive job hire through the union at Californian conditions on the Pacific Coast employers, no lambs by nature, by means of 2 general strikes and a sound sense of power and bargaining strategy. He had also fought off several attempts by the American government to deport him as an alien subversive. He was then in the process of reluctantly supervising the euthanasia of the Pacific waterside workers by negotiating the substitution of container and tanker technology for manpower, against ample lifetime pensions for the union members whose jobs disappeared. The union was still strong, and Bridges' revolutionary convictions, expressed in an Australian accent that made few concessions to half a lifetime as an American union leader, were undimmed. He still dreamed of a general strike of the world's dockers that would bring the capitalist system to its knees, for in the minds of watersiders the great oceans are bridges between continents, not barriers. Not that he had much time for seamen, all of whom, he thought, were bums, because they lacked the staying power of a union on terra firma like the longshoremen, held together by families and regular communities. Nor, as a good Australian, had he much use for pommies. In his youth as a seaman he had once, he told me, kept company with a docker's daughter in the port of London. This had given him a permanent contempt for the forelock-tugging acceptance of their social inferiority by British workers. As it was 1960, we discussed the presidential election. Jimmy Hoffa of the Teamsters, truck drivers, the target of Bobby Kennedy and the FBI, was thinking of throwing his union's vote behind Nixon rather than Kennedy. The Teamsters' goodwill was essential to both labor and capital in California, but Hoffa's reputation was bad. Bridges, who felt no loyalty to either bourgeois party, saw this as a purely pragmatic choice. Was Hoffa not, I asked, in the hands of the mob? He may work with the hoods, said Bridges sternly and from experience, but he is a stand-up guy, and so far as I know he has never sold out his members. What he schemes off comes from the bosses, not the workers. Nobody ever accused Bridges of either becoming rich or selling out his members. He died not long after I met him, as San Francisco was moving far away from the city of Bridges and Sam Spade. I recall him with admiration and emotion. His union certainly knew about the mob. One afternoon its organizer, who later moved into the academic sphere, gave me what amounted to a seminar on negotiating with the mafia, with which the ILWU had to coordinate its activities, since, though the Pacific port unions were clean, the mob controlled the unions on the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. Dealing with the mafia, it seemed, rested on 2 basic assumptions and a knowledge of its limitations. The first, mutual respect, could be taken for granted. Both parties operated on the water side, which was not a children's playground. They knew its rules, the most important of which was that you didn't snitch. Stand-up guys didn't have to trust one another, but they could talk. The second was that no favors, however minor or symbolic, must be accepted from the mafia, because that would automatically be interpreted as establishing dependence. So, there were always polite but firm refusals to suggestions that the two unions might get together to decide questions of common interest, say, a single date for ending contracts, in an agreeable location such as Vegas. On the other hand, the knowledge of the mafia's limitations gave a politically hip organization like a Red Union the possibility of demonstrating what to the mob must have looked like power worthy of serious respect. Of course the ILWU had no power, even though, one suspects, the representatives and senators from Hawaii treated its views very seriously. It merely had strategies, national political horizons, committed and knowledgeable intellectuals, and it knew how to operate on Capitol Hill. On the other hand, in the experience of the ILWU, the mob's economic perspectives were short, its political horizons local. They talked to city aldermen and mayors' offices. We took them round Congress in Washington once, the organizer told me. They could see our people, said hello to representatives and senators from all parts. We asked them would they like to meet Jimmy Roosevelt Jr., the son of FDR. That impressed them. After that negotiations became a lot easier. All this helped to inoculate me against the tendency of U.S. laymen and political campaigners to exaggerate the power and reach of the mafia. Or even its wealth, although the actual net worth of a mafia family, rather modest by the standards of real money in New York, was only recorded in the early 1970s, the decade when Italo-Americans came into their own and America conducted its love affair, via Hollywood. With The Godfathers 3 it also gave me a realistic introduction to American politics. How far did this change my view of the USA? Like all transatlantic US watchers and, as I discovered, a subculture of American intellectuals, I had been fascinated by gangsters. Fortunately in the 1950s a mass of material became available for the first time about the development of organized crime in the USA, which naturally paid attention to the interactions between the mob and labor. This had not been stressed in the young left-wingers' image of American labor history. My studies of the Sicilian Mafia had in any case given me a professional interest in the American side of its operations. So I was sufficiently familiar with it to write a small study on the political economy of the gangster as a subvariety of the market economy, that passed completely unperceived, perhaps in part because, for a joke, I sent it to the most ancient, indeed almost prehistoric and unread, Tory journal, the Quarterly Review, which published it without a murmur. 4 By the time I arrived in the USA I was therefore well clued up on such topics, but, for obvious reasons, not on the Kennedy family's impending projects to use their mob connections to kill off Fidel Castro. And yet, in some ways I still shared the basic view of primary school or Hollywood morality, in which goodies, honest people, behave as goodies and are therefore better than, and have nothing to do with, the baddies, crooks, even when they have to coexist with them. Even after living a long time in a very imperfect world, I would still prefer to believe this. In the law-abiding and state-governed British Isles of the 1950s, it still seemed not only an aspiration, but a sort of reality. But the USA was neither law-abiding, though it had more lawyers than the rest of the world put together, nor a society that recognized the rule of the state, though to my surprise I discovered it to be much more enthusiastically bureaucratic at all levels. Politics and professors took me to America, but once again it was jazz which made me feel that I had some understanding of the reality of this extraordinary country. I could hardly have chosen a better moment to visit the USA as a jazz lover than 1960. At no time before or after was it possible to enjoy the entire range of the music live, from the survivors of the 1920s to the anarchist sonorities of Ornette Coleman and Don Cherry, which could already be heard by a determined avant-garde on the eastern outskirts of Greenwich Village. Indeed, in spite of the suicidal lifestyle of jazz people, with some notable exceptions, the great names on which my generation had been raised were still in operational form. What is more, as we listened to the unique originality of Monk and the absolutely extraordinary Miles Davis quintet of Milestones and Kind of Blue, We could not help noticing that the second half of the 50s was a golden age of the music, the last as it turned out. Bliss was it in those New York and San Francisco nights to be alive, even if it was too late for a historian in his 40s to enjoy the very heaven of Wordsworth's youth. Not that jazz was separable from the politics of the left, although in 1960 its place in the professional academy was rather like homosexuality, it was a private taste of some teachers, but not part of their academic activity. That is why New York, notoriously so much less typical of Middle America than, say, Green Bay, Wisconsin, was probably the best place to convince someone like myself that it was actually possible to understand, perhaps even to love, that extraordinary country. L.E. Tout Manhattan despised the witch hunt and, being a city of immigrant Jews and the center of intellectual publishing, theater, and the popular music and recording business, took for granted the existence among some of its denizens of revolutionary Marxism, past or present. In the Big Apple only the FBI really worried about the precise nature of someone's political commitment, for by the time I got there it was a city in which even the billionaires were, as likely as not, to be Democrats. Curiously enough, jazz did not much appeal to the full-time American Marxists, whose instinctive taste seemed to be for classical music and political folk song. I still recall the disastrous evening when I took Paul Barron to hear Miles Davis at the Black Hawk in San Francisco. Most of my jazz contacts were men, with a few exceptions such as the tough showbiz pro who devoted her life to furthering the career of the wonderful pianist Errol Garner, and who tried to do me a massive favor by getting me on the Johnny Carson show with Garner on the assumption that I would publicize the book I had recently published on jazz. My remoteness from the realities of American publishing in 1960, 30 years ahead of the British scene, was such that I went through the entire 4 minutes of my interview slot without so much as mentioning the title of my book. Most of them were in some ways refugees from the conventional American male life of the 1950s, decade of the man in the gray flannel suit, except the greatest talent scout and promoter in the history of jazz, John Hammond Jr. No out-of-town visitor, seeing him outside, say, the Village Vanguard, would ever have asked him, as I was asked, standing with a friend outside a place in North Beach, San Francisco, "Excuse me, but are you two gentlemen beatniks?" Of course, nobody needed to ask who he was outside the place to which he took me first, Small's Paradise in Harlem. John Hammond Jr. was almost a caricature of the Ivy League white Anglo-Saxon Protestant upper class, tall, crooked, talking in the sort of accent in which one imagines they talked in Edith Wharton novels. He was a Vanderbilt himself, and sporting an unwavering grin. As so often in the USA, this did not indicate a great sense of humor. He was not a man for informality or casual laughs, any more than his one-time brother-in-law Benny Goodman, who had the reputation of freezing his sidemen with a basilisk stare. John remained an unreconstructed and militant 1930s left-winger to the end, even though the FBI could never tie him down as a card-carrying communist. The history of jazz in the USA before the Second World War and, since he was probably the most important single influence in launching the swing music vogue of the 1930s, the history of the USA, cannot be understood without him. I asked him on his deathbed, what he was proudest of in his life. He said it was to have discovered Billie Holiday. By the time I knew him, he was no longer at the musical center, though no man who was about to launch Bob Dylan into the big time could be regarded entirely as yesterday's man. Another former New York jazz lover who became my best American friend, not merely made it his business as a journalist to keep in touch with all generations within reach, old and young, but did so with a natural, good-tempered, surreal spontaneity that captured them all. This was the man who, among other things, had just discovered Lenny Bruce, and made himself election agent for the great bebop trumpeter Dizzy Gillespie's campaign for the American presidency, which neither of them regarded entirely as a joke, namely Ralph Gleason. New York Irish, he had left the city to become show business and popular music columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, a paper that prided itself on not belonging to William Randolph Hearst, and on columnists who were not surprised at anything they came across in a wealthy, cool and courteously dissident city. He lived in a modest house on the upper hillside in Berkeley, full of collections of records, tapes, musical projects, print in various formats and, generally young, visitors, all kept in working order by his tough and protective wife Jeannie. I treated it as a refuge from Palo Alto, driving there in the first car I ever owned, a 1948 Kaiser, which I had bought for $100 and sold at the end of the summer quarter to a mathematical logician of world distinction for $50. For music and show business, the Bay Area of San Francisco in 1960 was a hip place, a good market but on the margins. Everyone played the town, but nothing much had come out of there, except the first self-conscious wave of white Dixieland music. It was the sort of place where elderly masters such as the great jazz pianist Earl Hines settled down, secure in a good, solid club public. Even Duke Ellington accepted a club date rather than a concert there, thus providing me with the unforgettable occasion, the first since 1933, of hearing the band in the milieu for which it had been designed, namely a space with social drinkers where the real measure of a band's impact was not applause, but the sudden silence as conversation ceased at the tables. San Francisco, though not yet established as the gay republic or the hinterland of Silicon Valley, had a national profile and a recognized presence on the American scene, quite apart from the sensational beauty of its bay. It was a liberal city, though less politically radical than its neighbor Berkeley became in the 1960s, proud of its dissidents, not least Harry Bridges. Even then it was relaxed about drugs. By California standards it had freight carloads of history, the, then, most famous Chinatown, the memory of the Maltese Falcon, and a reputation as the most prominent center of avant-garde literature in the 1950s, the Beat movement, fashionable enough for Ken Tynan to congratulate me on going there. There was the area around Broadway, North Beach, a sort of Pacific St. Germain-des-Prés, where I would meet Ralph at the local floor, and Enrico's, facing the City Lights bookstore, greeting and being greeted by the personalities of the city as they strolled past. Unlike the New York Broadway, on this Broadway people strolled. And across the Bay Bridge there was Berkeley. In the middle 60s the White Sons of middle-class America briefly made it the quintessential scene of hippie youth and flower power, incidentally generating, as Gleason noted, the first American musicians, aside from the country and western players, who are not trying to sound black. Ralph made himself the mouthpiece for the Haight-Ashbury music, groups such as Jefferson Airplane and the Grateful Dead, although he did not by temperament belong on the drug scene. Indeed, he gave up smoking grass. He belonged to the generation of intellectuals who smoked pipes, as I then did also. Never in good health, he died in 1975 aged 58. For 3 reasons he became my window on America. Living in the world of jazz, and outsider music, he caught the vibrations of coming events which escaped others, the changing tone of the sounds that came from the black ghetto, the white kids avant-garde which discovered the force of the Black City blues beat, the anticipations of the Berkeley student revolt which became national after 1964, global in 1968. These were not things noticed elsewhere in the summer of 1960. Nobody I knew on the faculties of Berkeley, still less the distinguished but stuffy Stanford, suggested I might be interested in going to the political camping weekend which the Berkeley left-wingers were organizing that summer, because none knew it was happening. Ralph did, who had no academic or recognizable political connections, but to whom students talked. Not that Ralph was much into organized political radicalism or moved in the circles of Bay Area leftism. The Symbionese Liberation Army was much more his style, a bizarre reductio ad absurdum of Bay Area millennialism, remembered, if at all, for first kidnapping and then converting the daughter of William Randolph Hearst Jr. He applauded and entertained the 1964 Berkeley free speech rebels, admired the mass oratory as well as the disorganized sincerity of their leader, the somewhat farouche physics student Mario Savio, and, after his expulsion, sent him and his wife/partner to me at Birkbeck where he hoped we might find something for him. J.D. Bernal's physics department obliged, but academic life and scientific research were clearly not his bag, and he returned to life among the cafes and head shops on Telegraph Avenue, Berkeley, within reach of his old triumphs. The second reason why Ralph was a marvelous introduction to post-60s America was that, an immigrant into the most culturally utopian corner of California himself, he could understand the aspirations of its young and their cultural revolution. Besides, though the least infantile of men, he was not himself a character to grow old. He could draw on an inexhaustible reservoir of enthusiasm, which I could not share, even for rock groups. Once again, this made him wonderfully sensitive to the vibes of coming times. It was he who helped one of his young followers to start a rock magazine, he who found the title for it from a record of the Chicago blues singer Muddy Waters, Rolling Stone, he, the least commercial of men, who thanks to it and to what had been a small jazz and fringe satire label Fantasy Records found himself with more money than he had been used to and in a position to send whiskey and cigars to old friends. Last, but not least, by style and temperament Ralph, himself inconceivable anywhere except the USA, made his country easier to understand, even though its civilization was in some respects stranger to Europeans than any other except the Japanese. He had what seems to outsiders the characteristic American combination of sudden loves and hates, sentimentality in feeling, but not in the spoken word. Nevertheless, he appeared to be immune to the three built-in hazards of American cultural life: self-absorption, the tendency to ponder what it means to be American, and intellectual heaviness. Bullshit phrases such as American values and the American dream were not to be found in his dictionary, as they were not yet to be found in the private speech of the USA. He took Americans as they were. Rhetoric belonged only to their public life and the officially approved versions of love. I do not think he would have regarded even an American utopia as complete without a corrupt Chicago alderman here and there, a lecherous millionaire radio evangelist or two, a few centers of passionate countercultural dissidents even from utopia, and establishments like the one I saw outside one of the main casinos in Reno, Nevada, called the Sierra Club, Horsebook and Kosher Delicatessen. On the other hand, living in the world's great cities of the plain, he would expect God to refrain from destroying this Sodom, because the 10 just men required to save it were always to be found there. He was one of them. Ralph belonged to that unique product of the U.S., the core of observers, mostly journalists, the best of them probably the generation of the 1930s to 50s, which was also that of the glories of American vernacular song, lyric and musical, who reported on their country with love, contempt, and raised eyebrows. He steered me to others like him. I could not have had a better introduction to Chicago, a city which no lover of blues could possibly miss. I reached Chicago by a drive from the Pacific to the east, recognized since the beat celebrated it as the initiation rite of the true American rebel. I shared expenses with 3 very un-Kerouac-like students from Stanford. By European standards there is not enough variety in the vast spaces of mountain and prairie for enjoyment, at least for those not zonked out of their mind. This was difficult when 4 people drive round the clock in shifts, though it made me sufficiently sleepy to barely avoid crashing the car into an oncoming vehicle on the endless straight highway somewhere near Laramie, Wyoming. Chicago itself, especially when experienced in August from a small YMCA room without any form of cooling, still seems the hottest place I have ever been to. Intolerable in the heat of summer as in the cutting winter winds, it symbolizes the characteristic American belief that physical limitations are there to be overcome by technology and money if the objective, in this case trade and transportation, justifies the effort. Few great cities are less suitable for mere unassisted human living. This effort was not enough to make Chicago more than the second city, however hard it tried. Even in jazz, where it started out with the advantage of attracting the best musicians and singers from the Mississippi Delta, it lost out to the Big Apple, and in organized crime it lost its primacy after Al Capone, though the mob was still important enough. It did remain the capital of the city blues, but unlike its globally known child rock and roll, Chicago blues, like the gospel sound, belonged to the endless, uniform, run-down black ghettos of the South and West Sides. It was still the art of poor Southern immigrants, created in neighborhood bars, storefront churches, and even the open-air street market. It had one national chart topper, Mayor Daley, the last and greatest of the city bosses, who could guarantee the Cook County vote to any Democratic contender, which proved lucky for Jack Kennedy, whose election it determined. As I write, the city is still run by his son. And yet, just this gave it a certain sense of local community. I cannot believe that my admired Studs Terkel would have built his career in another city. It is characteristic that the first of the marvelous books which established his world reputation as the recorder of ordinary lives was Division Street, America 6, a wonderfully designed oral history tapestry of Chicago in 70 voices named after one street in the near north side of the city, the pleasantest part in 1960, commissioned by my friend and publisher Andrei Schifrin as part of a series on the world's villages. In some ways I prefer it to his later, more ambitious and better-known multi-voice compositions on hard times, the oral history of the Great Depression, work, the Good War and the rest. When I met him he was 48 and as always, running a daily personal radio program on a local station, readings, musical commentaries, anything, especially interviews. His unique gift was the capacity to make people forget that they spoke into a microphone and that anyone was listening to their voice except a little clowny guy in a bow tie, who seemed to hear what they wanted to say, and who seemed to know about good times and bad times. As indeed he did, his career as an actor and TV figure having been broken by the anti-communist witch hunt. After a spell as publicity man for black Chicago musicians, who knew what prejudice was, he found a berth in local radio, where big money was not needed and therefore had less say. Still, thanks to the mutual self-defense pact of Chicagoans against the headline grabbers outside, nobody raised the specter of communism against him when he became an established personality. He was, after all, part of that small community that exists in every big city, of reporters, commentators, urban autobiographers and other barroom philosophers and watchers which recognizes its members. Was this the best way for the foreigner to discover the USA? The men and women I met with or through people like Ralph Gleason and Studs Terkel were not Middle America. They were people such as the majestic gospel singer Mahalia Jackson, one of the greatest artists of the 20th century, whose press agent Studs had been and who trusted few men and even fewer whites. Religion among African Americans is both the deepest faith, a public platform, a competitive art and a profit-making industry. Mahalia, an ample woman in her large bourgeois home, secure for the moment from the constant need of showbiz performers to put on an act in public, combined the quiet confidence of the soul close to Jesus with that of the successful pro. They were people such as Lord Buckley, then in the last months of his life, a plummy-voiced combination of Victorian circus ringmaster, hipster, and reciter of Bible and Shakespeare in flawless black street corner language, who played the 2 a.m. set at the Gate of Horn. They were people such as Bill Randall of Cleveland, who had introduced Elvis Presley to northern audiences, disc jockey by profession, amateur scholar of radio history, Indians, and other Americana by vocation. Why Cleveland, that endless strip along Lake Erie, has played such a large part in the promotion of rock and roll, still puzzles me. The least one can say is that the America I got to know through such men and women was not boring. The academic America which framed my professional experience of the USA over 40 years was nothing like as good an introduction to the country, if only because the lives of university teachers, villagers within their small national and global villages, are pretty much alike in most developed countries, and so are the lives of students. American academics establish relationships with newcomers with great ease, since geographical mobility is built into their career structure, as, indeed, it is into the local lifestyle. The USA remains a country of men and women who change places, work, and relationships to a far greater degree than elsewhere. Moreover, with a few notable exceptions, universities were self-contained communities attached to small and medium-sized cities not much concerned with academic affairs, at least until the last third of the century, when it was discovered that the information revolution had turned universities into major generators of economic wealth and technical progress. They were communities into which immigrants used to university life could be easily, if superficially, integrated, provided they spoke enough English, which by the 1970s had become the usual international second language. An Indian physicist at Cornell, brother of a former student at Cambridge, told me, if I were to take a chair in Britain, I would always feel a foreigner. I don't feel a foreigner here, because in a sense everyone is a foreigner. Permanent communities largely composed of transients develop patterns of instant sociability, neighborliness and everyday mutual help, but, as communities, do not tend to throw much light on what happens outside. Looking back on 40 years of visiting and living in the United States, I think I learned as much about the country in the first summer I spent there as in the course of the next decades. With one exception, to know New York, or even Manhattan, one has to live there. For how long? I did so for 4 months every year between 1984 and 1997, but even though Marlene joined me for the whole semester only 3 times, it was quite enough for both of us to feel like natives rather than visitors. I have spent a lot of time in the USA teaching, reading in its marvelous libraries, writing or having a good time, or all together in the Getty Center in its days in Santa Monica, but what I learned from personal acquaintance with America was acquired in the course of a few weeks and months. Were I to Tocqueville, that would have been quite enough. After all, his Democracy in America, the best book ever written about the USA, was based on a journey of not more than 9 months. Alas, I am not de Tocqueville, nor is my interest in the USA the same as his. 3. If written today, de Tocqueville's book would certainly be attacked as anti-American, since much of what he said about the USA was critical. Ever since it was founded, the USA has been a subject of attraction and fascination for the rest of the world, but also of detraction and disapproval. However, it is only since the start of the Cold War that people's attitude to the USA has been judged essentially in terms of approval or disapproval, and not only by the sort of inhabitants who are also likely to seek out un-American behavior in their own fellow citizens, but also internationally. It substituted the question "Are you with the USA?" for the question "What do you think of the USA?" What is more, no other country expects or asks such a question about itself. Since America, having won the Cold War against the USSR, implausibly decided on September 11, 2001 that the cause of freedom was again engaged on another life and death struggle against another evil but this time spectacularly ill-defined enemy, any skeptical remarks about the US and its policy are, once again, likely to meet with outrage. And yet, how irrelevant, even absurd, is this insistence on approval? Internationally speaking, the USA was by any standards the success story among 20th century states. Its economy became the world's largest, both pace and pattern setting, its capacity for technological achievement was unique, its research in both natural and social sciences, even its philosophers became increasingly dominant, and its hegemony of global consumer civilization seemed beyond challenge. It ended the century as the only surviving global power and empire. What is more, in some ways the United States represent the best of the 20th century. 7 If opinion is measured not by pollsters but by migrants, almost certainly America would be the preferred destination of most human beings who must, or decide to, move to a country other than their own, certainly of those who know some English. As one of those who chose to work in the USA, my own case illustrates the point. Admittedly, working in the USA, or liking to live in the USA, and especially in New York, does not imply the wish to become American, although this is still difficult for many inhabitants of the United States to understand. It no longer implies a lasting choice for most people between one's own country and another, as it did before the Second World War, or even until the air transport revolution in the 1960s, let alone the telephone and email revolution of the 1990s. Binational or even multinational working and even bi- or multicultural lives have become common. Nor is money the only attraction. The USA promises greater openness to talent, to energy, to novelty than other worlds. It is also the reminder of an old, if declining, tradition of free and egalitarian intellectual inquiry, as in the great New York Public Library, whose treasures are still, unlike in the other great libraries of the world, open to anyone who walks through its doors from Fifth Avenue or 42nd Street. On the other hand, the human costs of the system for those outside it or who cannot make it were equally evident in New York, at least until they were pushed out of middle-class sight, off the streets or into the unspeakable universe concentration air of the largest jail population, per capita, in the world. When I first went to New York, the Bowery was still a vast human refuse dump or skid row. In the 1980s it was more evenly distributed through the streets of Manhattan. Behind today's casual mobile phone calls on the street, I still hear the soliloquies of the unwanted and crazy on the pavements of New York in one of the city's bad decades of inhumanity and brutality. Human wastage is the other face of American capitalism, in a country where to waste is the common criminal slang for to kill. Yet, unlike other nations, in its national ideology the USA does not simply exist. It only achieves. It has no collective identity except as the best, the greatest country, superior to all others and the acknowledged model for the world. As the football coach said, winning is not just the most important thing, it is all there is. That is one of the things that makes America such a very strange country for foreigners. Stopping for a brief holiday with the family in a small, poor, linguistically incomprehensible seaside town in Portugal, on the way back from a semester in New England, I still remember the sense of coming home to one's own civilization. Geography had nothing to do with it. When we went on a similar holiday to Portugal a few years later, en route this time from South America, there was no such feeling of a culture gap overcome. Not the least of these cultural peculiarities is the USA's own sense of its strangeness, only in America, or at least its curiously unfixed sense of self. The question which preoccupies so many U.S. historians of their own country, namely what does it mean to be American, is one that rarely bothered my generation of historians in European countries. Neither national nor personal identity seemed as problematic to visiting Brits, at all events in the 1960s, even those of complex Central European cultural background, as they seemed in local academic discussions. What is this identity crisis they are all talking about? Marlene asked me after one of them. She had never heard the term before we arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1967. Foreign academics who discovered the USA in the 1960s were probably more immediately aware of its peculiarities than they would be today, for so many of them had not yet been integrated into the omnipresent language of globalized consumer society, which fits in well with the deeply entrenched egocentricity, even solipsism, of U.S. culture. For, whatever was the case in de Tocqueville's day, not the passion for egalitarianism but an individualist, that is anti-authoritarian, antinomian though curiously legalistic anarchism, has become the core of the value system in the USA. What survives of egalitarianism is chiefly the refusal of voluntary deference to hierarchic superiors, which may account for the, by our standards, everyday crudeness, even brutality with which power is used in and by the USA to establish who can command whom. It seemed Americans were preoccupied with themselves and their country, in ways in which the inhabitants of other well-established states simply were not with their own. American reality was and remains the overwhelming subject of the creative arts in the USA. The dream of somehow encompassing all of it haunted its creators. Nobody in Europe had set out to write the great English novel or the great French novel, but authors in the US still try their hand, nowadays in several volumes, at the great American novel, even if they no longer use the phrase. Actually, the man who came closest to achieving such an aim was not a writer, but an apparently superficial image-maker of astonishingly durable power, of whose significance the British art critic David Sylvester persuaded me in New York in the 1970s. Where else except America could an oeuvre like Andy Warhol's have come into being, an enormously ambitious and specific, unending set of variations on the themes of living in the USA, from its soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles to its mythologies, dreams, nightmares, heroes, and heroines. There is nothing like it in the visual arts tradition of the Old World. But, like the other attempts by the creative spirits of the USA to seize the totality of their country, Warhol's vision is not that of the successful pursuit of happiness, the American dream of American political jargon and psychobabble. To what extent has the US changed in my lifetime, or at least in the 40-odd years since I first landed there? New York, as we are constantly told, is not America, and as Auden said, even those who could never be Americans can see themselves as New Yorkers. As indeed anyone does who comes to the same apartment every year, a vast set of towers overlooking the gradual gentrification of Union Square, to be recognized by the same Albanian doorman, and to negotiate domestic help as in years past with the same Spanish lady, who in her 12 years in the city has never found it necessary to learn English. Like other New Yorkers, Marlene and I would give tips to out-of-town visitors about what was new since the last time they had landed at JFK and where to eat this year, though, apart from a party or two, unlike the permanently resident friends, the Schifrins, the Kaufmans, the Katznelsons, the Tillis, the Kramers, we would not entertain at home. Like a real New Yorker, I would feel the loss of a favorite establishment like that of a relative. I would exchange gossip at the regular lunches of the New York Institute of Humanities with the mixture of writing people, publishers, show persons, professors, and UN staff which makes up the local intellectual scene, for one of the major attractions of New York is that the life of the mind is not dominated by the academy. In short, there is no other place in the world like the Big Apple. Still, however untypical, New York could not possibly exist anywhere except the USA. Even its most cosmopolitan inhabitants are recognizably American, like our friend the late John Lindenbaum, hematologist in a Harlem hospital and jazz lover, who, sent to Bangladesh for a project of medical research, had traveled there with a collection of jazz records and his ice cream scoop. There are a lot more Jews in New York, and, unlike in large stretches of the US, more people there are aware of the existence of the rest of the world, but what I learned as a New Yorker is not fundamentally at odds with what little I know of the Midwest and California. Curiously, the experience, what in the 60s they used to call the vibes, of the USA has changed much less than that of other countries I have known in the past half-century. There is no comparison between living in the Paris, the Berlin, the London of my youth and those cities in 2002, even Vienna, which deliberately hides its social and political transformation by turning itself into a theme park of a glorious past. Even physically, the skyline of London as it can be seen from where I live on the slopes of Parliament Hill has changed. Parliament is now barely visible, and Paris has not been the same since Messieurs Pompidou and Mitterrand have left their marks on it. And yet, while New York has undergone the same kind of social and economic upheavals as other cities, deindustrialization, gentrification, a massive influx from the Third World, it neither feels nor even looks like it. This is surprising when, as every New Yorker knows, the city changes every year. I myself have seen the arrival of fundamental innovations in New York life such as the Korean fruit and vegetable store, the end of such basic New York lower middle class institutions as the Jimble department stores, and the transformation of Brighton Beach into Little Russia. And yet, New York has remained New York far more than London has remained London. Even the Manhattan skyline is still essentially that of the city of the 1930s, especially now that its most ambitious post-war addition has disappeared, the World Trade Center. Is this apparent stability an illusion? After all, the USA is part of global humanity, whose situation has changed more profoundly and rapidly since 1945 than ever before in recorded history. These changes there looked less dramatic to us because the sort of prosperous high-tech mass consumer society which did not arrive in Western Europe until the 1950s, was not new in America. Whereas I knew by 1960 that a historic chasm divided the way Britons lived and thought before and after the middle 50s, for the USA the 1950s were, or at least looked like, just a bigger and better version of the kind of 20th century its more prosperous white citizens had known for 2 generations. Its confidence recovered after the shock of the Great Slump. Seen from the outside, it continued along the same lines as before, though some sections of its citizens, mainly the college-educated, began to think differently about it, and, as the countries of the European Union became more modernized, the furniture of life with which European tourists came into contact began to look less advanced, and even a bit tatty. California did not seem fundamentally different to me driving through it in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s from what it had looked and felt like in 1960, whereas Spain and Sicily did. New York had been a cosmopolitan city of immigrants for all my lifetime. It was London which became one after the 1950s. The details in the great carpet of the USA have changed, and are constantly changing, but its basic pattern remains remarkably stable in the short run. As a historian, I know that behind this apparent shifting stability, large and long-term changes are taking place, perhaps fundamental ones. Nevertheless, they are concealed by the deliberate resistance to change of American public institutions and procedures, and the habits of American life, as well as what Pierre Bourdieu called in more general terms its habitus or way of doing things. Forced into the straitjacket of an 18th-century constitution reinforced by 2 centuries of Talmudic exegesis by the lawyers, the theologians of the Republic, the institutions of the USA are far more frozen into immobility than those of almost all other states in 2002. It has so far even postponed such minor changes as the election of an Italian, or Jew, let alone a woman, as head of government. But it has also made the government of the USA largely immune to great men, or indeed to anybody, taking great decisions, since rapid effective national decision-making, not least by the president, is almost impossible. The US, at least in its public life, is a country that is geared to operate with mediocrities, because it has to, and it has been rich and powerful enough in the 20th century to do so. It is the only country in my political lifetime where 3 able presidents, FDR, Kennedy, Nixon, have been replaced, at a moment's notice, by men neither qualified nor expected to do the job, without making any noticeable difference to the course of US and world history. Historians who believe in the supremacy of high politics and great individuals have a hard case in America. This has created the foggy mechanisms of real government in Washington, made even more opaque by the sensational resources of corporate and pressure group money, and the inability of the electoral process to distinguish between the real and the increasingly restricted political country. So, since the end of the USSR, the USA has quietly prepared to function as the world's only superpower. The problem is that its situation has no historical precedent, that its political system is geared to the ambitions and reactions of New Hampshire primaries and provincial protectionism, that it has no idea what to do with its power, and that almost certainly the world is too large and complicated to be dominated for any length of time by any single superpower, however great its military and economic resources. Megalomania is the occupational disease of global victors, unless controlled by fear. Nobody controls the USA today. This is why, as I write this in April 2002, its enormous power can and obviously does destabilize the world. Our problem is not that we are being Americanized. In spite of the massive impact of cultural and economic Americanization, the rest of the world, even the capitalist world, has so far been strikingly resistant to following the model of US politics and society. This is probably because America is less of a coherent and therefore exportable social and political model of a capitalist liberal democracy, based on the universal principles of individual freedom, than its patriotic ideology and constitution suggest. So far from being a clear example which the rest of the world can imitate, the USA, however powerful and influential, remains an unending process, distorted by big money and public emotion, of tinkering with institutions, public and private, to make them fit realities unforeseen in the unalterable text of a 1787 Constitution. It simply does not lend itself to copying. Most of us would not want to copy it. Since puberty I have spent more of my time in the USA than in any country other than Britain. All the same, I am glad that my children did not grow up there, and that I belong to another culture. Still, it is mine also. Our problem is rather that the US empire does not know what it wants to do or can do with its power, or its limits. It merely insists that those who are not with it are against it. That is the problem of living at the apex of the American century. As I am 85 years of age, I am unlikely to see its solution. 23. Coda. I. Biographies end with the subject's death. Autobiographies have no such natural termination. However, this one has the advantage of ending at the moment of an undeniable and dramatic caesura in world history, in consequence of the attack of September 11, 2001 on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Probably no other unexpected event in world history has been directly experienced by more human beings. I saw it on a London hospital television screen as it happened. For an old and skeptical historian born in the year of the Russian Revolution, it had everything that was bad about the 20th century: massacres, high but unreliable technology, the announcements that a global struggle to the death between the causes of God and Satan was now taking place once again as real life imitated Hollywood spectaculars. Public mouths flooded the Western world with froth as hacks searched for words about the unsayable and unfortunately found them. Magnified by the worldwide images and rhetoric of the American age of media and politics, a sudden gap appeared between the way the USA and the rest of the world understood what had happened on that awful day. The world merely saw a particularly dramatic terror attack with a vast number of victims and a momentary public humiliation of the USA. Otherwise the situation was no different from what it had been since the Cold War ended, and certainly no cause for alarm for the globe's only superpower. 1 Washington announced that September 11 had changed everything, and in doing so, actually did change everything, by in effect declaring itself the single-handed protector of a world order and definer of threats against it. Whoever failed to accept this was a potential or actual enemy. This was not unexpected, since the strategies of U.S. global military empire had been in preparation since the late 1980s, indeed by the people who are now applying them. Nevertheless, September 11 proved that we all live in a world with a single global hyperpower that had finally decided that, since the end of the USSR, there are no short-term limits on its strength and no limits on its willingness to use it, although the purposes of using it, except to manifest supremacy, are quite unclear. The 20th century is over. The 21st opens on twilight and obscurity. There is no better place than a hospital bed, quintessential locus of a captive victim, to reflect on the extraordinary inundation of Orwellian words and images that floods over print and screen at such a time, all of it designed to deceive, conceal, and delude, including those who produce it. They ranged from simple lies to the dynamic evasiveness with which diplomats, politicians, and generals, and indeed all of us today, fend off public questions that we do not want or are afraid to answer honestly. They ranged from the patently disingenuous, such as the pretense that Saddam Hussein, admittedly an inviting target, must be overthrown because of Iraq's world-threatening weapons of mass destruction, to the justifications of U.S. policy by those who should know better, on the grounds that it got rid of Stalinism in the past. That the policymakers and strategists of Washington are today talking in terms of the purest politics of power, one has only to listen to them off, and sometimes even on, the record, accentuates the sheer effrontery of presenting the establishment of a U.S. global empire as the defensive reaction of a civilization about to be overrun by nameless barbarian horrors unless it destroys international terrorism. But, of course, in the world where the borders between Enron and the U.S. government are hazy, believing one's own lies, at least at the moment of telling, makes them sound more convincing to others. As I lay in bed, surrounded by sound and paper, I concluded that the world of 2002 needs historians more than ever, especially skeptical ones. Perhaps reading the perambulations of an old member of the species through his lifetime may assist the young to face the darkening prospects of the 21st century not only with the requisite pessimism, but with a clearer eye, a sense of historical memory and a capacity to stand away from current passions and sales pitches. Here age helps. In itself, it makes me a statistical rarity, since in 1998 the number of human beings in the world aged 80 or above was estimated at 66 millions, which is roughly 1% of the global population. Merely by virtue of long life, the history that belongs to books for others is part of the lives and memories of this tiny minority. For a potential reader just about to enter the age of higher education, that is to say born in the early or middle 1980s, most of the 20th century belongs to a remote past from which little has survived into actual consciousness except historic costume dramas on film and videotape, and mental images of bits and pieces from the century which, for one reason or another, have become part of collective myth as episodes from the Second World War have become in Britain. Most of it belongs not to life but to the preparation of school examinations. The cold winter day when Adolf Hitler came to power in Berlin, which I remember vividly, is immeasurably distant for 20-year-olds. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, during which I married, can have no human meaning in their lives, nor indeed in the lives of many of their parents, since no human being aged 40 or less was even born when it occurred. These things are not, as they are for those of my age, part of a chronological succession of events that defines the shape of our private life in a public world, but at best a subject for intellectual understanding, at worst part of an indiscriminate set of things that happened before my time. Historians of my age are guides to a crucial patch of the past, that other country where they did things differently, because we have lived there. We may not know more about the history of the period than younger colleagues who write about our lifetime in the light of sources not then available to us or, in practice, to anybody. Least of all can we rely on memory, even when age has not eroded it. Unaided by written documentation, it is almost certain to get the facts wrong. On the other hand, we were there, and we know what it felt like, and this gives us a natural immunity to the anachronisms of those who were not. Living for over 80 years of the 20th century has been a natural lesson in the mutability of political power, empires, and institutions. I have seen the total disappearance of the European colonial empires, not least the greatest of all, the British Empire, never larger and more powerful than in my childhood, when it pioneered the strategy of keeping order in places like Kurdistan and Afghanistan by aerial bombardment. I have seen great world powers relegated to the minor divisions, the end of a German empire that expected to last for 1,000 years, and of a revolutionary power that expected to last forever. I am unlikely to see the end of the American century, but it is a safe bet that some readers of this book will. What is more, those who are old have seen the fashions come and go. Since the end of the USSR it has become political orthodoxy and conventional wisdom that there is no alternative to a society of individualist capitalism, and political systems of liberal democracy, which are believed to be organically associated with it, have become the standard form of government almost everywhere. Before 1914 this was also widely believed, though not as widely as today. However, for most of the 20th century any of these assumptions seemed quite implausible. Capitalism itself seemed on the edge of the abyss. Bizarre as it may seem today, between 1930 and 1960 level-headed observers assumed that the state-commanded economic system of the USSR under the five-year plans, primitive and inefficient as even the most sympathetic visitors could see it was, represented a global alternative model to Western free enterprise. There were as few votes in the word capitalism then as in the word communism today. Level-headed observers considered it might actually outproduce it. I am not surprised to find myself once again among a generation that distrusts capitalism, though it no longer believes in our alternative to it. For someone of my age living through the 20th century was an absolutely unique lesson in the impact of genuine historical forces. In the 30 years after the Second World War the world and what it was like to live in it changed more rapidly and fundamentally than in any other period of comparable length in human history. Those as old as I in a few countries of the Northern Hemisphere are the first generation of humans to have actually lived as adults before this extraordinary launch of the spacecraft of collective humanity into orbits of unprecedented social and cultural upheaval, which the world is experiencing today. We are the first generation to have lived through the historic moment when the rules and conventions that had hitherto bound human beings together in families, communities, and societies ceased to operate. If you want to know what it was like, only we can tell you. If you think you can go back, we can tell you, it can't be done. 2. Age produces one kind of historical perspective, but I hope my life has helped me to project another, distance. The crucial difference between the historiography of the Cold War, let alone the snake oil salesman of the war against terrorism, and that of the 30 Years' War of the 17th century is that, except in Belfast, we are no longer expected to take sides as Catholics or Protestants, or even to take their ideas as seriously as they did. But history needs distance, not only from the passions, emotions, ideologies, and fears of our own wars of religion, but from the even more dangerous temptations of identity. History needs mobility and the ability to survey and explore a large territory, that is to say the ability to move beyond one's roots. That is why we cannot be plants, unable to leave their native soil and habitat, because no single habitat or environmental niche can exhaust our subject. Our ideal cannot be the oak or redwood, however majestic, but the migrant bird, at home in Arctic and tropic, overflying half the globe. Anachronism and provincialism are two of the deadly sins of history, both equally due to a sheer ignorance of what things are like elsewhere, which even limitless reading and the power of imagination can only rarely overcome. The past remains another country. Its borders can be crossed only by travelers. But, except for those whose way of life is nomadic, travelers are, by definition, people away from their community. Fortunately, as readers who have followed me so far know, all my life I have belonged to untypical minorities, starting with the enormous advantage of a background in the old Habsburg Empire. Of all the great multilingual and multi-territorial empires that collapsed in the course of the 20th century, the decline and fall of the Emperor Franz Joseph's, being both long expected and observed by sophisticated minds, has left us by far the most powerful literary or narrative chronicle. Austrian minds had time to reflect on the death and disintegration of their empire, while it struck all the other empires suddenly, at least by the measure of the historical clock, even those in visibly declining health, like the Soviet Union. But perhaps the perceived and accepted multilinguality, multi-confessionality, and multiculturality of the monarchy helped them to a more complex sense of historical perspective. Its subjects lived simultaneously in different social universes and different historical epochs. Moravia at the end of the 19th century was the background to Gregor Mendel's genetics, Sigmund Freud's interpretation of dreams and Leo Janáček's Ženěva. I recall the occasion, sometime in the 1970s, when I found myself in Mexico City at an international roundtable on Latin American peasant movements, and suddenly became aware of the fact that 4 of the 5 experts who made up the panel had been born in Vienna. But even beyond this, I recognize myself in E.M. Forster's phrase about C.P. Cavafy, the Anglophone Greek poet from my native Alexandria, who stood at a slight angle to the universe. For the historian, as for the photographer, this is a good way to stand. For most of my life this has been my situation, typecast from a birth in Egypt, which has no practical bearing on my life history, as someone from elsewhere. I have been attached to and felt at home in several countries and seen something of many others. However, in all of them, including the one into whose citizenship I was born, I have been, not necessarily an outsider, but someone who does not wholly belong to where he finds himself, whether as an Englishman among the Central Europeans, a continental immigrant in Britain, a Jew everywhere, even, indeed particularly, in Israel, an anti-specialist in a world of specialists, a polyglot cosmopolitan, an intellectual whose politics and academic work were devoted to the non-intellectual, even. For much of my life, an anomaly among communists, themselves a minority of political humanity in the countries I have known. This has complicated my life as a private human being, but it has been a professional asset for the historian. This has made it easy to resist what Pascal called the reasons of the heart, of which reason knows nothing, namely emotional identification with some obvious or chosen group. As identity is defined against someone else, it implies not identifying with the other. It leads to disaster. That is exactly why in group history written only for the group, identity history, black history for blacks, queer history for homosexuals, feminist history for women only, or any kind of in-group ethnic or nationalist history, cannot be satisfactory as history, even when it is more than a politically slanted version of an ideological subsection of the wider identity group. No identity group, however large, is alone in the world cannot be changed to suit it alone, nor can the past. This is particularly urgent at the beginning of the new century, in the aftermath of the end of the short 20th century. As old regimes disintegrate, old forms of politics fade away and new states multiply, the manufacture of new histories to suit new regimes, states, ethnic movements, and identity groups becomes a global industry. As the human hunger for continuity with the past grows in an era designed as a continuous break with the past, the media society feeds it by inventing its versions of a box office national history, heritage, and theme parks in ancient fancy dress. And even in democracies where authoritarian power no longer controls what can be said about past and present, the joint force of pressure groups, the threat of headlines, unfavorable publicity or even public hysteria impose evasion, silence, and the public self-censorship of political correctness. Even today, 2002, there is shock when a consistently anti-Nazi German writer of notable moral courage, Günter Grass, chooses as the subject of a novel the tragedy of a sinking ship filled with German refugees fleeing from the advancing Red Army in the last stages of the Second World War. 3. The test of a historian's life is whether he or she can ask and answer questions, especially what-if questions, about the matters of passionate significance to themselves and the world, as though they were journalists reporting things long past, and yet, not as a stranger but as one deeply involved. These are not questions about real history, which is not about what we might like, but about what happened, and could perhaps have happened otherwise but did not. They are questions about the present, not the past, which is why they are important to those who live at the start of the new century, old or young. The First World War was not avoided, so the question whether it could have been is academic. If we say its casualties were intolerable, as most people agree, or that the German Europe that would have emerged from the Kaiser's victory might have been a better proposition than the world of Versailles, as I hold, I am not suggesting it could have been different. And yet, I must fail the test, were I asked such a question even in theory about the Second World War. I can, with enormous effort, envisage the argument that Spain might have been better off if Franco's coup had succeeded in 1936, avoiding the Civil War. I am prepared to concede, with regret, that Lenin's Comintern was not such a good idea nor, this time without difficulty, for I was never a Zionist, Theodor Herzl's project of a Jewish nation-state. He would have done better to stay with the Neue Freie Presse as its star columnist. But if you ask me to entertain the proposition that the defeat of National Socialism was not worth the 50 million dead and the uncounted horrors of the Second World War, one simply could not. I look forward to an American world empire, whose long-term chances are poor, with more fear and less enthusiasm than I look back on the record of the old British Empire, run by a country whose modest size protected it against megalomania. What marks have I got in the test? If they are too low, then this book will not give readers much help as they go into the new century, mostly with a longer life ahead of them than the author. Still, let us not disarm, even in unsatisfactory times. Social injustice still needs to be denounced and fought. The world will not get better on its own.